Lin Yu traversed into the world of a novel, becoming a villainous supporting character, but fortunately, he awakened a talent of supreme comprehension. Level 1 talent allows for rapid understanding of martial arts. Level 2 talent enables the deduction of martial arts realms. Level 3 talent permits the fusion of martial arts. And Level 4 talent, you have comprehended the 8 Desolations battle technique. 8 Desolations battle technique level 9. You have deduced the True Fire Sacred Demon art. True Fire Sacred Demon art level 10. You have fused the Great Wilderness True Flame technique and the Phantom Divine art, creating the Wild Flame Demon Shadow technique, which has achieved a breakthrough and elevated a top-tier Earth-level skill. Thus, Lin Yu embarked upon an invincible path. However, with his growing invincibility, he discovered that his crossing into this novel world seemed. Chapter 1. Supreme Comprehension. North Star Empire. Lin family. Dressed in white as snow, the handsome and dashing Lin Yu was ruefully pounding his head in frustration. North Star Empire. Lin Yu. Isn't this the setting from that cursed book? Oh no. After 18 years of traversing, I awaken to my past life. If I delay any longer, the opportunity will slip away. Lin Yu found himself in the Tianlan continent, a realm teeming with myriad races. In this life, he is the grandson of Lin Yu, the founding elder of the North Star Empire, known as the War God of North Star. His mother is also a princess of the North Star Empire, making the Emperor of North Star, who stands above millions, his biological grandfather. Possessing these two illustrious lineages, Lin Yu's identity and status are extraordinarily illustrious and esteemed. At first glance, it seems to be a flawless beginning. Yet in truth, it is fraught with hidden pitfalls. Firstly, the most significant pitfall. Lin Yu is the sole heir of the Lin family. The lineage of the esteemed Lin family commenced with Lin Yu, a man who possessed but a single wife throughout his lifetime. Together, they bore 3 sons, the eldest of whom had 2 sons of his own, thereby forming a comprehensive genealogical chart of 3 generations of the Lin family. Within this lineage, the eldest and second sons met their demise on the battlefield, while the youngest tragically succumbed to illness in his youth. Lin Yu's elder brother, Lin Yu, also perished in a calamitous war, leaving no trace of his remains. Thus, the formidable Lin family, a powerful and venerable founding clan, was reduced to but a single surviving member, Lin Yu. Contemplate this situation deeply. Having witnessed numerous intrigues and power struggles in his previous life, Lin Yu is resolutely convinced that such an occurrence is no mere coincidence. His continued existence is solely due to the fact that he is the last scion of the Lin family, which has inadvertently placed him under the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. For if Lin Yu were to perish, Lin Yu, the Northern Star's god of war, would be irrevocably unshackled, descending into a state of unrestrained madness. Yet, how long can this trepidation endure? The capriciousness of fate renders such matters uncertain. Who can predict if, on any given day, Lin Yu might join his forebears in the afterlife? Moreover, there lies the second significant peril, the most crucial meteorite pit. The world into which Lin Yu has traversed is one he once encountered in a rather mediocre novel in his past life. In this narrative, the women, disregarding all grievances or enmities, readily throw themselves at the protagonist. The trivial matter of avenging a father's death is cast aside. Meanwhile, the men, each more astute than the last, refrain from slaying the protagonist when they could, opting against, had to delegate such tasks to their subordinates, thereby allowing them to gain experience and treasures. From time to time, the protagonist would breach defenses, and, alas, the essence lies in mere amusement. Such novels, one must admit, hold a certain charm. To traverse into the protagonist's role would indeed be akin to embodying a carefree spirit. The exhilaration is undeniably profound. However, to be reborn as a villainous supporting character is akin to a pure-hearted warrior plunging into an NTR world, truly a fate worse than death. Regrettably, Lin Yu is one such villainous character. What makes it particularly poignant for Lin Yu is that he bore the same name in his previous life. Reflecting upon the narrative, Lin Yu was suddenly beset by a wave of headaches. Did I not merely scold you a couple of times? Must you truly send me into this realm? In the original tale, as the scion of the Lin family, he fell in love with a woman named Xia Qinghe, willing to sacrifice everything for her, bestowing upon her various rare resources. In a cruel twist, Xia Qinghe set her sights on the protagonist, secretly transferring all the resources Lin Zhe, the infatuated suitor, had offered her to the protagonist, enabling him to flourish and rise in rebellion. Upon discovering this betrayal, Lin Zhe merely chastised Xia Qinghe for her immorality, urging her to mend her ways, and then embarked on a journey of gifting treasures and experience to the protagonist. Consequently, Xia Qinghe harbored animosity towards Lin Zhe, perceiving him as the petty villain who caused her to lose face before the protagonist. Thus, she became increasingly wary of accepting Lin Zhe's offerings, continuing her previous schemes. 2 years later, the Lin family was no more. Lin Zhe, the unfortunate soul, was utterly obliterated by Xia Qinghe. Truly, the phrase "love-struck fools bring ruin upon their kin" resonates profoundly. By heavens, one word encapsulates it all: absolute. I could compose a narrative with my foot that surpasses yours. And so Lin Zhe was reborn anew. Alas, fortunately, I awakened in my past life at a timely moment. Neither Xia Qinghe nor the protagonist has yet made their appearance, granting me ample room for maneuvering. The most pressing concern at present is the myriad troubles associated with the identity of the Lin family's sole heir. Lin Zhe began to meticulously analyze the sections of the original text pertaining to himself, seeking a path to resolution. At that moment, a notification sounded. Talent awakening. God-level comprehension LV1 activated. From now on, you shall possess an unparalleled capacity for understanding any martial art or principle can be mastered to perfection in the blink of an eye. Moreover, all energy required to transcend the boundaries of martial comprehension shall be drawn automatically from the boundless cosmos, incurring no consumption whatsoever. Upon hearing this unfamiliar prompt, Lin Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. In addition to his prior knowledge of the plot, he possessed such an extraordinary talent to grasp the essence of martial arts instantaneously, and without the concern of energy depletion. Was he not, then, destined for invincible ascendance? To validate the formidable capabilities of this newfound gift, Lin Zhe promptly retrieved the core martial art 8 Desolations battle technique, which could only be learned by the direct descendants of the Lin family. In the Tianlan continent, martial arts are categorized into 3 tiers and 12 ranks, corresponding to the realms of acquired, innate, and sacred. Though these tier names may seem unremarkable at first glance, Lin Zhe initially held a similar belief. He thought it merely an ordinary martial arts world with modest martial prowess. Here, acquired refers to beings that have attained a human-like state. A peak-acquired warrior could effortlessly obliterate a mountain range with a single punch, fend off an army of 100,000, and stand as a bulwark for an entire nation, with a lifespan extending to a millennium. The term innate refers to a realm that transcends humanity, reaching a level beyond the mundane. Even the most ordinary of innate powerhouses exist in a state of detachment from worldly affairs, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, chasing stars and moons, or, with a mere strike, obliterating an entire nation and tearing apart a vast expanse of thousands of miles, with lifespans measured in tens of thousands of years. As for the sacred realm, its beings represent a life level above the innate, a distance from the mundane that is beyond human comprehension. In essence, what the innate perceives as the afterlife is precisely how the sacred realm views the innate. The 3 tiers of heaven, earth, and man vividly illustrate the chasm between them. The Lin family's core technique, the 8 Desolations battle technique, is a remarkable heritage of the human tier. Chapter 2. The 8 Desolations battle technique at great perfection. It comprises 9 levels. Lin Ao, having cultivated it only to the 8th level, has already attained the esteemed title of the Northern Star War God, commanding respect across the Northern Star dynasty. And with the 9th level, gazing at the ancient tome in his hand, Lin Zhe's eyes brimmed with anticipation. He opened the 8 Desolations battle technique. Godly Comprehension Level 1 activated automatically. You have perused the 8 Desolations battle technique. Under your terrifying comprehension, nearly akin to the Tao, the 8 Desolations battle technique has been fully penetrated, reaching the state of great perfection. 8 Desolations battle technique, level 9, great perfection. You have comprehended a supreme human ear technique, gaining a deeper understanding of the power of godly comprehension. With further insight, you may perhaps unearth even greater powers of divine enlightenment. Godly comprehension, level 1, 310. As the information stream of godly comprehension fully loaded, a torrent of profound knowledge surged into Lin Ze's mind, akin to the enlightening essence of divine nectar. This overwhelming influx shattered any barriers, etching itself indelibly into the recesses of his memory. It had even given rise to a relative muscle memory with a mere thought. Lin Ze could instinctively wield this knowledge, devoid of any sense of awkwardness. Naturally, there were no destabilizing factors stemming from a mismatch in his mental state. Simultaneously, the 8 Desolation battle technique, with each of its levels corresponding to a crucial prerequisite of the acquired realms, necessitated a breakthrough at the nth level of the acquired realm to master the 9th layer of the technique. Thus, with his divine level comprehension, Lin Ze not only grasped the intricacies of the 8 Desolation battle technique, but also shattered the essential laws governing the various stages of the acquired realm. As Lin Ze unraveled the mysteries of the 8 Desolation battle technique, his cultivation soared with remarkable velocity. The 3rd level of the acquired realm, the 5th level, the 9th level of the acquired realm, the pinnacle of the acquired realm. In the span of a mere moment, Lin Ze had ascended to become a formidable superpower, having transcended into the pinnacle of the acquired realm with an extraordinary human-grade tech. HNIK.I. In the absence of innate powerhouses within the Northern Star dynasty, Lin Ze could now be deemed invincible. At this instant, a formidable and terrifying aura, as overwhelming as a raging flood, emanated from Lin Ze. The immense pressure of his life force surged forth like a deluge breaching a dam. Boom! The formidable might of his perfected acquired realm radiated like a fearsome tidal wave, shattering the confines of the world and declaring his existence to the vast earth beneath him. Power, an overwhelming sense of strength filled Lin Ze's entire being. As he gently clenched his fist, he could perceive the air before him shimmering with a subtle distortion of Li. GHD, the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. Lin Ze's heart surged with exhilaration. Indeed, the exceptional comprehension was extraordinary. In that fleeting moment, Lin Ze disregarded all conditions and comprehended the 8 Desolations battle technique to its utmost perfection, transforming from the mere 3rd tier of the postnatal realm into a formidable peak postnatal warrior. If his grandfather, Lin Ao, were to learn of this, he would likely find it utterly unbelievable. Lin Ao had ascended from an ordinary individual to his current stature, possessing innate talent that could be deemed among the finest in the entire North Star Empire. Yet, even with such prodigious abilities, it had taken him over 60 years to reach the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. Moreover, Lin Ao's mastery of the 8 Desolations battle technique had only reached the 8th layer, struggling to break through to the 9th. In stark contrast, Lin Ze achieved a simultaneous breakthrough in both technique and realm in mere seconds. The disparity was astonishing. The divine comprehension talent was truly remarkable, and this divine comprehension was merely at level 1. If level 1 could enable him to instantaneously grasp various techniques without regard for conditions, what kind of miraculous effects would level 2 possess? Gazing at the virtual interface displaying divine comprehension level 1 with a progress of 310, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. With this divine comprehension talent at his disposal, whether faced with the impending threats to the Lin family or the so-called protagonist narrative, they were of little consequence. He would tear up the script right from the start. As he contemplated, Lin Ze murmured, "Although the Tianlan technique is precious, being a top-tier human-level skill, it remains a well-guarded secret among the prominent families. Why? My Lin family, being vast and prosperous, possesses several of these top-tier techniques. Let us take a look. Even if the effects do not rival the finest human-grade treasures, they can still enhance my combat prowess. Wandering through the rivers and lakes, one is never too skilled." Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ze decided to practice his agility and body refinement techniques, striving to mold himself into a versatile warrior with no weaknesses. With determination, he pushed open the door and made his way to the Lin family's library. As he traversed the grand courtyard of the Lin residence, Lin Zhe had undeniably transformed. With the pinnacle of postnatal mastery achieved through his human-grade prowess, his abilities had harmonized into a seamless whole, flowing freely, as if he had returned to a state of pure simplicity. In his stride, he exuded an aura of a master poised to conquer the heights. He radiated strength and hope, overflowing with the vibrant essence of life. Particularly striking were his eyes. They had shed their youthful innocence, now gleaming with confidence and depth. The allure of power lies in this very essence. At this moment, the world was tranquil. The light was gentle, the fragrance of flowers lingered, and the breeze was refreshing. After only a few steps, a waft of fragrant air approached. The woman was tall and graceful, clad in a form-fitting light blue gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her long, shapely legs were revealed beneath the hem of her dress, swaying alluringly, drawing attention effortlessly. This woman was named Lu Hanyan. She was Lin Zhe's nominal sister-in-law. The reason for the nominal is that Lu Hanyan had never met Lin Zhe's brother. Lin Zhe, he had perished in a tragic war before she had even entered the family. Their relationship existed solely through the arrangement of their parents. However, Lu Hanyan's situation is somewhat peculiar. She is essentially a gift from the Lu family to the Lin family. Consequently, Lin Ao permitted her to remain in the Lin household. Over the years, he has regarded Lu Hanyan as his own beloved granddaughter. Yet how unfortunate! Lin Yu shined inwardly. This so-called granddaughter is merely a unilateral perception of the grandfather. While he considers Lu Hanyan as his granddaughter, she may not necessarily reciprocate those sentiments towards Lin Ao. Chapter 3. The Lin Family Army. Lu Hanyan. Following the narrative progression of the original text, Lu Hanyan remains within the Lin family, akin to a daughter-in-law yet to be formally wed, while simultaneously maintaining an ambiguous emotional connection with the protagonist. Even upon learning of the Lin family's tragic demise at the hands of the protagonist, she remains indecisive, torn between avenging her family or abandoning her hatred to stay by the protagonist's side. As for whether she ultimately chooses revenge or forgiveness, Lin Zhe remains unaware. The annihilation of the Lin family overwhelms him, the toxicity of the narrative even penetrating his steadfast resolve, a 10-year veteran of the world of agriculture. However, judging by the author's consistent narrative style, it is evident that Lu Hanyan will eventually join the protagonist's harem, embodying yet another archetype of the trivial revenge for a father's murder, best left unavenged. In the author's portrayal, every woman depicted tends to lack a sound moral compass. Nonetheless, despite such assertions, Lin Zhe harbors a complex mixture of emotions. Unlike a mere soul reincarnation, he has been reborn from birth. Throughout these 18 years, all his feelings are genuinely his own. In Lin Zhe's mind, Lu Hanyan has become an integral part of their family, resembling both an elder sister and an innocent romantic interest. Why would Lu Hanyan, an unbetrothed woman without any formal engagement, be retained by Lin Ao? The reason is evident. The elder grandson has perished, leaving behind a younger one. This understanding is tacitly acknowledged among the Lin family, and Lin Zhe is certainly aware of it. Is it not true that humans, unlike mere plants, are capable of emotions? After nearly a decade of companionship, even a dog would evoke feelings, let alone a living, breathing person. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Zhe's emotions became so complex upon the awakening of his memories, realizing he had traversed into a fictional narrative. His current feelings are akin to a serene life suddenly interrupted by a sagacious oracle revealing that his foster sister, who was also his child bride, is hopelessly infatuated with love and may betray him in the future. How maddening! Although the plot is yet to unfold and the future remains malleable, one can never ascertain the extent of the protagonist's halo and the world's capacity for revision in this irrational narrative. Therefore, one must remain vigilant towards Lu Hanyan. He sighed inwardly and subsequently repressed his thoughts. Ignoring Lu Hanyan, his gaze was filled with indifference, regarding her as a mere stranger. As he swiftly passed by her, Lin Zhe subtly edged away, as if evading a plague, fearful of being tainted by her romantic folly and diminishing intellect. Lu Hanyan noticed this shift, and it was hard not to. In the past, even when Lin Zhe was in a foul mood, he would occasionally engage her in conversation to alleviate his distress. However, now he offered not even a simple greeting, behaving as if she were a passerby, which took Lu Hanyan by surprise. She speculated that Lin Zhe had recently adopted the tactics of feigned indifference, a ploy of seduction. This was not mere vanity on Lu Hanyan's part. She had genuinely sensed Lin Zhe's affections for her in the past. Moreover, as a young lady of the Lin family, she understood certain matters. After all, marrying was inevitable. And it mattered little to her who the groom would be. In fact, compared to the ever-unknown Lin Zhe, she felt a greater familiarity with Lin Zhe, her childhood companion. Yet it is precisely this familiarity that renders Lu Hanyan unable to harbor feelings for Lin Zhe that extend beyond those of mere siblings. In her heart, the man she yearns for does not need to be extraordinarily wealthy or accomplished, but he must not be a coward who shirks responsibility. Just look at the current state of the Lin family. Everyone claims there is no one to carry on its legacy. And what of Lin Zhe? He remains stagnant, devoid of the qualities befitting an heir, persistently evading his imperial grandfather. But can evasion truly resolve one's dilemmas? With a sigh, Lu Hanyan resolved to indulge Lin Zhe's whims. For he is, after all, the younger brother she has watched grow up. As she contemplated this, she caught sight of the indifference in Lin Zhe's eyes. Akin to that of a stranger, even tinged with a hint of wariness, an expression far from feigned. Lu Hanyan was perplexed. What had she done to provoke him? Hadn't they been on good terms just yesterday? Thus, she inquired, Zhe, I heard from Sha Chui that you fainted? Lin Zhe's fainting spell was merely a consequence of his sudden recollection of past memories, and there was no grave concern. Otherwise, Lin Ao would have been unable to remain composed. Upon hearing Lu Hanyan's question, Lin Zhe turned his head and replied coolly, Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. With that, he hastily departed. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it feel as though, after fainting once, he had transformed into an entirely different person? The Lin family's library. Lin Zhe entered the grand library, filled with anticipation. The library consists of 3 levels, the first of which houses a collection of first and second-tier martial arts techniques that do not belong to any recognized rank. These first and second-tier martial arts, lacking in rank, may be considered precious by an ordinary martial arts school. However, to the Lin family, they are merely the strengthening techniques of household servants. They are housed on the first floor, accessible for anyone from the Lin family to peruse and study at will. The second floor is divided into 2 sections, containing the lower and middle-grade human-level techniques. The lower-grade human-level techniques can be freely studied by anyone who has received the Lin family's approval and demonstrates unwavering loyalty to the family, showcasing the Lin family's immense wealth. The middle-grade human-level techniques, however, are subject to stricter regulations. In addition to requiring sufficient loyalty, one must also contribute meaningfully to the Lin family and become a core member to qualify for study. The third floor holds the true core secrets of the Lin family, containing several upper-grade human-level techniques collected by the family. Techniques of the upper-grade human level represent the strongest tier just beneath the pinnacle of human capabilities, regarded as absolute secrets among prominent families. Thus, even the esteemed North Star Lin family would not generously share them with outsiders. Access to the third floor is strictly reserved for true members of the Lin family. Lin Zhe ascended directly to the 3rd level of the library. Guarding this floor are 2 formidable experts at the 7th stage of the acquired realm. At first glance, the 7th stage may seem rather commonplace and not particularly impressive. However, it is essential to understand that the acquired realm is a broad classification encompassing all the stages that acquired beings must traverse in their evolution toward innate beings. Practitioners of the returning origin realm undergo rigorous physical refinement, unlocking their bodily potential and opening their meridians, allowing the flow of spiritual energy within them to nourish and circulate endlessly. With each breath, they can unleash boundless spiritual power. Every move and strike possesses immense power, capable of effortlessly shattering a small mountain, with a lifespan extending to 3 centuries. Such formidable beings are esteemed guests wherever they go. In the Grand Court of the North Star dynasty, they could independently command an army to quell disturbances. Yet, within the Lin family, these 2 postnatal 7th-level masters willingly humble themselves to serve as mere guardians of the library. This is solely because they are the trusted confidants meticulously nurtured by Lin Ao, having fought alongside him for many years, establishing their valor on the battlefield. Their character and resolve have been tested through the crucible of blood and fire, rendering them absolutely loyal to the Lin family and to Lin Ao, true Lin family members. They are integral to the Lin family army. The title of Lin Ao as the North Star's god of war is not a mere appellation. Lin Yu has expanded the territories of the North Star dynasty, bravely confronting enemies, with 70% of the North Star army rising to prominence under his command. His prestige within the North Star army is unparalleled. It can even be said that Lin Yu's words hold more weight than an imperial decree for the North Star army. Thus, when Lin Yu initially withdrew from the court to distance himself from the fray, a significant number of his loyal followers from the North Star army subsequently retreated to the Lin family, adopting the Lin surname, and became the Lin family army. The two postnatal 7th-level masters before us are the high-ranking officials of the Lin family army, Lin Zhong and Lin Yu. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Lin Zhong and Lin Yu immediately bowed respectfully, not assuming the airs of so-called masters. We pay our respects to the young master. Lin Zhe smiled and nodded. Addressing the two, thank you for your hard work. With that, Lin Zhe proceeded directly through the grand door of the 3rd level. Outside the door, Lin Zhong and Lin Yu were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, bewildered. Did I mishear? When did the young master become so courteous? This is absurd. Chapter 4. Divine Level Insight LV2. The 3rd floor of the library. Lin Zhe meticulously examined the martial arts techniques housed within. The collection was modest. Even within the esteemed Bachin Lin family, there were merely 4 tomes of superior human-level techniques. One was a technique for finger strikes, another for body movement, and 2 others focused on the enhancement of spiritual energy through comprehensive mental methods. Lin Zhe first perused the body movement and finger strike techniques. Body movement, Tian Yu Lu Huan. Finger technique, Wuing Jianji. You have perused Tian Yu Lu Huan. Tian Yu Lu Huan has been completely mastered, reaching the state of great perfection. Tian Yu Lu Huan LV6, Great Perfection. You have comprehended a superior human-level technique. Divine Level Insight LV1, for 10. You have perused Wuing Jianji. Wuing Jianji has been completely mastered, reaching the state of great perfection. Wuing Jianji LV9. Divine Level Insight LV1, 510. In the brief span of reading, Lin Zhe had wholly acquired both Wuing Jianji and Tian Yu Lu Huan, attaining the pinnacle of great perfection. Much like the 8 Desolations combat technique, it felt as though he had trained for decades, executing the techniques with absolute fluidity. At this moment, he was a harmonious embodiment of martial arts, seamlessly integrating his skills. Body movement, great perfection at the superior human level. Finger technique, great perfection at the superior human level. Mental method, great perfection at the pinnacle human level. With the 3 major techniques perfected to their utmost, Lin Zhe transformed from a novice into a true master of martial arts. Henceforth, within the entire Bachin Empire, there would be no rival capable of contending with Lin Zhe. A chilling sharpness emanated from Lin Zhe, permeating the air within the 3rd floor of the library with an agonizing coldness. The temperature plummeted abruptly, as if an icy divine sword had taken command of this realm, ushering in the depths of winter's chill. Outside the library's door, Lin Zhong and Lin Yu involuntarily shivered, their body hairs standing on end. The two immediately became alert, glancing around, yet they discerned no anomalies. It seemed merely a gust of cold wind that had inexplicably swept through. Why had the weather turned so suddenly frigid? Creak. Before long, the door to the 3rd floor of the library swung open once more. Lin Zhe's tall and slender figure emerged, moving with urgency, as though pressed by pressing matters. Before the two could even pay their respects, Lin Zhe's figure vanished like a specter before their eyes, leaving behind only a fleeting, feather-like illusion that dissipated into the air. Lin Yu stood in a daze, pondering how the young master had become so swift. Lin Zhong, however, gazed at the traces of Lin Zhe's departure, murmuring with uncertainty that it was not merely a matter of speed. The young master had instinctively employed the steps of the Tianyu 6 illusions. As a distinguished practitioner of the Tianyu 6 illusions within the Lin family army, Lin Zhong was certainly familiar with its techniques. Yet, his understanding only deepened his uncertainty. For that feather-like illusion could only be achieved with at least the 4th illusion. The 4th illusion, as a treasured technique of exceptional quality within the Lin family. The intricacies and profundities of the Tianyu 6 illusions were not to be underestimated. Those who could master it to the 4th illusion were exceedingly rare within the Lin family. They are all formidable practitioners, immersed in the profound depths of the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions for over a decade, possessing strengths exceeding the acquired level 6. Yet, his young master, Lin Zhe, is merely 18 years of age. Furthermore, He has only attained the third level of acquired realm. How can an 18-year-old at the third level of acquired realm possibly cultivate the heavenly feather 6 illusions to such an advanced state? Lin Zhong fell into deep contemplation. On the second floor of the library, Lin Zhe made his way directly to the area designated for mid-tier, human-level martial arts. After scouring the third level for superior human-level techniques, Lin Zhe's innate divine comprehension had reached 710, leaving just 3 points to achieve his goal. Thus, he resolved to explore the second floor. Although the quality of the mid-tier martial arts was inferior to that of the superior tier, quantity could compensate for quality. The Lin family's collection of mid-tier martial arts was far from scarce. Even if each book only contributed 0.2 to his progress, Lin Zhe could elevate his talent level through sheer numbers. Consequently, without bothering to ascertain the specifics of the martial arts, he began to peruse any mid-tier human-level text he encountered, striving to swiftly elevate his talent to level 2 and unlock its corresponding abilities. He opened a book titled Brutal Bull Body Refinement Technique. You have perused Brutal Bull Body Refinement Technique. Divine Comprehension LV1710. The progress of his divine comprehension had not increased in the slightest. Undeterred, Lin Zhe picked up another mid-tier human-level text. Raging Fire Demon Suppression Technique. You have perused Divine Comprehension LV1710. Remaining undiscouraged, Lin Zhe continued to turn the pages. As you perused the texts, your comprehension deepened. After consecutively examining 4 volumes, the progression of your extraordinary insight finally exhibited a modest advancement. 4 tomes contributed to this progress. Lin Zhe cast a delighted glance at the entire collection of mid-grade techniques, which boasted no less than 40 volumes, ample enough to elevate his innate talent to the second tier. Immersed once more in the teachings, Lin Zhe continued his exploration. Upon further examination, your understanding of the world expanded, culminating in a profound realization regarding your extraordinary insight. You have unlocked a new capability within this realm of understanding. Your extraordinary insight has now ascended to level 2, with the potential for further growth ahead. Henceforth, any cultivation of techniques will yield groundbreaking insights, elevating your comprehension to unprecedented heights. In the next moment, an enigmatic sensation enveloped Lin Zhe's mind, transporting him into an ethereal realm. For an instant, it felt as though he traversed the cosmic expanse, witnessing the myriad mysteries of the universe since its inception. A profound enlightenment washed over him. You have grasped the essence of the 8 Desolations combat technique, contemplating its higher realms beyond the 9th level. You endeavor to simulate the 10th level of the 8 Desolations combat technique, and successfully comprehend the 10th level. The 8 Desolations combat technique has reached level 10. After a moment of profound realization, Lin Zhe experienced a remarkable breakthrough in all the martial arts he had learned, elevating each technique by a layer and achieving tremendous enhancement. Among these, the greatest advancement was observed in the 8 Desolations battle technique. As a martial art that approaches the realm of earth level and nears the innate essence of life, the foundational level of the 8 Desolations battle technique is significant. The elevation to the 10th layer of this technique brought Lin Zhe perilously close to the enigmatic constraints of innate beings. He had already set 1 foot into this realm, marking his progress as a half-step into the innate. Lin Zhe contemplated that should the 8 Desolations battle technique be advanced to the 11th layer, it would undoubtedly allow him to shatter the limitations of the acquired realm and fully step into the domain of innate beings, becoming a formidable innate entity. With his eyes gleaming with determination, Lin Zhe once again immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. Given that the divine comprehension at level 2 had enabled him to transcend the barriers of martial arts and elevate a layer, he pondered whether level 3 would grant him yet another layer or perhaps unlock other extraordinary abilities, allowing him to directly enter the innate realm. Having witnessed the formidable capabilities of levels 1 and 2, Lin Zhe's anticipation for the powers of level 3 soared even higher. After perusing through all the mid-grade human-level techniques treasured by the Lin family, the progress of his extraordinary comprehension reached a mere 8 points, leaving a daunting deficit of 92 points to achieve the next upgrade. In terms of high-grade human-level techniques, he would need 92 volumes, while for mid-grade techniques, an astounding total of 368 volumes would be required. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. The techniques on Tianlan continent were exceedingly precious. Even the esteemed North Star Lin family, the most powerful clan within the entire North Star Empire, possessed only 4 high-grade and a little over 40 mid-grade volumes. With such an immense upgrading requirement, where could he possibly acquire them? With these thoughts in mind, Lin Zhe turned his attention to the low-grade human-level section. Lacking quality, he resolved to compensate with quantity. Although the low-grade techniques were of inferior rank, he hoped that delving into them would yield at least a modest increase of 5 points. Thus, he continued to immerse himself in the low-grade human-level area. After thoroughly sifting through over 100 low-grade volumes, he indeed managed to add just 5 points, barely enough to be considered worthwhile. Nonetheless, while the progress of his extraordinary comprehension did not significantly increase, the accumulation of these techniques resulted in tremendous advancements for Lin Zhe. Having swept through the entire Lin family library, he mastered a myriad of skills, including various mental cultivation methods, body refinement techniques, movement arts, boxing styles, and palm techniques. Lin Zhe integrated and comprehended them all, especially the body refinement methods, whose effects were the most evident and immediate. Although there exists a certain degree of redundancy among various physical cultivation methods, the immense accumulation has rendered Lin Zhe's physique a paragon of rigorous refinement. At this very moment, Lin Zhe's physical vitality radiates with unparalleled brilliance. When exerted to its fullest, the vigor of his body can only be described as a vibrant conflagration of energy. Relying solely on his physical prowess, Lin Zhe is already impervious to malevolent forces, capable of shattering the very laws that bind others, not to mention the enhancements in other aspects. The comprehensive techniques housed within the Lin family's repository have transformed Lin Zhe into a preeminent hexagonal warrior. Presently, with but a slight exertion, he stands at a pinnacle unreachable by the Northern Star dynasty. Consequently, all crises surrounding the Lin family have been effortlessly resolved. Yet, a cloud of worry looms over Lin Zhe. The elevation of his talents necessitates an abundance of techniques. Where shall he procure them? As Lin Zhe stepped out of the library, contemplating whether to visit a nearby establishment, a maid hurriedly approached him. "Young master, phew, I finally found you." Lin Zhe nodded, urging her to take her time. His gentle tone caught the maid off guard. She gazed at him, momentarily dazed. Today, the young master seems somewhat different. What precisely has changed, she could not discern due to her limited understanding. Yet, undeniably, the young master appears more striking and self-assured than before. That innate grace and the profound aura he exudes are truly captivating. The maid felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. "Young master, the master urgently seeks your presence." I noticed he seemed rather anxious. "Grandfather is looking for me?" Urgently. Lin Zhe's eyes gleamed with a sudden intensity. The foolish and absurd plot of the book is about to unfold. Lin Zhe strode into the Lin family estate, and at once, he beheld the formidable and majestic figure before him. Despite having retreated from the world for many years, Lin Ao still exuded the commanding presence of a great leader, radiating an aura of authority that remained undiminished. His eyes, bright and fiery, could instill a sense of trepidation in anyone who met his gaze. He stood tall and proud, like an immortal god of war, unadorned by battle attire, yet exuding an air of solemnity akin to the autumn wind. However, there was an element of incongruity. Lin Ao was clutching a string of prayer beads. Lin Zhe understood that Lin Ao, a man who had fought against heaven and earth, had never placed his faith in gods or spirits. His reverence was reserved solely for his ancestors. The notions of divine retribution and karmic consequences were met with scorn by Lin Ao. Yet, following the tragic demise of the second generation of the Lin family and the unexpected death of Lin Yu amidst the chaos of war, this towering figure, once invincible, finally succumbed to a different reality. "Grandfather, you summoned me?" Lin Ao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Zhe. With Lin Ao's discernment, he had sensed something amiss the moment Lin Zhe entered. This young man, after fainting once, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, he had been plagued by insecurity and a pervasive gloom, always concealing a hint of timidity. When he spoke, his voice was a mere whisper, devoid of vigor. Yet today, he radiated vitality and confidence, a brilliant light emanating from within. Were it not for his unwavering scrutiny, Lin Ao might have doubted that this was indeed his grandson. Chapter 6. The Golden Autumn Banquet. Could it be that a single fainting spell has awakened this boy's potential? After gazing intently at Lin Zhe for a moment, Lin Ao finally spoke. "The autumn examination at Beichen Academy has concluded. In a few days, His Majesty will convene the Golden Autumn Banquet to personally assess the Academy's disciples. You should attend as well." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe understood. Indeed, it was the Golden Autumn Banquet. This banquet marked the inception of all the tragedies that befell the Lin family. It was at this very event that Lin Zhe met Xia Qinghe from Beichen Academy, initiating a series of absurd and reckless adventures. From that banquet onward, the once mighty Beichen war god, Lin Ao, began to experience a gradual decline in health, ultimately sacrificing himself to protect Lin Zhe, thus concluding his legendary saga. Although Lin Ao was a formidable practitioner of the 9th level of the postnatal realm, with a lifespan extending for millennia, his life had been one of incessant battles, expanding the territories of Beichen and striving for peace through conflict, leaving him with numerous hidden injuries and ailments. His body bore the scars of countless battles, each wound compounding upon the last, rendering him grievously afflicted. This accumulation of injuries severely depleted his vitality, causing his body to age rapidly. At just over 100 years old, considered youthful for a peak postnatal expert, he was already nearing the twilight of his years. This signified that Lin Ao's prime was drawing to a close. The latent injuries he had been suppressing through sheer vigor could no longer be contained. Once these hidden afflictions erupted, his vitality would crumble like a house of cards, plunging him into the depths of demise in a matter of moments. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Ao, concerned about Lin Zhe's ability to fend for himself after his departure, urged him to attend the Golden Autumn Banquet. He hoped that by leveraging the Lin family's esteemed reputation in the court, Lin Zhe could ascend the ranks and secure his future. Thus, even if he were to depart from this world in the future, Lin Zhe, with his official status and the influence of the Lin family army and his residual prestige within the Beichen army, could at the very least secure his own life and live out his remaining years in peace. Contemplating this, Lin Zhe discreetly began to channel his half-step innate energy to assess Lin Ao's physical condition. What he beheld was truly shocking. Lin Ao's body was marred with countless scars, all indicative of internal injuries and accumulated trauma. Such injuries were indeed formidable, even for someone of Lin Zhe's half-step innate prowess. What are you gazing at? Lin Ao sensed the keen light in Lin Zhe's eyes. Lin Zhe recalled that the Beichen royal family possessed a superior grade medical technique known as the 9 Extremes life-threading needle. However, the healing efficacy of this technique was directly proportional to the practitioner's cultivation level. Even the current chief imperial physician, with merely a 7th level of postnatal cultivation, could only utilize up to the 8th needle, rendering him incapable of healing Lin Ao. Yet, Lin Zhe was different. The 9 Extremes life-threading needle would reach its consummate form in his hands, and he could even push it further by an additional needle. Thus, with his half-step innate cultivation and the mastery of 10 needles, healing Lin Ao would be a mere trifle. Therefore, Lin Zhe deemed it imperative to venture to the Imperial Palace to acquire the 9 Extremes life-threading needle. Naturally, if he could seize the opportunity to peruse the royal library. It was well known that the royal family boasted the most extensive collection of martial arts techniques throughout the entire Beichen Empire. Securing access to the royal library could potentially elevate his talent by at least half, even if it did not reach the 3rd level. Lin Zhe mused thusly. Meanwhile, Lin Ao found it rather peculiar. In the past, Lin Zhe would fidget at the mere mention of entering the palace. Yet now he seemed so readily agreeable to the idea. Just go and perform well, striving to make a good impression before His Majesty. After a brief pause, Lin Ao cast a complex gaze at Lin Zhe and continued, I understand that you have been influenced by the whispers circulating outside, harboring grievances against him. Yet, he is your maternal grandfather. Once you enter the royal palace, he will not treat you poorly. The so-called whispers Lin Ao referred to were merely insinuations regarding the dangers of being overly accomplished. Given Lin Ao's formidable standing within the Northern Star Army, his words held more weight than imperial edicts, inevitably leading to discordant murmurs throughout the dynasty. The deaths of the 2nd generation of the Lin family and Lin Jia. Though no one dared to voice it aloud, everyone comprehended the implications. If you were the emperor, would you allow the Lin family to grow ever more powerful, deeply entrenched within the Northern Star Army? Thus, these rumors reached Lin Zhe's ears. It is precisely for this reason that both the literary depiction of Lin Zhe and the real Lin Zhe himself exhibit such aversion to the imperial palace, continuously cloaked in a pall of timidity. The literary Lin Zhe's motivations remain a mystery to him, yet he understands his own sentiments clearly. Had he not feigned mediocrity, he might have perished in another unforeseen calamity. Lin Ao added, Grandfather does not hold high expectations for you. Simply ensure your own safety. The Buddhist beads in Lin Ao's hand spun more rapidly, having been polished to a glossy sheen through much handling. Afterward, Lin Yu waved his hand, instructing, "Go and prepare diligently. The Golden Autumn Banquet is approaching, and old Mo will accompany you." The old Mo Lin Yu mentioned refers to the family steward, Lin Mo, a formidable master of the 8th stage of the acquired realm. He is the commander of the Lin family army, a steadfast deputy who has fought alongside Lin Aonan from the very beginning, an unequivocal member of the Lin clan. Even when the Lin family faced dire tribulations in the original narrative and Lin Yu self-destructed, he never wavered in his loyalty. Instead, he resolutely led the Lin family army in resistance, shedding blood and sacrificing his life for the Lin family, igniting the last flicker of his heroic spirit. With such a Lin family army and such devoted Lin family members, they hold both the trump card and the ultimate weapon. Yet, the Lin family scion, Lin Zhe, in the original story, suffered a crushing defeat. One must ponder whether such criticism is warranted. After bidding farewell to his grandfather Lin Yu, Lin Zhe departed from the main residence. As he walked along the winding paths of the Lin family estate, he pondered where he might discover high-quality martial arts techniques. His mind was consumed with the pursuit of mastery in martial arts. Having experienced the powerful force of innate talent, Lin Zhe now aspired to emulate Zhao Gao, advancing step by step towards the pinnacle. Lost in contemplation, Lin Zhe failed to notice Lu Hanyin practicing her swordplay in the nearby pavilion. However, Lu Hanyin was keenly aware of Lin Zhe's presence. The current Lin Zhe was markedly different from his former self, whether in demeanor, spirit, or the profound essence radiating from within. It was indeed challenging not to take notice of him. Lu Hanyin halted the elegant movements of her sword, quietly observing Lin Zhe. The midday sun filtered through the rustling leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Fragments of sunlight illuminated Lin Zhe, enveloping him in a golden glow, accentuating his pensive demeanor and elongating his tall, slender figure. The youth, bathed in sunlight, appeared both handsome and vibrant, akin to a son of the sun. His earnest focus radiated a dazzling brilliance, shining resplendently. Such brilliance! Lu Hanyin was perplexed. How could the disparity in a person's demeanor be so profound after just a single day of absence? Chapter 7. The True Countenance of Lin Zhe. Or perhaps this is indeed the authentic Lin Zhe. Lu Hanyin, having sheathed her sword, stood gracefully, her figure illuminated by the resplendent golden sunlight. Her long, shapely legs appeared remarkably firm and full under the radiant glow. She gazed intently at Lin Zhe, as if striving to pierce through his fade and glimpse the truth of his heart. Lin Zhe sensed Lu Hanyin's gaze and glanced up momentarily. It was Lu Hanyin. Instinctively, he furrowed his brow and then offered her a slight nod, acknowledging her presence. Lu Hanyin silently watched Lin Zhe depart. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she resumed her sword practice. This time, her movements were exceptionally fierce. Each strike sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Ah, how could I have forgotten this? In the classic tale, the protagonist stumbles upon an advanced martial art. The origins of this esteemed technique are quite extraordinary. It is a fragment of a mid-grade, earth-level martial art, albeit only the first half, though merely a remnant. It possesses the profound intricacies that elevate it to the realm of innate divinity, far surpassing the capabilities of postnatal levels. It is precisely through this fragment that the protagonist is able to ascend rapidly. Of course, the contribution of the original Lin Zhe, the fortunate bearer of treasures, cannot be overlooked. Even if it is merely the first half of a mid-grade earth-level technique, it should still be worth at least 5 points of progress, one would think. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Zhe stepped outside, making his way toward Xianghua Street. As he exited, 2 experts of the 6th level of postnatal cultivation from the Lin family army emerged from the shadows, following closely behind him. In the realm of the North Star Empire, possessing a 6th level of postnatal cultivation was sufficient to assume a significant position, capable of overseeing an entire city. Many clan leaders from medium-sized families within the imperial capital had only reached this stage. With 2 guards of such caliber, Lin Zhe's safety within the capital was assured. Furthermore, among those of higher standing, who would not recognize Lin Zhe, the sole heir of the Lin family's legacy, the 2 guards followed closely behind Lin Zhe, their expressions serious as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Noting the lingering warmth of autumn, they thoughtfully presented Lin Zhe with a folding fan, one he frequently used. Lin Zhe was unperturbed. Such attentiveness accompanied him every time he ventured out. As he unfurled the fan, Lin Zhe instinctively began to fan himself, a gentle breeze caressing him. Clad in snow-white garments, His hair danced lightly in the wind. He resembled a jade figure, an unparalleled nobleman. Along the way, Lin Zhe caught the eyes of many youthful maidens, their hearts fluttering at his presence. Upon reaching Chonghua Street, Lin Zhe appeared to meander aimlessly among the various stalls, occasionally picking up items to inspect and inquire about their prices. Ultimately, he paused before a particular stall, where he picked up an old, tattered book and casually leafed through its pages. You perused the chronicles of the illusory moon and 7 stars. You discovered that the chronicles of the illusory moon and 7 stars is a fragment of a mid-grade Earth-level cultivation technique. You attempted to deduce and complete it. The deficiencies are too numerous. It is estimated that in 30 days, you could restore the chronicles of the illusory moon and 7 stars to its entirety, regaining the complete mid-grade Earth-level technique. Lin Zhe's movements abruptly halted. What? The divine-level comprehension actually possesses such an ability? It can even restore incomplete works. Does this mean that in 30 days, Lin Zhe could possess a mid-grade Earth-level technique and officially ascend to the realm of innate mastery? A great harvest indeed. Lin Zhe immediately inquired about the price. The vendor, observing Lin Zhe's demeanor reminiscent of a scion from a prestigious family, presumed that he must be well endowed with wealth. After careful contemplation, the vendor boldly proposed a lofty price, a single spirit crystal. Spirit crystals are commonly exchanged among cultivators above the 6th realm and serve as a form of high currency. In the North Star dynasty, the exchange rate of 1 spirit crystal is often equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. Thus, 1 spirit crystal amounts to 1,000 gold coins. Placing 1,000 gold coins amidst this seemingly impressive array of trinkets indeed qualifies as a high price. However, such is the nature of commerce. You set a price, and I negotiate. The vendor did not anticipate that the price of 1 spirit crystal would be accepted. If I were to demand an exorbitant sum, you could counter with a mere 10 gold coins, and I would still be amenable. Yet, as the vendor indulged in his musings, a deal was struck. Payment was made. With that, Lin Zhe took possession of the tattered book containing the illusory moon's 7-star record. To Lin Zhe, a descendant of a top-tier family, the distinction between 1 spirit crystal and 1 gold coin was merely a matter of a few cents. He could hardly be bothered to haggle over such trifles. The vendor, taken aback, merely twitched the corners of his mouth in frustration. Alas, how careless! This young gentleman was most likely the scion of a prominent family from the imperial capital, one who could afford to treat spirit crystals as mere sustenance. Had he known, he would have set the price at 100 spirit crystals. What a loss it was! As the vendor lamented his misfortune, a girl clad in pink suddenly appeared before him in a flurry. Her eyes darted across the stall and quickly fell upon the absence of the ancient, tattered book she had earlier coveted. She hastily inquired, "Excuse me, vendor, what has become of the old book you had displayed here?" The stall owner shrugged, stating that she had arrived just a moment too late, as a young lord had purchased the item for 1 spirit crystal. What? The girl in the pink attire was momentarily taken aback, then quickly inquired, "Which way did he go?" The stall owner gestured in a direction. Without hesitation, the girl dashed off. So many people are vying for it. Observing this, the stall owner scratched his head, pondering whether he had misjudged the value of the item. The girl in pink pursued him for a considerable distance but failed to spot any affluent young master carrying the book. Frustrated, she halted and stamped her foot, her exquisite face a portrait of disappointment. I was clearly here first. If only I had brought more money with me. Chapter 8. The Northern Star Emperor. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, the Golden Autumn Banquet commenced. The old steward of the Lin residence, Lin Yu, served as the carriage driver, escorting Lin Zhe into the imperial palace. Upon seeing Lin Yu at the front of the carriage, the palace guards offered him a respectful salute. This was not merely because he represented the Northern Star War God. As the deputy commander to Lin Yu, a formidable figure of the innate 8th level, Lin Yu commanded immense respect within the Northern Star Army. Though both Lin Yu and Lin Yu had retreated from the limelight for many years, the veterans of the Northern Star Army still remembered the tumultuous era filled with blood and fire. They recalled these 2 spiritual leaders of the Northern Star Army. As the carriage entered, the captain of the palace guards instinctively exclaimed, "General Lin," but quickly regained his composure. In the grand hall of Fenghua, Lin Guanjia, informed of the prince's impending arrival, had early on received instructions from His Majesty to await their presence. The emperor, having not seen the young master for an extended period, harbored a deep sense of longing. "I dare not," exclaimed the captain of the guards, hastily leading the carriage to the hall. Lin Yu drew back the carriage curtain and invited Lin Zhe to alight. "Young master, we have arrived." Within the opulent Fenghua Hall, the formidable Emperor Beichen sat regally upon his dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority that demanded respect. "Your Majesty, Lin Zhe of the Lin family has arrived." The proclamation echoed through the hall. The grand doors swung open, and Lin Zhe proceeded into the hall, while Lin Mo, as the family steward, remained outside. "Your humble servant." "Lin Zhe pays his respects to your Majesty." Lin Zhe bowed deeply. The Emperor inclined slightly, gesturing for him to rise. "Thank you, your Majesty." The Emperor, with a wave of his hand, dismissed the formalities. "We are family. Such mundane customs are unnecessary." With a smile gracing his features, the Emperor regarded Lin Zhe. "It has been several years since you last graced the palace, hasn't it? You have matured and transformed in my absence. Yet, I recognized you at once. Your resemblance to my younger self is striking, as if you were cast from the same mold. I presume many young ladies have secretly admired you?" The Emperor rose from his throne and descended the steps. "Do share. Have you a lady of interest? Allow your grandfather to assist you in this significant affair of life." Lin Zhe chuckled, responding effortlessly, "Grandfather, you jest. I am still young, in the prime of my youthful exuberance." Upon hearing this, the Northern Emperor erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, what youthful exuberance and charm you possess, my dear boy." With a jovial smile, he approached Lin Zhe, grasping his hand warmly. "Why must you be so formal with your grandfather?" Having said this, the Northern Emperor led Lin Zhe to the imperial garden, embodying a demeanor of warmth and kindness. "Come. It has been far too long since we last met. Let us indulge in a few drinks and allow your grandfather to truly appreciate our time together." Turning to the gathered eunuchs and palace maids, he commanded them to prepare a banquet. The attendants were utterly astonished. Never had they witnessed the illustrious Northern Emperor, the valiant founder of the Northern dynasty, exhibit such amiability, personally inviting someone to share a drink. Surely, even the princes and princesses had not received such favor, let alone a grandson by marriage. "As you command," they replied. Subsequently, the Northern Emperor escorted Lin Zhe to the imperial garden, setting up a private feast. Lin Zhe remarked, "Grandfather, you have the autumn banquet to attend shortly." The Northern Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "A few casual drinks will not delay me. Besides, that autumn banquet, well, let us not dwell on it. Come, let us set aside those trivial matters. After such a long time apart, we must drink to our heart's content." With raised cups, they reveled in lively conversation, exchanging pleasantries as if they were ordinary family members. As their discourse unfolded, the Northern Emperor eventually broached the topic of the battle that had led to the demise of the Lin family's two exceptional figures. "Your father and second uncle are among the most exceptional young generals of Beichen. They could have become the next spiritual leaders of the Beichen military. Alas, the Emperor of Beichen sighed. That cursed kingdom of Wolf City dared to launch a nighttime assault with their forces. How I lament that the intelligent scouts of the Beichen dynasty were not adequately equipped. Otherwise, how could the kingdom of Wolf City have triumphed?" The Emperor's words seemed to be an explanation to Lin Zhe, who listened quietly. The demise of the second generation of the Lin family, was it a deliberate act or merely a consequence of the battlefield? In the original narrative, the Lin family was merely a supporting character, lacking substantial elaboration, and they were annihilated before the later revelations could unfold. Thus, Lin Zhe remained unaware. However, this lack of knowledge has become inconsequential. What truly matters is that Lin Zhe has acquired the strength to fear nothing. The wind carries the seeds of stories. While time nurtures their growth, he awaits the unfolding of events, knowing that sweet fruits laden with answers will eventually seek him out. The Emperor of Beichen spoke, and Lin Zhe listened in silence. After a long while, the day gradually waned. Lanterns were lit within the palace, illuminating the darkness. "Your Majesty, the esteemed scholars who excelled in the autumn examination at the Beichen Academy have arrived for the banquet." An elderly eunuch organizing the autumn feast approached the Emperor and gently conveyed, "Oh, has it grown so late?" The Emperor of Beichen rose. "In that case, Zaire, accompany me to the banquet. Take a good look at these scholars and discern who may prove useful." The Emperor's implication was clear. He intended to arrange an official position for Lin Zhe in the future. Upon finishing his words, the Northern Emperor turned towards a shadowy corner, his expression turning frigid. "Are we all prepared?" In the depths of darkness, a battalion of fully armed guards stood poised, exuding an air of lethal intent. It seemed that the Golden Autumn Feast was destined for turbulence. "What is the meaning of this, grandfather?" The Northern Emperor stated. "This is the unwelcome matter I wish to avoid discussing." In recent years, the Kingdom of Wolf City has harbored ambitious designs, infiltrating our northern dynasty with numerous traitorous officials, and enticing certain citizens with promises of high positions and wealth. Tonight, at this Golden Autumn feast, I have already uncovered a handful of conspirators. As for those we cannot detect, the threats are insidious. Curse that Kingdom of Wolf City. One day, I shall quell its wolves. Chapter 9. The unusual individual. With that, the Northern Emperor signaled to the guards, who swiftly melted into the shadows, becoming invisible. Come, Zaire. Let us investigate the extent to which this prestigious academy, which has supplied our northern dynasty with talent, has succumbed to corruption. Lin Yu followed behind the Northern Emperor, neither affirming nor denying his words. In matters of the Emperor, one only needs to heed half of what is said. Has the Northern Dynasty ever refrained from sending its own spies to Wolf City? Given the Northern Dynasty's strength, there would undoubtedly be an even greater number of vermin on the other side. The Golden Autumn feast was set at Wenyuan Pool, where the lights blazed brightly. Tables were arranged in a sprawling manner around the expansive pool, laden with sumptuous meals to reward the scholars who had excelled in the autumn examinations. The Northern scholars sat upon the ground, engaging in cordial discussions with their peers, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the feast's host, the Northern Emperor. Brother Ma. That must be the sixth prince, right? Indeed. Oh, I have heard that the sixth prince is magnanimous and adept at utilizing talented individuals, making him the most amiable among the 13 princes. Now that I see him, it seems the rumors hold true. Oh, Brother Zhang, do you wish to serve under the sixth prince? Haha, a wise bird selects a suitable tree to perch upon. Among the 13 princes, only the first, second, and sixth princes stand out. Among these three, the sixth prince is the most benevolent and discerning, recognizing only true talent. I, lacking in skill, hope to try my luck with the sixth prince. If so, I wish you, Brother Zhang, the fulfillment of your aspirations and grand achievements, should fortune smile upon you. Do not forget your humble brother. What you say, Brother Ma, is quite true. You are ranked 11th in our Academy's autumn examination, and I still rely on you. Indeed. Indeed, as you ascend the ranks, do not forget us, your fellow students. The group of scholars exchanged flattery. At that moment, someone suddenly inquired, I see that all the princes have entered the banquet. Why is there still an empty seat beside His Majesty? The crowd turned at the sound and indeed noticed an unoccupied seat near the dragon throne of Emperor Beichen. The scholars were taken aback. It is well known that the seating arrangements at the Wenyuan Golden Autumn Banquet are meticulously planned. The Emperor's dragon throne is the focal point, with princes and nobility arranged in order, while the autumn examination scholars sit outside. The closer one is to the Emperor, the higher their status. Now, with all 13 princes present, yet an empty seat remains beside the Emperor. It sends a chill of astonishment through the crowd. Could it be that someone of even higher status than the princes is present? That location. I have heard whispers that it belongs to the young master of the Lin family. The young master of the Lin family? Is he the son of the North Star War God? So it is him. That explains everything. I have just arrived from the capital to participate in the autumn examinations and am not well versed in the customs of the capital. After all, the young master of the Lin family is merely a subject. Can his status truly surpass that of the princes? You do not understand. The young master of the Lin family possesses a unique identity. He is not only the grandson of His Majesty, but also the sole heir of the North Star War God. You know of the North Star War God, do you not? 70% of our North Star Army comprises elite troops he personally trained, and currently, half of the senior commanders in various critical positions are his former students. To put it bluntly, a single word from the North Star War God on the battlefield holds more weight than an imperial edict. Hence, there are rumors circulating that our Emperor, Shu, are you seeking death? Ahem. In any case, the identity of this young master of the Lin family is far from ordinary. No one in the capital dares to offend him, and all 13 princes eagerly wish to befriend him to secure the support of the Lin family. Thus, his position goes unchallenged, especially since the arrangement of this Wenyuan Pool was initially sanctioned by His Majesty. I see. But what about the young master of the Lin family himself? As for him, when it comes to Lin Yu, everyone hesitated for a moment. It is hard to say. Hard to say? Well, I can only describe him as rather ordinary. Ordinary. The sole heir of the North Star War God is merely ordinary. Who could deny it? Yet, the truth remains. This young scion of the Lin family perpetually exudes a melancholic demeanor, lacking the profound confidence characteristic of those from illustrious families, and devoid of any semblance of arrogance or entitlement. To put it plainly, he is unremarkable, lacking any distinctive qualities or brilliance. He is, in every sense, utterly ordinary. As for his talent, he has inherited the bloodline of the North Star War God and His Majesty, which is not insignificant. It is said he has already attained the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation. However, one cannot claim that this is particularly extraordinary. Ultimately, he gives the impression of being usable, yet not of great utility. Such a pity, one might say. A pity? I beg to differ. Oh, what brings you to such a conclusion? Do you not think that it is precisely individuals like the young master of the Lin family who instill a sense of security? Otherwise, why have all the other talents of the Lin family perished, while this mediocre one remains? Speak cautiously. Tread carefully. The group of scholars lowered their voices to a whisper, fearful that these seditious remarks might be overheard. At the forefront of the gathering, a strikingly beautiful maiden clad in white, possessing a visage that could enchant even the fish and birds, listened intently to their words. A hint of regret and lamentation graced her exquisite features. It is truly a pity that the legendary legacy of the war god remains without an heir. It is lamentable that the Lin family, having toiled so diligently, has met with such a fate. In this moment, she found herself contemplating with great seriousness whether she should venture into the intricate labyrinth of court politics. It is still not too late for her to withdraw. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp proclamation echoed through the Winyuan pool. Everyone immediately ceased their activities, rising to their feet to behold the esteemed emperor's entrance into the golden autumn banquet. A majestic figure, exuding an aura of imperial grandeur and divine might, gracefully descended the long path of Winyuan Pond, accompanied by a handsome young gentleman clad in white, whose demeanor was both serene and poised. The two took their seats at Winyuan Pond. "My son and subjects, I greet your Majesty." "No need for formalities. Rise," the emperor replied. "Tonight is the annual Golden Autumn Banquet. Let us dispense with the distinctions of ruler and subject, and partake freely." As he spoke, the gaze of Emperor Bachin fell upon the assembly of scholars, his eyes deep and penetrating, as if he were assessing their capabilities. Sensing his scrutiny, the gathered individuals straightened their postures, lifting their chins, eager to present their finest selves before the emperor. Emperor Bachin surveyed the scholars, while Lin Zai's attention was drawn to the enchanting young woman in white at the forefront, undoubtedly the most beautiful lady at the Golden Autumn Banquet. And among the top 10 scholars, this young woman was none other than Xia Qinghe. It must be said, Xia Qinghe possessed striking features. Her demeanor was cool and composed, imbued with a unique resilience. Her beauty captivating yet not overly seductive. She resembled a proud plum blossom enduring the biting cold, fresh and elegant, flourishing amidst the frigid winds. Alas, her gaze left much to be desired. In terms of status, Lin Zai was the sole heir of the Lin family, destined to become the Duke of the nation, with power that would undoubtedly sway the court and beyond. Regarding wealth, the Lin family is blessed with 2 spiritual veins and 8 gold mines, complemented by gifts from high-ranking officials and Lin Ao's disciples over the years. Such immense wealth could sustain the Lin family for generations. In terms of appearance, Lin Zai's mother is a renowned beauty from the royal lineage, and his father is also a handsome gentleman, ensuring that Lin Zai's looks are undoubtedly striking, making him the foremost among the 4 young masters of the imperial capital. As for the initial spark of attraction, Lin Zai's encounter with Xia Qinghe occurred prior to the protagonist's introduction. How could he still be overshadowed by the protagonist? Perhaps it lies in the absence of a protagonist's halo, causing Xia Qinghe to be unwittingly blinded by her attraction? Or is it true that those favored often act without fear? TSK. Little does she know, Xia Qinghe has been discreetly observing Lin Zai from the corner of her eye. As a young master of the distinguished Lin family, Lin Zai is inherently destined to be the focal point of everyone's attention. Upon seeing Lin Zai for the first time, Xia Qinghe's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Is this truly the Lin family's young master, Lin Zai? Wasn't he supposed to be gloomy and unremarkable? Moreover, he sits comfortably conversing with the emperor, exuding no hint of trepidation in the presence of such supreme authority. How can one claim he is ordinary and of little use? Xia Qinghe felt that the rumors must be erroneous. While she pondered this, she noticed Lin Zai's gaze resting upon her. Xia Qinghe was not taken aback. As a renowned beauty of Bachin Academy, she had grown accustomed to such attention. However, what surprised and even infuriated her was, why gaze at her with that pitiable look, as if he were observing someone dim-witted? Had she provoked him in any way? At this moment, the voice of the North Star Emperor resonated, proclaiming, "Enough of idle chatter. I trust all of you have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Whether it be through the composition of poetry or the expression of political views, tonight belongs to you. Be sure to revel in the festivities. Let the banquet commence. With the emperor's declaration, all present raised their goblets in unison. The first toast was made, honoring the banquet and the sovereign. Thank you, your majesty. The crowd drained their cups filled with exquisite wine. Thus, the Golden Autumn Banquet at the Winyuan Pool officially commenced. A procession of enchanting maidens entered the Winyuan Pool, serving each table with drinks and delicacies while also presenting new offerings. The scholars gathered in camaraderie, engaging in drinking games and spirited poetry contests. The various princes descended from the elevated platform of the Winyuan Pool, eager to interact with each North Star scholar, listening to their grandiloquent discussions in search of capable allies for their future endeavors. The atmosphere was charged with exuberance as the Golden Autumn Banquet unfolded. Meanwhile, upon the high platform, the North Star Emperor beamed at the lively gathering, occasionally indulging in a drink or exchanging a few words with Lin Yu, seemingly having cast aside any concerns regarding the lurking treachery. However, a sudden unease gripped the eldest prince as he brushed past a dancer. The palace maid paused momentarily, turning slowly to face him while lowering her head. "Your Highness." The eldest prince approached, inquiring, from where was this goblet removed? As he spoke, he lifted the cup, giving it a gentle shake. "Is that so?" he remarked with a cold smirk, extracting a slender silver needle from the crevice of the goblet. The silver needles glimmered with a cold radiance, a hint of green shimmering at their tips. "I shall grant you one more opportunity," the royal figure declared. "Tell me, whence did this poison needle originate?" The maid, trembling with fear, knelt upon the ground and exclaimed, "Your Highness, I truly do not know." The reactions of the maid and the crown prince startled others in attendance. Some turned pale, others flustered, while some remained vigilant of their surroundings. Yet, among them lurked a hidden malice. Who dares such audacity to incite chaos at my autumn banquet of Beichin? At that moment, the second prince also discerned the maid's unusual demeanor and struck forth with a swift motion. Clang! A dagger slipped from the maid's robes, landing with a sharp clatter upon the ground. Witnessing this, all present immediately braced themselves. How bold! Capture all the maids and dancers for this prince. The treacherous conspirators lying in wait could no longer contain themselves. Kill. One by one, the dancers and hidden traitors among the students of Beichin discarded their disguises, revealing their true selves, brandishing concealed weapons with ferocity. The various princes and students hastily retaliated. "Rebellious traitors, you shall all perish. Protect His Majesty." In an instant, blades flashed and chaos ensued. The entire autumn banquet erupted into turmoil. How thrilling! It was indeed a spectacle of the highest order. Upon the high platform, Lin Yu observed the farce with quiet amusement, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Beichin, not far from Lin Yu, maintained a tranquil expression, his dragon-like gaze seemingly exerting pressure upon the entire assembly, yet appearing to drift into realms beyond comprehension. Until at last, the maidservant attending Lin Yu began to approach him slowly. A slight smile curled upon Lin Yu's lips. Ah, how splendid! How audacious for the assassin to stir chaos. Seize them all. At that moment, a cohort of elite guards emerged from the shadows, charging into the Winyuan Pool. Their formidable presence captivated everyone's attention and quelled the uprising of the assassins. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, as they believed this farce would conclude without further incident. However, a chilling voice, imbued with murderous intent, suddenly reverberated throughout the Winyuan Pool. "Cease at once. Otherwise, I shall take his life." Chapter 11. The terrifying Lin Yu at this utterance. Silence enveloped the surroundings. All gazes turned toward the source of the voice. What they beheld was nothing short of alarming. The very maidservant who had been attending to Lin Yu now bore a fierce and lethal expression, pressing a gleaming blade against his throat. The countenance of the crowd shifted dramatically, tension mounting. In this grand hall, anyone could perish, even a prince. Yet, the scion of the Lin family, Lin Yu, must not suffer harm. He is the last heir of the Lin clan, and should he meet his demise, Lin Ao would be unshackled and driven to madness. Chaos would ensue throughout Beichin, and countless individuals and families would follow Lin Yu to their doom. "How dare you, insolent scoundrel, release young Master Lin at once. Lower your weapon. Should even a single hair be harmed on him, I vow to annihilate your entire lineage." All present froze in their actions, wary of the consequences as they beheld Lin Yu held hostage by the maidservant. She let out a cold laugh. "Release? If I were to truly let go, would I still have my life? As she spoke, the maid pressed the sharp blade deeper, the cold steel already grazing Lin Zai's skin. If you do not wish for this young Master Lin to come to harm, it would be prudent for you all to behave, especially you, Dog Emperor. I am aware of your formidable prowess, capable of effortlessly taking my life without injuring Lin Zai. However, my dagger rests against his throat. Should you dare to act, I shall exchange my life for his. I am indifferent to my fate, a life of little worth. But young Master Lin, the Emperor of Beichin gazed intently at the maid and commanded, release Zaire. I may spare him. The maid interjected sharply. Do not attempt any tricks. Step back. And you all, retreat. Everyone was highly alert, like startled birds, fearful that a single strike from the maid could extinguish the future of the Beichin dynasty. Yet, in this moment of tension, Lin Zai, the very subject of the crisis, remained remarkably calm, lifting his goblet to sip leisurely, as if it were another's life hanging in the balance rather than his own. His demeanor was serene and unflustered, creating a striking contrast to the anxiety of those around him. All eyes were fixed upon him in astonishment. Observing this, the maid smiled, realizing that young Master Lin was not as unremarkable as the rumors suggested. At the very least, his composure in the face of adversity was commendable. Lin Zai set down his goblet and finally spoke. You could have captured me without resorting to such extremes. It leaves me pondering whether to consider you fortunate or unfortunate. The scenario of Lin Zai's abduction had indeed been depicted in the original narrative. It was merely due to his attempt to engage in conversation with Xia Qinghao that he had been caught off guard by the assassin. Now, despite not having descended, he found himself in a predicament, held captive nonetheless, and even more astonishingly, in proximity to the Emperor. Lin Zai remains as fascinating as ever. As the conversation unfolded, the maid keenly observed a subtle glimmer emanating from Lin Zai, which rendered his entire figure somewhat ethereal. Her expression shifted dramatically, an instinctive sense of profound unease coursing through her. She tightened her grip on the blade in her hand, as if this act alone could bolster her courage. What do you mean? The implication was clear. The maid's pupils dilated in shock, for Lin Zai's voice had unexpectedly materialized behind her. Meanwhile, the Lin Zai before her was shedding spectral feathers, ultimately dissolving into mere illusions, vanishing from sight. This seemed reminiscent of the Lin family's heavenly feather six illusions, with a form as light as a feather and a shadow as illusory as a dream. This was at least the realm of the fourth illusion. The fourth illusion. Does that not imply? Indeed, to attain the fourth illusion, Master Lin's cultivation must reach at least the sixth layer of the acquired realm. But was it not stated that Master Lin was only at the third layer of the acquired realm? This sixth layer. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Zai, utterly astounded. Even Emperor Beichin appeared to be encountering his grandson anew, his eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Just as everyone was grappling with their disbelief, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Lin Zai, having manifested behind the maid, extended his hand. The maid instinctively sensed the impending danger and swiftly withdrew to escape. However, in the next life, take heed. Whoosh. A formidable suction instantly emerged from Lin Zai's palm. Boom. A tempest arose from the ground. Lin Zai's palm transformed into a colossal eye of the storm, drawing all things of heaven and earth into its vortex, mercilessly shredding them apart. The fierce hurricane swept through the Wenyuan pool in an instant, like ocean waves, one after another, each wave overpowering the last. Waves of stormy ripples churned the entire Wenyuan pool into chaos. Amidst this tempest, Lin Zai appeared as a demigod wielding the storm, commanding its fury. His ethereal yet overwhelming presence ravaged the Wenyuan pool alongside the tempest. Instantly, a heavy stone pressed upon the hearts of all present, rendering them breathless, as if they were facing an apocalyptic catastrophe, utterly powerless. The maid confronting the storm was already spiraling uncontrollably toward the eye of the storm, twisting and shrinking within the tempest. Until, snap, Lin Zai clenched his fist tightly. A large pool of blood cascaded from his hand. Upon releasing his grip, tiny particles floated down from the air, settling into the crimson pool. Then, with a glimmer in his eye, he effortlessly unleashed a flurry of invisible sword energy. Whoosh! The sword energy bifurcated into myriad forms, splitting into 2, then 4, and multiplying infinitely. Countless blades of energy howled through the Wenyuan pool, striking all malevolent beings from various angles and with sinister trajectories, piercing their hearts or skulls, exiting their bodies. I cannot. Spare me. The sword energy surged, severed heads rolling. One by one, the traitors fell victim to the invisible blades. The entire scene could aptly be described as a harvest. In the blink of an eye, all the rebellious miscreants in the Yuan pool were left with only a few captives subdued by the Imperial guards. The rest lay slain. Corpses sprawled across the blood-soaked ground, painting a vivid tableau of crimson. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, permeating the entire Yuan pool. Silence enveloped the area, a profound stillness. At this moment, all present were rendered speechless, their gazes fixated on Lin Zhe, their minds a blank canvas. Chapter 12. The unparalleled prodigy. It was eerily quiet. The winds ceased around the pool, and the trees stood still. Even the surrounding air seemed to halt its flow. The Yuan pool appeared lifeless, ensnared in the depths of an abyss, engulfed in a profound silence. Only the clear spring outside gently murmured, its flowing waters hinting at the lingering vitality of this place. Time slipped away, and then hisses of terror shattered the oppressive stillness. All eyes were wide with fear as they regarded Lin Zhe. Could it be true? Had he truly reduced that assassin maid to mere fragments? No, it seemed more sophisticated than simply mastering the 8 desolations. Hiss. The mastery of the 8 desolations represented the 8th level of the 8 desolation combat technique, and surpassing it would imply the 9th level, achieving consummation, the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. Realizing this, the crowd trembled in their hearts. They opened their mouths, yearning to articulate their thoughts, yet found themselves overwhelmed with myriad emotions, too intricate to express. Ultimately, their multitude of sentiments coalesced into gasps of astonishment and fearful hisses. The crowd gazed at the tall figure, calmly wiping his hands, as if merely engaged in a trivial task, lost in thought for an extended period. How radiant and resplendent this presence was. How disdainful. Was this truly the Lin Zhe they recognized, a mere trifling figure of the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation? Was this the timid Lin Zhe, who cowered before the imperial palace? Was this the Lin Zhe deemed unworthy, leaving the Lin family without a successor? Everyone exchanged glances, their hearts racing, their minds clouded, rendered speechless. At that moment, after finishing his task, Lin Zhe slowly turned to bow to the Emperor of Beichen. Unbeknownst to him, his delayed action had startled his grandfather. Lin Zhe spoke in an unassuming tone, still embodying the demeanor of a charming young nobleman. Yet, having witnessed Lin Zhe's true nature, no one could regard him as an ordinary scion of a prestigious family any longer. The Emperor of Beichen, though expressionless and silent in the face of this unexpected turn, could not conceal the fleeting glimmer of perplexity in his eyes, revealing the turmoil within. He studied Lin Zhe intently for a considerable time, unable to find any trace of the once timid grandson. Thus, Lin Zhe smiled, while the emperor remained silent. A strange, oppressive atmosphere swiftly enveloped the Yuan pool. Sensing this heavy aura, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, their bodies trembling. Those who were invited to the Yuan pool were no fools. They realized that Lin Zhe had never been an ordinary person, nor was he timid. He was a genius. No, a pinnacle of postnatal cultivation at the tender age of 18. An unparalleled prodigy. In the future, an extraordinary innate seed shall emerge. This unparalleled prodigy has always been acutely aware of his actions, fully cognizant of the predicament faced by the Lin family. His timidity, feigned weakness, and unremarkable demeanor are mere illusions crafted for the outside world. All of them, likely including the venerable war god Lin Ao, have been deceived by Lin Zhe. With such exceptional talent, why does he choose to disguise himself and perpetrate deception? The answer is self-evident. The gathered crowd cast furtive glances at the silent emperor of Beichen. At this moment, the supreme sovereign of Beichen bore an inscrutable expression, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. No one could fathom his thoughts. The will of heaven is unpredictable, and the mind of a monarch is forever beyond guessing. One cannot ascertain it. A somber and oppressive atmosphere slowly enveloped the surroundings. Everyone instinctively withdrew their heads, sensing that tumultuous times lay ahead for Beichen. However, just as the crowd anticipated a significant upheaval, the Emperor of Beichen erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Marvelous! You, young man, have bestowed upon me a delightful surprise. The Emperor's tone was filled with heartfelt appreciation. I have long asserted that the shared bloodline of the Li and Lin families cannot possibly yield a mediocrity. Excellent! 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 The Emperor, overwhelmed with excitement, repeated the word thrice. Lin Zhe, Your achievements today would undoubtedly bring comfort to your esteemed father and virtuous mother if they were aware. Lin Yu humbly apologized, expressing regret for not informing his grandfather sooner and hoped he would not take offense. How could I possibly hold that against you? The emperor sighed, adding, the Lin family is the steadfast pillar of my Bachan dynasty. Countless ambitious foes wishing to see our realm crumble inevitably direct their malice toward your lineage. The descendants of the Lin family face such tribulations. Alas, it is the incompetence of my northern Qin dynasty that has brought this upon you. Zaya, I comprehend your predicament. It is wise for you to exercise caution. It suffices that your grandfather understands. The emperor of northern Qin nodded with a smile, about to speak again when suddenly, one of the bandits subdued by the imperial guards spat defiantly, "Bah, dog emperor, hypocrite." Before he could finish the phrase, the emperor's gaze turned icy. He turned his head, his cold, piercing eyes striking like shards of frost that chilled to the bone. Slap. The guard swiftly delivered a resounding blow to the bandit's face, knocking out his teeth. How dare you insult his majesty? Slap. Another strike disfigured his visage, rendering him unconscious and bloodied. The guards were poised to continue their assault when the emperor's authoritative voice, laced with a frigid majesty, resounded. Take them all away and ensure they are strictly monitored. As you command. Several guards promptly escorted the remaining live captive to the dungeons, while the others dragged away the lifeless body of the assassin. Once the guards had departed, the emperor's chilling gaze swept over everyone present. Given the events that transpired at the Yuan pool tonight, what have the palace guards, the mirror department, and the internal affairs been doing? How could so many assassins and traitors infiltrate without your notice? The emperor's voice, cold as ice, reverberated through the air. Those singled out by his scrutiny turned pale with fear, collapsing to their knees. Your Majesty, we were completely unaware. I beseech your Majesty for mercy. Mercy, I implore you. The North Star Emperor, in a fit of rage, shattered his wine goblet, the sound resonating sharply and tugging at the hearts of all present. Crash. Unaware? So many assassins and traitors have infiltrated the autumn feast, and my North Star has nearly become a sieve, yet you dare claim ignorance? Is it possible that my entire court is filled with incompetence? The North Star Emperor slammed his palm upon the table, cleaving the sturdy golden iron dragon desk in two. Your Majesty, forgive us. Please, pardon our transgressions. We shall conduct a thorough investigation, a meticulous inquiry. Humph. Hear me well. I care not whether you are aware or oblivious to these matters. I grant you but a single day. If within this day you fail to uncover the truth, I demand your heads before me. We shall comply with your decree. Chapter 13. Lin Yu. In the eyes of others, the representatives of the three factions were drenched in cold sweat, fear gripping them. They exchanged glances, each resolving to unearth the truth about the others, determined to extricate themselves from this predicament. After addressing the three factions of the court, the North Star Emperor's gaze shifted to the students of the North Star Academy. The students were instantly filled with trepidation, fearing they would be implicated. They had witnessed that among those rogues, several had emerged from their ranks of autumn examination victors. Should inquiries ensue, not a single one of them from the North Star Academy could evade culpability. The North Star Academy, just as they were engulfed in anxiety, the North Star Emperor spoke. The esteemed North Star's premier academy, our center for nurturing talent, has, astonishingly, become a den of corruption. It truly pains me, Lu Fuzai. With a start, Lu Fuzai responded, at your service. I am weary of excessive words. In light of your long-standing dedication and significant contributions to the Bachan Academy, I shall grant you an opportunity. Conduct a thorough investigation of the Bachan Academy. Cleanse it inside and out. Such occurrences must never transpire again. Lu Fuzai exhaled in relief. As you command. The Emperor of Bachan acknowledged him with a nod. Finally, his gaze fell upon the illustrious Lin Yu. Zaire, you have valiantly vanquished the traitors today. I have always been generous in rewarding those who have merited it. Speak, what is it that you desire? Whether it be a lofty position or the hand of a princess, I stand ready to fulfill your wishes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Fortune had smiled upon him just when he needed it most. He had been pondering how to gain access to the royal library. Traitors and rebels ought to be punished. And Lin Yu had merely fulfilled his duty. He was unworthy of high honors. If the emperor truly wished to bestow a reward, perhaps. Allow me to enter the royal library for half a day? The Emperor of Bachan raised an eyebrow. He was not taken aback by Lin Yu's request. From Lin Yu's recent display of prowess, the emperor had discerned the influence of 5 distinct martial arts techniques. The 8 Desolation Combat Technique, the Celestial Feather 6 Illusions, the Shadowless Sword Finger, the 10,000 Forms Dragon Capture Technique, and the Gale, True Chi. Moreover, each of these techniques had been mastered to an exceedingly profound level. At such a tender age, Lin Yu has cultivated these 5 martial arts to an extraordinary level, demonstrating not only his innate genius, but also his fervent obsession with the martial way. His raised brow does not indicate that he perceives Lin Yu's request as excessively demanding. Rather, he finds it to be rather simplistic. Half a day in the Royal Library? In that brief span, even with unparalleled talent, how many manuals could one truly commit to memory? The intricate pathways of advanced martial techniques are fraught with precision. A single misstep could lead to chaos within one's meridians. Or worse, to the perils of madness. In merely half a day, one could optimistically hope to thoroughly memorize only a single intermediate technique. Thus, the Northern Emperor shook his head. To acquiesce to such a request would render the royal family appear rather petty. Little did the Northern Emperor fathom the existence of an extraordinary talent such as Lin Yu, who possessed an almost supernatural comprehension. Half a day? In truth, Lin Yu overestimated the time. Just half an hour would suffice for him to sweep through the entire royal library. The Northern Emperor then remarked, "My dear Yu, your brilliance and passion for martial arts are evident. As your grandfather, I am more than willing to support your endeavors. I hold great hopes that from the lineage of the Li family, a transcendent being may emerge. However, half a day is too brief. The path of cultivation requires a balanced pace, lest one succumbs to inner demons. Let us amend this. 3 days. Will that be sufficient? Indeed, it shall be." The Northern Emperor unfastened the token from his waist and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, "With this token, you may freely traverse the 3 floors of the library." Upon seeing the token extended towards him, Lin Yu felt as though the prospect of 50 points of talent progression was beckoning him. He hastily accepted it, expressing gratitude to his grandfather. Should his grandfather have no further matters to attend to, Lin Yu took his leave. The Emperor of Beichin waved his hand, indicating that, given the circumstances, he no longer had the heart to continue the autumn banquet. Go on, he urged. Lin Yu withdrew, and as he spoke, his figure gradually faded, transforming into ethereal feathers that dissipated into the air. The Emperor of Beichin watched Lin Yu depart with a cheerful demeanor. No one could fathom the emotions concealed beneath his imperial facade at that moment. Once Lin Yu had left, the Emperor's expression gradually returned to tranquility. He cast a glance at the gathering in the 1 yuan pool and, with a flick of his sleeve, departed. "We shall respectfully bid farewell to your majesty," the courtiers exclaimed as the Emperor exited. With the departure of the 2 figures, the atmosphere within the 1 yuan pool shifted from somber to jubilant. Many in attendance exhaling in relief. Who would have thought that within our Beichin dynasty there lurked such a true dragon, hidden so deeply that all of us had been deceived? In his youth, when one would expect recklessness, he had managed to maintain a facade of restraint for a decade. Such composure is beyond imagination, especially considering he is merely 18 years old. If one were to deduce from past events, it implies that he comprehended the Lin family's impending downfall at the tender age of 8, subsequently choosing to conceal his brilliance and harbor his potential. Could it be that a prodigious talent like Lin Yu truly exists in this world? Oh, in comparison to his temperament, his innate talent is even more astonishing. He is merely 18 years old. At such a tender age, he has already surpassed the arduous cultivation of countless heroes over several decades, achieving the pinnacle of acquired mastery. This level of aptitude is unparalleled, not only among us in the North Star, but throughout the annals of the previous dynasty. One would be hard-pressed to find a prodigy capable of rivaling Lin Yu. Not only is his cultivation formidable, but his mastery of techniques is equally impressive. With the 9th tier of the 8 Desolations battle technique and the profound Shadowless Finger, it seems impossible that even a child nurtured in such an environment could reach this level, were it not for my own eyes witnessing it. I could scarcely believe that a paragon like Lin Yu exists in this world. Everyone speaks of Lin Yu, centering their discussions around him. As for the Emperor's ire and the 3 factions, no one pays them any heed. From the moment Lin Yu made his move, the focus and essence of this gathering have irrevocably shifted. The crowd continues to discourse about Lin Yu, standing alone by the Wenyuan pool, dressed in a white gown reminiscent of a proud snow-laden plum blossom. Xia Qinghe leans against the railing, listening to the wind, while the spring waters playfully reflect her silhouette, creating a picturesque scene. She listens to the discussions surrounding Lin Yu, gazing in the direction he departed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with ripples and vibrant hues. The young master of the Lin family, Lin Yu, possesses a temperament that is terrifying and a talent that is extraordinary. Indeed, he is the most resplendent prodigy she has ever encountered in her life. Yet she still cannot comprehend the meaning behind the gaze Lin Yu cast upon her. Chapter 14. Halfway through talent progression at this moment, the much-discussed Lin Yu has confidently entered the royal library, the largest repository of martial arts techniques in the North Star dynasty. Upon entering the library, Lin Yu immediately commenced a thorough exploration. Disregarding the quality or type of the techniques, he eagerly flipped through the pages of each book he encountered. You have perused Divine Comprehension LV2, 13100. After turning just 2 pages, his innate talent was activated, prompting him to set aside that book and seize another. You have perused. This cycle continued, and soon Lin Yu had sifted through the entire first floor of the library. It must be said, the royal family truly exemplifies nobility. There were over 300 tomes of inferior human-level techniques alone. Although these inferior techniques were rather commonplace and many overlapped with the Lin family's collection, Lin Yu's progress and talent still surged by a substantial 13 points. Divine Comprehension LV2, 26100. His Divine Comprehension had now reached 26. The progress was promising. At this rate, an increase of 50 points seemed entirely feasible. Thus, Lin Yu decisively ascended to the second floor, continuing his fervent examination of the texts. You have perused Divine Comprehension LV2, 54100. Pressing on, Lin Yu ascended to the third floor. Similar to the Lin family library, the royal family's third floor housed the most precious superior human-level techniques. Guarding the entrance were 2 royal sentinels tasked with preventing theft. However, with the Emperor Baichen's token in hand, Lin Yu was merely scrutinized briefly before being granted entry. Young master, the superior human-level techniques are invaluable. They are permitted for practice within, but borrowing them outside is strictly forbidden. In accordance with His Majesty's decree, you are granted 3 days for contemplation. After 3 days, we shall remind you punctually. Lin Yu nodded and stepped into the third level of the royal library. The door creaked softly as it closed behind him. Within the third level of the royal library, 8 high platforms were arranged in parallel. Upon each platform lay a precious, high-grade human-level martial art. Each tome was a renowned masterpiece of the royal family, which had garnered numerous skilled practitioners over the years. Among them, Lin Yu's most coveted 9 Extremes Life Needle stood prominently. You have perused 9 Extremes Life Needle. With your terrifying comprehension, nearly bordering on the Tao, 9 Extremes Life Needle has been completely unraveled by you, and you have deduced it to the 10th needle. 9 Extremes Life Needle LV10, Great Perfection. You have comprehended a high-grade human-level martial art. You understand the power of divine-level comprehension. Divine-level comprehension LV2, 55100. A torrent of profound life energy surged into Lin Yu's body, while secrets regarding the intricacies of the human body infiltrated his mind. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. This is truly remarkable. After grasping the 10th level of the 9 Extremes Life Needle, Lin Yu realized he had underestimated this technique. The 9 Extremes Life Needle could not only save lives, but also take them. It enabled Lin Yu to gain a clearer understanding of every acupoint, meridian, and breath in the human body, allowing for precise treatment and targeted remedies. Simultaneously, it could transform life into death, striking invisibly. Indeed, in any realm, the most adept at killing are always the physicians. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the remaining 7 tomes. A volume on martial arts, Fierce Heart King Fist. A treatise on palm techniques, Crushing Heart Divine Palm. A method for physical refinement, Little Thunder Flame True Body. After perusing these works, your talent progression has reached 62-100, leaving a mere 38 points to ascend to level 3. As your talent advances, following the absorption and enhancement of such formidable techniques, Lin Yu's life force undergoes a remarkable breakthrough. Boom. A colossal pressure erupts suddenly, akin to a flood breaching a dam. The powerful essence radiates, coalescing into a swirling miasma, subtly forming the silhouette of a primordial beast. The feral, untamed. An ancient aura instantly shatters the barriers of time and space, as this terrifying flood beast seems poised to transcend epochs and descend from the distant primordial era. Buzz. Destructive waves ripple throughout the imperial palace. At this moment, everyone feels a tightening in their hearts, as if some dreadful prehistoric beast has set its gaze upon them, sending chills coursing through their bodies. The two royal guardians nearest to the epicenter of the disturbance turn pale, their faces drained of color. The breath of that seemingly close beast renders them uncontrollably trembling, completely stripped of any semblance of control over their lives. In a daze, the two believe a calamity has befallen them, their lives in peril. Yet, this violent wave arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, almost as if it were an illusion shared by all. It vanishes in an instant. The two, still shaken, exhale in relief and exchange uncertain glances. Just now, did you feel that too? I am uncertain, yet I possess an unsettling sensation that something has fixated upon me, an uncontainable chill surging into my heart, rendering my entire being icy and sending shivers down my spine. This feeling is 100 times more terrifying than standing before an enraged sovereign. I find myself in a similar predicament as you. It appears that this is not merely an illusion. Thus, the two exchanged a glance, their expressions wrought with horror, pondering whether it could be that a legendary innate deity had just passed through our Northern Star dynasty. Unbeknownst to them, their casual conjecture had already gravitated perilously close to the truth. Although Lin Yu was not yet innate, he was indeed not far from it. To attain the innate state, one must consolidate essence, spirit, and energy, amalgamating the three flowers of essence, spirit, and energy into a singularity. This process entails first refining the body through the 9 stages of postnatal cultivation, then refining essence into energy, and ultimately cultivating energy to nourish the spirit. It culminates in the illumination of the spirit, commanding the essence, nurturing the energy, and encapsulating the spirit within the energy, crafting a cyclical harmony of the 3 flowers. Returning to the innate singularity, Lin Yu's half-step towards the innate was achieved through the accumulation of numerous mental disciplines and techniques, circumventing the flower cycle in a manner akin to cheating, as he was the first to condense the flower of energy. Now, following a thorough exploration of the royal library, having elevated various advanced physical cultivation methods, he forcibly condensed the flower of essence. Presently, Lin Yu stood on the brink of becoming an innate deity, with only the final step of condensing the flower of spirit remaining. This spurred Lin Yu to conceive a novel strategy for his advancement, to gather mental fortitude enhancement techniques. Through the accumulation of such spiritual methodologies, perhaps he could ascend to the innate state even before the completion of the illusory Moon 7-star record in over 20 days. However, spiritual techniques are notoriously elusive, with only a handful available in the Royal Library's archives. He must continue to seek the next repository of martial arts techniques. The 2 largest in Beichen have been thoroughly exhausted. To whom shall the next turn belong? Chapter 15. The Hexagonal Warrior. Half a day later, Lin Yu emerged from seclusion. The grand door of the 3rd floor of the library slowly creaked open. 2 royal guardians stood in a state of bewilderment. Young master, have you already finished? Has it truly only been half a day? Some gains have been made, and they are already sufficient, Lin Yu replied, returning the Beichen imperial token to the 2 guardians. With that, he transformed into a flurry of ethereal feathers and vanished from sight. The 2 guardians stood there, token in hand, in stunned silence for quite some time. He has left just like that? He accomplished in half a day what was meant to take 3 days. This young Master Lin, after all, he is the sole heir of the Lin family, possessing an exceptional martial art of the human level. It is only natural that he would regard our royal family's human-level techniques as beneath him. The Guardians could hardly believe that Lin Yu had memorized all 8 human-level superior techniques within half a day. Even mastering one would be remarkable. Human-level superior techniques are not to be underestimated. They are the most advanced martial arts accessible to those of the acquired realm. Each of these techniques is profoundly intricate, with exceedingly complex paths of cultivation. To memorize even one in such a short span would be indicative of extraordinary talent. Thus, the Guardians never entertained the notion that Lin Yu had fully comprehended all the techniques, let alone that he had grasped their essence. They simply assumed he possessed an exceptional human-level inheritance and looked down upon the human-level superior techniques. However, one of the guards suddenly realized. Did you notice that Lin Yu left just now? They received the Emperor's decree, which merely instructed them to open the 3rd level for 3 days, and to not slight Lin Yu in any way. Another guard, with a grim expression, remarked, "No. The Tianyu 6 illusions of the Lin family has already been cultivated to an extraordinarily high level. When he emerged just now, I couldn't shake off the feeling of his invincibility, as if, This person is capable of anything, disturbingly formidable. The guard's perception was not mistaken. Presently, Lin Zhe possesses the 8 Desolations battle technique of supreme human-level quality, the Tianyu 6 illusions of superior human-level agility, and the Little Thunder Flame true body of superior human-level physical refinement. His techniques in finger, fist, and palm arts are all of superior human-level martial arts. He is undeniably a flawless, master-level hexagonal warrior. The only shortcoming is that the royal family also possesses a supreme human-level sword technique. Should Lin Zhe acquire it, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled force. Alas, it is unattainable. That sword technique, like the 8 Desolations battle technique of the Lin family, is a secret passed down only through the direct lineage of the royal family, exclusively cultivated by the Li family's direct descendants, never to be disseminated. As an outsider, Lin Zhe has no hope of accessing it. Therefore, it can be inferred that this Lin Zhe is likely. Let it go. Since Lin Zhe can come to the library and openly display his cultivation, it seems that a monumental change has already transpired outside, of which we remain blissfully unaware. So, what should we do? We are merely guards of the library. Why trouble ourselves with such concerns? The affairs of the Lin family have been ongoing for quite some time. Let us observe the unfolding developments. Indeed. Meanwhile, Lin Ao was seated in meditation, nurturing his breath and calming the restlessness of his long-standing injuries. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Lin Aoming abruptly opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. He sat composedly in the grand chair, his hand delicately playing with the jade Buddha beads, still the same indomitable war deity commanding respect. Shortly after, the maid, Xiaozie, rushed in, breathless. Master, there has been an incident at the palace. As soon as the words left her lips, crack, bang. One of the Buddha beads in Lin Ao's grasp developed a deep fissure. His eyes immediately fixated on Xiaozie, a subtle yet palpable aura of murderous intent brewing within them. What has transpired? Is old Amon not also in the palace? Lin Ao inquired, striving for calmness. Yet Xiaozie could still perceive the latent frenzy pulsating behind his words. She shivered, hastily providing a brief explanation to dispel any misconceptions. There was an assassin disturbance at the Golden Autumn Feast, which disrupted the event. However, the young master intervened and eliminated all the assassins. His Majesty even rewarded the young master with 3 days of enlightenment in the library. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's murderous aura vanished in an instant, replaced by profound bewilderment. The young master single-handedly killed all the assassins? He pondered deeply. Those familiar with their own kin understood their capabilities. Although his grandson, Lin Zhe, possessed some notable talent, he was leagues away from being able to infiltrate the Golden Autumn Feast. Are you certain it was the young master who acted? Lin Ao's words were laced with skepticism. Xiaozie echoed his incredulity. Upon first receiving the news, she too had been taken aback. How could the young master, merely a cultivator of the 3rd stage of postnatal refinement, possibly slay the assassins at the Golden Autumn Feast? How did he transform into the paragon of virtue, praised by all, after years of enduring obscurity and biding his time? Is this truly the same young master Lin Zhe known to Xiaozie? Yet, the messenger, after thorough verification, confirmed the astonishing transformation of young master Lin Zhe, witnessed by all present at the Golden Autumn Banquet. Such a claim could not be false. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaozie hurried to inform Lin Ao. Our people have also corroborated the veracity of this news. Lin Ao fell into a moment of silence. Recapitulate the events from beginning to end, leaving not a single detail unspoken. Yes, the sequence of events is as follows. Young master entered the Golden Autumn Banquet alongside his Majesty, and it was not until the assassin disguised as a maid struck, seizing the young master, that he finally retaliated. According to reports, the young master directly employed the formidable 8 Desolations combat technique, drawing the assassin in. At this point, Xiaozie mimicked Lin Zhe's motion, her right hand clenched tightly. Just like this, he crushed the foe into a pool of blood. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes. What Xiaozie described was indeed a specific application of the Lin family's secret 8 Desolations combat technique, unique to the entire North Star. Presently, only 2 individuals in the North Star are adept in the 8 Desolations combat technique. Himself, Lin Ao, and naturally, the sole heir of the Lin family, Lin Zhe. However, the application of the technique requires a minimum of the 8th level of innate development, as well as mastery of the 8th layer of the technique itself. But his own grandson has merely attained the 2nd layer. Xiaozie remarked, By the way, they also mentioned that the young master has mastered the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions, achieving an exceptionally profound realm. Lin Yu found this notion utterly absurd. Suddenly, the world seemed to have transformed. He fell silent for a moment. Where is the young master now? His Majesty the Emperor has rewarded him with 3 days of seclusion in the library, where he is currently immersed in contemplation. Chapter 16. Grandfather and Grandson at Dawn. The faint morning light shattered the stillness of the night. A gentle radiance illuminated the palace gates, casting light upon the figure that approached from the darkness. Lin Yu turned his head, his gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions as he watched Lin Zhe slowly advance toward him. During this half-day period, Lin Yu, who had remained stationed at the palace gates, had already become aware of the events surrounding the Golden Autumn Feast. At this moment, gazing at that familiar figure he had watched grow, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of estrangement. His heart was a whirlwind of astonishment, confusion, admiration, and respect. He stepped forward, eager to speak after holding back for an entire night. Young Master Lin Yu glanced around, noticing the palace guards casting inquisitive glances toward the two of them. In the shadows, where the morning light had not yet reached, a multitude of spies from various factions remained vigilant at the palace gates. He forcefully suppressed the doubts swirling in his mind and guided Lin Zhe into the carriage. Subsequently, a luxurious carriage, basking in the gentle morning light and adorned with the dew accumulated overnight, returned home under the watchful eyes of many observers. Within the Lin residence, the maid Xiao Chui was taken aback. Xiao Chui shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No, what I mean is, young master, were you not in the royal library? It has only been half a day." She pouted, "Oh, while my cultivation may not be high and my knowledge limited, I am certainly not a fool. To think one could finish the royal library in just half a day. How mischievous of you, young master, to deceive me. If you don't want to speak, then don't. What about grandfather?" "Oh, right. The master is waiting for you at the main residence." Lin Zhe nodded and walked with Lin Yu towards the main residence, which they would reach shortly. At the Lin family's main residence, Lin Yu had been waiting for quite some time. Upon learning from Lin Wei about the events at the Golden Autumn Banquet, Lin Yu had not closed his eyes for an entire night, neglecting even his injuries. "Grandson Lin Zhe, I wish to pay my respects," he said. Lin Yu raised his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Zhe from head to toe. The overwhelming pressure of a postnatal peak cultivator surged forth instantaneously. Boom! Within the main residence, a tempest arose, winds howling violently. Waves of formidable spiritual pressure swept across the ground, bending the ancient trees in the courtyard. Amidst this storm, the clashing of weapons resonated, swords and spears clanging, the chilling autumn wind carrying a dreadful aura of slaughter and command, enveloping the entire Lin family. Above in the sky, clouds gathered ominously. Dark, foreboding clouds obscured the heavens above the Lin family's abode. Thunder rumbled ominously, brewing a sense of foreboding that gripped the hearts of all present. It felt as though an apocalyptic disaster was imminent, ready to sweep away the world. In the face of such terrifying might, even Lin Yu, who was at the 8th level of postnatal cultivation, could not suppress the surge of blood within him, channeling his energy to withstand the pressure. Yet Lin Zhe remained unfazed, engaging in light-hearted banter, his expression unchanging. With a folding fan in hand, a gentle breeze enveloped him. Lin Yu let out a long sigh, retracting the overwhelming spiritual pressure he had unleashed. His grandson, even under his utmost exertion, remained inscrutable. "Ah, you rascal," Lin Yu lamented, on the verge of uttering more words. Suddenly, Lin Yu erupted. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a flurry of feathers, vanishing from sight. In its place surged a torrent of ominous crimson energy, commanding the very realm, hurtling toward Lin Zhe. Kill. In an instant. It was as if a legion of warriors roared forth. Yet Lin Zhe merely waved his fan with effortless grace, parrying, sweeping, and fanning away Lin Yu's assaults with ease. Observing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. The realm of the 8 Desolations battle technique surged forth, his power escalating with each moment. The ferocity of his attacks grew increasingly fierce and relentless. The two figures flickered within the Lin family estate, their movements a blur. The speed was so extraordinary that even Lin Yu, a formidable expert of the late innate stage, could scarcely discern their actions. Lin Yu could only exclaim in wonder, marveling at the promising future of the Lin clan. Moments later, both Lin Yu and Lin Zhe came to a halt. Lin Yu stroked his beard, a mixture of admiration and pride washing over him. What a remarkable lad! The Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions, the 8 Desolations Battle Technique. And the Invisible Sword Finger, all cultivated to perfection without a sound. It's no wonder you could remain hidden for so many years without detection. Even I, who have watched you grow to the pinnacle of your innate stage, was deceived. Lin Zhe smiled, saying, "The Lin family is a towering tree attracting the wind. With enemies surrounding us, if I do not feign a bit, certain individuals would not feel at ease. The grandson shall no longer have the opportunity to await this day." Upon hearing Lin Zhe speak of matters concerning the Lin family, Lin Ao's expression darkened. He cast a deep glance at Lin Zhe and sighed. Caution is indeed a virtue. Yet, having uttered this, Lin Ao chose not to pursue the subject further. Your accomplishments today bring immense joy to your grandfather. In the future, who would dare to claim that the Lin family has no worthy successors? Who would assert that my grandson, Lin Ao, is lacking in potential? He continued, originally, I harbored concerns that you might struggle to care for yourself. I intended for you to seek a position at the autumn feast. It appears, however, that your sudden agreement to attend the feast was a premeditated declaration of your prowess. Lin Zhe smiled lightly. It is not entirely so. Oh, my purpose for visiting the palace is more about her arrival. Just then, Xiao Chui entered the main residence with a set of silver needles in hand. Young master, here are the silver needles you requested. Lin Zhe accepted the needles and explained to Lin Ao. This is the primary reason for my visit to the palace. Upon hearing this, both Lin Ao and Lin Mo were momentarily taken aback. They stared at the set of silver needles, which appeared ordinary and lacked any extraordinary qualities. Was Lin Zhe truly traveling to the palace for such a set of needles? This seemed implausible. The two fell silent, pondering for a while, until they arrived at a possibility that made their hearts skip a beat. The palace, silver needles. Could it be that you possess medical skills? Facing the slightly astonished gazes of the two, Lin Zhe replied, wandering the world. One should amass a plethora of skills. Young son, it is wise to learn a little of everything. In the future, such knowledge will undoubtedly prove beneficial. Moreover, I have long been concerned about grandfather's injuries. At this moment, grandfather, you need not conceal it any longer. My eyes have been trained in the art of the Azure Jade spiritual eyes. It is evident that your condition has reached a point that can no longer be hidden. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's hand, which had been stroking his beard, came to an abrupt halt. The Azure Jade spiritual eyes is a treasured technique of the Lin family, classified as a mid-grade human-level ocular art. This method demands exceptional talent and poses a significant risk to one's eyesight, making it exceedingly difficult to master. However, once perfected, it grants the practitioner an astute perception, akin to seeing through flames, enabling one to discern the enemy's energy flow and meridian pathways, thus allowing for preemptive strikes. If Lin Zhe has indeed mastered the Azure Jade spiritual eyes, he may have been aware of his injuries from the very beginning. Chapter 17, A True Prodigy. I had thought this matter was known only to old Mo. Lin Ao let out a deep sigh. Lin Mo, with a somber expression, turned to Lin Zhe and inquired urgently, since the young master is aware, is there a way to treat the old master? His tone bore a hint of anxiety. Lin Mo's urgency was justified, ever since Lin Ao had rescued him from the battlefield and brought him into the fray. He had followed Lin Ao through countless battles across the land, remaining by his side until retirement. Their companionship had spanned nearly a century. To Lin Mo, Lin Ao was not just a revered warlord and sovereign, but also a mentor who guided him to maturity, a strict elder brother, and his closest kin. Lin Ao's concealed injuries had always been a source of great concern for him. Of course, Lin Zhe affirmed with certainty, my visit to the royal palace is solely to acquire the esteemed 9 Extremes Life Needle from the Royal Medical Department. Upon hearing these words, both Lin Ao and Lin Mo were momentarily taken aback. Hadn't the young master gone to study the imperial techniques? In truth, he had merely sought the method of administering the 9 Extremes Life Needle. Young master, a pang of sorrow suddenly pierced through Xiao Chui's heart. It was evident that the young master was a prodigious talent, deeply concerned about the well-being of the entire Lin family. He was acutely aware of his father's injuries and the precarious situation of the Lin clan. Yet, he felt compelled to suppress his true self, feigning an ordinary demeanor while tirelessly striving in the shadows. How unjust it was for a youth of such potential. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Ao and Lin Mo found themselves moved. In their minds, the image of a young genius enduring humiliation and persevering for the sake of his family and loved ones grew increasingly vivid, leaping forth in clarity. You, alas, you have suffered over the years. Observing the expressions of his companions lost in their thoughts, Lin Zhe felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly confess that he had only just learned the 9 Extremes Life Needle, could he? Mastering the technique in the span of half a day to the extent of being able to treat Lin Yu was beyond a mere stroke of genius. The prowess of his divine comprehension transcended human understanding, existing at a level that defied the very essence of humanity and its norms. Lin Zhe could only express that as long as his grandfather remained safe, that was enough. With that, he spoke little further and directly retrieved the silver needles to commence the treatment. If he continued to elaborate, he would feel embarrassed enough to retreat into a corner. Now, I shall begin the treatment. Throughout the entire process, one must not resist. Rather, one should empty the mind, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. With that, Lin Zhe grasped the silver needle and entered a focused state. His aura deepened, becoming unfathomable like an abyss. Simultaneously, Lin Zhe's eyes transformed into a translucent jade hue, shimmering with a light that seemed capable of penetrating all illusions to reveal the essence beneath. The jade spirit eyes were activated. Lin Yu felt a sense of contentment. Witnessing Lin Zhe in this state filled him with satisfaction. You may proceed boldly and without fear. With that, Lin Yu closed his eyes, completely emptying his mind. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhe activated the 9 Extremes Life-Death Needle. The silver needles came to life, gracefully swirling around Lin Yu, exuding wisps of vibrant white energy. This white vapor permeated every crevice, continuously nourishing Lin Yu's waning vitality, mending the concealed injuries and damaged meridians within him. Under Lin Zhe's unparalleled innate prowess, the flush of health visibly returned to Lin Yu's face. Subsequently, the silver needles were inserted at specific acupoints. Drops of dark brown blood oozed forth from the tips of the needles. The dark brown liquid seemed to harbor a corrosive venom. As a single drop fell to the ground, it hissed and bubbled ominously. As the dark brown blood flowed out, Lin Yu's complexion gradually turned pale. Lin Zhe continued to channel streams of spiritual energy into Lin Yu's meridians, skillfully guiding the circulation of energy within him through the unique technique of the 9 Extremes Life-Death Needle. After several cycles, Lin Yu's pallor began to fade, giving way to a renewed, vibrant hue. The hidden injuries within his body are gradually being expelled and repaired. His vitality has returned to its former robustness. Whoosh! Lin Zhe withdrew the needle. It is done. Lin Yu's hidden injuries were indeed severe. However, with Lin Zhe's current cultivation level, which is nearly at the innate stage, and the mastery of the 9th needle of the 9 Extremes Life Profound Needle, he managed it with remarkable ease. In less than a quarter of an hour, the accumulated dark injuries of Lin Yu were treated with considerable efficacy. Lin Yu opened his eyes and meticulously sensed the condition of his body. The spiritual energy flowed smoothly, and his meridians were relaxed. He felt as though he had shed a heavy burden, his entire being rejuvenated. Lin Yu was astounded. He could hardly believe it, asking, "Is this truly it?" It is important to note that these hidden injuries had accumulated from years on the battlefield, burdening him for many years. Even with his postnatal 9th level cultivation, he often felt fatigued and anxious, frequently unable to sleep despite a night of recuperation. He had even visited the royal palace to discreetly test the current imperial physician, but such injuries were beyond even their remedy. Over the years, Lin Yu had long since abandoned hope of healing these concealed wounds and never imagined that Lin Zhe would be able to cure him entirely with a mere attempt. After all, Lin Zhe was only 18 years old. It was already rare for someone of that age to master the 8 Desolations combat technique to perfection, let alone delve so deeply into medical arts as to surpass the current imperial physician. Lin Yu only suggested that Lin Zhe give it a try without any real expectation. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Lin Zhe's attempt would effortlessly restore him to health. Does this not imply that Lin Zhe, in addition to his profound cultivation and remarkable martial arts, has surpassed even the venerable physician who has dedicated over a century to the study of medicine? Contemplating this, even Lin Yu, with his years of diligent energy cultivation, could not help but be engulfed by a tempest of emotions. The world proclaims Lin Yu as a prodigy, unparalleled and extraordinary, with the potential to ascend to the realm of innate transcendence within 2 centuries. Yet, in comparison to his own grandson, this so-called genius appears as an utter mediocrity. While the young man achieved the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation at the tender age of 18, Lin Yu himself was still grappling with the 4th level of postnatal cultivation at that same age. At 18, the young prodigy had mastered both martial arts and medical skills to perfection. While Lin Ao had only just begun to grasp the third tier of the 8 Desolations battle technique, with little else to mention, the young man bore the burden of humiliation, biding his time and honing an indomitable spirit, emerging as a remarkable talent. As for Lin Ao at 18, well, it is better left unsaid. This comparison made him feel unworthy of the title of genius. His grandson, truly a monstrous talent. Chapter 18. Do not fall too quickly. Lin Ao was deeply impressed. Yet alongside this admiration, an overwhelming sense of pride and contentment welled up within him. For such a prodigious talent is of his own lineage. He is the heir of the Lin family. There is hope for the continuation of the Lin legacy. In the twilight years of life, one desires little more than the prosperity of one's descendants and the flourishing of the family estate. For Lin Ao, who had aged prematurely due to injury and faced the decline of his family, his desires were even more modest. He simply wished for Lin Zhe to look after himself. And that alone sufficed. Beyond that, he harbored no further desires. Yet now, Lin Zhe had dramatically elevated his expectations, multiplying them by thousands and tens of thousands. How could this not fill Lin Ao with pride and contentment? At that moment, noticing Lin Ao's favorable demeanor, Lin Mo hurriedly inquired, "Master, how do you feel now?" Lin Ao erupted into a hearty laughter, his voice resonant and robust. "I feel unprecedentedly well, as though I have shed several 100 pounds of burden. I am light as a feather, filled with a sense of ease. What a fine lad. You have once again bestowed upon me a tremendous surprise." Lin Zhe responded. "Very well, I shall heed your words." Lin Ao was healed. Lin Zhe continued, "Moreover, I recall that among those who retired from the battlefield alongside you, there were numerous wounded soldiers, were there not? The battlefield is ever-changing and swift. And thus many of Lin Ao's loyal soldiers returned home bearing ailments that could not be cured, rendering them unable to fully unleash their potential. Consequently, after a brief stay with the Lin family army, these soldiers chose to depart from the capital, wishing to spare the Lin family any shame and to avoid burdening their comrades. Nonetheless, Lin Ao has never neglected the brothers who fought valiantly by his side. Therefore, these loyal soldiers, grateful for the kindness of the Lin family, have maintained contact with Lin Ao whenever he calls upon them. Even if they can no longer wield a sword, they would strive to contribute their meager strength. Indeed, this has proven true. In the original narrative, when the Lin family faced adversity, these wounded soldiers hastened to support them without waiting for Lin Ao's summons, driven by their unwavering loyalty. One call, the Lin family army. A lifetime, the Lin family army. They are the steadfast pillars of the Lin family. Therefore, now that Lin Zhe possesses the prowess, he must activate this hidden reserve of strength. On one hand, this will undoubtedly enhance the power of the Lin family. On the other hand, with his extraordinary innate understanding, Lin Zhe is destined to embark on the path of gathering and assimilating martial arts from around the world to fill the vast void of techniques. Thus, he requires loyal allies to assist him in this endeavor. Upon hearing Lin Zhe suddenly mention the wounded soldiers, Lin Ao immediately thought of Lin Zhe's exceptional medical skills, which might enable him to heal those injured soldiers. These loyal warriors, who had succumbed to ailments from countless battles, had always been a source of regret for Lin Ao. If they could be cured, it would certainly alleviate a significant burden from his heart. However, Lin Ao cast a deep glance at Lin Zhe, a fleeting glimmer of uncertainty passing through his eyes. Yet, in an instant, he resumed his composure and inquired whether their injuries were primarily chronic ones that had surpassed the critical moment for treatment. "Are you certain you can heal them?" Lin Zhe conservatively replied, expressing that he could not guarantee success, but he was at least 80% confident. With Lin Zhe's current cultivation level combined with the mastery of the 9 extreme life source needle, as long as the affliction was not an exceedingly rare and formidable disease, he was confident in his ability to heal them within a few days. Hearing this, the usually stoic Lin Ao could hardly suppress his joy. "What a splendid day it is! Good, good, good." Lin Ao repeated the word thrice, revealing his elation. "Yes, my lord. In matters concerning the injured soldiers." Lin Mo was exceedingly proactive. Before he could finish speaking, he had already transformed into a gust of wind, departing from the main residence. Lin Ao then said, "Xiao Chui, please make arrangements and ensure that meals are prepared for 2,000 people." "Understood," Xiao Chui replied before departing. Only Lin Zhe and his grandfather Lin Ao remained in the main residence. The joyful expression on Lin Ao's face quickly dissipated. After sending away Lin Mo and Xiao Chui, he turned to Lin Zhe, his demeanor serious. "Gather the wounded soldiers and ensure they are all healed. You must comprehend the implications of this. with Lin Yu's personal troops. Each was a battle-hardened elite, skilled in martial arts. Moreover, after so many years, none of them had a cultivation level below the 5th stage of the acquired realm. If such a formidable group were to be restored, it would mean the Lin family would possess at least 2,000 powerful private soldiers. This, without a doubt, would incite turmoil within the entire Northern Qin court. As the god of war of Northern Qin, Lin Yu's strength lay not only in his military prowess but also in his acute political acumen. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to step back after the establishment of the nation, allowing others opportunities to diffuse the Lin family's influence. From the moment Lin Zhe mentioned healing the wounded soldiers, Lin Yu sensed something amiss. His young grandson had been concealing his abilities for years, and today, he suddenly chose to reveal his hand through the tactic of the assassin, even proactively suggesting the healing of the injured. His motives were undoubtedly more complex than the mere treatment of soldiers. Lin Yu's reaction did not surprise Lin Zhe. Throughout his life, Lin Yu had been upright, loyal to his country, and adhered strictly to the principles of ruler and subject. He was particularly sensitive to matters of military and politics. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu remarked, "I do not know what you intend to do. Yet, as I age, you have demonstrated your capabilities and character to me. The Lin family will inevitably fall into your hands." Lin Yu once again began to twist the jade Buddha beads, now marred with cracks. "Pursue your aspirations boldly. Your grandfather will always support you. However, you must remember one thing. We, the Lin family, must conduct ourselves with integrity. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone." Lin Zhe nodded, understanding the weight of his grandfather's words. "That is well," Lin Yu remarked thoughtfully, "but I fear that some may lack such awareness. In the past, the Lin family faced decline, with no successors to carry on its legacy. But now, Lin Zhe rises with formidable strength. Naturally, some will not take kindly to this." Lin Zhe was certain that the days ahead would be tumultuous. Should they remain indifferent, that would be the true anomaly. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the jade beads in Lin Yu's hand paused, a chill subtly emanating from him. The Lin family, a towering tree, attracts the attention of both allies and foes. Internally, they are wary of Bei Chun, while externally, wolves yearn to eradicate us. After recovering from his injuries, the fierce aura of a battle-hardened warrior intensified in Lin Yu's eyes. A fleeting crimson gleaming within, reflecting a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. "Take care of yourself," Lin Zhe gently waved his folding fan. "I merely hope they do not fall too swiftly. Having honed my nearly invincible skills, I yearn for the opportunity to test my mettle. If they prove too fragile, it would lose its intrigue." Gazing into the distant sky, a flicker of anticipation crossed Lin Zhe's eyes. Chapter 19. A City Amidst Turmoil. Since the Golden Autumn Feast, autumn has lingered for several days. The recent weather in the northern capital has grown increasingly cool and pleasant. It seems that this year, winter shall arrive earlier than in years past. In the bustling capital, the streets are alive with the hustle and bustle of carriages and pedestrians. Outside the city, a swordsman, burdened by a heavy sword, has journeyed from 1,000 miles away. Upon reaching the capital, he sought lodging at an inn, ascended to the 2nd floor, and ordered an exquisite spread of dishes, yet he did not touch his chopsticks, as if awaiting the arrival of someone. Within the inn, patrons fervently debated the significant events of recent days. The swordsman listened intently. Their discussions revolved around occurrences from the Golden Autumn Feast, with the focal point being the Lin family's hidden dragon, Lin Zhe, who had emerged after years of restraint to astonishing acclaim. He had become the unceasing topic of conversation in the capital and a figure of immense significance. He had ascended to the esteemed divine martial rankings, a testament to the most formidable warriors within the Northern Empire. This list gathers the pinnacle of martial prowess, and every individual who graces it is a powerful practitioner of at least the 8th level of cultivation, a renowned master in their own right. For instance, at the pinnacle of the divine martial rankings stands the founding emperor of the Northern Empire, Emperor Bei Chun. In the 2nd position rests the immortal war god, Lin Yu. Naturally, a debate persists among the populace regarding the top 2 positions. Some assert that Lin Yu, the unparalleled war god, possesses the potential to reach the realm of innate divinity and rightfully deserves the title of the true number 1 on the divine martial rankings. Some believe that the North Star imperial swordsmanship stands unrivaled in the realm, asserting its master as the foremost practitioner. Moreover, as an emperor, his position at the pinnacle reflects the respect owed to royal majesty. This contention has ignited a relentless debate. Yet, regardless of who truly claims the title of the best. Both Lin Yu and the North Star Emperor, the two preeminent figures of the North Star, are featured on the list, thereby attesting to its authenticity and worthiness. Each cultivator in the North Star regards ascension to the divine martial ranking as the utmost honor. To secure a place within the top 10 would not only bestow fame, but also bring glory to one's lineage. And now, Lin Zhe has achieved this. At the tender age of 18, he has ascended to the 7th position on the divine martial ranking, displacing the former holder of that rank to 8th. The swordsman has come precisely for this reason. The one Lin Zhe has unseated is none other than him. You arrived quite early. Outside the inn, a scholar clad in a green robe entered and took a seat directly in front of the swordsman. Not too early, just right, the scholar replied with a smile. Having sat here for a while, you must have overheard their discussions. The swordsman remained silent, attentively listening to the patron-spirited debates. The diners on the first floor were fervently extolling Lin Zhe's prodigious talents. In my opinion, this divine martial ranking has undervalued the young master of the Lin family. Just consider the performance of the Lin family's young master at the Autumn Festival. With his mastery of the 8 Desolations battle technique at the 9th tier, he could certainly vie for a spot in the top 5, don't you think? Furthermore, even among those at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, how many in the top 10 have not traversed this domain for decades? Compared to Lin Zhe, they are on the verge of breaking through to the innate divine realm. Indeed, age is a virtue of the young Lord Lin Yu, yet it also highlights the disparity between him and the seasoned warriors of the past. Although Lord Lin Yu appears youthful at present, who can predict what the future holds in just a few years? As the crowd engaged in discussion, an incongruous voice emerged. TSK, it seems your perspectives are rather limited. You only perceive the surface, failing to grasp the deeper essence. Oh, what do you mean by that? The person, sipping a modest drink, smacked their lips. Surely, you have not forgotten the nature of Lord Lin Yu. In his youth, he endured the loss of family members and faced relentless schemes and crises, concealing his true self and presenting a facade of weakness to arrive at his current position. With a temperament that has remained steadfast for a decade, do you truly believe that a mere unexpected assassination attempt at the autumn banquet could compel Lord Lin Yu to reveal himself? Absolutely not. Consider the number of formidable experts within the Imperial Palace, the master of the Mirror Division, the chief of the Inner Court, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Not to mention His Majesty, the foremost on the divine martial list. Given Lord Lin Yu's unique status, who among them would dare to allow a single hair to be harmed on his head? The assassin's ability to strike was merely a consequence of the sudden nature of the incident. Once they realized and seized the opportunity, they could swiftly neutralize the threat. What then would you say? Even I can conceive of this. And how could Lord Lin Yu, with his astute temperament, remain unaware? If that is the case, why would Lord Lin Yu choose to act and expose himself? Upon hearing this, all present took a moment to reflect. It seems that this notion holds true. Surely there exists a master of such swiftness capable of causing that assassin to spill blood on the spot? How could a mere assassin dare to take a hostage in the presence of such esteemed experts? That would be nothing short of a delusion. Thus, it follows that. The crowd quickly contemplated a rather terrifying possibility. Could it be? In the next moment, one individual articulated the collective suspicion that lingered in everyone's mind. It was evident, indeed, that this was a confrontation between young Master Lin and that distinguished individual. After years of feigning weakness, this person suddenly appears in the palace. Were I in that esteemed individual's position, I would undoubtedly harbor some inclination to probe young Master Lin's true nature, especially considering he is a founding sovereign. With this thought in mind, seated beside His Majesty, how could young Master Lin possibly be held hostage by a mere assassin? Pray tell. What kind of master possesses the prowess to catch even the foremost champion of the divine martial rankings off guard, allowing the assassin to press a blade against young Master Lin's throat? Furthermore, young Master Lin himself is a formidable peak innate expert. How could he fail to sense the assassin's approach? These two individuals ponder upon them closely. Hiss! My heavens! The Emperor is testing the waters. Young Master Lin is declaring a counterattack. The thoughts of these two are utterly formidable. Formidable? The other individual remarked, it is still too early. What follows is truly terrifying. What do you mean by that? Chapter 20, is the Lin family plotting rebellion? As this news emerged, the atmosphere within the inn became instantly tense. Everyone exchanged glances, seeking a semblance of assurance within each other's eyes. The summons from the Lin family was unexpected. It was not as if they were preparing for battle. Why the sudden call to arms? A heavy silence enveloped the room. At that moment, even the most oblivious among them could sense that something was amiss. Observing the stillness within the inn, one individual poured himself a drink and consumed it. Ah, the days to come promised to be lively. On the second floor, the swordsman and the scholar in azure overheard every word exchanged. What are your thoughts on such a character? The swordsman cast a sidelong glance at the scholar, declaring, My mastery of the heavy sword has progressed significantly. Initially, I had intended to challenge you, the sixth ranked. However, given the events that have transpired, our duel shall be postponed for now. I shall first meet this young Master Lin and discern whether he possesses the prowess attributed to him. With that, the swordsman turned and departed. The scholar chuckled softly. If you truly manage to surpass him, there will be no need to seek me out. The scholar shook his head, relying on intuition. The swordsman regarded the scholar intently before turning to leave. In the imperial capital, in a dimly lit alley, a figure clad in black stood before Yi Xiaoran, ranked 28th on the divine martial list. Do you require something? He inquired. I have heard that since you took command of the Shura villa, you have never faltered. You are the most renowned assassin in Beijing, reputed for your unparalleled ability to eliminate any target. Yi Xiaoran cast a disinterested glance at the man in black, and, my master wishes to enlist your services to eliminate someone. Who? Young Master Lin, Linzai. Yi Xiaoran raised an eyebrow. Do you dare to kill him? There are far too many who wish for his demise. And one of the tasks the king of assassins from the Shura Manor dares not undertake. We are under no obligation to sacrifice ourselves for you cowardly rats hiding in the shadows. She narrowed her eyes. It seems the so-called king of assassins is not as formidable as claimed. With a swift movement, Yi Xiaoran appeared behind the cloaked figure, her icy hand clasping tightly around his neck. It appears your master is a poorly bred creature, neglecting to teach you, this wild dog, how to show respect to a formidable warrior of the divine martial rankings. The cloaked man struggled in agony, retrieving a package from within his robes and revealing a corner. Which do you value more, life or wealth? The young master of the Lin family is a formidable postnatal 9th layer warrior. Am I, a mere postnatal 8th layer, seeking death by attempting to assassinate him? The cloaked man produced yet another package from his garments. Yi Xiaoran released her grip. As for killing Lin Zai, that is out of the question. I can only assure you of my utmost effort. The cloaked man presented a jade vial. This vial contains a lethal poison, colorless and odorless, which seals the throat upon contact with blood. Even a postnatal 9th layer warrior would inevitably perish if touched by it. It can aid you in eliminating Lin Zai. Yi Xiaoran pondered for an extended period before shaking her head resolutely. The risks are far too great. Lin Zai is a postnatal 9th layer warrior, a superlative powerhouse who has mastered the 9th layer of the 8 Desolations combat technique. The cloaked man sighed. If that is the case, we must seek out a more capable solution. However, that will require additional compensation. Agreed. In the imperial palace, within the hall of political deliberation, the esteemed officials gathered. A middle-aged man, visibly agitated and filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. I wish to bring to account Duke Lin Ao and his grandson, Lin Zai. The speaker was Wei Pingyuan, the influential patriarch of the Wei family, who now held considerable sway within the Northern Star military. The Wei family had swiftly risen to prominence following the Lin family's retreat, earning the emperor's favor and wielding significant authority over the military apparatus of the Northern Star dynasty. Over the years, their influence had grown to be second only to that of the Lin family, and there were subtle indications of a burgeoning rivalry. The animosity between the Wei and Lin families was well known. Whenever matters concerning the Lin family arose, the Wei family was invariably at the forefront of opposition. The reason for this animosity was clear to all. What justified the emperor's unwavering trust in the Wei family? It was precisely this animus. Wei Pingyuan was acutely aware of the motivations behind his elevation by the emperor. The emperor sought equilibrium, while the Wei family sought opportunity. From the moment they were thrust into prominence, the Wei family's interests became intertwined with those of the emperor. Henceforth, retreat was not an option. They could only advance. Moreover, they were determined to advance vigorously, to distort the truth and amplify trivial matters. The Northern Star Emperor cast a glance at Wei Pingyuan and inquired, Minister Wei, do you wish to hold Duke Lin and his grandson accountable? Have your two families encountered some discord? Wei Pingyuan shook his head, his agitation palpable. It is not the Wei family that bears enmity towards the Lin family. Rather, It is the Lin family that seeks to undermine our entire Northern Star dynasty. They aim to topple our realm. Your Majesty must remain vigilant. The Northern Emperor slightly raised his eyelids and sat up a bit straighter. What does Minister Wei mean by this? The Duke of Lin has always been loyal to the throne and devoted to his country, adhering faithfully to the principles of loyalty between ruler and subject, which is well known to the Northern Emperor. Wei Pingyuan let out a cold laugh. Loyal to the throne and devoted to the country? If the old man Lin Ao were truly loyal, how could he commit such acts of deceit, hoodwinking those above and below? Just look at Lin Zhe of the Lin family. At such a tender age, his schemes run remarkably deep. Quietly, he has concealed his attainment of the peak of postnatal refinement from everyone. And yet, Your Majesty, you remain completely unaware. The reason Lin Zhe refrained from entering the palace in previous years was precisely because he feared your discovery. He dares to guard against you? What does this signify? This is nothing short of treachery against the throne. As a minister, to engage in such actions, I can assert with certainty that the Lin family harbors ill intentions. They aim for rebellion. Now that the Lin family has issued their summons, my suspicions are further confirmed. Is this not a deliberate conspiracy against the throne? They clearly do not regard Your Majesty with any respect. How can you, Your Majesty, continue to tolerate the Lin family? I beseech you to seal the Lin family's residence and eradicate this treacherous clan that harbors malevolence. Upon the utterance of these words, the court officials remained expressionless, devoid of any turbulence. Although the Lin family's summons has raised some concerns, as the Duke of the State endowed with imperial authority, the private military forces have always been a prerogative of Lin Ao. They have grown accustomed to this arrangement. If one day Wei Pingyuan ceases to bark at the Lin family, they might even feel that a change is imminent. Thus, the crowd merely observed in silence, listening intently. They maintained a composed demeanor, watching the performance with a discerning gaze. Chapter 21. The Return of the Imperial Guards. In any case, this matter bore no relevance to them. Whether it was the emperor or the Lin family, both were formidable entities, beyond reproach for them. However, the ministers aligned with the Lin family were not inclined to indulge Wei Pingyuan. They could not tolerate such remarks. As soon as Wei Pingyuan concluded his statement, someone immediately retorted with a mocking laugh, declaring that Wei Sima's assertions were utterly absurd and laughable. You claim the Lin family deceives both above and below? Very well. You are so noble. You are truly remarkable. May I inquire, Wei Sima, how many dogs does your family keep? How many times do they bark in a day? Is it more in the morning or at night? Do they prefer barking at excrement or at you, Wei Sima? Furthermore, how many times do you and your esteemed wife engage in intimacy? Is it during the day, at night, or in the dead of night when everyone else is asleep? Do you prefer standing or sitting? Have you reported these matters to the emperor? If not, are you not also guarding against His Majesty? Your Majesty, I too wish to report Wei Sima. Wei Sima harbors malicious intentions and dares to deceive the emperor. I beseech Your Majesty to seal off Wei Sima's entire family. How audacious! Before Your Majesty, you dare to engage in slander and sow discord? Wei Pingyuan's expression darkened as he spoke. General Lu, what favor has the Lin family bestowed upon you that you speak in their defense? Am I speaking for the Lin family? Lu retorted. Is it not you, Wei Sima? Who conjures illusions from thin air? You. What do you mean? In the Northern Qin dynasty, I have always governed with loyalty and filial piety. Wei Samar has maliciously slandered and misled the emperor, and I, Lu, stand forth to halt this injustice in the name of loyalty. Wei Samar has humiliated my esteemed mentor, Lord Lin Gugong, and my rebuttal is an act of filial duty. Otherwise, would I not be akin to certain individuals? Becoming a treacherous rogue devoid of loyalty and filial piety, Wei Pingyuan, in a fit of rage, was about to rebuke the Commander Lu when the Northern Qin Emperor intervened. Enough. Commander Lu, please remain calm. The Emperor then turned to Wei Pingyuan. My dear Minister, I have already stated that Lord Lin Gugong is a pillar of our Northern Qin dynasty, a steadfast guardian of our nation. I cannot bring myself to believe that the Lin family would harbor treasonous intentions. The Lin family's private military is a right inherent to their hereditary title as dukes. This matter is hereby concluded, and I implore you to refrain from further discussion. As for Lin Zhe's concealment, the emperor sighed. The Lin family has indeed faced misfortune, and it is a shortcoming of our Northern Qin dynasty. It is only natural for Zhe to bide his time and remain low-key. Moreover, having such a grandson as him brings me great solace. In the coming year, Our northern Qin dynasty shall surely witness the emergence of an extraordinary and transcendent being, a divine protector who will safeguard our lineage for generations to come." The ministers bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise. We congratulate your Majesty. We celebrate your Majesty." The northern Qin emperor raised his hand to halt the crowd. However, the Lin family's assembly of private troops may indeed disrupt the order of the imperial capital. "I have also arranged a position for Zhe. Young Guangzi, you shall deliver the imperial decree to the Lin family, and also inform Zier to be mindful of the repercussions." As commanded, young Guangzi took the prepared edict and promptly made his way to the Lin household. At the Lin residence, they arrived one by one. Along the journey, they had heard tales of their young master, Lin Zhe. Naturally, their sentiments mirrored those of the outside world, believing that their young master had endured in silence for many years and was finally poised to retaliate. This ignited a fervor within each of the loyal guards. It is crucial to understand that their loyalty has never been to the North Star dynasty, but to the Lin family, to the bloodline of Lin Ao. When the two exceptional members of the Lin family and many brothers of the Lin army were ambushed by the Wolf capital, the Lin army was engulfed in a blaze of fury. They yearned to create chaos, to upheave the entire North Star in their quest to unearth the hidden orchestrator behind the attack, to present him as a sacrifice, and subsequently raze the Wolf capital to the ground. This left the loyal guards momentarily speechless. However, after a brief period of astonishment, an overwhelming excitement surged within their hearts. The root of their affliction had always been a piercing thorn lodged within their spirits. Over the years, they had endured the torment of this ailment, suffering through immense trials. At last, an opportunity to eradicate their suffering had presented itself. How could they not be exhilarated? The loyal guards harbored no doubts regarding Lin Zhe's capabilities. Thus, within the grand courtyard of the Lin family, a fervent line of individuals extended from the courtyard to the outside. With every person healed, the enthusiasm of the long queue intensified. "Well, now it is merely a matter of recuperation. Please proceed over there." "Thank you, young master." After the healed soldier deeply bowed to Lin Zhe, he swiftly made his way to Lu Hanyan to avoid delaying the treatment of other comrades. The Lu family has a long-standing tradition in medicine, and as a daughter of the Lu family, Lu Hanyan is naturally well-versed in the healing arts. However, her skills do not surpass those of the imperial physician, and she is unable to tend to these wounded soldiers. Lin Zhe primarily handles the major healing, while she addresses minor issues and subsequent care. Seated beside the pavilion, Lu Hanyan gazed with a complex expression at Lin Zhe, who was wholly absorbed in treating the injured. She believed she understood him, yet all these years, she had failed to see through him. He is neither a mediocre man, nor one who is unaware of resistance. Beneath his seemingly unremarkable exterior lies an extraordinarily brilliant soul. Lu Hanyan could hardly fathom the kind of strength that has sustained Lin Zhe's facade for a decade. For 10 years, he has suppressed the radiance of his youthful brilliance, curbing the vitality and exuberance that are characteristic of youth. He has endured humiliation and heavy burdens, bearing the weight of others' disdain as they repeatedly claimed he was of little use, that he was inferior to Lin Jia, and that the Lin family had no successors. Moreover, he has feigned a persona he detests to reassure those who secretly scrutinize the Lin family. He must be utterly exhausted, right, miss? There is no issue. Just rest more, and you will recover in no more than 2 days. Chapter 22. He does not believe me. The injured soldier nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, miss. You have worked hard." Lu Hanyan shook her head and cast another glance at Lin Zhe, who was diligently attending to the wounded. In comparison to him, I have merely performed trivial tasks. Lu Hanyan was genuinely curious about the workings of Lin Zhe's mind. How could one individual possess such extraordinary brilliance and erudition? As a daughter of the Lu family, which had been engaged in medicine for generations, Lu Hanyan had immersed herself in various medical texts since childhood, diligently studying the classics of renowned physicians. Her family often praised her innate talent, believing she would undoubtedly become a distinguished physician in the future. Subsequently, with the resources provided by the Lin family, her medical skills advanced at an astonishing pace, akin to a meteoric rise. Yet, despite her progress, Lu Hanyan could only barely attain the level of a secondary medical officer in the Imperial Medical Bureau, still 2 ranks away from the position of chief physician, let alone reach the extraordinary prowess of someone like Lin Zhe. Furthermore, the disparity in their martial cultivation was even more pronounced, and she was 2 years his senior. Indeed, it seemed the young master was a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chui also praised Lin Zai. However, the young lady should not underestimate herself. Her accomplishments at such a tender age were already remarkable. The injured soldier chimed in, affirming, indeed, both the young master and the young lady are the true dragon and phoenix of our Lin family. Lu Hanyin found herself both amused and exasperated. She had never intended to compete with Lin Zai. Her reflections on medical skills were merely expressions of admiration. After tending to the injured soldier, Lu Hanyin found herself with free time. The matters she addressed were minor issues that required little time, while Lin Zai took considerable time to tend to each injury. Thus, she patiently observed, captivated by Lin Zai's focused demeanor as he treated the wounded. It was then that a peculiar and enigmatic gaze fell upon Lu Hanyin, Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui gazed at Lu Hanyin with a mixture of wonder and playful teasing. Lu Hanyin felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Ao and Lin Mo, who had been observing the situation, exchanged knowing glances and shared a quiet smile. Ah, the youth. He lifted his teacup, gently tapping it before taking a delicate sip. Instantly, the aroma of the tea wafted through the air, awakening his senses. Today's brew is truly delightful. The passage of time is always swift. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, and Lin Zai finally concluded his busy day. After a full day of healing, fatigue began to wash over him. Beneath the silvery moonlight, Lin Zai practiced his breathing techniques. The soft moonlight cascaded around him, his hair shimmering with a hazy glow, as though draped in a gossamer veil of moonlight. Ethereal and serene, Lu Hanyin gently caressed her hair and glanced at Lin Zai, who was deep in meditation. She approached him slowly, intending to use a silk cloth to wipe the sweat from his brow. At that moment, Lin Zai suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze, bright as a galaxy yet tranquil as a deep pool, held a hint of wariness, reminiscent of the unfamiliar guardedness Lu Hanyin had observed before. At the time, she had been perplexed by this reaction. Now, the realization dawned upon her. Lin Zai was on guard against her, just as he would be against the emperor or anyone else conspiring against the Lin family. He did not trust her. So indeed, his previous pretense of interest in her was merely a fade to deceive himself, wasn't he it? What do you intend to do? Lu Hanyin remained silent for a moment, biting her lip as she extended the silk cloth to him to wipe away the sweat. You may use it with confidence. It is not poisoned. No need, he replied. I shall wash up after my meditation. As she paused midway, she turned to Lin Zai and emphatically declared, I am also a member of the Lin family. We grew up together. Indeed, who could deny that? As Lin Zai's adopted sister and child bride. Prior to the awakening of his past life memories, he had shared countless conversations with Lu Hanyin, roaming the capital together. It was anticipated that in due time, they would wed, furthering the Lin family's lineage. Their relationship was undeniably amicable. If circumstances permitted, Lin Zai harbored no desire to confront her. However, within this world governed by a protagonist's halo, certain matters transcended emotions and defied logic. The protagonist's aura could even orchestrate absurd scenarios, such as a resurrection cry at a grave, declaring, Arise, my beloved. In such an outrageous realm, Lin Zai had to remain vigilant. Yet, this protagonist seemed to possess an inherent ability to incite conflict, triggering disdain from supporting characters wherever he went, perpetuating a tiresome narrative of gifting and familial entanglements. Even if Lin Zai were to alter the focal point of discord during the Mid-Autumn Festival, other points of contention would invariably arise, compelling confrontations with the protagonist. Lin Zai held no doubts about this, as the protagonist had never failed to disappoint in the art of conflict generation. Could Lin Zai afford to indulge him? Thus, to ensure absolute safety, Lin Zai resolved to remain cautious until the protagonist's demise or until the strength of his halo's corrective powers was ascertained. Lost in these thoughts, Xiao Chui suddenly approached Lin Zai. Young master, Lord Guang from the palace has a decree to announce. He noticed you were preoccupied and did not wish to disturb you. So he has been waiting in the reception hall until now. A decree from the palace? Lin Zai's gaze sharpened slightly. I understand. With those words, Lin Zai's figure transformed into ethereal rays of light, vanishing without a trace. In the reception hall, these shimmering lights spiraled and intertwined, coalescing before the eyes of the Grand Eunuch into the familiar silhouette of a person. Grand Eunuch, I apologize for the wait. Lin Zai's unique and extraordinary entrance caused the Grand Eunuch to stiffen momentarily. Not at all. Young Master Lin is undoubtedly occupied with pressing affairs, while it seems the servant has arrived at an inopportune moment. As a close aide to the emperor, the Grand Eunuch humbly lowered his stance. His rise from a mere junior eunuch to his current position was a testament to his astuteness in navigating the complexities of power. With others, he could adopt a tone befitting a royal aide, but with Lin Zhe, the mere mention of Lin Zhe's formidable abilities could render him powerless with a single blow. Not to mention, Lin Zhe's unique and esteemed status was unparalleled throughout the entire Baichen dynasty. If the royal Li family were considered the sovereign, then the Lin family would be the influential vassal. Ultimately, the question of who held true authority was certainly not for a humble eunuch like him to decide. The Grand Eunuch, maintaining his politeness, inquired, "What message does His Majesty wish to convey today?" With a smile, he replied, "It is joyous news. His Majesty intends to elevate your status." Oh, the Grand Eunuch produced the imperial edict. "Young Master Lin, shall we proclaim the decree?" "Please proceed," coughed the Lin family. Lin Zhe, upon slaying the assassins at the autumn festival, restoring order and safeguarding the emperor, is to be duly rewarded. Today, His Majesty has appointed Lin Zhe as the chief inspector of the Mirror Division, tasked with overseeing all officials and purging the treacherous elements within the imperial capital. Furthermore, Lin Zhe has been designated as the inspector for Baichen Academy, responsible for scrutinizing the candidates of this autumn's examinations and patrolling both the academy and its surroundings to prevent any deceitful acts that would confuse the innocent with the malicious. Thus decreed. Chapter 23. Appointment of the Chief Inspector of the Mirror Division 1. Lin Zhe, humbly accept the imperial edict. Grand Eunuch Guang respectfully presented the decree to Lin Zhe. Congratulations, Chief Inspector. The position holds great power, granting you the authority to oversee all officials and purify the capital of any threats. He continued, such a prestigious role has always been reserved for our own, as His Majesty has been reluctant to bestow it upon outsiders. Lin Zhe smiled politely, aware of his maternal grandfather's esteem for him, and resolved not to disappoint the elderly gentleman. Grand Eunuch Guang added, "Rest assured, with one of our own at the helm, His Majesty has full confidence. Given your capabilities, I trust you will not overlook any treacherous elements within the court." After a brief pause, Grand Eunuch Guang shifted the conversation. "Additionally, there is another matter." "Please, speak freely," Lin Zhe encouraged. "It concerns the differing opinions regarding the Lin family's unauthorized issuance of a summons. Naturally, the Lin family, as founding elders of the realm, are loyal subjects devoted to the nation, and His Majesty would not heed slander that might harm familial bonds. However, the arrival of so many private troops in the capital could potentially disrupt its order. His Majesty hopes you will be mindful of the implications and maintain discipline within the Lin clan's forces." Lin Zhe suddenly realized the truth behind the matter. It was indeed my oversight, for I was too eager and neglected to inform my grandfather in advance. The genesis of this affair stemmed from Lin's encounter with the renowned Nine Extremes Life Needle in the Library of Collections, which profoundly inspired him and greatly advanced his medical skills. This recollection brought to mind the old soldiers who had fought valiantly alongside my Lin family in battles across the land, only to be left with lingering ailments that plagued them throughout their lives. As heroes of the Northern Star Dynasty, they did not deserve such a fate. Thus, Lin resolved to gather these veteran comrades in an attempt to offer them healing, while also hoping they might assist in the pursuit of more martial arts techniques. It is well known that my singular passion lies in the realm of martial arts. I have always delighted in collecting rare tomes from across the world. Little did I anticipate that this endeavor would lead to misunderstandings, a shortcoming on my part indeed. The esteemed Grand Duke praised Lin's ability to master profound martial arts such as the 8 wilderness battle technique, the Celestial Feather 6 illusions, and the Invisible Sword Finger at such a young age. Your fervor and talent in martial arts are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. It is, however, somewhat embarrassing to acknowledge that while Lin has already distinguished himself in martial arts at a young age, our family, having surpassed 50, struggles to fathom even the 2 ancient manuscripts we fortuitously acquired. It seems we are destined to remain disconnected from those 2 ancient texts. With a sigh, Lord Guang remarked that since ancient times, precious swords have been bestowed upon heroes. Coincidentally, Master Lin has developed an interest in martial arts literature. Thus, in a few days, I shall arrange for someone to deliver it to you. When the time comes, should you gain any insights, I kindly request you share them with me, as it would fulfill a personal wish of mine. Lord Guang's words were a subtle attempt to curry favor, offering a gift to Lin Zhe. It would be foolish not to befriend someone as extraordinary as Lin Zhe, who, at the tender age of 18, has already reached the pinnacle of acquired mastery and is poised for greatness. Lord Guang is confident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Lin Zhe is destined to achieve the revered status of a congenital deity. When that time arrives, the exchange of goodwill will surpass mere reciprocity. It will warrant an abundant reward. Very well, I shall not disturb Master Lin any further, Lord Guang concluded before taking his leave. Lin Zhe watched him depart, then shifted his gaze to a shadowy corner. After listening for so long, must I summon you to reveal yourself? After a brief silence, a figure emerged from the darkness, Yi Xiaoran, exuding a chilling demeanor akin to a solitary wolf lurking in the shadows, gradually stepped into the gentle moonlight. Under the moon's glow, Yi Xiaoran appeared as a deadly weapon, every inch radiating an aura of lethal intent, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling chill. The pristine moonlight transformed into icy daggers, piercing the air with a bone-chilling coldness. At the 8th level of acquired mastery, Yi Xiaoran stands as one of the most formidable beings beneath the pinnacle of acquired mastery. Those who attain such heights are invariably renowned powerhouses. In the esteemed Lin family, only the steward Lin Mo possesses the strength of an 8th-level master. A postnatal adept of the Ye clan personally took action. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow and offered a somewhat gratified assessment. Not bad. You didn't resort to using inferior and trivial tricks to fool me. Quite sincere indeed. In this day and age, it is rare to encounter a villain who dares to unleash their full strength from the onset. If everyone were as forthright as you, how could the protagonist of the original story have survived until now? Should this world possess a ranking system for assassins, I would undoubtedly bestow upon you an award. Make your move. In recognition of your sincerity, I grant you 3 opportunities to strike. With that, Lin Zhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, motionless, awaiting Yi Xiaoran's move. At that moment, his demeanor was casual and relaxed, presenting what appeared to be fatal openings in Yi Xiaoran's eyes. Based on past experiences, if he were to strike now, his chances of victory would be significantly enhanced. Yi Xiaoran's gaze flickered, indecisive. He slowly approached, hands positioned before him, seemingly poised to unleash a thunderous blow. However, the Shura Mountain manners, Yi Xiaoran had no intention of confronting the second young Master Lin. He had come with urgent news to convey to him. With hands clasped in salute, Yi Xiaoran bowed respectfully to Lin Zhe. Second young Master Lin, someone has commissioned me to assassinate you. Lin Zhe was momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he spoke with a complex expression. So you decided to sell him out? Yi Xiaoran chuckled lightly. To oppose you would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an act of sheer folly. Lin Zhe of the Lin family, an 18-year-old postnatal pinnacle, possessed profound martial arts mastery and was well-versed in various disciplines. His extraordinary talent was so remarkable that it seemed he was the reincarnation of a martial sage. Undoubtedly, he would soar to greatness in the future, transcending to become an extraordinary, innate being. Yet, there were still fools who dared to provoke such a figure. Was your birth preceded by the dropping of the placenta? Furthermore, it appears you have enlisted Yi Xiaoran to eliminate Lin Zhe. TSK, I, Yi Xiaoran, am an assassin, not a fool like you. From the moment the dark-clad figures approached Yi Xiaoran, he had dutifully stated that he would decline the task from the Shura manor. Yet, that unfortunate soul insisted on his acceptance, even mocking him. With no other recourse, Yi Xiaoran could only accept the substantial reward with a clear conscience, while also intending to gain some merit from Lin Zhe, thus familiarizing himself with him. Yi Xiaoran presented the vial of deadly poison bestowed upon him by the dark-clad figures. This poison, said to seal the throat upon contact with blood, would surely lead to death even for those at the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Lin Zhe suddenly felt a waning interest. To be honest, after honing his skills so diligently, he was quite eager for a fight. Regrettably, who was the buyer? Chapter 24. Rise Up. Lin Zhe took the vial of lethal poison from Yi Xiaoran, examined it briefly, and casually inquired. However, Yi Xiaoran pointed towards the northwest of the Beichin imperial capital. That direction leads to the Beichin Academy. In front of Yi Xiaoran, his meager skills were hardly worth showcasing. Yi Xiaoran stealthily followed the buyer, ultimately discovering that he had entered the Beichin Academy. The Beichin Academy? Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. In the original narrative, the protagonist began to shine at the Beichin Academy, showcasing remarkable talent, but was also subjected to attacks from within its walls on more than one occasion. Subsequently, through the protagonist's investigations, it was confirmed that there were spies from the Kingdom of Wolf within the upper echelons of the Beichin Academy. A spy lurked within the North Star Academy, diligently observing all the students. Should a student emerge who poses a significant threat to the heart of the Wolf capital, the spy would swiftly report back to enact an assassination. A fleeting glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Lin Yu's narrowed eyes. Ah, Wolf capital, I have not sought trouble with you, yet you have come knocking at my door. The deaths of the Lin family's two prodigies and Lin Yu will undoubtedly implicate the Wolf capital, regardless of whether there are hidden hands behind the scenes. From the very beginning, the Wolf capital has been on Lin Yu's list of targets. However, he had recently been preoccupied with strengthening himself and revitalizing the Lin family, leaving little time for other matters. But now, Lin Yu found himself free to act. The North Star Academy, how fortuitous. He also served as an inspector for the autumn examination, tasked with cleansing the academy. Tomorrow, he would seize the opportunity to turn the North Star Academy upside down and expose that spy from the Wolf capital. Moreover, he intended to assess the protagonist of this world. If the opportunity arose, he would eliminate this major source of instability as well. With this thought, Lin Yu cast another glance at Yi Shaoran. Yi Shaoran, was it? Yes. Speak, what do you desire? Yi Shaoran replied, regarding compensation. Someone has already provided that. I have come merely to forge a friendship with young Master Lin and establish a benevolent connection. In the future, should the chance arise, I hope young Master Lin might consider offering me a meal. Lin Yu smiled. Why wait for the future when an opportunity presents itself now? Please, young master, proceed. I have no peculiar hobbies. Rather, I delight in various martial arts texts and seek to collect the wisdom of all schools across the land. You, as disciples of the Shura Mountain Manor, possess a multitude of skills. Thus, this task should pose no significant challenge for you. Understood. The Shura Mountain Manor will undertake this task, and from now on, every 7 days, I, Yi, shall deliver the collected martial arts manuscripts to the Lin family. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Shaoran then prepared to depart when Lin Yu called out to him once more. Wait a moment. Do you have further instructions? Young Master Lin, you mentioned that the Shura Mountain Manor originated from the intelligence business? Indeed. Are you aware of the nocturnal assault on the Bachin army by the Wolf capital over a decade ago? Yi Shaoran shook his head, comprehending young Master Lin's intent. However, the Shura Mountain Manor has never engaged in intelligence related to military affairs. Such matters can easily invite peril, whether from the Bachin army or the Wolf capital army. Either could effortlessly obliterate the Shura Mountain Manor. I regret disappointing you, young Master Lin. Not at all. I merely inquired casually. Lin Yu harbored no expectations that Yi Shaoran would possess extensive knowledge on the matter. Had it been so easy to uncover, Lin Ao would have resolved it long ago. You may leave now. Yi Shaoran turned and vanished into the shadows. The following day, additional injured soldiers continued to arrive. They were primarily those who hailed from regions too distant from the imperial capital, and even with their relentless haste, they only reached their destination the next day. Lin Yu instructed Xiao Chui to ensure their accommodations were suitable, intending to wait until nightfall when all had gathered before administering unified treatment. Meanwhile, Lin Yu himself had already boarded a carriage, en route to the Bachin Academy. As he departed, he was accompanied, as usual, by 2 brothers from the Lin family army, both at the 6th level of the postnatal stage, tasked with his protection. Though all are well aware of Lin Yu's true prowess, the years of routine have ingrained certain habits in them. Moreover, even if Lin Yu does not require protection, as the young master of the Lin family, how could his outings lack a few devoted attendants? At the North Star Academy, Lin Yu's carriage came to a steady halt before the imposing gates of the institution. A group of senior officials, who had received word of his arrival early that morning, had already been waiting patiently for some time. This visit was no longer merely as the young master of the Lin family. He now held the esteemed title of the new chief envoy of the Mirror Division, representing the Imperial Li family for this autumn examination inspection. Furthermore, he was a legendary prodigy at the peak of the acquired realm. Thus, the higher-ups of the academy had gathered early at the entrance to await Lin Yu's inspection, demonstrating their respect for this remarkable figure. As Lin Yu alighted from the carriage, he appeared resplendent in a robe of pure white, holding a folding fan. His long, dark hair was elegantly styled in a half-updo secured with a jade hairpin, and at his waist hung a piece of ancient sheep-fat jade, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman, gentle and graceful. At first glance, he seemed merely a handsome young man, devoid of any extraordinary aura of strength. However, at the center of the crowd, a scholar clad in green felt a sudden jolt of realization upon first laying eyes on Lin Yu. For, as the head of the North Star Academy, and a formidable figure ranked 6th on the divine martial list. He was shocked to find that he could sense not the slightest trace of Lin Zhe's presence. It was more terrifying than he had anticipated, suppressing his emotions. The scholar led everyone in the academy to pay their respects to Lin Zhe. Zhang Tong of North Star Academy, we pay our respects to Chief Envoy Lin. We have all come to see you, Chief Envoy Lin. Is Zhang Tong present today as well? Upon encountering the scholar clad in green, Zhang Tong, Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. If memory serves correctly, Zhang Tong was indeed ranked 6th on the divine martial list, was he not? There was no need for excessive formalities. With that, Lin Zhe elegantly waved his folding fan, stirring the air with an unseen force. A gentle yet irresistible power surged forth, compelling all present to straighten their postures, rendering them immobile. Unexpectedly, even someone of Zhang Tong's caliber, a pinnacle expert of the acquired realm, found himself adjusted by this force. Moreover, the strength did not wane. It coalesced, brimming with potential, seemingly allowing Zhang Tong a moment to gather his wits. Was this a show of dominance? Faced with such a blatant provocation, Zhang Tong, a formidable figure on the divine martial list, instinctively considered retaliating, striving to uphold his dignity. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that Lin Zhe represented the royal authority in his inspection of the Northern Star Academy. Hence, he understood that this display of power was warranted. Therefore, Zhang Tong refrained from resistance, permitting the gentle force to take effect, and remarked, "It is said that Lin is a prodigious talent, with profound cultivation. Today's encounter indeed confirms your exceptional nature." Lin Zhe chuckled, a smile devoid of genuine warmth. The 6th ranked on the divine martial list. Yet he seemed to lack the resolve to stand tall. Chapter 25. Now, do you comprehend? I am deliberately seeking to provoke you. Can you not sense it? Where is the majesty befitting a pinnacle expert like yourself? Lin Zhe felt a sense of helplessness. How had the original protagonist managed to incite conflict wherever he went? You flatter me, Master Zhang, Lin Zhe remarked blandly after a fleeting exchange, before proceeding into the Northern Star Academy. Master Zhang, you are well aware of the purpose of my visit today. Recently, an incident at the autumn banquet has left my grandfather quite displeased. Zhang Tong promptly declared, Our North Star Academy has always been loyal to the throne and dedicated to the nation, comprised of individuals of impeccable character. Never have we witnessed such rebellious acts of treachery. It is indeed shocking that traitors have infiltrated our ranks, tarnishing the esteemed reputation of our academy. I never anticipated that such despicable individuals could exist. Zhang Mansion's master, I did not come here to hear your grievances, Lin interjected. Zhang Tong replied, Understood. Please rest assured that in the past few days, I have conducted a thorough investigation both within and outside the academy, meticulously re-examining the records of all students and gathering evidence anew. Any student with even the slightest hint of suspicion has been duly noted and temporarily dispatched to a branch outside the capital for further observation and investigation. Those who remain in the capital are undoubtedly of reputable lineage and clear backgrounds. Such absurdities as those witnessed at the autumn banquet shall never occur again. Upon concluding his statement, the esteemed scholars around Zhang quickly procured the prepared student records for Lin Zhe's perusal. However, records can be easily fabricated, and Lin Zhe did not pay them much heed, casually flipping through them, as he had no intention of truly investigating for the royal family. The affairs of the royal family were of little concern to him. He still had unresolved matters with the Lin family. His purpose here was solely to root out the traitors among the wolves and, if possible, eliminate the original protagonist, a source of instability. After a cursory glance, Lin Zhe remarked, Perhaps the students are innocent, but what of the scholars? This statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. Listening to Lin Zhe continue, he remarked, This group of wolves truly possesses remarkable cunning, managing to infiltrate the esteemed North Star Academy without arousing the slightest suspicion from any of the esteemed instructors. I recall that the instructors at North Star Academy possess cultivation levels that must be at least at the postnatal stage, particularly those at the 6th level or above. Moreover, with you, the esteemed Master Zhang, being a renowned pinnacle expert on the divine martial rankings, it is astonishing that you could overlook a few insignificant spies. With a swift motion, Lin Zhe snapped his folding fan shut, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the air. His tone took on a hint of frostiness as he questioned, So, is it that the instructors at North Star Academy lack the requisite skill? Or are some of you deliberately shielding these intruders? As soon as Lin Zhe's words fell, the expressions of the gathered instructors shifted dramatically. Master Lin, we have devoted ourselves to teaching at North Star Academy for at least 20 years with utmost diligence. How could we possibly be spies for the wolves? One instructor exclaimed. Indeed, North Star Academy has maintained its integrity for all these years. If we were spies, wouldn't chaos have ensued long ago? Furthermore, how could we possibly possess the audacity to conspire against the imperial court? To oppose the court would be akin to striking a rock with an egg, leading to our own demise. Another instructor added, imploring Lin Zhe to reconsider his jest. Lin Zhe chuckled softly, not daring to conspire against the court, yet daring to plot against my Lin family? What do you mean by that, Master Lin? The assembly was left in a state of bewilderment. When did Beichin Academy dare to conspire against the Lin family? What does it mean? Lin Zhe's mind stirred, and an imperceptible, formless wave spread throughout the venue. Soon after, an exquisite vial materialized before everyone. Some among you may find this vial quite familiar, wouldn't you? At his words, all eyes turned toward the vial. What lies within it? The Academy Master, Zhang Tong, inquired with confusion. He halted his steps, turned around, and directly gazed at a middle-aged man lurking at the back of the crowd. Your heart races quite rapidly. The middle-aged man's complexion shifted. He forced himself to remain calm, stating that his heart rate was consistently. Lin Zhe disregarded his excuses. Within the domain of his heart's psychic energy, nothing could remain concealed. The moment the jade vial appeared, his heart began to race violently, a sound he could hear distinctly. Even if the one who hired Yusharin was not him, he was undoubtedly entangled in the matter. Thus, Lin Zhe extended his right hand, and a terrifying gravitational force instantaneously unleashed a cataclysmic storm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The overwhelming pull rendered the middle-aged man uncontrollable as he was drawn toward Lin Zhe. Thud. Lin Zhe's large hand pressed down upon the middle-aged man's head, lifting him off the ground and suspending him in midair. The immense power nearly deformed the man's entire head. You. What are you doing? This is Beichin Academy. Master, save me. Sensing Lin Zhe's terrifying murderous intent, the middle-aged man urgently called for help, invoking the name of Beichin Academy. The sudden upheaval rendered the crowd's expressions grave, their faces reflecting unease. The Beichin Academy is undoubtedly one of the most formidable forces in Beichin, presided over by the esteemed Master Zhang Tong, a peak postnatal powerhouse. Do you truly believe that such an individual, capable of single-handedly commanding 100,000 troops and standing against an entire nation, is merely a decoration? Have you not witnessed the turmoil at the Golden Autumn Banquet, where the 3 divisions of the court were reprimanded like curs? While only the Beichin Academy was treated with leniency, allowed to rectify the situation and provide an explanation, in the Beichin Academy, even the royal family, a colossal entity, would not dare to act with impunity without uttering a word. For this signifies the dignity and authority of the strongest echelon of beings beneath the innate divine realm. Young Master Lin, what are you doing? You act recklessly without discerning right from wrong. You are exceedingly audacious. Master Zhang Tong's expression darkened. Young Master Lin, Master Xing has been with our Beichin Academy for a decade, diligently devoted and without ulterior motives. He would never dare to conspire against Beichin, let alone harm the Lin family. I implore you to investigate thoroughly before making any accusations. Lin Zhe replied calmly, very well, I shall extend courtesy before resorting to force. Lest you label me an unreasonable brute. Last night, I was ambushed by assassins, and the orchestrator behind this is one of your own from the Beichin Academy. This vial of rare poison was entrusted to the assassin by that very mastermind, and your so-called Master Zhang, upon seeing this vial, exhibited a sudden spike in his heartbeat. Lin Zhe cast a glance at everyone present. Now, do you comprehend? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. An assassination attempt on Lin Zhe. Assassinating a postnatal pinnacle expert? Have you been struck senseless? Very well, it appears that reason is futile. As he uttered these words, Lin Zhe tightened his grip. Zheng Fuzi immediately cried out in agony, exclaiming, Who sent you to assassinate me? Chapter 26. The Death of Zheng Fuzi. Zheng Fuzi's face contorted in pain, yet his lips remained defiantly sealed. I do not comprehend your words. You are clearly provoking me, intending to assert dominance over my academy. Lin Zhe's grip intensified further. Zheng Fuzi's head began to deform. 5 deep fingerprints indented upon it. Master, save me. Zhang Tong and others from the academy displayed expressions of distress. After all, they had been colleagues for many years, and could not bear to witness Zheng Fuzi's tragic state. Yet, Zheng Fuzi found himself entangled in the turmoil of attempting to assassinate Lin Zhe. Their compassion was rendered powerless. The Beichin Academy valued its reputation. How could Lin Zhe, a distinguished genius and a scion of the Lin family, disregard his own dignity? The esteemed status of a postnatal pinnacle could not be sullied. In a situation like this, should Lin Zhe decide to execute him on the spot, they would have no grounds to protest. The fact that they had previously intervened to dissuade Lin Zhe was already a testament to their long-standing camaraderie. Zhang Tong and the others remained silent. Desperation seized Zheng Fuzi as he implored, "Master, you cannot take Lin Zhe's word as gospel. He is fabricating lies. I have never left the academy." Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. "Do you believe that your silence grants you immunity?" Zheng Fuzi's heart raced, pondering the meaning behind those words. Just as this thought flickered across his mind, a thunderous explosion echoed. The air crackled with a terrifying intensity as an agonizing sensation. Potent enough to reduce the very soul to ashes, engulfed Master Zheng in an instant. The excruciating pain rendered him convulsed, as though 1,000 arrows were piercing his heart. It felt akin to searing iron rods being thrust into his flesh, tugging at his very bones, or like countless venomous serpents simultaneously sinking their fangs into him. The wounds burned intensely, a torment beyond comprehension. Yu. All flames of an orange-red hue enveloped Master Zhang, blazing fiercely around him. Yet, these flames were not lethal. Instead, they incessantly tormented him, pushing him to the brink of despair. Lin Zhe had ransacked the royal and Lin family libraries, acquiring knowledge of hundreds of martial arts. With just a flicker of each, he could concoct tortures so horrific that life itself would seem unbearable. "Speak. For whom do you serve? I can grant you a swift end." I am." Master Zhang gritted his teeth, his jaws trembling in agony, wavering repeatedly between silence and confession. Sensing his hesitation, a chilling aura surged from Lin Zhe's hand, coursing down his arm and invading Master Zhang's being. In that moment, he was besieged by the dual torment of fire and ice, enduring a purgatorial ordeal. His complexion fluctuated from pallid to flushed, a grotesque distortion of agony, as cold sweat streamed down his body like a torrential downpour. Witnessing Master Zhang's horrific plight, the observers from Beichen Academy felt a chill creep into their bones, an unsettling fear that sent shivers coursing through them. At that moment, a shared realization washed over them regarding Lin Zhe. In the future, one must never provoke him. Amidst the dual torment of searing flames and biting cold, Master Zhang could no longer endure the agony of his soul and body. He uttered, I say." The icy grasp and fiery torment in Lin Zhe's hands momentarily subsided. Master Zhang exhaled deeply, gasping for breath. "Even the wolves let me." The moment those words escaped his lips, he abruptly halted. A strange crimson hue spread across his eyes, swiftly engulfing his entire gaze. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Master Zhang writhed in agony. "You." Bang. Master Zhang could not articulate a single complete thought before an unusual force shattered his head into a bloody explosion. Blood splattered everywhere, a grotesque mix of red and white staining the ground. The acrid stench of a peculiar bloodiness filled the air instantaneously. This, Master Zhang truly was. How could this be? The onlookers from the academy, having witnessed Master Zhang's sudden demise after uttering the word wolf, turned pale, their faces drained of color. They exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe casually accepted a handkerchief from one of his guards, nonchalantly wiping his hands. How intriguing. Master Zhang was not slain by Lin Zhe. It was evident that someone wished to silence him. He cast a sidelong glance at the academy's higher-ups. Your North Star Academy indeed harbors hidden talents. With a chuckle, Lin Zhe casually opened his folding fan, gently swaying it as he strode deeper into the academy. The academy head, Zhang Tongzi, glanced at Master Zhang's lifeless body before casting a profound gaze over all present. Faced with the profound gaze of the Master Zhang Tong, an air of trepidation enveloped the assembly. Fortunately, Zhang Tong merely cast a fleeting glance before following Lin Zhe. "Let us proceed. Master, what about the body of that traitor, Zheng Fu?" This inquiry sent a chill through the hearts of all present, prompting them to hastily acknowledge the matter and dismiss any further concern for Zheng Fu's remains as they quickly followed suit. At the Lin residence, a swordsman bearing a heavy sword of mysterious iron arrived at the gates. "Halt! This is the stronghold of the Lin family." The guards, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the visitor, swiftly barred his entrance. The swordsman lifted his eyelids and proclaimed, "I am the 8th of the divine martial rankings. The sovereign of the heavy sword. The sovereign of the heavy sword." The name resonated with astonishment. A peak existence at the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Renowned throughout Beichen for his mastery of the heavy sword, he was a king among swords. His prowess in wielding the heavy sword was unparalleled, especially in the art of breaking through myriad techniques with sheer strength, capable of determining the outcome of battles with a single stroke. 5 years prior, after an epic confrontation, he had attained a deeper understanding of the heavy sword and subsequently retreated for 5 years of introspection, shunning worldly affairs. Now, having emerged from seclusion, he was undoubtedly stronger than before. The Lin guards exchanged glances, realizing the significance of the sovereign's arrival. Might we inquire what brings the Sword King to our humble abode? With a mighty tremor, the sovereign summoned his colossal sword, which soared into the air before crashing down before the Lin residence with a thunderous thud. The ground quaked as if a celestial star had fallen. He then cast a sidelong glance at the visibly troubled guards. Do not concern yourselves. This is merely a customary sparring session among martial artists, to be conducted with restraint. Quickly, informed the second young master. The gatekeeper of the Lin family army announced. The young master is not currently within the estate. The young master, having been appointed as the grand commander of the Mirror Division, departed early this morning to cleanse both the interior and exterior of the North Star Academy. The Sword King of profound weight furrowed his brow, questioning. Are you insinuating that I harbor ill intentions towards the second young master? Are you deliberately fabricating a tale of his absence? The group shook their heads, asserting, the young master's inspection of the North Star Academy is of great significance. The Sword King could easily inquire with a few passers-by to ascertain the truth. How could we dare deceive? With a resounding clap, the Sword King struck his heavy sword, causing it to tremble and lift from the ground, only to be steadied upon his back once more. The North Star Academy? Both adversaries are there. Splendid, he declared. In that case, I shall make my way to the North Star Academy. Despite bearing the weight of the hefty sword, the Sword King's pace remained unimpeded. In a single stride, he vanished from sight, heading towards the North Star Academy. Chapter 27. The Maiden in Pink at the North Star Academy. A scholar clad in white hurried into the Evergreen Hall. A group of students who had successfully passed the autumn examination awaited him eagerly. Having witnessed the upheaval at the Golden Autumn Banquet and seen Lin Zhe's true colors firsthand, many of them had developed a profound admiration for this peerless prodigy. Thus, upon hearing of Lin Zhe's ascension to the position of Grand Commander of the Mirror Division and his intention to personally assess them, their excitement was palpable. They had prepared themselves well in advance for his arrival. As soon as they saw the white-clad scholar rush in, they immediately inquired, "What news? Has the second young master arrived?" The scholar in white took a breath and exclaimed, "Do not inquire further. Prepare yourselves swiftly, for grave matters have transpired. Master Zheng was just assassinated at the academy's entrance by the second young master." "What? Master Zheng, this?" The scholar in white glanced at all the students present, his tone heavy with dread as he proclaimed, "Our academy is tainted. Beyond us, students, even the upper echelons have been corrupted. Master Zheng was the second young master unearthed." "What do you mean? Even the higher-ups? What is there to be astonished about? It was anticipated. If traitors and conspirators have managed to conceal themselves among the students for so long, eluding the watchful eyes of numerous masters and instructors, it would be astonishing if no one in the higher ranks offered them protection. The decay of a tree often begins at its roots. But how did the second young master discover this?" The scholar in white replied, "I overheard from a distance that someone within our academy had hired assassins to eliminate the second young master." As the crowd murmured, Xia Qinghe, seated at the forefront, calmly perused several treatises, appearing to diligently absorb the wisdom of the ancients. Yet her mind was elsewhere, flipping through the pages repetitively, stuck on the same few. "Stop turning the pages, you are about to wear them out." Beside Xia Qinghe, a girl in pink attire observed her with a knowing smile, pondering. "Where is that second young master? What enchantment does he possess that has so utterly captivated you?" As she spoke, a peculiar glimmer flickered in the eyes of the girl in pink. Xia Qinghe, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, lightly pinched the waist of the girl in pink, exclaiming, "I won't allow you to speak nonsense." "Ouch! You!" Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the hall. "The second young master and his companions have arrived. Quickly, prepare yourselves." Everyone immediately sat upright, ceasing their activities, and assumed a formal posture. With the sound of light footsteps, Lin Zhe, Zhang Tong, and others entered the Chongqing Hall. "Greetings, General Lin." "Greetings, Lord of the Manor, and esteemed teacher." "No need for excessive formalities," Lin Zhe replied as he stepped into the hall, casting a glance at all the students. Upon spotting Xia Qinghe, he paused for a moment, for he noticed another girl in pink standing beside her. This girl was charming and vibrant, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance reminiscent of spring. She resembled a lively and adorable neighbor girl. Her beauty rivaled that of Xia Qinghe, both possessing captivating allure. Her large, luminous eyes were framed by delicate, crescent-shaped brows, and her face, adorned with a rosy hue, featured cherry-red lips atop a well-defined nose, all of which were exquisitely proportioned. Her long, lustrous black hair, with subtle hints of red, shimmered with an unusual fervor. Standing side by side, it was difficult to determine who was more beautiful. Each possessed unique charms, appealing in their own right. This unexpected revelation left Lin Yu somewhat astonished, as he recalled that in the original narrative, the renowned beauty of Beichen Academy was solely Xia Qinghe. Otherwise, with the protagonist's halo effect, he would have already been captivated and pinned her into his harem. Moreover, and most intriguingly, it appeared that the two shared a rather amicable relationship. Strange indeed. Did Xia Qinghe ever have a female friend with such a distinctive appearance in the original text? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's frown, the assembly of scholars was taken aback, fearing that yet another traitor among them had been unearthed by Lin Yu. Xia Qinghe, however, was utterly bewildered. Last time at the autumn banquet, you regarded me with a look of pity, and now you frown outright? Am I truly so unseemly or grotesque? Xia Qinghe was perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Fortunately, Lin Yu merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. He casually remarked, I recall that in each autumn examination at Beichen Academy, there are traditionally only 50 spots available. Subtracting those rebels who perished at the autumn banquet, it seems the remaining number has increased somewhat, hasn't it? A scholar promptly clarified, reporting to you, esteemed Lin. Due to the significant repercussions of the assassination incident during the autumn banquet, many high-ranking officials have fallen from grace, and numerous positions within the imperial court have become vacant. Consequently, His Majesty has specifically instructed us to increase the number of students admitted to the court, necessitating urgent adjustments to various crucial positions. We conducted a re-examination, selecting 38 students from the 6th-year cohort, 17 from the 5th year, and 8 from the 4th year, totaling 63. The scholar presented the roster of 63 students. Lin Yu casually nodded and glanced through the list, feigning interest before setting it aside. The number of individuals the court required bore no relevance to him, nor did the examination methods of Beichen Academy concern him. His current aspirations were limited to 2 objectives. Lin Yu surveyed the assembly below. 2 matters. The first matter at hand. You all must be familiar with Master Zeng, correct? The crowd nodded in agreement, though the students appeared momentarily taken aback. Did Master Zeng venture out last night? His capabilities are rather modest, rendering him a relatively obscure figure within the academy. Thus not many paid him heed. No one. Allow me to pose a different inquiry. With whom does Master Zeng maintain the closest relationships? At that moment, a young lady clad in pink suddenly rose from beside Xia Qinghe, exclaiming, Master Zeng, I have seen him. Noticing the pink-clad girl's remark, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. Splendid. Do share. The girl, however, broke into an inexplicable smile and said, Not only do I know Master Zeng, but I am also privy to a revelation capable of shaking the very foundations of Beichen Academy. The question remains, do you dare to listen? With a swift motion, Lin Yu snapped his folding fan shut. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss, enigmatic and unfathomable. His voice, imbued with power and unwavering confidence, resonated in the ears of the young girl, magnifying his mysterious presence in her eyes. I am eager to hear the details. Chapter 28. The Lord of the Academy is a spy. Lin Yu's calm and composed tone seemed to bolster the pink-clad girl with immense confidence. Very well. Since you are willing to listen, I shall speak boldly. The girl cast a glance at the Academy's high-ranking officials, her gaze fixating on a particular individual. What followed next was a revelation that shattered the silence, capturing the attention of all present. The Lord of the Academy, Zhang Tong, is a spy for the wolves. Upon the utterance of these words, the students and the esteemed educators in attendance were left in a state of shock. They erupted like a pot of boiling water, bursting forth in an instant. What did you say? Absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Bold. Is the esteemed headmaster someone you can slander? Disrespecting your elders and disregarding the headmaster, where have you cast aside the etiquette I taught you at the academy? Since the founding of Beichen, the headmaster has diligently dedicated himself to teaching and nurturing talent, contributing countless pillars to the court and leaving an indelible mark on the development of Beichen. To label such a great hero as a traitor is unfathomable. If he is indeed a traitor, then what are we? Guards, drag the scoundrel, who betrays his teachers and ancestors, out of here. The crowd was both astonished and enraged. Who is Headmaster Zhang Tong? He is the leader of the Beichun Academy, one of the founding fathers of Beichun. His contributions and status in the literary world of Beichun are akin to Lin Yu's in the military. He is an elder statesman of the literary realm, a spiritual pillar for scholars. Currently, at least 1/3 of the civil officials in the court hail from the academy he single-handedly established. A significant portion of the court's officials were nurtured by him. To dare to accuse such a monumental figure, who has made immense contributions to Beichun, of being a spy is nothing short of absurd. Quite simply, it is preposterous. The crowd seethed with indignation. Yet, the girl in the pink attire remained unfazed. Her gaze fixed on Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe glanced at everyone, silent. Those who betray their teachers and ancestors are truly despicable. Capture her. She slanders the headmaster. I believe she is the real traitor, seeking to incite civil strife within Beichun. The crowd remained furious, their anger palpable as they berated the girl in pink. The young master proclaimed. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from Lin Zhe as its epicenter. The formidable and icy spiritual pressure surged forth like the frigid gales of midwinter, enveloping the entire evergreen hall. Silence. The word echoed, freezing the autumn sunlight outside the window. The once bright hues were banished, replaced by deep, somber tones. Frost flowers crystallized upon the floor of the hall. Frosty tendrils adorned the walls. Cold, bone-chillingly cold, soul-piercingly cold. With a gentle exhale, one could see the misty breath manifesting in a ghostly white hiss. All present gasped in horror, rendered mute by the chilling atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Zhe was surrounded by an aura of frigid low pressure, akin to an exalted monarch of ice, ruling over an entire realm of frost. His gaze was imbued with the essence of millennia-old ice, radiating an intensity capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. They had every reason to believe that anyone who dared to utter another word would be transformed into a mere ice sculpture. A profound silence fell over the assembly, none daring to utter a single syllable. Even Zhang Tong, the master of the estate and ranked 6th on the divine martial list, found himself ensnared in uncertainty. This aura, had he truly taken that step? No, it seemed not. Zhang Tong's eyes flickered with indecision. Lin Zhe then spoke, asserting that if one wished to be heard, they should listen attentively. A man of integrity need not fear shadows. Whether right or wrong, once all is heard, the young master shall render his judgment. Why the haste to speak? What is it? Lin Zhe's icy gaze swept over each of the esteemed instructors. Was it her words that instilled a sense of crisis within you, prompting you to silence her? No, you dare not. It is best that you do not. Lin Zhe found a chair and sat down, snapping open a folding fan with a sound that echoed like a chilling gust of wind. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to interrupt her, this young master shall regard them as traitors and execute them on the spot. What say you, Master Zhang? Zhang Tong glanced at the girl in pink, his expression serene, as if he were convinced this was merely a misunderstanding or a farce. What Lin said is indeed pertinent. I, Zhang, fear not the shadows when my integrity stands firm. Lin Zhe nodded, turning her gaze to the dazed young lady in pink. The current turn of events was perplexing to Lin Zhe. The notion of a traitor within the academy was not to be confirmed until the protagonist began to reveal their potential and pursued the truth for nearly a year. Yet here we are, bypassing the verification process entirely and arriving at a definitive conclusion. Just where did this girl in pink emerge from? Casting a strange glance her way, Lin Zhe remarked, very well, please continue. The girl in pink stared blankly at Lin Zhe for a moment, parting her lips as if to speak, yet hesitated. Xia Qinghan nudged her gently. After a brief pause, she swallowed her thoughts and began anew. The origin of this matter is as follows. Not long ago, while practicing in the academy's rear mountain, I inadvertently overheard the conspiracies of several traitors during the Golden Autumn Banquet. In her discourse, she repeatedly alluded to the presence of an insider within the upper echelons of the academy, a figure of considerable stature and immense authority. Her tone suggested that this insider would undoubtedly remain beyond suspicion. It is noteworthy that the North Star Academy does not function as a particularly powerful institution. Its hierarchy is not convoluted. The scholars, or fuses, are predominantly of equal rank, with only a few exceptions, yet none wield overwhelming influence. Similarly, the heads of various academic grades above the fuses have changed numerous times over the years. The only constants have been the heads of the literary and martial colleges. As well as Zhang Tong, the master of North Star Academy, who have remained in their positions since the academy's inception. Upon hearing the young lady in pink speak, Zhang Tong displayed no immediate reaction. However, the two heads of the literary and martial colleges visibly changed countenance, instinctively suppressing the urge to reprimand her. Yet, upon noticing Lin Zhe's cold and unfriendly demeanor, they restrained themselves and allowed her to continue. The girl in pink further asserted that from that moment on, she began to harbor suspicions regarding these three individuals. She had been clandestinely observing the interactions between the rebels present at the autumn banquet and these three figures. This scrutiny, indeed, unveiled numerous points of suspicion. Although these anomalies may appear trivial to some of you, when one adopts a preconceived notion and then retraces the steps to derive answers, these elements become exceedingly dubious. He often ventured out, leading me to ponder whether he was clandestinely meeting with the traitor from the Wolf Capital. He frequently held late-night sessions with students to address their inquiries, which led me to suspect that they were covertly exchanging plans. The girl in the powder-colored attire articulated a series of dubious points. In Chapter 29, 3 Chances to Strike, the assembly at Beichin Academy gradually delved deeper into contemplation as they listened to her narrative. At first glance, her assertions seemed somewhat plausible. However, this was merely a conjecture based on the words of an insider, and all of it stemmed from the girl's singular perspective, lacking any definitive evidence. To fabricate charges without substantiation is a trivial endeavor. To implicate the esteemed master Zhang Tong, a pinnacle expert of the postnatal realm, and a venerable figure in the Beichin literary world, seemed rather frivolous. The audience, captivated yet hesitant, listened intently to the girl's claims. Xia Qinghe cast a worried glance at her, but the girl met her gaze with a calm and reassuring expression. Turning towards Zhang Tong, she revealed a faintly enigmatic smile. I am aware that what I have presented is merely my own testimony, making it challenging to definitively label the Master's insider status. Yet, fear not, for I possess a piece of conclusive evidence that you cannot evade. Observing the peculiar smile at the corner of the girl's lips, Zhang Tong narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tightening unnaturally. This student is not right. The words of the girl deeply stirred the hearts of those present. Could she truly possess decisive evidence to confirm the Master's status as an insider? It seemed improbable. Could it be that the master of the mansion truly? Amidst the uncertainty of everyone present, the girl in the pink attire spoke deliberately on the 3rd floor of the Mianshu building. On the 2nd shelf of the Tian section, the 9th book from the left. As she uttered each word, Zhang Tong's expression gradually morphed into one of inscrutability. In his eyes, an inexplicable dark light flickered. If Zhang Tong previously exuded righteousness and tranquility, he now embodied an unsettling gloom, akin to a profound and ancient well. What of this evidence? Master Zhang, shall I continue? Or do you require President Lin to personally investigate before you will acknowledge it? Zhang Tong remained silent, lost in thought. A peculiar stillness enveloped the Beichin Academy as the atmosphere grew tense. Observing Zhang Tong's demeanor, the hearts of those present tightened with apprehension. Why did Master Zhang not speak? Could he truly be a spy for the Wolf City? No, that was inconceivable. He was the spiritual leader of the Beichin literati, a founding elder of Beichin. How could he possibly be an agent for Wolf City? The heads of the civil and military academies, in their agitation, pressed Zhang Tong for answers. Master, she must be spouting nonsense. You cannot possibly be a spy for Wolf City, can you? Zhang Tong cast a glance at the two before releasing a heavy sigh. After regarding them for a moment, he turned his gaze toward the girl in pink. The Mianshu building is my private collection, forbidden to any intruders. And the 3rd floor is protected by my own wards. How did you infiltrate it? Upon this declaration, the room erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Zhang Tong's words were akin to a public confession, admitting that his secret had been unveiled by the girl in the pink attire, thereby acknowledging his identity as a traitor to the Wolf City. How could this be, my lord? You are the very embodiment of our Northern Star's literary spirit. Why would you ally with the Wolf City, a place with which we share an irreconcilable enmity? The crowd felt as though the sky had fallen. The figure they had revered and regarded as the epitome of literary perfection had just confessed to being a spy for the Wolf City. At this moment, their faith trembled violently, teetering on the brink of shattering. Why? Your status in Northern Star is nearly unparalleled, second only to the Emperor himself, with your extraordinary innate prowess. Even the Emperor must grant you due respect. Why, then, would you choose to side with the Wolf City? The girl in pink, however, merely curled her lips and softly remarked, what you possess is hardly a restriction, it would be a source of ridicule elsewhere. What? Perhaps the Lord should contemplate how to explain himself to Lin Yu. As she spoke, a look of amusement danced across her face. An innate pique is certainly not to be underestimated, especially in a place like Northern Star, where battles between such formidable beings are seldom witnessed over a span of 10 years. Moreover, one of them is a prodigy. She was eager to observe closely. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Tong let out a deep sigh. There are always greater beings beyond our own. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of concealment, I would be seen through by a mere young girl? Subsequently, Zhang Tong's gaze fell upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled softly. I wondered how it is that a master ranked 6th on the Divine Warrior list could be so courteous today. It appears you are feeling rather insecure. Zhang Tong remarked gravely. Both of us have reached the peak of our abilities. Should we engage in a duel, it would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. Prolonging this will only benefit the North Star royal family. You are well aware of the Lin family's current predicament after years of restraint. In truth, we are allies on this journey, Zhang Tong added with profound significance. Why not simply turn a blind eye to this matter? With a crisp snap, Lin Yu closed his folding fan, tracing the intricate jade carvings with his fingers. Indeed, from a certain perspective, we are allies. I am not one to meddle in others' affairs. Lin Yu was not inclined to involve himself in trivial matters. The North Star Academy's dealings with the North Star were of no concern to him. Nor was the true allegiance of the Academy's leader relevant to his interests. As for the duties of the Grand Commander of the Mirror Division, a peak practitioner at the 9th level of the acquired realm remains aloof from the affairs of the North Star dynasty. If I am pleased, I am the Grand Commander. If displeased, your identity holds no weight. Furthermore, the relationship with my imperial grandfather is still uncertain. It remains to be seen whether he is friend or foe. Thus, it is already a favor to him that I refrain from deliberately obstructing his endeavors. Therefore, whether the North Star's leader is a traitor truly does not concern me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong's expression brightened, momentarily believing he had swayed Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu slowly lifted his gaze, though his face still bore a teasing smile. It was a smile that chilled to the bone, instilling a sense of dread. You should never have set your sights on me. Lin Yu once again produced the jade vial containing a specially crafted poison. To hire an assassin to kill me and resort to poison. How amusing you are. Indeed. Zhang Tong's expression darkened slightly. This was the intention of the Wolf City. Your innate talent has become a threat to them. They will not permit your continued existence. Despite my repeated efforts to persuade them that the Lin family could be of service to us, they remain unyielding. The assassination plan is not of my choosing. Lin Yu shook his head and chuckled, remarking how age diminishes one's spirit. Very well, then. I shall grant you 3 opportunities to strike. Consider it a token of respect for an elder. Chapter 30. The 9th layer of postnatal realm, the mysterious domain. Ha! How arrogant this young whelp is. To offer him 3 chances? Even if Lin Yu possesses unparalleled skills, who could possibly surpass the venerable Zhang Tong at his peak? Not even the Emperor Baichen or Lin Yu would dare to be so audacious before Zhang Tong, a seasoned master of the postnatal realm. Zhang Tong could only laugh in disbelief. Meanwhile, those from the academy, still grappling with the revelation of Zhang Tong's treachery, were momentarily stunned, granting Zhang Tong 3 opportunities to strike. This, Zhang Tong is a renowned master of the postnatal realm, having achieved this pinnacle over 30 years ago. His mastery of the gentlemanly righteousness technique is profound, rendering his strength unfathomable. He ranks 6th on the divine martial list, a position earned through his low profile and aversion to conflict. If one were to strive wholeheartedly, then within the entire Northern Qin dynasty, perhaps only Lin Yu and the Northern Qin Emperor could claim to surpass Zhang Tong. Faced with such formidable strength, how could Lin Yu dare to allow him 3 moves? All present exchanged bewildered glances. Had they misheard? Or had they succumbed to madness? The commander must not be trifled with. Zhang Tong, the old rogue, had concealed himself within the academy for many years, his schemes profound. His true power undoubtedly far exceeds that which he has exhibited. Though you are a prodigious youth, one must exercise caution against such an adversary. Commander, you must surely eliminate that wretched scoundrel Zhang Tong. Human nature often reveals that the greater the hope once held, the more profound the disappointment when that hope is shattered. They once regarded Zhang Tong as a beacon of faith, a target of aspiration. Yet now, with his true visage unveiled, their faith has plummeted from its pedestal. All their reverence and longing have crumbled. In its stead lies an abyss of unbounded hatred, a profound humiliation wrought by betrayal and deceit. Numerous fervent individuals from the academy vehemently condemned and reviled Zhang Tong, fearing that Lin Zhe might fall victim to the old rogue's clandestine schemes. Naturally, some remained ensnared in delusions, unwilling to awaken. They believed that Zhang Tong had merely strayed due to a momentary impulse or that he harbored some unavoidable hardship. "Master, surely, you must have your reasons?" they implored. "You have often taught us to be loyal to our sovereign and to steadfastly uphold the path of a gentleman. I cannot believe you are a traitor. You must have merely taken a wrong turn. How could you possibly betray Northern Qin?" Amidst the Northern Qin Academy, a lively tumult ensued. Only Xia Qinghe and the girl in the pink attire silently observed and listened, remaining taciturn. The sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate with one another. For them, Beichin and the academy alike were merely transient places for the pursuit of knowledge and advancement. Whether they advanced or retreated mattered little. No one was indispensable. Nor did anyone regard another as a deity. Thus, the two girls continued to watch and listen, occasionally casting a glance at Lin Zhe, their eyes shimmering with a spark of intrigue. Zhang Tong, absorbing the criticisms and sighs from the crowd of the academy, wore a countenance that revealed a hint of complexity. After all, Beichin Academy was the culmination of his lifelong endeavors, to which he had devoted considerable emotion. Yet, this fleeting complexity dissipated almost instantaneously, as he coldly declared, "Betray Beichin? Perhaps you have all forgotten that once, both Beichin and the Land of Wolves were known as Wuan. The Li family of Beichin was nothing more than a band of treasonous rebels." With that, Zhang Tong ceased further discourse with the assembly, turning his gaze towards Lin Zhe. Deeming further words unnecessary, "Let us act," he proclaimed, and in that moment, his aura surged tremendously. An overwhelming sense of righteous vigor emanated from him, filling the air. Boom! Instantly, this unparalleled righteousness enveloped the entire realm. Above Beichin, the winds roared and the clouds swirled. Waves of pure, sanctified energy, emblematic of the utmost righteousness, swept across the imperial capital. Its ebb and flow resembled crashing waves against the shore, stirring up mountains of snow. The infinite purity submerged the entirety of the capital. In that fleeting moment, the imperial city was engulfed in a tide of boundless righteousness. The darkness and malevolence within the hearts of all were quelled by this profound and righteous spirit. In this moment, all those steeped in sin appear as if struck by lightning, as though celestial beings have descended to deliver their final judgment. This is the realm of the divine wonder. The post-heavenly ninefold divine wonder has already acquired the ability to resonate with the cosmos when it unleashes its full power. It can summon tempests with a breath and calm the land with a sigh. Such extraordinary phenomena signify that a being of divine wonder is prepared to act with all its might. At this very instant, the entire imperial capital is in a state of astonishment. The number of beings in the North Star's post-heavenly ninefold divine wonder is scarcely more than a handful, most of whom are engrossed in secluded meditation, striving to ascend to the realm of the innate divine person. For an ordinary individual, witnessing even a single being of divine wonder is a rare occurrence, let alone observing one unleash its full potential. Such entities possess the power to obliterate a mountain with a single strike. One individual can stand against an entire nation. It is inconceivable for an ordinary person to force them into such a predicament. If a being of divine wonder were to exert its full strength, it would imply that its adversary is also of the same caliber. Two beings of divine wonder. This would indeed be a celestial battle where mortals suffer the consequences. Should things go awry, the very foundation of the imperial capital beneath their feet would be irreparably altered. Consequently, the hearts of all present are tightly wound with apprehension. At the entrance of the North Star Academy, the Sword King of Heavyweight gazes at the phenomena unfolding in the sky, murmuring, "What a remarkable Zhang Tong. He has truly concealed his depths well." The sixth on the martial rankings has been unjustly slighted. However, as he speaks, the Sword King halts his advance toward the entrance. To compel you to act with full force, it seems that the newly ascended seventh on the martial rankings, young Master Lin Yu, is not to be underestimated. He sets down his heavy sword and sits upon it. His interest does not lie in the quarrel between the two, rather. He is curious about how far they have traversed on the path of divine wonder. The formidable Sword King, Xianzhong, stood with arms crossed, his spirit focused, awaiting the arrival of a cataclysmic battle within the North Star Academy, where the atmosphere was suffused with clarity. Zhang Tong, brimming with energy, exuded an aura reminiscent of a sage, manifesting the extraordinary might of a peak postnatal realm. Yet, Lin Zhe remained unfazed, casually toying with the folding fan in his hand, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. He stood there like an ancient pine, defiantly rooted in the cosmos, biding his time for Zhang Tong's assault. It was evident that Lin Zhe intended for him to strike first, 3 times no less. Infuriated, Zhang Tong seethed with indignation at the audacity of this youth. Today, I shall teach Lin Yu a lesson. With that declaration, Zhang Tong concentrated his entire essence, and suddenly, a colossal phantom of a sage erupted forth. Akin to a spirit detached from its vessel. In midair, it transformed into various forms, at times a ferocious tiger, at times a colossal dragon, and at others, an army of thousands. Attack! The myriad manifestations surged forth, charging at Lin Zhe with a ferocity that threatened to rend him to shreds. Yet amidst this overwhelming spectacle, Lin Zhe remained serene, unyielding and undeterred. Under the fearful gazes of onlookers, he raised his fan, and with a gentle flick, a soft breeze swept through, dispersing Zhang Tong's formidable strike into nothingness in an instant. Chapter 31. Do you have any last words? The tumultuous waves subsided into tranquility. My patience wears thin. You have 2 chances left. Observing this, Zhang Tong's expression darkened ominously. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With those words, Zhang Tong unleashed his true prowess. Invoking the righteous chi of the gentleman, exclaiming, "Stabilize." He pronounced the word with conviction, sweeping his hand with authority. In an instant, a drop of black ink fell from the void. The ink spread rapidly, soon engulfing the entire expanse of emptiness. Within the North Star Academy, the void trembled, creating ripples of tumultuous events. That drop of black ink nurtured mysteries amidst the swirling chaos, evolving into magnificent landscapes. Thus, shadows of mountains, undulating like colossal dragons, materialized in the void. Its presence resembled an ancient divine mountain that transcended the barriers of time and space, entirely subduing the world. Subdue, subdue, subdue. A formidable force of suppression emanated from the mountains, weighing heavily upon everyone. Each individual felt as if every hair, every pore, and every inch of skin was subjected to immense, crushing pressure. The weight was akin to mountains and rivers, relentlessly driving them to bow their heads, compelling them to kneel in submission. Concurrently, droplets of cultured ink from the mountains infused the atmosphere, giving rise to boundless righteous energy. As if a sage of literature was delineating the landscapes, his words determining the fate of the realm. He appeared as the embodiment of utmost righteousness and purity, with every action reflecting justice, representing the true path of the world. This presence could shatter the inner darkness and filth of every heart, instilling a sense of shame that rendered them unable to meet the gaze of truth. Under the overwhelming righteousness of this sage, all hearts were besieged by tremendous pressure, as past anger and betrayal were decisively quelled, unable to rise even a fraction. They even began to entertain the notion that the actions of Zhang Tong were just, while the North Star dynasty was but a den of despicable villains. Once this thought emerged, every word and deed of the sage seemed to embody the ultimate principles of righteousness, instilling greater timidity within them, leading them to feel complicit in aiding the rebels and overwhelmed by guilt. This speaks of the noble spirit of a gentleman, capable of calming mountains and rivers. Thunder rumbles. Within the landscape, a sudden tempest of thunder is unleashed. The overwhelming righteousness descends upon the world, bringing boundless pressure and judgment. The ceaseless mountains seem to come alive, revealing the faint silhouette of a colossal dragon spanning the northern skies. They resonate with one another, orchestrating a grand judgment that rides upon the essence of the universe. Lin Zhe, prepare to pay the price for your arrogance. Zhang Tong, amidst the vast ink of mountains and rivers, launched a full-scale attack against Lin Zhe. The magnificent landscape, in an instant, resembled an ancient divine mountain pressing down upon Lin Zhe, relentlessly constricting and annihilating the entire void. Yet, not a trace of fear was visible on Lin Zhe's face. Instead, he appeared eager for the challenge. He remarked at last, "It resembles the formidable essence of the 9th layer of the postnatal realm." With that, deep violet flames ignited upon his form. The flames roared. In the midst of the inferno, strands of thunder leapt forth. The deep violet lightning entwined around the flames, enveloping Lin Zhe entirely. They intertwined, giving birth to a unique power of thunder and flame. The true body of the small thunder flame, level 10. Break. Boom. The formidable power of thunder and flame erupted. A blazing purple lightning, a flame with intense fire, suddenly cleaved through the vast expanse, tearing apart Zhang Tong's splendid landscape. Subsequently, it breached the confines of the mountains and rivers, hurtling towards Zhang Tong at an imperceptible speed. In a flash, the heavens quaked. Bang. Splatter. Waha. Cough. None had yet to react. The deep purple thunder resembled a galloping dragon, propelling Zhang Tong outwards and stirring up a cloud of dust. Thud! Zhang Tong crashed heavily onto the azure stone pavement of Beichin Academy, carving a profound ravine into the ground, leaving chaos in its wake, marked by a myriad of cracks resembling a spider's web. It was not until he collided with the southern wall, constructed of solid gold and iron, that he finally came to a halt. Cough. Wheeze. Zhang Tong gazed incredulously at Lin Yu, attempting to articulate something, yet his blood surged, and he violently expelled a mouthful of crimson. Cough. Within Beichin Academy, silence reigned. All present were rendered speechless. They alternated their gaze between Lin Yu and Zhang Tong. At this moment, Zhang Tong was drenched in blood, his former scholarly and virtuous demeanor utterly obliterated. In stark contrast, Lin Yu radiated an aura of deep purple lightning flames, commanding the thunderfire with an ethereal presence. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. Gulp. Everyone, in disbelief, struggled to swallow. Zhang Tong had been defeated. The esteemed Zhang Tong, a seasoned powerhouse at the 9th level of the acquired realm, defeated in such a manner? And under the circumstance that Lin Yu allowed him to strike first, granting him ample time. The esteemed instructors and students of Beichin Academy could hardly comprehend, utterly bewildered. Surely, they must be dreaming. How could the veteran powerhouse Zhang Tong, at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, suffer such a complete and utter defeat? One strike. Merely a single strike. He was vanquished in an instant. Even if the Northern Star Emperor and Lin Yu were to join forces, it would be inconceivable for Zhang Tong to be vanquished so effortlessly, without any semblance of resistance. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless and utterly astonished. Even the typically composed Xia Qinghe and the enigmatic girl in pink were momentarily taken aback. Their astonishment mirrored that of Lin Yu, who had merely unleashed a casual burst of his thunder flame true body's aura, hardly an attack at all. How could Zhang Tong be incapable of withstanding it? Was he truly so feeble? After a brief silence, Lin Yu shook his head in resignation. Was Zhang Tong weak? As a seasoned practitioner ranking 6th on the Northern Star Divine Martial list, an adept at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, he was certainly not weak. His inability to endure Lin Yu's strike was not a testament to his frailty. Rather, it underscored Lin Yu's extraordinary strength. With a divine-level comprehension that had exhausted the entire arsenal of martial techniques from the Lin and Royal Li families, Lin Yu had transcended them all, evolving their techniques to an entirely new echelon. The transformations wrought by the hundreds of techniques were nothing short of astonishing, having reached a point where quantitative changes induced qualitative ones. Consequently, Lin Yu's combat prowess could no longer be gauged by the standards of ordinary individuals. What he considered a mere ordinary strike could very well be an insurmountable cataclysm for others. Frustrated, Lin Yu sighed softly and dissipated the thunder flame. His initial enthusiasm had waned, leaving him devoid of any desire to continue his playful engagement with Zhang Tong. Through this encounter, Lin Yu had come to a realization. At this stage of the acquired realm, he would be unable to find a worthy opponent of equal measure. His adversaries would need to be sought among the innate deities. Thus, with a sense of disinterest, Lin Yu ambled towards Zhang Tong. Acknowledging that the opportunity for his final blow had slipped away, Lin Yu extended his hand, the formidable power of the 8 desolations slowly coalescing within his grasp, emanating a lethal aura of impending doom. Do you have any final words? Chapter 32. What of my grand role as the protagonist? Zhang Tong trembled as he reached out, pointing at Lin Yu. You have already crossed that threshold? Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Tong, remarking, your final words are truly unique. With that, the 8 desolations technique from the Golden Autumn Feast was once again unleashed. A fierce gust of wind surged forth. A terrifying force began to gather in Lin Yu's hand, coalescing into a colossal eye of the storm. Zhang Tong was utterly consumed by the tempest swirling within Lin Yu's grasp, his body rapidly contorting, crushed into oblivion. In an instant, Zhang Tong was reduced to a mere sphere, which Lin Yu effortlessly shattered, transforming him into a cloud of dust. All his blood was instantaneously vaporized by the searing heat, dissipating into the air. Thus fell a pinnacle existence of the postnatal 9th layer. Witnessing this, the members of Beichin Academy were momentarily lost in disbelief. The headmaster, Zhang Tong, a figure of such significance, had perished so suddenly? It was almost too swift and clean. Particularly the deans of the literary and martial institutes, who had regarded Zhang Tong as both a mentor and a friend throughout the years, now found their hearts heavy with sorrow over the untimely end of his life. As a peak master of the postnatal realm, having operated within the Beichen Academy for many years, Zhang Tong must have been a heavyweight figure in the Wolf City, possessing a wealth of critical intelligence. If only they could extract this top-secret information, it was certain that Beichen could deliver a devastating blow to the Wolf City. Regrettably, before these pieces of intelligence could be unveiled, he met his demise. Such a pity. Reflecting on this, the two hurriedly adjusted their attire and exchanged knowing glances with those around them. We are immensely grateful to General Lin for eliminating this great menace from our academy. Otherwise, we would have remained oblivious to the old rogue's deceptions for an indeterminate period. General Lin has accomplished a remarkable feat, and we shall certainly convey this. Lin Zhe accepted the handkerchief handed to him by the guard behind him, meticulously wiping his hands. He merely fortuitously collided with my firearm. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards that. Lin Zhe glanced at the maiden clad in pink. The enthusiasm that had waned due to Zhang Tong's impetuousness had somewhat rekindled. By the way, what is your name? The girl in pink represents a variable that did not exist in the original narrative. Her arrival has torn apart the plot of the Beichen Academy, shredding the script into fragments. Where on earth did she emerge from? Lin Zhe nodded, addressing her, Wu Tong. Is it? Lin Zhe scrutinized Wu Tong closely, recognizing that with her cultivation at the 3rd level of the acquired realm, she could discern the existence of Zhang Tong, who was at the 9th level of the acquired mystical realm. You possess quite a talent. Very well, I shall remember you. Wu Tong's expression faltered. Please do not remember me. I merely wish to prevent the tranquility of Beichen from being shattered, so that I would not be compelled to seek a new refuge. Thus, she hastily replied, it was merely luck, just luck. Then may your fortune continue to endure. Lin Zhe remarked with a smile before shifting the topic. He had not forgotten that he had 2 matters to attend to during his visit to Beichen. Zhang Tong has dealt with the traitor who conspired against him. Yet a far greater predicament looms ahead. Thus, Lin Zhe broached the second matter, having previously mentioned 2 issues upon his arrival, with the first now resolved. The second, he had heard, pertains to a certain individual at your esteemed academy. Suddenly, Lin Zhe had an epiphany. Wu Tong. He incredulously turned his gaze, fixating intently on the young lady clad in pink. This is grave trouble. The girl, Wudong, was utterly perplexed by this reaction. What does this mean? She instinctively glanced at her attire, finding no disarray nor any dirt upon her. What did you say your name was? Wu Tong. Wudong confirmed once more, indeed. Wudong. To ensure Lin Zhe understood correctly and did not mistake her identity, she elaborated, I am Wudong, as in the phoenix perching on the Wudong tree. Is there a problem, Lin Zhongsher? Lin Zhe paused momentarily. He gestured for the heads of the civil and military departments to approach. They hastily stepped forward, awaiting his command. Lin Zhongsher, what are your instructions? Lin Zhe inquired softly. Is there another individual at your academy bearing the name Wudong? Even a similar name would suffice. After a brief contemplation, both heads affirmed, no. This is the only one named Wudong. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes and further probed. Is this Wudong a 5th-year student of yours? I did not encounter her at the autumn banquet. Indeed. Oh no. This is a serious predicament. Something is amiss in this world. Where is my protagonist? Where is the grand protagonist I should be? Where is that male protagonist who seems to carry an aura of intellectual decline and triggers absurd plots? Why have you transformed into Wudong? Lin Zedong felt a headache coming on. It couldn't be mistaken. The only Wudong was indeed a 5th-year student. This was none other than the original book's protagonist, Wu Tong. I was wondering where this mysteriously enigmatic girl in a powder pink outfit had emerged from, and it turns out you are the original character. This is utterly bewildering. Seeing Lin Zedong's fluctuating expression, the duo from the Martial and Literary Academy speculated that there might be an issue with Wudong's identity. They exchanged glances with Wudong and leaned closer to Lin Zedong, whispering, Is there a problem with this Wudong's identity? Lin Zedong shook his head, dismissing their concerns. It's nothing. It's just, I once had an acquaintance with the same name, and out of whim, I asked a few questions. Naturally, the two did not believe Lin Zedong's words. However, they had no means to compel him to speak further. It was well known that this high-ranking scion of the Lin family had just demonstrated overwhelming prowess by decisively eliminating Zhang Tong before all their eyes, not leaving even a speck of dust behind. They would rather engage in a subtle game of Tai Chi with the Northern Emperor than challenge him. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Northern Academy, the Sword King of Heavyweight glanced at the entrance and let out a faint sigh. The plans of man are often outmatched by the designs of fate. Zhang Tong, oh Zhang Tong, Having witnessed all the events unfold, the Sword King of Heavyweight understood why Zhang Tong had chosen the tavern as their meeting place, even claiming that if he triumphed over Lin Zitong, there would be no need to seek him out. Zhang Tong had audaciously considered him merely a pawn to test Lin Zitong. In the confrontation with Xian Zhongjin Wang, should he emerge victorious, Lin Zhe would be revealed as merely ordinary. Conversely, if Lin Zhe were to triumph, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly diminish his strength, thus allowing him to prepare thoroughly. Zhang Tong's intentions were commendable, yet alas, fate had other plans. Lin Zhe sought him out ahead of time. With a forceful resolution, Xian Zhongjin Wang shouldered the heavy sword once more, cursing his opponent to meet a swift demise. Casting one last glance at Beichen Academy, he turned away, dismissing any thoughts of challenging Lin Zhe. After all, he wished to live a few more years. As he treaded upon the chilling autumn breeze, Xian Zhongjin Wang retraced his steps. Chapter 33, The Mysterious Wudong. Meanwhile, within Beichen Academy, the traitor Zhang Tong lay vanquished. All the esteemed teachers and students expressed a medley of emotions, some lamenting the season, while others applauded in approval, each voicing their sentiments. They oscillated between righteous indignation and melancholic reflection, their feelings running deep, creating a vibrant scene. The heads of the literary and martial institutes cast a contemplative glance over the assembly before drawing closer to Lin Zhe, stating, "Lin, it is evident that Zhang Tong has concealed himself within Beichen Academy for many years, undoubtedly nurturing numerous hidden agents in secret. I dare say that former teacher was certainly not the sole one among them. It is likely that there are spies lurking within our ranks." This predicament necessitated an inquiry into the true identity of Wudong, who had unveiled Zhang Tong's true nature. Lin Zhe now found himself intensely curious about this Wudong, as the once ordinary Wu Tong had transformed into Wudong, thereby addressing the protagonist's dilemma at its roots. This sudden shift left Lin Zhe with a sense of emptiness, as if something profound had shifted within him. After all, the protagonist of the original tale, Wu Tong, is indeed the favored child of destiny in this realm, with the world itself showing him preferential treatment. If Lin Zhe were to attempt to eliminate him, it would likely prove an arduous task. Even if he were to succeed in slaying him, there might yet be some inexplicable twist of fate that would resurrect Wu Tong, allowing him to rise once more to greatness and glory. Lin Zhe harbored no doubts regarding this. After all, what kind of protagonist would he be without a touch of the extraordinary, particularly one as absurdly invincible as this? Thus, Lin Zhe had steeled himself for a prolonged struggle against Wu Tong. Yet now, Wu Tong was no more. A profound emptiness enveloped Lin Zhe's heart, as he felt that all his previous precautions had been in vain. Simultaneously, a sense of unfamiliarity with this world crept into his consciousness. Wu Tong had transformed into Wudong, and the narrative arc had shifted. The world into which he had transmigrated was far removed from the familiar novel universe Lin Zhe had once known. With a faint sigh escaping his lips, Lin Zhe swiftly appeared before Wudong. Instantly, Wudong's body tensed, her gaze fixed warily upon him. Since arriving in the North Star dynasty, she had never before encountered someone she found so inscrutable, nor had anyone ever exerted such a terrifying pressure upon her. Previously, even the so-called first of the divine martial rankings, the Emperor of North Star, had seemed trivial in her eyes, easily seen through. Yet this Lin Zhe, the second son of the Lin family, he resembled a dragon lurking within the abyss. Enveloped in mist, he was unfathomable. A chill ran down her spine. Wudong could not comprehend how such a fearsome being could exist in the mundane world. Could he possibly be a scion of an ancient, hidden lineage that had fallen into the realm of the ordinary? As Wudong pondered this, Lin Zhe spoke. "Do not be anxious. I merely wish to inquire. Since you are aware that Zhang Tong is a traitor, it stands to reason that no one else could evade your scrutiny, correct?" Wudong's smile was superficial, as she thought Lin Zhongshe had overestimated her capabilities. "How could I possibly possess the prowess to control the entire academy? I have merely been fortunate. If I were truly capable, I would have long since dominated Beichen, rather than remaining inconspicuous to this day." Wudong regretted her involvement in such trivial matters. If Beichen were to fall, so be it. The world is vast, and it is not the only tranquil haven. If necessary, she could simply relocate and seek another refuge. The neighboring Crescent Moon dynasty would suffice. Although it is nearing the jurisdiction of Songjian Mountain, with due caution, one could remain undetected. Now, however, she finds herself targeted by a monstrous entity. How could the people of Songjian Mountain be so blind? Such a gifted and formidable being, and yet they overlooked it? It is no wonder that Songjian Mountain is being bullied by the Duanjia sect. With that thought, Wudong deftly shifted the conversation away from herself. Nonetheless, the evidence left by Zhang Tong should contain the answers Lin Zhongshi seeks. Perhaps Lin Zhongshi should personally investigate. Lin Zhe nodded, expressing curiosity about the contents of that evidence. What could it possibly entail? After being exposed, Zhang Tong confessed without hesitation. Logically, a person as cautious as Zhang Tong would not leave behind any correspondence or ledgers as incriminating evidence. Typically, one would incinerate such correspondence after reading it. How could any remain? Unless, of course, one had premeditated the role of a traitor from the outset. However, it is nearly impossible for Zhang Tong to act as a traitor, nor is there any need for him to do so. Although Zhang Tong has not elaborated on his reasons for defection, Lin Zhe can surmise from his previous remarks that he has not betrayed, rather, from the very beginning. He was never a true citizen of Beichen. As Zhang Tong himself stated, Wolf City and Beichen were once territories of the Wuan dynasty. It was only after the decline of the Wuan dynasty that the Li family seized the opportunity to usurp the imperial power, annihilating the Wuan royal family and establishing Beichen. The remnants of the Wuan royal bloodline, having narrowly escaped destruction, fled to Wolf City under the protection of loyal ministers and valiant warriors, thereby founding the Wolf City regime to resist Beichen and safeguard the royal lineage. Consequently, Zhang Tong, a steadfast loyalist to the nation, has been a devoted servant of Wolf City since that time. Thus, the notion of betrayal is utterly unfounded, and the existence of any unnecessary clandestine correspondence is rendered irrelevant. In light of this, what could possibly remain in the Mianshu building that Zhang Tong cannot evade? When confronted with Lin Zhe's inquiry, Wudong merely shook her head, claiming ignorance of the matter. I do not know, she insisted emphatically. I do not know. Regardless of who asks, the answer remains the same. I only happened to notice that Zhang Tong was interested in that book. I merely seized the opportunity to deceive him. And who would have thought that fortune would favor my ruse? Another coincidence, is it? Wudong laughed, with someone as lovely as I am. Luck has always been on my side. Lin Zhe was left speechless. Very well, then take me to this Mianshu building. The Mianshu building, as Zhang Tong described, is his personal collection. One can only imagine the rare and extraordinary techniques housed within its walls. While searching for evidence, Lin Zhe took the opportunity to scour the Mianshu Tower as well. Although its collection did not rival that of the Lin family or the royal Li family, it could nonetheless contribute to his progress and further bolster his strength. But, isn't it inappropriate? A solitary man and woman together might tarnish the reputation of the second young master, Wudong protested, unwilling to engage with the peculiar Lin Zhe. With his formidable prowess, who could predict what he might discern? The precise location was known only to her, and he expected her to seek it out alone? Wudong hesitated, then glanced at Xia Qinghe. You should accompany me, she insisted. Xia Qinghe shot Wudong a glare but did not object. Lin Zhe, indifferent, thought, with the main characters absent. Who cared whether Xia Qinghe was human or ghost? Let us proceed. Before departing, Lin Zhe instructed the heads of the Wenwu Academy to secure the entire North Star Academy. Until the situation was clarified, no one was to be overlooked. Understood. After conveying his orders, Lin Zhe turned to a Lin family guard behind him. Go to the palace and summon someone from the Mirror Division to handle the aftermath. Yes, having given his instructions, Lin Zhe followed Wudong and Xia Qinghe to the Mianshu Tower. Chapter 34. The Celestial Gate, innate at the North Star Academy. The Mianshu Tower lay deep within its grounds, nestled against a towering mountain and surrounded by verdant bamboo, creating a serene and tranquil environment rarely disturbed by outsiders. A perfect locale for leisurely enjoyment. Wudong and her companion led Lin Zhe through a narrow path lined with bamboo until they reached the entrance of the Mianshu Tower. Lin Zhe nodded and stepped inside. Before his eyes stood a meticulously arranged bookshelf, brimming with a myriad of books. He approached a shelf and casually flipped through the volumes it held. Titles such as Dream Stream Notes, True Feather Journal, and The Essence of Righteousness were among them, mere essays and notes, devoid of any martial techniques. Observing this, Wudong casually remarked that this first level housed a collection of ancient sages' works and renowned scholars' notes gathered by Zhang Tong. It's unappealing, even tedious for passing the time. It was evident that Wudong had frequented the Mianshu building on more than one occasion. Xia Qinghe cast a wistful glance at Wudong, remarking, I spent 6 years at the academy and have never once set foot here. Wudong's expression faltered for a moment before she hastily laughed, saying, haha. I too happened to wander in once by mistake. It was on that singular occasion that I uncovered Zhang Tong's secret. Isn't that a stroke of luck, Xiaohe? You should commend me. As she spoke, her gaze subtly drifted towards Lin Yu. Xia Qinghe remained silent. After casually perusing a few volumes and confirming they were indeed ordinary notes, Lin Yu made his way to the second floor. The second floor's shelves were equally stuffed, presenting an orderly array before Lin Yu. Without a doubt, given the neatly organized and seemingly endless collection, this floor was likely filled with the treasures of scholars. As he flipped through a few more books, he found them all to be poetry and prose, occasionally interspersed with ancient paintings. Lin Yu then ascended to the third floor. The entrance to the third floor was guarded by a layer of enigmatic restrictions set by Zhang Tong, barring entry to others. Should anyone dare to forcefully breach the third floor entrance, even those of the profound ninth level of the postnatal realm would inevitably face the backlash of the prohibitions. However, Lin Yu was an exception. With a mere flick of his hand, an extraordinarily intricate force surged forth, shattering the shackles of the prohibitions and obliterating them into nothingness. This spectacle left Wu Tong, who had been closely observing Lin Yu since their arrival on the third floor, with a twitching corner of her mouth. Could you please show some respect for the fundamental laws that separate the celestial from the mortal? Wu Tong mused in exasperation. She was now gravely suspecting that Lin Yu was a noble bloodline, lost from some ancient family. After all, how could someone so young possess such formidable prowess? Where's the book you mentioned? Lin Yu pondered internally as he approached the second shelf labeled Tian. Wu Tong stepped forward, locating the ninth book from the left on the first row. Here it is. After retrieving the book, Wu Tong turned left twice and then shifted right twice before finally pushing it in. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed as a finely crafted iron box emerged from a concealed compartment beneath the second shelf. Upon opening the iron box, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Goodness, the surface was entirely covered with jade vials identical to the one in his hand containing a rare poison. The quantity was more than sufficient. Lin Yu picked up one vial, meticulously comparing it with the one he held, and poured a small amount of powder from it. It was an exact match. Lin Yu was perplexed. What could Zhang Tong possibly need with so much poison? Did he have that many targets requiring assassination? Wu Tong and Xia Qinghe shared his confusion as Lin Yu set the poison vials aside. Beneath the superficial layer of the poison bottle lies an ancient tome, seemingly crafted from extraordinary materials. Upon lifting this venerable book, Lin Yu's gaze is drawn to four prominent characters inscribed upon its cover, the initial unraveling of restrictions. A spark ignites within him. The term restrictions suggests that this tome must have traversed from the realm of the innate celestial beings into the mundane world. Within its pages resides knowledge of unparalleled rarity, previously unknown to the secular realm. One cannot help but ponder how Zhang Tong acquired such a precious artifact. As he opens the initial unraveling of restrictions, a stream of information surges through him. You have perused the initial unraveling of restrictions. You have comprehended. Divine Insight LV2, 63-100. This work does not constitute a martial technique, nor does it possess a defined grade. Rather, it meticulously catalogs various commonly employed elementary restrictions. Yet, astonishingly, its value rivals that of high-grade martial techniques, both rated at a score of 1. Is this Peng Yong? Just as Lin Yu marvels at the extraordinary nature of the innate realm, Xia Qinghe suddenly points in astonishment at a notation on the book's cover page. Boldly inscribed upon the first page of the initial unraveling of restrictions are two lines of fierce, blood-red script, radiating a chilling hatred. I, Peng Yong, do hereby swear. I shall eradicate the treacherous kin of the Li family and restore the name of Wuan. Upon reading these lines, Lin Yu raises an eyebrow. If memory serves, the third prince of Wuan who fled from Beichen to Longdu was named Peng Yong, was he not? Xia Qinghe nods. As a student of Beichen Academy, history is a mandatory subject for her. She affirms, indeed, Peng Yong fled from Beichen and, with the support of the royalist faction, established the political regime of Longdu, declaring himself the first Wolf Emperor. Not long after, news spread from Wolf City that Peng Yong had suddenly passed away, and his son Peng Jie, the current ruler of Wolf City, succeeded to the throne. Upon hearing this news, many initially believed that Peng Yong had sustained severe injuries while fleeing, leading to his untimely death. However, to everyone's astonishment, Peng Yong was very much alive. He had quietly entered the realm of immortals. Based on the most conservative estimates, he must have been in the immortal sect for at least 20 years. With such a span of 2 decades, given Peng Yong's innate talent, it was likely that he had achieved remarkable heights. Xia Qinghe furrowed her brow, realizing why Wolf City had become increasingly arrogant and audacious in recent years. This was indeed a significant dilemma. As she spoke, Xia Qinghe instinctively glanced at Lin Zhe, eager to gauge the reaction of this extraordinary prodigy. To her surprise, Lin Zhe remained utterly composed, showing no awareness of the impending arrival of a congenital deity. A congenital deity, nonetheless. Even the most ordinary of such beings could obliterate an area spanning thousands of miles with a mere swipe of their hand, capable of annihilating the entirety of Beichin. Seeing Lin Zhe so unfazed, Xia Qinghe found herself at a loss for words. Turning her gaze to Wudong, she found her equally indifferent. Xia Qinghe fell into silence. When had the transcendent congenital deities become so unrefined? Chapter 35, A City Full of Poison? Wudong stretched languidly, her enchanting figure on full display. Without a care, she remarked. What trouble? Xia Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. Indeed, if Peng Yong truly achieves the state of innate return, it would save us considerable trouble and inconvenience. The realm of the innate seems merely a step away from the 9 layers of the acquired, seemingly within grasp. However, the transition from the acquired to the innate represents a profound evolution of life. It is akin to the carp leaping over the dragon gate, a metamorphosis of extraordinary magnitude. The term divine being intrinsically conveys the nobility and transcendence of this echelon of existence. They are the absolute authority that transcends the mundane world. Before the innate divine beings, even if Beichin possessed countless armies and innumerable acquired warriors, it would merely be a trivial matter to them. Standing on the side of the wolf capital, that land would embody the divine right of kings, receiving the utmost legitimate recognition. At that juncture, either the entire dynasty faces annihilation, or they surrender without bloodshed. The wise comprehend the choice they must make. In truth, complications do not exist. Once the innate divine beings enter the fray, the outcome of the conflict is irrevocably determined. Wudong nonchalantly remarked that, ultimately, only the Li family would perish. For us common folk, it would merely be a change of emperor and a new dynasty. To those who overheard Wudong, her words bordered on heresy, especially in the presence of Lin Zhe, the emperor's grandson. Under ordinary circumstances, Wudong would have faced severe consequences, potentially facing the dire penalty of extermination of her clan. Yet, Wudong saw clearly. It was evident that young Master Lin was not aligned with the emperor's interests. As for Xia Qinghe, her companion harbored little faith in the integrity of the Beichin court and was still deliberating whether to lend her allegiance to Beichin. Thus, upon hearing Wudong's statement, Lin Zhe exhibited no reaction, while Xia Qinghe merely cast Wudong a disapproving glance. Wudong remarked, expressing concern that if Peng Yong were to fail in achieving his innate potential, he might find himself in a precarious situation, unable to ascend or descend, leaving both Beichin and the Wolf clan in a state of limbo. This would result in incessant minor skirmishes, potentially dragging on for several years, depriving them of any semblance of tranquility, which would indeed be a genuine predicament. Xia Qinghe nodded thoughtfully before turning to Lin Zhe. I wonder what young Master Lin thinks of this matter. Lin Zhe, however, held no particular opinion. The affairs of the royal family were of little interest to him. As for Peng Yong and the Wolf clan, his stance remained unwavering. Vengeance for those who bore grievances, and indifference towards those without. Having said this, Lin Zhe paid no heed to the reactions of the 2 women and directly flipped to a specific page in the initial explanation of restrictions. Through his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Zhe had thoroughly mastered the knowledge contained within. Among these revelations, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar restriction, the demon heart restriction, a special containment that could be employed in conjunction with a bespoke poison to manipulate human emotions. This notion instinctively brought to mind the myriad vials of poison neatly arranged within the iron box. Perhaps this demon heart restriction was indeed the true purpose behind Zhang Tong's extensive collection of toxins. Quickly, he turned to the page detailing the demon heart restriction. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes, and indeed, the page bore several lines of enigmatic Wolf clan script. He presented the book to Xia Qinghe and Wudong, inquiring, "Can you decipher this?" Xia Qinghe glanced at it and replied, "Please give me a moment." Taking the initial explanation of restrictions, Xia Qinghe meticulously pondered over the text, reorganizing and interpreting the cryptic script. After a few moments, she furrowed her delicate brows, her expression growing slightly grim. Observing her reaction, Lin Zhe knitted his brow. Sensing the complexity of the situation, Xia Qinghe shook her head and spoke. The gist of these cryptic messages indicates that Peng Yong received assistance from a friend in the celestial sect and discovered a peculiar type of goo worm that is difficult to detect. After speaking, Xia Qinghe turned to Lin Zhe, seeking confirmation from him. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe scrutinized the jade vial in his hand once more. This was no mere poison powder. It was evidently the eggs of goo worms. What a cunning ploy by Zhang Tong. That old fox. Even in death, he uttered not a single truth. He sent Yi Shaoran not with the intent to assassinate, but merely to unleash that vial of poison. His objective was solely to utilize the venom of the goo worms to manipulate Lin Zhe, controlling his life and death. Upon seeing Lin Zhe's expression, Xia Qinghe too affirmed the content of the cryptic message. Instinctively, she glanced at herself, her complexion paling slightly. This is disastrous. The moment she grasped the meaning behind the messages, Xia Qinghe was struck by a terrifying realization. That is, when did Zhang Tong start employing these poisons? 10 years ago? 5 years ago? Or perhaps just a year ago? Xia Qinghe could not ascertain. Yet, she was certain that Zhang Tong's goo poison had not only begun recently. At present, throughout the entire Beichen Empire, all individuals, at least within the important institutions of Beichen Academy, could potentially be hidden poisoned individuals. Observing that the usually composed Xia Qinghe now bore an air of concern, Wu Tong's eyes shimmered, her slightly reddened hair glimmering faintly, as if she wished to speak. However, upon catching sight of Lin Zhe from the corner of her eye, Wu Tong fell silent once more. At that moment, Lin Zhe extended his hand, urging, "Let me see." Xia Qinghe nodded slightly. This was indeed a moment of urgency, and she could not afford to concern herself with the propriety typically observed between the sexes. She stepped forward, closing the distance to Lin Zhe. Yet, as she approached, a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a delicate crimson. Surely, it would not require complete disrobing? Xia Qinghe had encountered in an ancient tome that those afflicted by poison would exhibit a pallid complexion, with the venomous insects skittering beneath the skin, often necessitating the use of needles to seal acupoints in order to diagnose the affliction and extract the malevolent creatures. This, naturally, entailed a degree of intimate contact. Lin Zhe remained speechless as he positioned his right hand. In an instant, Xia Qinghe's face turned a vivid shade of red, akin to a ripe apple. She bowed her head, wordlessly extending her pristine right hand. Lin Zhe placed 2 fingers upon her wrist. In that moment, 2 brilliant beams of soft light burst forth from his fingers, coursing through Xia Qinghe's hand and delving deep within her body, traversing her entire being. After a brief interval, the resplendent light located a shadowy acupoint within Xia Qinghe's body. The murky area lay obscured in a shroud of darkness, utterly still, regardless of Lin Zhe's spiritual energy stimulation. It remained tightly coiled, unresponsive to the influx of energy. Observing this, Lin Zhe glanced at Xia Qinghe, urging her to endure. With that, 2 streams of sanguine light surged from his fingertips into Xia Qinghe's body, targeting the shadowy region. As the demon heart sealing technique was activated, the shadow seemed to respond as if summoned, unfurling and becoming animated. The entire obscured form revealed its twisted true nature at the acupoint, beginning to writhe as it drained Xia Qinghe's vitality while releasing a peculiar force that coursed throughout her body. As Xia Qinghe observed Lin Zhe's solemn demeanor, a wave of alarm surged within her, prompting her to inquire whether the situation was dire. Suddenly, an excruciating pain coursed through her, rendering her face pale as a ghost. Beads of cold sweat emerged on her smooth forehead as she endured immense suffering. However, the agony was fleeting. Upon activating the venomous insect, Lin Zhe exerted his malevolent will to confine it to her wrist. With a swift flick of his fingers, a contorted, tiny black insect materialized between them. Captured by Lin Zhe, it seemed to sense the impending peril, writhing desperately, its sharp appendages flailing in an attempt to escape his grasp. Its grotesque visage sent shivers down Xia Qinghe's spine as she grappled with the horrifying realization that such a monstrous entity had been concealed within her all along, a constant threat to her very existence. Had it not been for Lin Zhe and Wu Dong inadvertently uncovering Zhang Tong's hidden secret and extracting the insect, the consequences could have been catastrophic. A wave of dread washed over Xia Qinghe. How audacious the wolves are, truly. After scrutinizing the insect for a moment, Lin Zhe concluded that it was indeed the source of the sudden demise of Master Zhang at the entrance of Beichen Academy. One Master Zhang, one Xia Qinghe. How many others in Beichen had fallen victim to this? With a decisive motion, Lin Zhe crushed the insect in his grasp and then turned to Wu Dong, who quickly shook her head and discreetly stepped back, declaring her immunity to the threat, having remained vigilant against Zhang Tong and his ilk. Lin Zhe shrugged off her reticence, accepting her decision with indifference. He examined the goo insects of Xia Qinghe and her companion, primarily to ascertain their form of existence, merely to practice his skills. Zhang Tong had concealed himself in Beichin for so many years, secretly amassing numerous goo insects. It was plausible that there were individuals from the Lin family who had also fallen victim. Lin Zai needed to plan ahead and take precautions. Given this, Lin Zai cast a glance at the various rare treasures in Zhang Tong's third-level inventory. This young master still wished to explore whether there were other clues here. Thus, Lin Zai seized the moment to peruse the cultivation techniques amassed by this top-tier postnatal peak expert, Zhang Tong. Upon witnessing this, Wudong and Xia Qinghe harbored no suspicions and promptly departed from the Mianshu building to inform Lin Zai's guards about the situation on the third floor. As the two left, Lin Zai entered a state of comprehension. You have browsed Divine Insight LV2, 65-100. Each martial arts technique rapidly loaded, with knowledge being crushed and infused into Lin Zai's mind, rendering him akin to a grandmaster who had immersed himself in this path for decades, deeply engraved. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Divine Insight LV2, 70-100. Zhang Tong was indeed a seasoned postnatal peak powerhouse in Beichin, a master of an academic institution. His collection consisted of carefully selected gems among numerous techniques. Among them were even 2 high-grade human-level techniques. One was a soundwave technique, autumn wind breaking the formation. And the other was his signature technique, Gentleman's Righteous Chi formula. With the comprehension of these exquisite techniques loading, Lin Zai's aura became increasingly ethereal and unpredictable. He resembled a wisp of gentle breeze drifting through the mortal realm, both present and elusive, seeming both real and illusory, ready to shatter the mundane and vanish at any moment. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Zai closed all the tomes before him. Following a thorough exploration of Zhang Tong's treasured collection, Lin Zai's innate progress reached 74 points. Only 26 points remained for him to ascend to level 3. The elevation to level 3 was within reach. As he closed the final volume of scriptures, Lin Zai's eyes shone with an unprecedented brightness. The luster of his gaze resembled that of resplendent stars, shimmering brilliantly in the dim candlelight of the Library of Sleep. Clearly, Lin Zai's entire essence had experienced a remarkable enhancement. However, the extent of this enhancement eluded his understanding. Driven by a complete comprehension of hundreds of martial arts manuals, he seemed to have embarked upon a distinct path of cultivation, rendering his combat prowess beyond the measure of ordinary standards. If a direct comparison were to be made, using Zhang Tong as a unit of combat power, prior to his enhancement, Lin Zai could probably dispatch him with a mere snap of his fingers. After the enhancement, it might equate to the mere act of blowing a breath, perhaps. With a swift motion, Lin Zai unfurled his folding fan and stepped out of the Library of Sleep, his entire form transforming into an ethereal plume of light, scattering in the wind. Meanwhile, before the gates of Beichin Academy, those summoned by urgent notice from the Mirror Division had already arrived. The Mirror Division enveloped the entire Beichin Academy, surrounding it with a throng of people, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Naturally, this also included the Lin family guards who had received the report from Xia Qinghe regarding the Wudong tree. The leading official from the Mirror Division stood resolutely at the entrance. Are the Lin family utterly devoid of decorum? Such a grave incident has transpired within the academy, and every individual present is under suspicion. Until the truth is unveiled, no one shall step beyond the academy's threshold. Those who defy this decree shall be charged with treason and face execution. This includes your esteemed Lin family. The only ones bold enough to provoke the Lin family are the members of the Wei family, who have been fostered by the Emperor of Beichin to stand against them. Leading the charge is the left minister of the Jing Division, Wei Jinghai, who serves as the second-in-command under the chief of the Jing Division. At this moment, Wei Jinghai is wielding his considerable authority, neglecting to interrogate the most suspicious individuals from the Beichin Academy, instead troubling 2 guards of the Lin family. The 2 Lin guards, their expressions frigid, emanate a formidable aura of strength, hinting at their latent power, yearning to unleash their rage upon this vexatious Wei dog before them. Observing their demeanor, Wei Jinghai smirks mockingly. What is this? Do you wish to resort to violence? To strike an official of the court? To slap the emperor's face? Are you Lin family members plotting rebellion? His arrogance is palpable. The Wei family has always been so brazen in matters concerning the Lin family, showing no regard for courtesy. Yet, Wei Jinghai, as the left minister of the Jing Division, holds significant power and represents the authority of the court. Should they resort to violence, the implications would be dire. The 2 can only suppress their fury. At that moment, a sharp slap resounds. Chapter 37. Now, this is what humiliation feels like. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Only moments ago, Wei Jinghai, who had been vociferously boasting, now bore a conspicuous and vivid five-finger imprint upon his face. Stunned, he gazed blankly at the two Lin family members, his hand instinctively touching the searing pain on his cheek. In an instant, an insatiable fury ignited within him. He had been struck. As a member of the Wei family, he could not fathom being assaulted, especially not in the presence of two Lin family members. This indignation fueled an inferno of rage that obliterated all semblance of reason, consuming his composure entirely. Wei Jinghai was no stranger to humiliation. The intricacies of power within the court had subjected him to scorn on numerous occasions. Yet, what he could not tolerate was this humiliation stemming from the Lin family. For over a decade, it had always been the Wei family that had bullied the Lin family. When had the tables turned? Allowing the Lin family to ascend above the Wei family? If word of this were to spread, he would become the laughingstock of the entire North Star, a source of ridicule for all members of the Wei family. Damn it! A violent intent surged in Wei Jinghai's eyes, turning them a fiery crimson. He displayed no restraint towards the Lin family duo, his shame and wrath consuming him entirely. He scarcely had the capacity to ponder how two guards from the Lin family, both at the 6th level of cultivation, had audaciously struck him, a formidable expert at the 7th level. Overcome by rage, he yearned to unleash his fury and eradicate the stain of humiliation. Lin family's mongrels. Wei Jinghai's eyes blazed with fury, his gaze fierce and unyielding. His hands gathered a fearsome energy as he prepared to strike down the two Lin family guards where they stood. How dare you challenge the court? However, he barely had time to utter his words before. Do you have any objections to my actions? A chilling voice emanating from the depths of the abyss pierced through Wei Jinghai's very marrow. The extreme cold managed to slightly dissipate the flames of fury raging in his mind. His pupils suddenly constricted as he became aware of something. Turning his head, he beheld the imposing figure of a young noble, standing resolutely like an ancient pine that has withstood the test of time. In the next instant, a resounding slap, more forceful than the previous one, struck Wei Jinghai's face with a heavy thud. Bang! Wei Jinghai was sent crashing to the ground with the force of a cannonball, his head shattering the bluestone pavement of the academy and creating a large crater. Silence enveloped the academy. After a considerable pause, the talented individuals within the hall exchanged glances and respectfully bowed to that figure, greeting the commander-in-chief. However, there were those who dared to resist. A few members of the Wei family stepped forward. Commander Lin, what is the meaning of this? Even though you hold the esteemed position of commander, how dare you humiliate Wei Shuling? The difference in rank between Shuling and the commander is negligible, and Shuling is your elder. What qualifications do you, Lin Zhe, possess? Lin Zhe merely cast them a glance, his frigid demeanor silencing all their words, leaving them choking on their own indignation. Qualifications? As he spoke, Lin Zhe's figure became elusive, transforming into a series of illusory shadows, each step leaving a trace behind. His voice grew nearer, approaching the group of Wei family members. With a soft tap, he placed his hand on one man's shoulder and gently pressed down. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, crushing the man's shoulder, compelling him to kneel before the might of Lin Zhe. Bang! He knelt on the ground, his knees shattered. A pool of blood mingled with flesh and bone seeping from him. His face contorted in agony, his body arched like a bow, as if in a prostration before Lin Zixing. Ah, Lin Zixing, you. Lin Zixing seized his cheeks, rendering him speechless. Those eyes, as cold as blades, seemed capable of snuffing out his life at any moment, instilling a sense of dread within him. Were you not inquiring about my qualifications? Do you now comprehend? The man from the Wei family was gripped by terror, trembling uncontrollably. It appears you still do not understand. With that, Lin Zixing released his grip. The man from the Wei family exhaled, momentarily believing he had been spared. However, before he could fully savor that relief, bang! His consciousness was abruptly halted by a violent explosion, freezing him in that instant. Blood illuminated the sky. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the others felt as if they had been doused with icy water, chills coursing through their bodies, leaving them shivering as if plunged into a frozen abyss. They averted their gazes, too fearful to meet Lin Zixing's eyes. The arrogance and dignity of the Wei family were cast aside in that moment. All they wished for was to preserve their insignificant lives in Lin Zixing's presence, hoping he would not hold their petty existence against them. Yet, that frigid voice echoed like a devil's whisper in their ears. And you? Do you understand? The suddenness of his question sent shivers down their spines, causing their hearts to stutter. Out of the corner of my eye, I beheld the imposing and frigid figure clad in white making its entrance. A few individuals trembled, nodding repeatedly, comprehending. Comprehending. We understand. Understand? Lin Zhe's tone remained unperturbed as he gently waved his folding fan, stirring a slight breeze. This zephyr was neither cold nor forceful. Yet to those present, it felt akin to a tempest at sea, capable of consuming all in its path. Then tell me, what do you comprehend? A tremor coursed through their hearts. How should one articulate this? In that moment of hesitation, it became evident that their understanding was lacking. Bang! Another crimson bloom erupted within the academy, unfurling a tapestry of blood-colored brilliance. Bang! Following that, a second. Bang! A third. They flourished, saturating the entire expanse in a vivid scarlet hue. The cloying, iron-like scent surged forth, invading the nostrils of the remaining member of the Wei family, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. With the realization that he was the last standing, his turn was imminent. He hastily called out, I know. I understand. You are the commander. You are the Grand Marshal. We must obey your words unconditionally. You are a pinnacle cultivator of the 9th level. Your words, your very existence, constitute the highest authority. You are. Enough. Observing the Wei family member's lack of resolve, Wei Jinghai, having regained his composure amid the chaos, rose and cast a fierce glare at Lin Zhe. Lin Ershao. Killing is but a mere act. Do you truly believe that our Wei family and His Majesty are devoid of wrath? Lin Zhe turned his gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. Humiliate you? Alas. Lin Zhe sighed. In the next moment, shimmering feathers of light coalesced beside Wei Jinghai. A colossal hand lifted Wei Jinghai high into the air, constricting all his vital points. Thud. Wei Jinghai was slammed against the wall, his head compressed, his face repeatedly making intimate contact with the rough, gray stone. Take a good look. This is what humiliation truly means. Chapter 38. Kneel like this. Lin Zhe's cold voice, accompanied by his figure clad in white, descended into the hearts of all present. At that moment, everyone in the Jingxi was rendered speechless. They gazed at Wei Jinghai, who resembled a helpless dog, utterly subdued. The current Wei Jinghai was a stark contrast to the arrogant and domineering demeanor he exhibited upon arrival. They glanced at Lin Zhe, whose expression remained indifferent and eyes icy, as if he were merely engaged in a trivial task. He seemed utterly unconcerned with Wei Jinghai's status or the significance it represented. He was unfettered by any taboos. Gulp. The crowd in Jingxi struggled to swallow. They sensed that a storm was brewing in Beichen. Consequently, the people of Jingxi grew increasingly cautious, falling silent in trepidation. As for the faction from Beichen Academy, they were neither surprised nor curious. They were merely spectators, enjoying the unfolding drama. It was no joke. Even a seasoned powerhouse like Zhang Tong had fallen to Lin Zhe in a single move. How could someone as insignificant as Wei Jinghai dare to act arrogant and challenge the Lin family before Lin Zhe? TSK. Did he truly believe that the Lin family of today was the same as the one from the past? Moreover, even if the head of the Wei family, Wei Pingyuan, were to arrive, he would still need to behave with humility. Ah, how difficult it is to counsel a stubborn wretch. I had previously advised Wei Jinghai to approach matters with due diligence and thoroughly investigate our academy, yet he chose to disregard my counsel. The Wei family, under the delusion that they have the Northern Star Emperor's backing, has grown arrogant and oppressive, frequently targeting the Lin family over the years. Now, I shall observe how the Wei family meets its demise. The members of the Northern Star Academy eagerly await the unfolding drama, whispering amongst themselves. In the midst of this, Wei Jinghai was filled with rage and indignation. Lin Zhe, do you truly act with such impunity, unafraid of the emperor and the head of my family seeking retribution? Lin Zhe cast a calm glance at the last standing member of the Wei family and replied, It appears that you, the left book official, are less astute than an ordinary foot soldier. He then turned to the last soldier of the Wei family and inquired, according to the laws of the court, what punishment is warranted for a subordinate who defies a superior and disrespects orders? The soldier dared not continue. And what of the offending officials? The soldier gritted his teeth. They must be executed before the report is submitted. This young master summoned you here for official business, did he not? Indeed. Lin Zhe nodded, casting another glance at Wei Jinghai. Did you hear that? I am within my rights to execute you. Wei Jinghai's expression darkened. However, this young master is known for his magnanimity. I abhor the sight of blood. Therefore, Wei Jinghai squinted, pondering the implication. Lin Zhe would spare him? What trickery is this? A sense of unease stirred within Wei Jinghai. Lin Zhe continued, You may remain in that position of supplication. With that, Lin Zhe sealed off all of Wei Jinghai's spiritual energy and with a single strike, shattered Wei Jinghai's kneecap. Wei Jinghai faced the wall, forced to kneel heavily upon the ground. A colossal character for Lin appeared before his eyes on the stone wall. The sight of this character was excruciatingly piercing to Wei Jinghai, filling him with unbearable agony. His eyes were ablaze with rage. To kneel there before the Lin family's name. This suffering surpassed even death. Lin Zhe, if you possess any courage, then kill me. Just kill me. Lin Zhe turned and walked away, instructing his companions to swiftly clean up the aftermath of the events that had transpired, without delay. Understood. Lin Zhe nodded approvingly, then departed the North Star Academy with 2 Lin family guards. As he left, Lin Zhe cast one last glance at the furious and powerless Wei Jinghai. Oh, as for you, kneel for 10 days. Within this period, without my permission, no one is to allow you to rise. Of course, Lin Zhe smirked. You may wish for the Wei family to come to your aid. Huh, you had better pray they do. This way, I would have no need for justification. With that, Lin Zhe turned and departed, leaving behind Wei Jinghai, who was consumed by heart-wrenching fury. As Lin Zhe exited the North Star Academy, the smile on his face gradually faded. Noticing this change, the 2 Lin family guards hurriedly inquired, Young master, what troubles you? Surely, Xia Qinghe and the others have informed you about the poison? Indeed. My shortcomings have disappointed you, one of them replied. It seems the entire North Star Empire, including our Lin family, is now perilously infested with poison. The 2 were taken aback. Was it truly that grave? Lin Zhe remarked that it wasn't only the North Star Academy that had fallen victim. Even those from the Wei family had been ensnared. This indicated that several members of the Wei clan had silently been infiltrated by the poisonous insects. If even the Wei family, deeply rooted in the military and rarely interacting with the North Star Academy, had been affected, one could only imagine the dire situation in the entire North Star region. At the Lin family estate, the injured veterans had all arrived, eagerly awaiting the return of young Master Lin Zhe. Young master, we pay our respects to you. Lin Zhe nodded to everyone, leaving 2 guards to explain the events at the academy to the crowd before making his way toward the Lin family's main residence. What has happened to the young master? Is there trouble? My brothers, a grave situation has arisen. Please, allow me to explain what transpired at the academy today. At the Lin family's main residence, Lin Zhe hurriedly approached. He found Lin Yu, who, upon seeing Lin Zhe rush in, raised an eyebrow and asked, What is the matter? Is there a crisis? Lin Zhe nodded, succinctly recounting the events that had unfolded at the academy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression changed. His brow furrowed deeply. Such a thing has occurred? A mere insect has wreaked havoc throughout our entire North Star, leaving us all oblivious to the threat. Let us not dwell on that. First, allow me to examine you. Lin Yu extended his hand. Lin Zhe's spiritual energy surged forth, flowing powerfully throughout Lin Yu's body. It circled to the left, then to the right. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. After thoroughly examining Lin Yu's body and employing the restrictions of the Celestial Gate, Lin Zhe was unable to detect the presence of any goo worms. How is that? Lin Zhe shook his head and released his grip, confirming that there were no goo worms within your body. Does this imply that these goo worms cannot infiltrate the bodies of those with profound cultivation? Lin Zhe shook his head, still uncertain. I shall take another look at Master Mo Chapter 39, the Lin family's ancestral special physique. Beside him, Lin Mo extended his hand as well. After a thorough investigation, Lin Zhe soon discovered a hidden shadow within one of Lin Mo's meridian acupoints. Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. Upon noticing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened. Have I fallen victim? Lin Zhe affirmed his suspicion. Indeed. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lin Mo's expression fell completely. Could it be that even he, a seasoned warrior of the postnatal 8th level, has succumbed? The goo worms. Lin Yu and Lin Mo exchanged glances, both recognizing the profound gravity reflected in each other's eyes. It seems likely that a significant portion of the North Star Imperial capital has already fallen. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu and his companion hastily inquired, judging by your demeanor, could it be that dealing with these goo worms is exceedingly troublesome? Lin Zhe shook his head. His frown stemmed not from the difficulty of addressing the goo worms, but from pondering one particular matter. That is, Lin Mo had been afflicted, while Lin Yu had not. It is important to note that Lin Mo and Lin Yu spent nearly all their time together, hardly ever apart. Wherever Lin Yu was present, Lin Mo was typically by his side. Their opportunities for contact with the source of the goo worms were virtually identical. According to the cryptic text of the wolves, This parasitic insect originating from the celestial gates is so elusive that even the most formidable cultivators at the pinnacle of the postnatal ninth realm remain oblivious to its presence. Rendered helpless, this assertion appears to hold truth. After all, Lin Yu, a formidable warrior teetering on the edge of the postnatal ninth realm and seasoned by countless battles, fell prey to it without a whisper of warning. Thus, it stands to reason that even a genuine master of the postnatal ninth realm would meet with a similar fate. Moreover, Lin Yu's vitality has waned over the years, his old wounds accumulating, leading to a gradual decline in his condition. In light of this, it is indeed perplexing that Lin Yu escaped unscathed. However, this is not the moment for deep contemplation. It would be prudent to remain vigilant for now. Lin Yu remarked. It is no trouble, merely an unexpected turn of events that even you, Master Mo, have been ensnared. Lin Mo's expression turned grave. It was his own negligence that allowed this scoundrel an opportunity. He declared, I shall immediately issue an order for the Lin family to be on high alert. Lin Yu waved his hand, urging patience. He produced a vial of poison, placing it before Lin Yu. This contains the toxin harboring the insect, Master Mo. Do take a look and see if it appears familiar. Lin Yu accepted the vial, scrutinizing it closely. Subsequently, he poured a small amount of the powder onto his fingertip, grinding it lightly and inhaling its scent. After a moment, realization dawned, and his expression shifted. This substance. Could it be? Lin Yu, in disbelief, prepared to place a bit more of the powder in his mouth for further confirmation. Old Imo, what are you doing? Lin Yu admonished him. Lin Yu responded, My lord, I simply wish to ascertain whether this is indeed that substance. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that it was of no concern, as long as Mo confirmed it. Lin Yu had his own methods to extract the goo insect. Upon receiving Lin Yu's affirmation, Lin Yu felt reassured and nodded in agreement. Lin Yu swallowed the toxic powder and meticulously savored it in his mouth. There was no discernible taste, yet the texture. Lin Yu confirmed it. Indeed, this substance was the Yangxin powder and the Jingyuan pill sent from the palace 7 days prior. At this revelation, Lin Yu's body trembled, and he immediately glanced towards Lin Yu. The Jingyuan pill. Lin Yu appeared bewildered. What was the matter with the Jingyuan pill? Why was he being scrutinized? At that moment, Lin Yu anxiously explained, Young master, you are unaware. A few days ago, you suddenly fell into a deep unconsciousness, and the master was so worried that he could not sleep all night. Upon hearing this, His Majesty the Emperor specifically instructed the palace to send the royal antidote, the Jingyuan pill, to you, and a cup of Yangxin powder for the master. I personally handled these 2 items and verified their safety. I would never mistake them. Therefore, young master, you should quickly examine yourself and then have the master take a closer look. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback. So, he should have been afflicted by the goo poison from the start? Yet the issue lay in the fact that Lin Yu had not been poisoned at all. With Lin Yu's current cultivation, he was acutely aware of his own physical condition. How could he possibly mistake whether or not he had been poisoned? Quite the enigma. Among the 3 of them, Lin Yu and Lin Yu had consumed the Jingyuan pill, while Lin Yu and Lin Yu had partaken of the Yangxin powder. Yet, ultimately, only Lin Yu was poisoned. The 2 of them, grandfather and grandson, seemed entirely unaffected. Could it be that the Lin family's bloodline possessed an innate immunity to all toxins? Lin Ziki was perplexed. Since the poison had already been delivered, why then did Zhang Tong still? Oh, right, in their minds, Lin Yu, have always been wary of the royal family, remaining patient and rejecting any offerings from them. Thus, Zhang Tong could not be certain whether he had consumed the pure Yuan pill, which led to this assassination plot. Young master, this cursed insect cannot escape my keen perception. I can assure you of that. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. In other words, among the 3 of them, he alone had been afflicted by the curse, correct? Lin Yu then inquired of Lin Yu, so, does our family possess some ancestral trait that renders us immune to all poisons? This question left Lin Yu at a loss. That seems unlikely. Your great-grandfather was merely an ordinary cultivator at the 6th level of the acquired realm, and your great-grandmother was just the daughter of a small family. It should be impossible. Moreover, if such a trait truly existed, how could I have been struck by an arrow's poison on the battlefield all those years ago? Well, perhaps Lin Yu was overthinking it. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Master Imo, allow me to expel the curse poison. Please bear with me. Lin Imo nodded gravely. Lin Yu activated the Demon Heart Forbidden technique and proceeded methodically. The entire process unfolded without a hitch. Within mere breaths, he extracted the cursed insect from Lin Mo's body. Boom, boom, Boom. Lin Zai's fingers ignited with violet thunder flames, incinerating the cursed insect into a specimen, which he then placed on the table for Lin Ao and the others to examine closely. This is the culprit. Lin Mo picked up the corpse of the cursed insect and took out the poison powder, scrutinizing them for a while before finally exclaiming in astonishment. Alas! Such a trivial object has somehow infiltrated unnoticed, expanding to such an extent that I, in my old age, remain entirely oblivious. The artifacts of the celestial realm are indeed enigmatic. If Peng Yong truly possesses the abilities of the celestial sect and has attained the innate realm, then it seems my northern star may face dire consequences. Lin Mo cast a glance at Lin Ao. What is your opinion, esteemed elder? Lin Ao shook his head. In my view, Peng Yong is still far from stepping into the innate realm. That leap is not easily accomplished. Despite my own capabilities, having reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm for many years, I have yet to touch the threshold of the innate stage. The difficulty of that advancement is something no one in the Northern Star understands better than I. The esteemed innate beings look down upon such trivialities. However, Chapter 40, The Celestial Fate Token. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the wolves have become increasingly audacious of late. They disrupted the grand festivities of the Golden Autumn Banquet, covertly replaced the Emperor's bestowed elixirs, and stealthily infiltrated the Northern Star Academy to engage in subterfuge. Each occurrence is marked by a reckless audacity, unmasked and devoid of concern for our Northern Star retaliating. It is likely that Peng Yong's impending return, having completed his training, has emboldened the wolves. Emboldened? Huh. Lin Ao scoffed with disdain. In a moment of jest, the specter of the battlefield's valiant general resurfaced. Without achieving the innate state, one remains but an insect. Even if he possesses the skills of the celestial sect, how could he possibly contend against the might of our Northern Star's formidable forces? As he twirled the prayer beads in his hand, Lin Ao remained calm and composed, betraying not a hint of anxiety. It seems that in this world, nothing stirs the old warrior's heart as much as matters related to Lin Zai. Your Majesty must already be aware of this matter, correct? Lin Zai shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps he had known all along. Why else would he have dispatched me to inspect the North Star Academy? With a half-smile, he waved his folding fan, suggesting that perhaps he awaited a fierce confrontation between me and Zhang Tong, leading to mutual destruction. Lin Ao's prayer beads came to a halt. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. Perhaps indeed. Old Mo, my lord, please go and inquire with the various branches of the Lin family, asking if they have encountered such toxic powder. Yes. Once Lin Mo departed, the atmosphere within the main residence grew somewhat somber. Lin Zai continued to wave his fan, casting a glance at Lin Ao. Grandfather, you did not send old Mo away merely to speak of loyalty to the throne and patriotism, did you? Lin Ao gently shook his head. To desire osmanthus flowers while carrying wine is never quite like the youthful escapades of one's earlier days. I am no longer that passionate young man of yore. He, too, is no longer the person I once knew. He has his own allegiance to his sovereign, and I have my own legacy to uphold. Let us each perform our roles and observe the unfolding events. Changing the subject, Lin Ao continued, I wish to discuss a matter of great significance to your fate. This is a topic I intended to broach with you last time. However, at that moment, I felt there was ample time, so I did not rush it. However, since you have already been introduced to this, I shall share it with you to prepare you. Lin Ziming understood. Are you referring to the Immortal Gate? The existence of the Immortal Gate and the innate divine beings has never been a secret to the mundane world. They have always been there. It is merely that ordinary individuals can never reach their level throughout their lives. Lin Ao nodded. He turned to Lin Zai and said earnestly, Zaire, your talent is exceedingly rare, far surpassing mine. In fact, no one in the Northern Star for a century has possessed a gift that can compare to yours. Not even the fortunate Prince Ping Yong of the Marshland, who joined the Immortal Gate. Lin Ao toyed with the Buddhist beads in his hand. The secular world is a shackle for you, a poison. It is an unyielding abyss that cannot nurture a true dragon. You must join the Immortal Gate and pursue the world that rightfully belongs to you. Lin Zai was left speechless. It indeed felt too premature, as there were still a full 20 years until the next recruitment of disciples at the foot of Tsangjian Mountain. The Immortal Gate, which towers over the Northern Star dynasty in the New Moon Kingdom, as well as dozens of surrounding nations, is known as Tsangjian Mountain. Every 50 years, it holds the Immortal Ascension Conference to recruit new disciples from its dominion. The last event occurred 30 years ago. The next one will not happen for another 20 years. It is still too early to discuss this. Of course, aside from the disciple recruitment every 50 years, there exists a clandestine pathway. This secret method can only be known to the Lin family, which holds significant power, equivalent to the second imperial family of Northern Star. It is called tribute, as the name suggests. In the secular imperial dynasty, as long as one pays tribute to the immortal sect and meets certain criteria, they can be exempted from the admission requirements to enter the sect for cultivation. However, the tribute demanded is exceedingly high. Even a powerful secular imperial dynasty requires decades of national accumulation to fulfill a single tribute. Although the Lin family is wealthy, they are still far from the level of accumulating resources for decades on a national scale. Therefore, the method of tribute is essentially impossible. As for having the royally family funded, that is a futile thought. No matter how gifted Lin Zhe may be, or how he bears the Li bloodline, he is still not a Li. He will forever remain an outsider. The royal family would rather send a less talented member of the Li family than allow Lin Zhe to take part. Moreover, the Li family has only just quelled a rebellion and stabilized their power. They lack the resources for tribute. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lin Ao smiled mysteriously. Indeed, it may be somewhat premature for the Sangjian Mountain, but if it were not for Sangjian Mountain, what then? Are you referring to the Weniandao sect? Lin Zhe pondered for a moment, recalling that beyond Sangjian Mountain, there seemed to be a sect called either Weniandao or Wangxindo. He could not quite remember. This world is vast and filled with myriad races. It is boundless. Most people cannot even venture beyond the North Star and the Wolves. So how could they concern themselves with such a grand concept beyond Sangjian Mountain? Naturally, Lin Zhe did not pay much attention and was unaware of the disciple recruitment timeline of that sect beyond Sangjian Mountain. Lin Ao shook his head, indicating it was not the Wangxindo sect. Then please do not keep me in suspense, Lin Ao said as he rose and made his way to the inner hall of the main residence, where he would rest day and night. He activated a hidden mechanism beneath the bed and retrieved a box crafted entirely from profound gold, entwined with a chain of the same material. Its value is unmistakable. Lin Zhe had never witnessed his esteemed elder possess such a treasure. The level of protection surrounding it suggested that even the Lin family's ancestral 8 desolate battle technique paled in comparison. You shall see for yourself, Lin Ao said, as he presented the profound gold box before Lin Zhe after removing its restraints. Upon lifting the lid, Lin Zhe beheld a small, exquisite jade tablet of azure hue, resting serenely at the center of the box, emanating an enigmatic and resplendent glow. Wisps of ethereal light continuously ascended from the tablet, transforming into delicate, swirling dragons that gracefully danced in the air, invoking a sense of serenity and tranquility within him. As Lin Zhe grasped the azure jade tablet, the mist dissipated, revealing a beautifully inscribed character, immortal, at its core, emerging from the clouds. A profound and ineffable essence enveloped him in an instant. What is this? He inquired. It is the immortal fate token, Lin Ao explained. The bearer of this token may ascend to the Dao Tribulation Mountain to partake in the trials of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain. Regardless of the trial's outcome, the bearer may select any one sect to join, and none may refuse. Really? Is such power genuine? Why didn't you utilize it back in the day? As for me, Lin Ao replied, by the time I acquired this immortal fate token, I had long since passed the fervent years of my youth. Chapter 41. The 9 sects of the Azure Domain. At that time, your grandmother's health was failing, so how could I possibly abandon her? Especially after your grandmother departed. Speaking of Lin Zhe's grandmother, a rare look of nostalgia appeared on Lin Ao's face, his tone softening with a hint of wistfulness. Her departure. Sigh. I lost all desire for seeking immortality and enlightenment. Whether it is innate or not, I shall leave it to fate. Thus, I sealed this celestial token, reserving it for the talented descendants of the Lin family to pursue their own path to enlightenment. Lin Ao twirled the prayer beads in his hand. And the first candidate was none other than your father. Your father possessed extraordinary talent, displaying remarkable intelligence from a young age. He was well versed in various arcane military texts, and his martial prowess surpassed that of his peers in Beichen. He was the unequivocal choice to inherit the celestial token. Alas! Lin Ao sighed deeply, his tranquil eyes betraying a profound sense of regret. Beneath this regret lay a fleeting fury, potent enough to devastate Beichen. The 2 exceptional members of the Lin family perished on the battlefield, while Lin Zhe fell victim to the chaos of war. The once mighty Lin family was left with but a single sprout, Lin Zhe. How could Lin Ao not feel a blaze of anger within? Were it not for Lin Zhe, the last remaining bloodline sustaining Lin Ao's dwindling sanity over the years, he would have long since taken up arms, wreaking havoc upon both the wolves and Beichin. Sensing Lin Ao's emotional turmoil, Lin Zhe spoke resolutely. "Grandfather, rest assured, I shall not let go of anyone who has conspired against our Lin family. I will make them all pay." Lin Ao steadied his emotions, suppressing the fury within. However, compared to revenge, the most pressing matter at hand was your future. As he spoke, Lin Ao pointed to the celestial fate token, instructing, "Infuse your spiritual energy into it. Then place it upon your forehead to unveil the mysteries of the token." Lin Zhe complied. The instant the celestial fate token adhered to Lin Zhe's forehead, a resonant hum echoed, propelling him into the torrent of time and space. Countless vivid images, steeped in the weight of ancient history, surged into Lin Zhe's mind. Ultimately, a towering ancient peak pierced the clouds, overlooking the myriad of beings below. Boom! The temporal stream dissipated. It turned out that this celestial fate token could trace back to the ancient era of the Qing domain. It was born of the tides of fate, seeking to seize a connection with the universe. The 9 sects of the ancient Qing domain believed in the significance of fate. For those with destiny, all endeavors would flourish. For those with fortune, the path to the heavens would be unveiled. This fate is ineffably profound. To put it simply, it is what one might call luck or serendipity. And indeed, this holds true. Every powerful figure standing atop the Qing domain has never lacked the element of fortune in their lives, aside from their diligent efforts. The mighty have never denied this truth, for to deny the importance of luck is, in essence, a denial and an affront to their very existence. Thus, in pursuit of this concept of fate, to seek out individuals endowed with sufficient fortune amidst the vastness of the Qing domain. The 9 formidable beings of the Qing domain united to forge 1,000 celestial fate tokens. They scattered them throughout the immense sea of humanity within the Qing domain, a realm vast and boundless. As far as Lin Zhe is aware, the vast expanse of Songjin Mountain encompasses dozens of nations, with a staggering population of hundreds of billions residing within its dominion. Yet, in the grand scheme of the entire Qing domain, it is but a mere drop in the ocean. The magnitude of the Qing domain, coupled with its immense populace, is best measured in trillions. To obtain one of the 1,000 immortal fate tokens amidst such an overwhelming sea of humanity undoubtedly marks one as the most fortunate individual of their generation within the Qing domain, capable of commanding the winds and clouds. Consequently, regardless of whether those who acquire the immortal fate tokens ultimately succeed in the trials of Daojia Mountain, or even if they are eliminated upon entry, exhibiting abysmal performance, they are granted unconditional admission to any of the 9 sects of the Qing domain. After all, fate is truly ineffable. In recognition of this destiny, the 9 sects of the Qing domain have acquiesced. This implies that anyone holding an immortal fate token is, from that moment forth, a de facto disciple of one of the 9 sects of the Qing domain. And what is the status of the 9 sects? The 9 sects of the Qing domain stand as the absolute overlords, reigning supreme over the entirety of the Qing domain. Each sect boasts a lineage that has persisted for over 10 million years, tracing its roots back to ancient times. Even if Lin Zhe were to remain oblivious to the outside world, the name of the 9 sects of the Qing domain resonates with thunderous clarity. Before the 9 sects, Songjin Mountain seems almost inconsequential. To put it frankly, any elder who emerges from the 9 sects could effortlessly annihilate the vast territories of dozens of nations surrounding Songjin Mountain. Such is the unparalleled dominance of the 9 sects. And now, Lin Zhe possesses a key, a transcendent key, that grants him direct access to the 9 sects of the Qing domain. Gazing at the celestial token in his hand, Lin Zhe fell into a trance. How could the Lin family possess such a treasure, and yet in the original novel, they still face such a dismal fate? Do they look down upon the disciples of the 9 sects of the Azure domain? It's utterly absurd. Well, the original text has transformed. Wu Tong has even become a phoenix. This is hardly the world of the novel that Lin Zhe was familiar with. Yet, he remained indifferent. For he had not delved deeply into the original narrative, only up to the point of the Lin family's annihilation. This slight alteration held little significance for him. What say you? Are you taken aback? Observing Lin Zhe lost in thought, Lin Ao inquired with a hint of inscrutable amusement. His expression seemed to convey, "Is it possible that you, young lad, can be astonished too?" The privilege of unconditionally joining the 9 sects of the Azure domain indeed has the potential to leave one utterly speechless. Haha, you still have much to practice. When I first obtained the celestial token, I certainly did not react as you have. I believe it. Lin Zhe replied helplessly, "As long as it pleases you, esteemed elder." Indeed, How else could you be the formidable war god of Beichin? The grandfather and grandson exchanged knowing smiles. After their laughter subsided, Lin Yu remarked, "This trial at Daojia Mountain should be in about 2 months, correct?" Lin Zhe nodded in affirmation. "Well then, during these 2 months, make sure to prepare thoroughly. As for matters concerning Beichin, 2 months is still ample time." Lin Zhe asserted with unwavering determination, "I will handle everything here in Beichin. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Considering the turmoil caused by the poison, it seemed those lurking in the shadows could no longer contain themselves. This time, a fleeting glimmer of crimson killing intent flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. "I must capture them." Within the North Star Palace, a resounding crash echoed. Bang! Crack! The Emperor of North Star was in a fit of rage, shattering one precious artifact after another. "Wretched scoundrels! How dare you defy me? How dare you defy me?" Chapter 42. Perhaps he can break the poison curse. I have placed such trust in you, granting you the stewardship of the North Star Academy, holding great expectations for you. Yet you. The Emperor drew forth the imperial sword, striking at the dragon pillars in the courtyard. The ministers below, witnessing this, shrank back, rendered mute by fear, unwilling to provoke the Emperor's ire at such a moment. Amidst the cacophony of destruction, the ministers remained silent. After a prolonged period, it seemed the Emperor had exhausted his fury, and he plopped back down onto the dragon throne, his eyes, still simmering with resentment, scanning each minister present. His gaze was sharp, as if seeking to penetrate the barriers of flesh and glimpse the hidden hearts of men. At last, the ministers dared to speak in unison. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Your Majesty, please quell your anger." "Humph, quell my anger?" The Emperor smashed another wine cup, demanding, "Tell me. How am I to quell my anger?" Zhang Tong has concealed himself for so many years, infiltrating our North Star dynasty with so many spies, even employing poison curses. And you, the so-called elites, the pillars of North Star, were utterly oblivious. Is our North Star dynasty truly so fragile, so easily infiltrated? A bunch of useless fools. All of you are useless fools. The ministers began to voice their grievances. "Your Majesty. The traitor Zhang Tong is one of the rare pinnacle experts of our dynasty, and he is supported by Peng Yong, a figure from the immortal sect. If he wishes to conceal himself, we truly find ourselves powerless. Your Majesty, I believe the immediate priority is to thoroughly investigate all officials emerging from the North Star Academy, as well as those high-ranking courtiers who share a close rapport with Zhang Tong, and to unearth all the spies embedded within our ranks. Otherwise, our North Star dynasty will stand exposed before the Wolf City, with no secrets left to guard. Should any turmoil arise in the future, it is likely. Indeed, we implore your Majesty to conduct a meticulous inquiry, to root out all traitors and conspirators from the North Star Academy faction, and to cleanse the core of our court. Otherwise, chaos shall inevitably ensue." As these words were spoken, the expressions of all officials from the North Star Academy shifted drastically, their faces reflecting their growing anxiety. "Your Majesty, since my entry into court, I have diligently served, never daring to show even the slightest negligence, nor harbor any ulterior motives. I beseech your Majesty to see my integrity. Your Majesty, my relationship with Zhang Tong is merely that of a principal to a student. I am entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding Zhang Tong's case, and have had no involvement whatsoever. The officials from the North Star faction desperately sought to prove their innocence, hoping to divert the North Star Emperor's wrath from themselves. However, the infuriated North Star Emperor was not inclined to heed the officials' evasions. The mere sight of them ignited his fury. He bellowed, "Bring forth all officials from the North Star faction, large and small, and imprison them in the celestial dungeon for interrogation, until the truth is unveiled. No one is permitted to make contact." Understood. The black armored guards stormed into the Grand Hall, seizing all officials affiliated with the Northern Star faction and taking them away. In an instant, a quarter of the Grand Hall lay vacant. The remaining ministers felt increasingly insecure. In matters involving treachery and spies, clarity was elusive. Today it was the Northern Star faction. Tomorrow, it could be their turn. Upon the Dragon Throne, witnessing the court's atmosphere clear somewhat from the previous turmoil, the Northern Star Emperor's fury finally began to subside. At last, tranquility returned. He spoke, "Well then, my lords, share your thoughts. Spare me the useless ramblings. What I seek are solutions." As soon as the Emperor's words fell, a military official stepped forward, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion." "Speak, Your Majesty." "I believe that since matters have escalated to this point, rather than sit idly by. We of the Northern Star should take the initiative and launch an assault on the Wolf City, catching them off guard. The enmity between our Northern Star and Wolf City is irreconcilable. Now that we are at this juncture, regardless of whether Pingyang can achieve innate prowess, we must annihilate Wolf City. Even if it costs us our lives, we must extract a piece of flesh from them. Indeed, in previous years, we allowed Wolf City to grow, fearing the toll it would take on our people and resources, all in pursuit of strengthening our Northern Star's might. Now, with our wings fully spread and our national strength robust, it is the perfect moment to strike Wolf City and eliminate future threats. Your Majesty, I volunteer for battle. I am willing to lead the charge and will present you with the head of Pingjie. The officials of Beichin eagerly volunteered for battle, while a faction of civil servants furrowed their brows and repeatedly implored, "This cannot be. Your Majesty, at present, the menace of poison afflicting Beichin remains unresolved, and the threat of internal traitors has yet to be clarified. How can we rashly deploy our troops? Generals, consider this. The current situation in Beichin is shrouded in uncertainty. We cannot ascertain which officials are loyal to Beichin and which are agents of the enemy. If we hastily send forth our forces and entrust military command to traitors, they could immediately turn against Beichin, worsening our plight. Even if we were to place our faith in the right individuals, I must ask you, esteemed generals, can you guarantee that you are free from the influence of poison? Can you assure that none among your officers are afflicted? On the ever-changing battlefield, if the enemy were to suddenly unleash their poison, would not the Beichin army be left leaderless, leading to our own demise? Upon hearing these words, the martial officials grew more cognizant. The arguments presented by Minister Wang were indeed compelling. It was unwise to act impulsively. However, once the calamity of poison and the threat of traitors were resolved, it was likely that the enemy would already be prepared. The Emperor of Beichin rubbed his temples and declared, "Enough. Silence. Summon the imperial physician." "As you command." Shortly thereafter, the imperial physician entered the grand hall. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." "You need not be formal," replied the emperor. As he regarded the physician, the emperor straightened slightly and inquired, "What progress has been made in the study of the poison? I have never encountered such an unusual affliction. There is no mention of it in any medical texts." The old man has endeavored to explore various remedies, yet has been unable to locate the goo insect or extract it. This celestial sect's goo insect seems to be beyond salvation in our mundane realm. The only course of action now is to comprehend the forbidden magic contained within the tome left by Zhang Tong, specifically the enchantment of the demonic heart, to resolve the plight of the goo insect. Upon hearing this, the Northern Star Emperor's expression darkened. Time is of the essence, should they delay their understanding. They may find themselves too late. Continue searching for me. It is imperative that a solution to the goo poison is found. Yes, depart at once. The imperial physician remained silent. "Your Majesty, I fear my inadequacy prevents me from unraveling this goo poison. In the presence of all, you dare utter that you cannot solve it." The Northern Star Emperor's countenance soured, ready to unleash his fury. Yet the imperial physician interjected, "But I do have a candidate to recommend. He may possess the means to dispel the goo poison." Chapter 43, The Divine Martial Marquis, Lin Zhe. "Who? Your grandson. The second son of the Lin family, Lin Zhe." The imperial physician continued, "As per the accounts of the Northern Star scholars, he was the first to uncover the goo insect case. If there is anyone in the Northern Star capable of breaking the goo poison, it must undoubtedly be the second son. I earnestly request your Majesty to summon Second Master Lin Zhe to the palace." Upon hearing the name Lin Zhe mentioned by the imperial physician, the countenance of all present shifted. Lin Zhe, another principal character in the Zhang Tong incident. His name and deeds are now known far and wide. However, the two words Lin Zhe are now the most sensitive topic within the court. According to the intelligence gathered by Jing Si and the scholars of Beichin, the notorious rebel Zhang Tong, a formidable figure ranked 6th on the divine martial list, astonishingly failed to execute even a single move against Lin Zhe. Just one move. It is inconceivable that even the Beichin emperor himself could subdue Zhang Tong in a mere exchange. What does this signify? The answer is self-evident. All the ministers present held their breath, cautiously observing the emperor's countenance. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon hearing Lin Zhe's name, the Beichin emperor displayed no signs of agitation. Instead, he sighed, "Ah, Zaire, my Beichin is fortunate to possess such a prodigious child. It is thanks to him that we have been spared from calamity. Even if you do not speak, I shall summon him." He paused, reflecting, "Yet, Zaire has just vanquished the rebel and patrolled the Bachan Academy. He must be weary and in need of rest. Should I urgently call him to the palace, it would reflect poorly on me as his grandfather. Showing a lack of consideration. After a moment of contemplation, the Bachan emperor declared, "Very well. Xiao Guangzi, draft an edict." "At your command," replied the attendant, who immediately prepared to pen the decree. The emperor continued, "This time, Zaire has unveiled Zhang Tong's true nature, vanquished the rebel, and averted disaster for our Bachan, thus rendering an unprecedented service. Regardless of whether he can resolve the issue with the Celestial Gates insect, his contributions are monumental, overshadowing both civil and military achievements. Such a significant merit shall not go unrewarded." With a pause, the Bachan emperor announced a reward that left all present in astonishment. "I hereby bestow upon Lin Yu the title of Marquis. His title shall be Divine Marshal. He shall be the Marquis of Divine Marshal for our Bachan." Astonishment rippled through the assembled ministers as they exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with disbelief. The emperor is indeed bestowing a marquisate. It is important to recognize that the Northern Qin dynasty was established through the rebellion of those of noble lineage. To deter others from emulating such insurrection, the emperor places immense significance on the conferral of titles. Throughout the decades since the inception of the Northern Qin dynasty, no prince has ever been bestowed a title. Even the title of duke has been granted only once, and that was to the singular and extraordinary Lin Yu, a pillar of national integrity. In this context, where neither princely nor ducal titles are readily conferred, the title of Marquis stands as the pinnacle of nobility within the Northern Qin hierarchy. The total number of marquises since the founding of the dynasty can be counted on one hand, excluding the three prominent families that initially expanded the northern territory. Only Wei Pingyuan has been elevated to marquis status in these decades, owing solely to his unique favor with the emperor. Lin Yu is the fifth. Naturally, for Lin Yu, who is the heir to the Duke of National Stability, the title of Marquis does not signify a substantial reward. It merely serves to secure a title for the future descendants of the Lin family. The other ministers do not place much weight on the practical implications of Lin Yu's elevation to Marquis. Rather, they are concerned with the underlying message conveyed by the emperor through this act. The emperor's stance can be discerned from the title he conferred upon Lin Yu, Martial Divinity. The Northern Qin's Martial Divinity list is named in honor of this very title. The emperor's designation of Lin Yu as the Marquis of Martial Divinity carries profound significance. The court officials exchanged glances, understanding everything without the need for words. However, among the ranks of the Wei family, a burly man with a fierce beard could not contain his dissent. Lin Yu, a mere youth with no military accomplishments. What right did he have to be made a marquis? What justified his standing alongside the head of the Wei family? Previously, Lin Yu had humiliated them, forcing Wei Jinghai to kneel in public at the Northern Qin Academy, and he had been seething with resentment ever since. At this moment, as the title of Marquis was announced, the fire within him blazed even more fiercely. He was poised to leap forth in opposition. Moreover, according to past conventions, His Majesty's decision to bestow the title of Divine Martial Marquis upon Lin Yu was undoubtedly a means to silence the murmurs of the populace, compelling the Wei family to intervene. His descent was perfectly timed. The burly man contemplated this when a strong hand unexpectedly restrained him, rendering him immobile. Turning around, he noticed Wei Pingyuan subtly shaking his head. Although the burly man was perplexed, he dared not contradict Wei Pingyuan. Thus, he had no choice but to relent. His Majesty is wise. Emperor Bachan nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Guangzi hastened to the Lin family to deliver the decree, inform Zaire of the matter concerning the poison, and inquire his opinion. Should Zaire have any requests during this time, they must be met. Consider every aspect. The servant obeys. Eunuch Guang took the imperial edict and departed. At this juncture, officials from the Lin faction suddenly broached the subject of the campaign against the Wolf capital. Your Majesty, regarding the second young master, I am struck by a thought. Speak. Your Majesty, why not appoint Lin Yu as the commander for this campaign against the Wolf capital? The official spoke passionately and eloquently. Lin Yu is the direct grandson of the esteemed Grand Marshal, Lord Lin Gue, and bears no connection to those treacherous traitors. He is a true and loyal subject of our dynasty from Bachan. Furthermore, having closely followed the Grand Marshal from a young age, he has been immersed in the art of warfare and military strategy, undoubtedly possessing exceptional talents in the realm of martial affairs. Moreover, in terms of martial prowess, Lin Zhe possesses the capability to vanquish the treacherous Zhang Tong, who stands at the peak of his postnatal cultivation. Should he assume the role of commander, he would undoubtedly breach the stronghold of Longdu, severing the heads of Peng Jie and Peng Yong, thereby unifying the realm of Beiqin. Upon the utterance of these words, officials close to the Lin family eagerly voiced their agreement. As they chimed in, others followed suit, lacking any dissenting voices. Even Wei Pingyuan, who typically opposed the Lin family at every turn, exhibited an unusual silence, refraining from any verbal opposition. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of Beiqin pondered for a moment, acknowledging the counsel of his ministers as sound. However, the issue of the goo worms is no trivial matter, as long as these goo worms remain unresolved. The army of Beiqin will continue to face peril. Moreover, Zaire has expended considerable energy in executing Zhang Tong, and I truly wish to spare him from undue fatigue. Let us bide our time a while longer. During this period, all checkpoints within the Beiqin territory, especially within the capital, shall be sealed. Entry is permitted, but exit is strictly forbidden. All information must remain confined within the capital, and no rumors are to escape. Not even a fly shall be allowed to slip through. Yes, we shall comply with your decree. Now, let the court commence a thorough investigation into any traitors lurking within. Within 3 days, I expect to see a cleansed imperial court of Beiqin. Otherwise, bring their heads to me. Retreat from court. Yes, we shall comply with your decree. Long live your majesty. Chapter 44. The changing skies of Beiqin. After the court session, officials engaged in fervent discussions, all speaking of Lin Zhe's elevation to nobility and the treachery of the wolves. Amidst this discourse, the members of the Wei family could no longer contain their indignation. The Wei family had always commanded respect and authority in the court, while others trembled before the Lin family. They boldly confronted them. How could they not feel a sense of pride? Never had they endured such humiliation as today. Even a member of their family was punished by Lin Zhe to kneel in disgrace, and yet they could not utter a word in the court about it. It was infuriating, utterly infuriating. Uncle, why did you stop me from speaking just now? That Lin Zhe is too arrogant. Jing-ai is still kneeling. Since our Wei family has enjoyed the emperor's favor, when have we ever faced such indignity? Father, Wei Pingyuan shot a disdainful glance at the members of the Wei family, his anger palpable. What are we? Silence. You fools. You claim Lin Zhe is too overbearing? Huh. Who truly is the one being overbearing? You know in your hearts. Do you really think that just because you've gained a bit of power over these past few years, you are the kings of Beiqin? What kind of conduct is this? I have spoiled you all for too long. It's given rise to a host of bad habits. Wei Pingyuan chastised the members of the Wei family with fervor, leaving them bewildered and frightened. It was their first time witnessing such unrestrained rage from him. Sir Wei, what is this outburst about? In response to Wei Pingyuan's furious outcry, another official approached to inquire. Wei Pingyuan immediately donned a smile, saying it was nothing. The young members of the family simply lacked understanding. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to Liu. With a cold expression, Wei Pingyuan flicked his sleeve and strode ahead, prompting everyone to hastily follow. It was only after they had exited the confines of the royal palace that he finally came to a halt. Father, just now Wei Pingyuan sighed deeply, addressing his companions. You lot, do you truly believe that after bullying the Lin family for a few years, you can challenge such a colossal entity? Or do you think that the legendary god of war, who once drenched the skies of Beiqin in blood and vanquished the remnants of Wuan, possesses no temper whatsoever? The last time Lin Zhe fainted, how many were restless? How many vigilantly monitored the military's movements, terrified that Lin Ao would descend into madness and slaughter the clans of Beiqin, including our Wei family? Wei Pingyuan spoke sternly. Do you genuinely think it is a jest to claim that the Lin family is the second imperial power of Beiqin? The expressions of the Wei family members shifted. But do we not have the emperor backing us? The emperor? He has already conferred titles upon them, and you still fail to comprehend? Wei Pingyuan sighed deeply once more, gazing into the distant sky, lost in thought for a long while. Father? Uncle? From this day forth, no member of the Wei family shall provoke anyone from the Lin family. Keep your tails tucked and behave yourselves. Should anyone dare to offend, they are advised to leave voluntarily, lest they implicate the Wei family and jeopardize the hard-won foundations of our lineage. The members of the Wei family exchanged glances. As for that silent brother, additionally, third brother, prepare a congratulatory gift. I shall personally visit the Lin family to extend my regards tomorrow. With these words spoken by Wei Pingyuan, the members of the Wei family finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The heavens have irrevocably shifted for Beiqin. and the era of the Wei family has come to an end. I understand now. At the Lin family residence, Master Guang had just completed the announcement of the imperial edict. I am honored to serve, my lord. It is my privilege to witness this moment, Master Guang said, beaming with humility. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 ancient tomes from his robe. Indeed, these are the ancient texts I promised to present to you. I had intended to send them, but unforeseen circumstances arose. Lin Zhe accepted the 2 ancient books with gratitude. Thank you, Master Guang. It is my pleasure, my lord. I am delighted that you appreciate it. Master Guang replied with a broad smile, proceeding to offer further flattery while addressing the matter of the poison. Regarding this poison, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Lin Zhe nodded, grateful for the consideration shown by his esteemed grandfather. However, he acknowledged that he lacked complete confidence in managing the poison and could only promise to make an earnest attempt. Lin Zhe's statement was not a mere formality. While he possessed the ability to treat the poison, it was limited to one-on-one cases. As for the entire imperial capital, he could barely maintain control over the Lin family itself. The Lin family, with its numerous members, including the Lin army, servants, and various enterprises, presented a daunting challenge for Lin Zhe. Without thorough investigation, it was impossible to discern who among them had been poisoned. The task of both investigating and curing such a widespread affliction would require an immense amount of effort, especially since he had yet to complete the treatment of the injured soldiers from earlier battles. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's concerns, the esteemed Grand Eunuch immediately responded, My lord, regarding the calamity of the celestial sect, you must do your utmost. Time is of the essence, so I shall not trouble you further. I take my leave. Once the Grand Eunuch departed, the Lin family erupted in excitement. Little Cui was so overwhelmed that she danced with joy. Young master. No. My lord. My lord. You have been granted the title of Marquis by His Majesty. Marquis. This is the highest honor and power that can be bestowed by the Northern Star dynasty. With your title, there are only 5 individuals in the entire Northern Star who have been conferred such a rank. Moreover, your title is that of Divine Marshal Marquis. Divine Marshal. Just look at how magnificent and imposing it sounds. The members of the Lin family could hardly contain their exhilaration. As Lin Zhe, their master, was granted the title of Divine Marshal Marquis, they felt an immense pride in their association with him. They all bowed deeply, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the Divine Marshal Marquis. Lin Zhe waved his hand, urging them to rise. Let us first consider whether any of you have been afflicted by the poison. He remained unfazed. After all, being made a marquis was hardly a rare occurrence for someone of his caliber. He could easily have been made a king. However, he had to admit that my lord did sound more pleasant than young master. My lord, we are genuinely happy for you. Little Cui tugged at the sleeve of Lu Hanyan beside her. Miss, don't you agree? Lu Hanyan was still lost in astonishment at the news of Lin Zhe's elevation to marquis. A marquis. Once upon a time, she envisioned that her future husband would achieve great success, earning accolades on the battlefield and gaining renown across the northern skies. He would return at sunset, victorious, riding a fierce steed, his attire stained with the blood of enemies as he approached her. The heart of a young girl is often filled with whimsical romantic fantasies. Xiao Zui gently nudged Lu Hanyan. Xiao Zui remained silent. Lin Zhe waved his hand, signaling everyone to depart. Please, go ahead. I shall summon you once I have news. Understood. Chapter 45. The Lu family. The healers after dispersing the members of the Lin family. Lin Zhe called upon 2 senior officers from the Lin family army, Lin Ying and Lin Wu, both at the 7th level of the Awakening Realm. Young master. Lin Zhe instructed, with Zhang Tong exposed, the court is in turmoil, and it is inevitable that some deeply hidden traitors will be unearthed. Yes, they replied. And as Lin Ying and Lin Wu took their leave, another senior officer of the Lin family hurried past them, urgency evident in his demeanor. Young master, the investigation into the cursed situation within the various branches of the Lin family has been completed, and the outlook is grim. Although only 10% of Lin family members are certain they have encountered the cursed poison, a staggering 40% remain uncertain. Altogether, merely 50% of the Lin family can confidently assert they have not been exposed to the cursed poison. Moreover, those confirmed to be afflicted are all core personnel from our Lin family branches. The newcomer appeared anxious. This assessment was solely based on the poison powder as a lead. Excluding other unknown methods, the actual situation may be even more severe. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. To think that half of the Lin family might be poisoned? Such a staggering proportion. Treating each individual would indeed be a monumental task. At that moment, Lu Hanyin suddenly inquired. Aside from the poison powder, are there any other distinctive manifestations of this parasitic insect? Symptoms such as high fever, aversion to cold, diarrhea, headaches, and so forth. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lu Hanyin appeared contemplative. No symptoms. This is a significant clue. I vaguely recall that in the medical records of my great-grandfather, several types of parasitic insects were mentioned that exhibited no symptoms post-infection. If only I could examine a living specimen, I might be able to compare it with my ancestors' documentation and trace the origins of this insect. Oh, Lin Zhe cast a glance at Lu Hanyin, suddenly reminded that the Lu family is indeed a prestigious lineage of healers. Their ancestors have practiced medicine for generations, their influence spanning the 7 kingdoms of the eastern region of Songjian Mountain, with a medical history predating the existence of the Wuan dynasty. Their collection of medical texts is vast. Lu Hanyin, having grown up surrounded by such knowledge, though her skills may still be developing, possesses a profound understanding in the field of medicine. While others from Beichin might not recognize this celestial parasitic insect, Lu Hanyin might very well do so. With this thought in mind, Lin Zhe's demeanor shifted slightly. In that case, extend your hand to me. Ah? Lu Hanyin was momentarily taken aback. What brought this on so suddenly? The parasitic insects. Even Lin Zhe and Lin Ao have become targets for the rodent's machinations, as the daughter of the Lin family. Lu Hanyin was certainly not exempt. Realizing this, her fair cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Lin Zhe a glance. Subsequently, she extended her right hand. As pure and white as jade, Lin Zhe placed his fingers upon her wrist, and after a thorough examination, nothing. Lu Hanyin nodded slightly, her expression revealing no surprise. Having grown up in the Lu family, immersed in various medicinal baths and well-versed in numerous medical texts, her body possessed a stronger medicinal quality than the average person. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up at this revelation. So, among your medicinal baths, there must be at least one ingredient capable of resisting this goo worm, correct? Not necessarily. It still depends on examining the living goo worm before drawing any conclusions. Lin Zhe acknowledged with a sound, then turned to Xiao Cui. Xiao Cui understood immediately. With a cheerful tone, she nodded. My lord, please be gentle. I am afraid of pain. Rest assured, it will be over quickly. In the midst of their conversation, Xiao Cui felt a brief, intense pain before she could even utter a cry. Lin Zhe, adept and familiar with the process, swiftly extracted the goo worm. He placed the black goo worm before Lu Hanyin for inspection. Lu Hanyin followed Lin Zhe's hand. At first glance, her brows relaxed, but with a second glance, they furrowed once again. After a moment of contemplation, she pondered. What of this goo worm? Her family, the Lu family that had sold her, treating her as a mere commodity to be offered to the Lin family. After so many years in the Lin household, Lu Hanyin could scarcely recall its appearance. Yet, she would never forget, nor could she ever erase from her memory, the chilling indifference of being bought and sold as if she were nothing more than an object. Lin Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hanyin. He remembered that she had been sold to the Lin family when she had just turned 12. Oh, the feudal notion of 12. Xiao Cui, prepare the carriage. Upon hearing these words, a trace of indescribable sorrow and confusion emerged on Lu Hanyin's face. It was as if the flicker of warmth in her heart had dimmed at that moment, leaving her spirit encased in a chilling void. The familiar words and tone resonated with an unsettling coldness, devoid of any warmth. You always have the audacity to dictate a person's fate, treating me like an inanimate object. Shifting me from the Lin family today to the Lu family tomorrow. Never has anyone inquired about my own desires. Why? I too would go. Lu Hanyin's sorrowful words hung in the air, yet Lin Zhe's proclamation rekindled the warmth within her once cold, dark heart. The capital has been in turmoil these days. Without my lord's leadership, you might find it difficult to leave the city. However, the primary reason remains my desire to visit the Lu family's library. As a lineage renowned in the healing arts, their extensive collection, gathered from numerous practitioners and patients, would undoubtedly not disappoint Lin Zhe. Lu Hanyin gazed intently at Lin Zhe, remaining silent for a considerable time. At last, she broke into a smile that contained a myriad of charms, surpassing countless beauties of the world. Are you not afraid I might bring you harm? Such words. Indeed, Lin Zhe had harbored reservations about Lu Hanyin, always on guard against her. Yet this was rooted in the protagonist's caution from the original narrative. But what significance does that hold now? The protagonist is no more. Wu Tong has transformed into Wudong, and the storyline has diverged entirely. Given the circumstances, Lindsay no longer believes Lu Hanyin could still be connected to Wudong or engage in any schemes with her. Setting aside that wariness, Lu Hanyin remains the same woman with whom Lindsay has shared nearly a decade of companionship. Having grown up together since childhood, their relationship cannot merely be encapsulated by the term good. With Wu Tong gone, it is rather pleasant, Lindsay remarked with a smile. If you can harm this marquis, then I must concede your prowess. Lu Hanyin shot Lindsay a glance. What ability does a mere girl possess to threaten the esteemed North Star Divine Marquis? With that, Lu Hanyin rose to depart. The main door is over there. Lindsay stood and casually fanned himself with a folding fan. You should assist her. I shall wait for you both outside. Yes. Chapter 46. Guests outside the Lin residence. The carriage was prepared for departure. Lindsay sat at the front, awaiting their arrival. Shortly, Xiao Chui emerged with Lu Hanyin in tow. My lord, we are ready to set off. Lindsay turned his head, and his gaze was immediately captivated by Lu Hanyin's striking figure. After meticulous grooming and a touch of makeup, she appeared even more radiant and enchanting, exuding an air of elegance. In the sunlight, she resembled a delicate flower, fragrant and resplendent, standing out among the crowd. Particularly alluring were her long, graceful legs, creating a breathtaking sight beneath the pale blue skirt, captivating all who beheld her. Indeed, beauty often brings joy and refreshes the spirit, yet excessive admiration can border on rudeness. Let us board the carriage. Yes. Xiao Chui assisted Lu Hanyin into the carriage. The once spacious interior now felt cramped with the arrival of Lu Hanyin and Xiao Chui. Soon, Lindsay was enveloped by the enchanting fragrance that wafted from Lu Hanyin, a scent that was a delightful blend of floral notes and something uniquely her own. Invigorating his senses, the delicate, elongated legs subtly revealed beneath the fringes of her skirt rested tantalizingly close to Lindsay's knees, mere inches apart. Lindsay turned his head slightly, glancing out at the scenery of the capital, feeling a bit unnatural. Lu Hanyin, as Lindsay's sister or perhaps sister-in-law, always had topics to discuss with him. However, at this moment, she kept her head down, silent, her cheeks slightly flushed. In the past, Lindsay had made it difficult for her to develop feelings beyond that of siblings. Yet now, after all they had been through and having witnessed Lindsay's endurance and true nature, her internal feelings had undergone subtle changes. It seemed, the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward. Observing this, Xiao Chui couldn't help but smile inwardly. She suddenly said, "Oh dear, it's a bit stuffy. I'll step outside for some fresh air." With that, Xiao Chui moved to the front of the carriage, leaving the space entirely to Lindsay and Lu Hanyin. Consequently, the awkward tension intensified. Lindsay remained silent, and Lu Hanyin kept her head down, both engulfed in silence. They truly had no idea what to say. Silence. Just silence. Time passed, yet neither spoke. Eventually, Lu Hanyin, unable to endure the inexplicable awkwardness any longer, broke the silence first. You. Have you had a difficult time these past years? Oh. Lu Hanyin responded softly. After that, they fell into silence once more. At the front of the carriage, Xiao Chui anxiously listened, pondering how to find common ground for the two to deepen their relationship. Just then, within the carriage, Lu Hanyin suddenly spoke up. In light of this, when I previously lectured you, were you secretly mocking me? Lindsay smiled, saying, How could I dare? You two are concerned about my potential shortcomings. You must have laughed at me. Lu Hanyin pouted, her young age betraying her penchant for insincerity. Lindsay raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, asserting, It's not entirely devoid of truth. Is there indeed a truth? Reflecting on Lindsay's past demeanor towards himself. Could it be? Lu Hanyin's cheeks flushed slightly. She gently inquired, Which one? Guess. Lu Hanyin was momentarily taken aback, only to be met with Lindsay's enigmatic smile. A sudden shock coursed through her, her face blooming with color, and she lowered her head in silence. Outside the carriage, the wheels rolled steadily. Time flowed serenely as the carriage made its way to the Lu residence. Although there were individuals at the city gate of the imperial capital who attempted to obstruct their passage, upon learning that this was the second son of the Lin family, the esteemed General Beichen Shenwu, who was on a quest to investigate poison, the guards dared not impede them and readily allowed passage. Before long, the carriage entered Wushuang Slope, the stronghold of the Lu family. Over the years, since the Lu family had allied with the Lin family, they had soared to great heights, their fortunes flourishing. Wushuang Slope had evidently become the dominion of the Lu family. Upon entering, one could see the prominent character Lu emblazoned everywhere, surrounded by the Lu family's enterprises. As Lu Hanyin gazed through the carriage window at those glaring Lu signs, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. At this moment, she was uncertain whether it was nostalgia for her hometown, resentment, or a bittersweet longing for the past that had lingered too long. Her emotions were overwhelmingly complex, leaving her at a loss for words. Lu family. Alas, the carriage approached the residence of the Lu family. "My lord, miss, we have arrived," Xiao Chui exclaimed loudly. Lin Zhe and Lu Hanyin stepped out of the carriage, immediately captivated by the opulence of the Lu family estate, which exuded a refined elegance reminiscent of royal abodes. It was indeed quite impressive. Lu Hanyin remained silent, while Xiao Chui pouted, remarking, "It still cannot compare to our Lin family." Upon saying this, Xiao Chui, whether intentionally or out of forgetfulness, caused Lu Hanyin's outstretched hand to awkwardly hover in midair. Lin Zhe, speechless, extended his hand with gentlemanly grace to assist Lu Hanyin down. A rosy blush adorned her cheeks as she leaned slightly against him, prompting a smirk from Xiao Chui, who had been secretly observing their interaction. "Hiki, it's still me, Xiao Chui." However, Lin Zhe's keen eyes were not fooled by Xiao Chui's subtle antics, and he shot her a disapproving glance. Xiao Chui sulkily retreated behind Lu Hanyin, but a delicate, white hand soon reached out to playfully pinch Xiao Chui's arm. "Humph, you two just love to bully me. Where are you? Where are you?" Suddenly, a beautiful woman rushed forth, exclaiming, "Ah, Yenner, my daughter." Yet, a magnificently dressed middle-aged man swiftly restrained her, admonishing, "Have you no decorum? Do you not see the second young master?" The middle-aged man straightened his attire and bowed, stating, "Lu Zhan pays respects to the second young master." After greeting Lin Zhe, Lu Zhan beamed with a smile and began a series of flattering remarks. "This morning, I was just telling my wife that with the magpies alighting upon the branches, it surely heralds good fortune ahead. To my surprise, it is you, the second young master, who has personally graced my humble abode. Lu Zhan is immensely honored. Please, step inside." Lu Zhan bowed slightly, extending a hand in a gesture of feigned humility, urging the second young master to enter for a discussion. Afterward, Lu Zhan hastily summoned the household staff, instructing them to prepare a feast, ensuring that the finest food and drink be served to our esteemed guest. Moreover, the 300-year-old snow ginseng sent by the Lord of Fang City a few years ago. Lin Zhe halted Lu Zhan's words. "There is no need for such grand gestures. I have come on a serious matter and shall depart shortly. You need not fuss over me. Attend to your own affairs." "A serious matter? What could possibly concern the Lu family?" Lu Zhan's heart sank. Could it be that some reckless young scion of the Lu family has caused trouble? Realizing this, Lu Zhan's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Second young master, our Lu family has always been steadfastly loyal to the Lin family and the Northern Star, never wavering. If you command us to go north, we would never dare venture south. I implore you to see this clearly." With that, Lu Zhan cast a glance at Lu Hanyin beside Lin Zhe. "Yenner, you know your father. I would never engage in treacherous acts." Lu Hanyin remained silent, refusing to meet Lu Zhan's gaze. For all this time, he had not acknowledged her presence, his eyes fixated solely on power and desire. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed. Ignoring Lu Zhan, Lu Hanyin directly took Lin Zhe's hand and led him to the Lu family's library. She had completely lost faith in this frigid place. Lu Hanyin, oblivious to her surroundings, pulled Lin Zhe away, leaving Lu Zhan and the other members of the Lu family in an awkward silence. It was only when they were out of sight that Lu Zhan, with a displeased expression, remarked, "This unfilial daughter, after spending years in the Lin family, has truly grown wings. How could Madame Lu not comprehend Lu Hanyin's sentiments?" Yet, there were matters beyond her control. Sighing deeply as she gazed in the direction her daughter departed, a younger member of the Lu family spoke up. "Father, mother, isn't Hanyin supposed to be the fiancée of the eldest son, Lin Yu? Why is she so intimately linked with the second son, holding hands no less?" It suddenly dawned on Lu Zhan that Lu Hanyin had indeed taken Lin Zhe's hand and left with him. This revelation filled Lu Zhan with an unexpected joy. After all, the eldest son, Lin Yu, had already passed away. Since Lu Hanyin and Lin Yu had neither a formal engagement nor any semblance of marriage, strictly speaking, Lu Hanyin was not considered a member of the Lin family. If this were the case, could the Lu family still aspire to ascend the ranks of the Lin family? For years, Lu Zhan had been preoccupied with this concern. Yet now, Lu Hanyin appeared to have developed feelings for Lin Zhe. Goodness, the second son, Lin Zhe, was an unparalleled genius, even more exceptional than the late Lin Yu. In the entirety of Beichen, he was truly one of a kind. If Lu Hanyan were to unite with Lin Zhe, who could possibly challenge the Lu family's future prominence? Lu Xun's eyes suddenly gleamed with hope. As visions of the Lu family's illustrious future began to unfold in his mind, was this truly acceptable? The incident between the uncle and the sister-in-law, if it were to spread, would be detrimental to both the Lu and Lin families. The younger members of the Lu family spoke ill of it, and Lu Xun's anger flared at their words. He glared at everyone present. What nonsense are you all uttering? Yen'er has neither exchanged vows nor entered the household with the eldest son, and there is not even a formal betrothal. How can she be considered a sister-in-law? Lu Xun asserted emphatically. Let me make myself clear. From now on, no one is to mention Lin Zhou outside. If anyone dares to bring it up, and the second young master hears it, Lu Xun narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Don't blame me for skinning you alive. Do you understand? Yes, father. Good. That pleases me. After a moment's thought, he summoned several members of the Lu family. You there. Instruct everyone in the Lu household to keep a close watch on Yen'er and the second young master. Find a way. He paused, ensuring they grasped his intent. Understood. Rest assured, sir. Now go. Be swift. Time is of the essence. Yes, we will act immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe and his companion strolled through the Lu estate, with Lu Hanyan leading the way. She walked briskly until she had distanced herself from the main entrance of the Lu family, completely out of sight and sound of Lu Xun and the others. Before she finally slowed her pace, I apologize for the embarrassment, she remarked. Indeed, it was quite embarrassing. Lin Zhe shrugged, gesturing with his left hand towards Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui gazed in astonishment at the point where the hands of the two individuals met. Miss, you are holding on rather tightly, aren't you? In an instant, the melancholy on Lu Hanyan's face transformed into a deep blush. As if jolted by an electric shock, she swiftly released Lin Zhe's hand, turned around, and increased her pace. Stepping ahead, Xiao Chui chuckled and quickly caught up with Lu Hanyan. Miss, do tell me, what does it feel like to hold Lord Ho's hand? I have yet to experience it myself. Lu Hanyan's ears flushed crimson. Xiao Chui, oh dear, we've arrived. Ahead is the Lu family's library, isn't it? Xiao Chui changed the subject with an exaggerated tone. Lu Hanyan shot her a disgruntled glance and proceeded straight into the library. The arrangement before her had changed significantly compared to her memories, particularly the number of individuals present. When did the Lu family acquire so many diligent juniors? At a glance, nearly every bookshelf was occupied. Miss, second young master. Upon seeing Lin Zhe and the others enter, everyone in the library immediately bowed to them, their demeanor exceedingly warm, as if they had rehearsed this encounter. Lu Hanyan was momentarily taken aback before responding. This place has changed so much. It may take some time to adjust. Lin Zhe nodded. No worries, you search, and I shall browse at my leisure. He understood the library all too well. No one comprehended the essence of a library better than Lin Zhe. His visit to the Lu family was partly motivated by a desire to explore the Lu family's library. Without further ado, Lin Zhe uttered a single word, browse. Approaching the shelves one by one, Lu Hanyan searched for her desired tome, while Lin Zhe perused his own. Soon, the library resonated with the swift rustling of pages turning. One book, two books. Lin Zhe's speed was astonishing, leaving onlookers in the library utterly astounded. Could the second young master truly discern the text within such a rapid pace? Chapter 48, The Deadly Goo. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily frozen in contemplation. After a brief silence, they dismissed any concerns about Lin Zhe's reading speed. The master's instructions took precedence. After confirming their intentions through shared looks, they began to seek opportunities within the library, poised to act. Though Lin Zhe sensed their presence, he merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction. He had no time to concern himself with these individuals. The Lu family, as a prominent medical lineage, boasted a heritage that predated the Wuan dynasty. Years of practice and travel had allowed them to accumulate a vast collection of ancient texts and fragmented notes, among which were some invaluable remnants of wisdom. While in terms of a coherent system and cultivation value, their collection fell short compared to any upper-class family in Beichin. Its breadth and diversity might even surpass that of the Beichin royal family. For instance, Lin Zhe held in his hands the book titled Memoirs of Luzhong Town. This was a journal left by a distant ancestor of the Lu family, chronicling the life and medical experiences of Luzhong Town, filled with insights he had gleaned from various masters regarding cultivation. These scattered reflections lacked a systematic approach and held little worth for the average person, let alone for a transcendent master like Lin Zhe. Yet, Lin Zhe possessed an unreasonable talent known as divine-level comprehension. With this extraordinary gift, He could distill and complete fragmented utterances into relatively coherent insights. Just like this. You perused the travelogue of Luzhong Town. You discovered notes on the third step of the low-grade human-level moon fairy steps, the fourth sword of the low-grade human-level moonlit sword, and the fourth layer of the medium-grade human-level drunken immortal fist. You grasped the remnants of moon fairy steps, moonlit sword, and drunken immortal fist. Divine level comprehension LV2, 74-100. Although these were merely fragments, their cumulative value represented a significant advancement. And within the Liu family's library, how many travelogues and notebooks lay in wait? Lin Yu estimated that he could easily gain over 10 points. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Thus, Lin Yu immersed himself entirely in the Liu family library, harvesting knowledge. You perused Liu Feilong's notebook. Time passed slowly. After an indeterminate period, Liu Hanyan finally unearthed the clue she sought amidst the stacks of ancient tomes. She had found it. Liu Hanyan felt a surge of joy and was about to share her discovery with Lin Yu when, in a sudden turn, a maid inadvertently collided with her. Spilling the fresh water, she carried all over Liu Hanyan. Splash! The clear water cascaded from Liu Hanyan's shoulder, soaking her upper body. Through the damp fabric of her dress. Her delicate, fragrant shoulder and skin, as pure as congealed fat, glistened in the soft hue of the water. A blend of blue and pink, intertwined with white. Half hidden and shrouded in mystery, there lies an exquisite allure that is most difficult to resist. Ah, miss. I am but a wretched servant, deserving of punishment. I have accidentally collided with Liu Hanyan, and the maid hastily knelt in supplication. Liu Hanyan, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Very well, I shall not hold it against you. Go fetch me a clean garment." "Yes, I shall do so at once." Just then, Lin Yu approached and inquired, "What has transpired?" Liu Hanyan shook her head. Dismissing the matter as trivial, "It is nothing, merely an accidental bump." With that, she set the incident aside, raising the ancient tome in her hands with delight. "What truly matters is that I have discovered the origin of the Gu insect." She stepped closer to Lin Yu, opened the book, and pointed to a particular page, exclaiming, "Behold, this is it, the absolute life Gu." Lin Yu leaned in to observe, and there it was, illustrated vividly in the ancient text, a familiar black Gu insect. Its grotesque, twisted form mirrored precisely that of the creature he had extracted from Lin Yu and others. Upon further inspection of the accompanying text, it read, "Absolute life Gu. A rare and bizarre insect discovered by the old man during his travels in his twilight years. Those afflicted with this Gu bear no outward signs, appearing entirely normal. And even medical examinations fail to reveal its presence. However, once the afflicted fall ill, the Gu awakens within a remarkably short span, consuming the host's flesh and vitality. Swiftly traversing to the 8 meridians and causing a violent surge of vital energy to ascend. Ultimately, this results in a catastrophic explosion of the head, leaving a scene of utter horror and bloodshed. Throughout my life, I have healed countless individuals and encountered numerous varieties of parasitic creatures. Yet I have never come across one as enigmatic as the absolute life-ending Gu. Intrigued by its peculiar nature, I resolved to unravel its mysteries. Thus, I traversed the realms plagued by these Gu insects, seeking their origins, gathering intelligence, and experimenting with a myriad of remedies. Eventually, I stumbled upon a revelation. It appears that the absolute life-ending Gu is not of our mundane world, but hails from the celestial realm. Furthermore, it is wielded by a formidable figure within that realm, known as the Blood Poison Old Demon. Who this Blood Poison Old Demon is remains a mystery to me, however. The whispers I gathered suggest that he is notorious in the celestial circles, so much so that his name is rarely spoken aloud, cloaked in an aura of dread. It is said that the absolute life-ending Gu is merely a low-tier insect employed by the Blood Poison Old Demon against lesser cultivators. Upon hearing this, I was struck with astonishment, marveling at the transcendent nature of the celestial realm. Yet, this revelation also ignited a fervent competitive spirit within me. If I could decipher the secrets of the absolute life-ending Gu, would I not, in some sense, surpass an inhabitant of the celestial domain? Consequently, I intensified my research into the absolute life-ending Gu, meticulously dissecting its essence and probing its foundations. Ultimately, I discovered 2 remedies that exhibit remarkable efficacy against the absolute life-ending Gu. The first involves grinding Stone River into a fine powder, which, when consumed, can expel the Gu as pus and blood within 2 days. The second remedy consists of soaking the root of the glimmering grass in water, consuming 3 bowls a day until the root turns pale and devoid of flavor. Within 3 days of taking this medicine, The power of the absolute life-devouring goo will be rendered ineffective, allowing one to simply employ a needle to extract it using spiritual energy. Lin Yu read through the detailed account of the absolute life-devouring goo with remarkable speed, swiftly noting the two medicinal ingredients, shijiang powder and ingqiao root. It appeared that shijiang was rather scarce in the Northern Star Imperial City, whereas ingqiao root was abundantly available. Just as Lin Yu pondered this, a rich, fragrant aroma, intensified by water, wafted into his nostrils. Instinctively, he sought the source of the fragrance, his gaze falling upon a hazy, ethereal sight. He quickly averted his eyes. Indeed, it must be the absolute life-devouring goo, exclaimed Lu Hanyan joyfully. Upon raising her head, she noticed Lin Yu's gaze directed elsewhere, his demeanor oddly reserved, exuding a sense of modesty akin to a taboo against prying. Lu Hanyan became aware of something and instinctively glanced at her damp, form-fitting attire. In an instant, her entire face, along with her ears, flushed crimson. She too shifted her gaze, pressing the ancient book in her hands against her chest for modesty. A moment of silence enveloped them, a subtle tension brewing amidst the shelves of books. After a considerable time, the maid finally arrived with a fresh change of clothing, alleviating the awkwardness. "Miss, I am here to assist you with your change. I shall take a look elsewhere," Lin Yu interjected, sensing the situation, and discreetly moved aside to continue his reading. He had yet to fully explore the Lu family's library, having only gained 3 points in his innate talent progression. He still required 23 points to reach level 3. Thus, he persevered in his quest for knowledge. You perused through the pages, immersed in a torrent of information as Lin Yu continued to delve into the vast ocean of martial arts knowledge, greedily absorbing every morsel like a sponge. However, before long, the agitated voice of Lu Hanyan broke through his concentration. "What is she wearing? Is this what the daughters of the Lu family typically don? That maid ought to be punished. It was her mistake." Lin Yu's gaze instinctively flicked towards her. At that moment, Lu Hanyan had curled herself into a ball, adorned in a relatively daring sheer gown. The delicate fabric was translucent, revealing all. Coupled with the peculiar behavior of the individuals in the library, Lin Yu grasped the situation. TSK, Lu family, you truly understand the ambience. Yet, alas, within the confines of the library, no charm would prove effective. No one cherished the library more than Lin Yu. In the presence of such a sanctuary, the presence of women merely impeded his reading pace. Lin Yu removed his outer coat and draped it over Xiaozue, providing modesty for the young lady. With that, he resumed his reading. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Lu Hanyan, donning Lin Yu's white garment, hastened towards him, her face etched with urgency. She presented the ancient tome she had previously obscured with the book. "You must take a look." Lin Yu turned to examine it, and before him lay a vivid crimson hue. It seemed that the page containing the record of the deadly goo poison had become stained due to Lu Hanyan's earlier concealment, revealing hidden blood characters. For ominous blood-red words were starkly etched onto the page. "Do not use shijiang." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. To his astonishment, the page containing the method to dispel the deadly blood curse concealed such cryptic blood-red characters. "Do not let shijiang." "What a remarkable shijiang!" he exclaimed. "Xiao Chui, fetch me a basin of water." "Yes." Xiao Chui quickly brought forth a basin of clear water. Lin Yu cautiously immersed the ancient text, page by page, into the water. In the next instant, the entirety of the book's pages transformed into a bizarre crimson hue. Countless intricate blood-red characters emerged upon the ancient tome. These characters were peculiar, their strokes serpentine and erratic, belonging to none of the scripts known to Lu Hanyan. Yet, these sanguine glyphs emanated an ominous and malevolent aura, leaving Lu Hanyan with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Startled, Lu Hanyan pondered, how could such an eerie phenomenon exist within my ancestors' medical manuscripts? Lin Yu, however, paid her no heed, for he too was captivated by the spectacle. At that very moment, as the blood-red characters materialized, Lin Yu's extraordinary innate comprehension ability was once again ignited. You have stumbled upon a peculiar and enigmatic martial art. The text exudes an inexplicable sinister aura, yet the fundamental principles it conveys evoke a sense of familiarity within you. To your astonishment, you discern striking similarities between this martial art and the fragmented 7 stars of the illusory moon that you had acquired from a stall on Cheonghua Street just days prior. A sudden realization dawns upon you. The incompleteness of the 7 stars of the illusory moon was not a mere happenstance, but rather a deliberate act. concealing another mysterious martial art within its pages. If you were to reinterpret the 7 stars of the illusory moon through the guidance of this cryptic blood-red text and amalgamate both martial arts, it might unveil the true nature of the 7 stars of the illusory moon and the hidden martial art. As Lin Yu absorbed the revelation from the divine-level insight, he found himself momentarily stunned. The fragmented 7 stars of the illusory moon was intricately linked to the ancestral manuscripts of the Liu family. While Lin Yu stood in a daze, Lu Hanyan waved her hand before his eyes, questioning his thoughts. The signature on the book's cover page read Lu Changfeng. Lin Yu cast a glance at all the members of the Liu family. A terrifying pressure was subtly released, causing everyone to feel as if they were seated on pins and needles, gripped by a sense of dread. Listen closely, everyone. Immediately retrieve any documents or records that mention Lu Changfeng from the Liu family's archives. No detail should be overlooked. With that, Lin Yu pointed to the maid who had just assisted Lu Hanyan in changing her attire. You, summon all the elders of the Liu family who can articulate anything. Upon hearing this, the maid was taken aback. She could not fathom how the situation had escalated so dramatically in such a brief span of time. Observing the situation, it is evident that the Liu family is on the brink of a significant crisis due to Lu Changfeng's actions. Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately. The maid hurriedly rushed out to summon Lu Zhen and others. Meanwhile, the rest began searching the Liu family's library, seeking information about Lu Changfeng. As Lu Hanyan witnessed Lin Yu mobilizing such a force, she assumed he had deciphered the blood-red characters and discovered the true clues regarding the Gu insects. Did you understand? What does it say? To some extent, Lin Yu replied with a nod. However, more than these cryptic inscriptions, I am presently more concerned about your family's origins. Your Liu family has practiced medicine for generations, with numerous esteemed physicians among your ancestors, their influence spanning the 7 nations of the eastern part of Songjin Mountain. Logically, you should be renowned and well-connected. In this secular world, no one can guarantee a life devoid of illness or aging. Typically, who would hold a grudge against a renowned physician capable of healing? Yet, the Liu family has inexplicably fallen into dire straits. They have sunk so low as to need to present beautiful maidens to the Lin family for self-preservation. For a prestigious medical family to descend to such depths, it is indeed difficult to fathom without some hidden prowess. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis. When no crises arise, few consider such matters. But now that trouble has emerged, Lin Yu had ample reason to question the Liu family's origins, which seemed far from ordinary, especially since Lu Changfeng appears to be anything but a mere physician. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan pondered thoughtfully. Lu Changfeng, you say? I recall he was a figure from a century ago. A century ago, at that time, our Liu family had just relocated from the 9 Extremes dynasty to Wuhan. Chapter 50, The Holy Teachings. The 9 Extremes dynasty, situated to the west of the Crescent Moon dynasty, was a core regulatory region of the Songjin Mountain. In terms of resources, wealth, and national strength, the 9 Extremes dynasty, positioned in the heart of the Songjin Mountain, was considerably more prosperous than the surrounding nations. It is quite likely that the Liu family moved to Wuhan from the 9 Extremes dynasty to escape some calamity. Reflecting on the figure mentioned in Lu Changfeng's notes, a formidable figure from the immortal sect, the blood-poison old demon, Lin Yu pondered whether Lu Changfeng's attempt to decipher the absolute life worm had incited the wrath of this demon. Alternatively, perhaps Lu Changfeng had become embroiled in a conflict within the immortal sect, thereby implicating the entire family. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, outside the library, Lu Zhen and other core members of the Liu family hurriedly entered, their faces etched with the distress of impending doom. Upon hearing from a maid that the second young master was furious and demanded the presence of all the esteemed elders of the Liu family, Lu Zhen and the others felt a chill of foreboding. In their investigations, they had indeed unearthed troubling matters. Lu Zhen swiftly approached Lin Yu, bending slightly as he did so, embodying a demeanor of trepidation. Second young master, what has transpired? Yet, what treachery had their ancestor Lu Changfeng been involved in? Lin Yu replied calmly, rest assured, head of the Liu family, it is not a grave matter. I have summoned you here merely due to an unforeseen incident. With that, Lin Yu produced an ancient tome, its pages stained with water, revealing crimson characters. The purpose of my visit is to investigate the origins and resolution of the deadly Gu poison, and I intended to leave promptly after my inquiries. However, I did not anticipate that, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, this tome, after becoming inadvertently waterlogged, would reveal the blood-red inscription, "Do not approach Shijiang." Lin Zhe extended the book towards Lu Jun, inquiring, "Lu family head, could you kindly elucidate this matter for me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jun cast a glance at Lu Hanyan, who was draped in Lin Zhe's long coat, and then at the ancient text marred by water stains before him. After years of experience, Lu Jun comprehended the true nature of this unforeseen circumstance. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice. What was he thinking? If only he had not interfered, this predicament might never have arisen. With a heavy heart, Lu Jun hastily took the ancient book and began to confer with the elder members of the Lu clan surrounding him. After examining the information left by Lu Changfeng, Lu Jun felt a pang of regret. "Do not approach Shijiang. Lu Jun, you are truly at fault. This. Second young master, we are utterly ignorant of the contents of this book. We implore you for your understanding." Lin Zhe remained silent, reflecting that if he were not discerning, they would have no opportunity to speak at all. Lu Changfeng, Lu Jun, and the others exchanged glances, deep in thought. However, despite their deliberations, their knowledge of Lu Changfeng was tragically scant, leaving them unable to provide any valuable insights. Although Lu Changfeng was a figure from a century ago, not so distant in time, some of the more accomplished members of the Lu family had indeed come from his era. However, Lu Changfeng is a wanderer, often absent from the Lu family, and their understanding of him is limited to a few scant remarks. As for Uncle Changfeng, I have only heard him speak of his past, mentioning his affiliation with an organization called the Sacred Sect, where he became a member of the Celestial Order, highly esteemed by the upper echelons of the sect. Consequently, Uncle Changfeng approached the previous family head, who was Yin'er's grandfather, expressing his desire to integrate the Lu family into this sacred sect, to embark upon the journey into the celestial realm together. However, the former family head appeared to hold a differing opinion regarding this sacred sect and did not acquiesce, prompting Uncle Changfeng to depart from the Lu family the very next day. This departure lasted a full 8 years. During this time, it seems there was a quarrel between the former family head and Uncle Changfeng, though the reasons for their dispute remain unknown. To this day, his fate remains uncertain. This encompasses all the information I possess regarding Lu Changfeng. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe pondered and remarked, "I seem to have heard that your Lu family migrated from the 9 Extreme Dynasty to the Wuan Dynasty?" The clan elder nodded affirmatively. "Does your migration to Wuan Dynasty correlate with Lu Changfeng's last appearance?" This question rendered the Lu family momentarily speechless as they reflected carefully. Subsequently, the former family head made a decisive choice, promptly liquidating the ancestral estate accumulated over many years in the 9 Extreme Dynasty and quietly relocating, thus traversing the Crescent Moon Dynasty to arrive in the Wuan Dynasty. After listening to the elder's words, Lin Zhe began to grasp the situation. At this moment, the individuals searching throughout the library for any accounts of Lu Changfeng had completed their organization of the records. They presented several slender volumes before Lin Zhe. "Second young master, these are all the documents containing information about Lu Changfeng." Lin Zhe merely acknowledged with a sound, casually flipping through the pages. There was little of notable interest. Consequently, Lin Zhe resorted to his previous method, soaking all the books in water. However, after a considerable duration, no new blood characters emerged upon the texts. It appeared that the sole clue left by Lu Changfeng was contained within his travelogue. Lin Zhe took a handkerchief from Xiao Chui and wiped his hands. "Enough. You may all withdraw." "Yes." Lu Jun and the others exchanged knowing glances, signaling all the servants and maidens to vacate the library. Moments later, the vast library was left with only the members of the Lin family. Lin Zhe returned to the bookshelf, resuming his reading. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Let nothing go to waste. Lu Hanyan was uncertain about Lin Zhe's current thoughts. She chose not to inquire, knowing he would speak when he was ready. She began to ponder over the ancient book left by Lu Changfeng, meticulously examining each word of his travelogue. Within the library, only the sound of pages turning remained. Time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, Lin Zhe completed his perusal of the Lu family's collection. The progress was quite gratifying. His talent advancement had reached 85, leaving just 15 points to attain level 3. Chapter 51, Mid-Grade Earth Level, True Fire Saint Demon Technique. And regarding those remaining 15 points, Lin Zhe cast a glance at Lu Hanyan, who was deeply engrossed in Lu Changfeng's travelogue. Lu Changfeng managed to conceal that enigmatic technique within the remnants of the lower-grade technique, the 7 stars of the illusory moon. It is reasonable to surmise that the rank of the mysterious technique is certainly not inferior. at the very least. Completing the remaining 15 points of progress should be entirely sufficient. If that is indeed the case, then with the power of this earthly technique, Lin Yu could ascend to the realm of innate divine beings, directly achieving innate status. The Liu family's expedition would result in a bountiful harvest. Closing the book. The starlight in Lin Yu's eyes grew increasingly resplendent, reflecting a magnificent galaxy. Turning, Lin Yu remarked, "Let us proceed. We have already delayed too long." "Understood," Lu Hanyan replied, taking with her Lu Chongfeng's travelogue, and followed Lin Yu out of the library. Outside the library, Lu Zhen and the others awaited with uncertainty. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge, they exclaimed, "Second young master." They quickly approached him, inquiring, "Second young master, is our Lu family in any trouble?" Lin Yu reassured them, "Rest assured, Patriarch Lu. It is nothing of great concern." "That is a relief. That is a relief." Lu Zhen sighed with relief and continued, "You have worked hard during this busy time. Second young master, please, allow us to move to the main hall. I have instructed the servants to prepare a feast." Lin Yu waved his hand and strode towards the entrance. "A meal? Returning to upgrade my talents and ascend to innate status is far more enticing than dining here." At this moment, Lin Yu's heart raced with urgency. Nothing could impede him. "No need for that. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall not impose." Lu Zhen implored. "What? Second young master? You are leaving already? Greetings. It is not often that one visits, and I, Lu, have yet to extend my hospitality fully. There will be future opportunities." Sensing the strong refusal in Lin Yu's tone, Lu Zhen refrained from making any unreasonable demands. "Thus, I shall patiently await the second young master. Please travel safely, second young master." As Lu Zhen and the others watched, Lin Yu and his party boarded the carriage. With a command from Lin Yu, the Lin family's attendants urged the horses forward, departing in the direction from whence they came. They continued to watch until the carriage vanished into the distant shade of trees. The smile on Lu Zhen's face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. He turned to the clan elder who had just revealed news of Lu Chanfeng. The gazes of others converged upon this elder of the Lu family. Under the weight of their scrutiny, the elder seemed hesitant to speak. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh. "Do not inquire further. This is not a matter of good fortune. As for Lu Chanfeng, it is best that you know as little as possible. For your own sakes, consider that the Lu family has never had such a person. Should anyone ask, simply express your ignorance." With a quiet sigh, the elder turned to depart. In the gentle breeze, his whispered words lingered, a calamity for the clan. A calamity indeed. On the return carriage, Lin suddenly called out to Lin Yu, "You must go to the Shura Mountain Villa at once and inform them that I require detailed information regarding the former head of the Lu family and Lu Chanfeng." Lin understood the implication. "Do you suspect the Lu family is being deceitful?" Lin Yu smiled faintly, expressing his indifference towards whether they spoke falsehoods or truths. Regardless of their honesty or deceit, he lacked the inclination to meddle in the affairs of others, let alone delve into the rise and fall of the Lu family. His sole concern lay in the origins of the earth-level cultivation techniques acquired by Lu Chongfeng. Lin appeared somewhat perplexed, yet his subordinate comprehended the situation. However, the Shura Manor typically engaged solely in assassination missions and the task of gathering intelligence. No matter, you need only state that it is the information I, Lin Yu, seek, and the people of Shura Manor will surely understand. Lin felt a jolt of surprise. Did the Lord imply that he had covertly brought Shura Manor under his command long ago? How astonishing! Lin dared not ponder further and replied, "Yes, I shall go at once." With that, he vanished from sight. Upon returning to the Lin family estate, Lin Yu nodded to his lordship and proceeded into the inner court. As he walked, he instructed Lu Hanyan, "The stone river powder is likely no longer usable, but the crystal grass root can still be tested. Prepare to assess its medicinal properties. We shall discuss the rest upon my return." Lu Hanyan looked on in bewilderment. Her curiosity piqued about the meaning behind those blood-red characters that seemed so enigmatic and urgent. Within Lin Yu's chamber, he retrieved the volume he had previously purchased from a vendor on Xianghua Street, titled Record of the Seven Stars of the Illusory Moon. He placed this book alongside Lu Chongfeng's travel notes, and in the next moment, according to the guidance of the enigmatic technique, you have uncovered the profound secrets hidden within the Illusory Moon's Seven Stars record. You have deciphered the connections between the Illusory Moon's Seven Stars record and the mysterious technique, leading you to discover the Earth-level mid-grade technique, True Fire Sacred Demon Art. Before Lin Yu, A marvelous transformation transpired between the illusory Moon 7 Stars record and Lu Chongfeng's travelogue. Mysterious blood characters began to emanate a stream of crimson aura along the edges where they intersected, casting certain words from the illusory Moon 7 Stars record in a vivid blood-red hue. The crimson letters coalesced into a brand new technique. With a strange ripple of crimson energy, 5 blood-red characters suddenly ascended from the 2 ancient tomes, manifesting before Lin Zhe's eyes. They boldly proclaimed, "True Fire's sacred demon art." Upon witnessing these 5 sanguine characters, Lin Zhe's thoughts crystallized. In that moment, he no longer needed to wait for the completion of the illusory Moon 7 Stars record in 21 days. Nor did he require an alternative route to condense the divine flower. At this instant, the True Fire's sacred demon art lay before him. The path of the innate divine being laid bare. The mysterious gate of the innate had now swung open for Lin Zhe. Taking a deep breath, he immersed his entire consciousness into the True Fire sacred demon art. As he perused through the text, his terrifying comprehension approached the realm of Tao, allowing him to fully unravel the True Fire sacred demon art and advance it to the 10th tier. True Fire sacred demon art level 10, great perfection. In this moment, the essence, spirit, and energy converged into 3 flowers. The innate primordial essence was born. In the depths of the unseen, a mysterious and profound door opened before Lin Zhe. Power. An infinite and mysterious force surged forth from the grand portal, continuously cleansing Lin Zhe's corporeal form, stripping away the superficialities of the mundane world. He transcended his mortal shell, evolving towards the enigmatic realm of primordial life. Chapter 52. Ultimately becoming primordial. The true body realm. Great sounds are rare, great forms are formless. Within the primordial gate, one loses self, loses form, loses heart, loses nature. No self, no boundaries. Only the tidal wave of primordial essence surged ceaselessly, washing over Lin Zhe's body, resonating with the profound truths of the universe. It stripped away the dust of mortality, forging a primordial body. 1 breath, 2 breaths. A quarter of an hour, 2 quarters. Under the cleansing embrace of primordial essence, Lin Zhe's physique became crystalline and translucent. His form resembled luminous jade, his veins like exquisite glass, his blood as fine nectar. A brilliant primordial true essence shimmered resplendently within his primordial body. Primordial first level. 1 essence realm, achieved. Boom. The immense might of primordial divinity instantaneously reverberated through the void, enveloping the entire expanse of the Northern Star Dynasty, spanning thousands of miles. In that moment, all inhabitants of the Northern Star Dynasty felt a sudden chill in their hearts. In the unseen realm, they seemed to be targeted by an unfathomable terror, their bodies uneasy, hairs standing on end, a chill running down their spines. An instinctive tremor arose from the depths of their bones, from the very core of their souls. This tremor was etched into their essence, imprinted within the rules of their mortal forms. It emanated from the apex of the food chain's life pressure, a primordial truth that humanity has adhered to since ancient times. It represented the disparity of life levels. In the Northern Star Palace, the emperor seated upon the dragon throne narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He uttered 2 incredulous words, primordial? In Beichin, someone has actually achieved the realm of innate divinity? Who could it be? Wei Pingyuan, who was contemplating the future trajectory of the Wei family, was abruptly awakened by the sudden surge of innate divine energy. This aura is an innate divinity? How can it be that someone has achieved? Wei Pingyuan gazed at the distant sky. Could it be the Lin family? Lin Ao, savoring fragrant tea and leisurely playing with prayer beads, was in a state of bliss. Ever since his grandson Lin Zhe boldly declared his presence, Lin Ao had intentionally begun to gradually transfer authority to Lin Zhe, entrusting him with the management of the Lin family affairs. Lin Ao had been relishing this tranquil period, a luxury he had not enjoyed for many years. How wonderful! However, suddenly, Lin Ao's expression shifted. He rose, hands clasped behind his back, standing proud amidst the heavens and the earth. The aura he exuded was reminiscent of the battle-hardened god of war from years past. Innate. Where did this innate being come from in Beichin? Could it be? Before Lin Ao could ponder further, in the next moment, the immense innate divine might surged once again. Boom. At that instant, the skies over a radius of thousands of miles in Beichin darkened ominously. Dense black clouds rapidly gathered, enveloping the entire Beichin Empire. The world seemed to lose its color, shrouded in a somber haze. Boom. Boom. Thunder rumbled. As winds swirled and clouds roiled, a tempest of fury erupted. Within the dark clouds, lightning crackled. Thick silver serpents danced through the oppressive sky, slicing through the inky darkness, casting brilliant light that illuminated the world. It felt as if the end of days had arrived. Moreover, the black clouds continued to expand and coalesce. The ominous spread has already extended from the Northern Star to the Wolf City and the New Moon Dynasty, and it continues to expand without the slightest hint of stagnation. In an instant, the lands of the Northern Star Three Kingdoms are engulfed in anxiety, all fearing the impending doom that may descend upon them. On the fringes of the New Moon Dynasty, a mysterious figure cloaked in black halts his journey towards the Nine Extremes Dynasty. Where did this powerful being from the Divine Vein realm emerge from? Could it be that the people of Tsangjian Mountain have already sensed their presence? It seems I must hasten my pace. With a resigned sigh, the enigmatic figure muses about the insignificant Tsangjian Mountain. Alas, how the mighty have fallen. Before the thought could fully form, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the sky. A colossal sun pierced through the dense clouds, illuminating the world below. The blazing sun, ablaze with terrifying solar fire, descended upon the earth, scorching the vast expanse of land. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that this was not a true sun, but a manifestation of blood and vitality coalescing into a resplendent crimson orb. The essence of vitality and blood, radiant like the sun. Moreover, within this blazing sphere, a resonant dragon's roar could be faintly heard. A blood-red giant dragon erupted from the sun, soaring over the head of the cloaked figure, emitting a piercing and resonant roar, radiating a terrifying heat capable of transforming the mortal realm into a hellish inferno as it traversed the 7 nations of Tsangjian Mountain's eastern domain. Seeing this, the mysterious figure's face twitched in disbelief. By the heavens, the vitality is as fierce as a dragon. What in the world is happening? The figure silently lamented. For no one had informed him of the existence of a true body realm powerhouse with such vitality at Tsangjian Mountain. Flee. I must run quickly. The enigmatic figure swiftly attempted to escape beyond the perceptive range of the formidable true body realm practitioners. Yet, at that very moment, all celestial phenomena inexplicably vanished. The ominous clouds, the thunder, the sun, and the mighty dragon all dissipated without a trace. Above, the sky was serene, with gentle winds and drifting clouds. As if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of the mysterious person's imagination. Stunned, the figure lingered for a considerable time. Was this merely a coincidence, or a deliberate attempt to instill fear? After a long pause, he cursed under his breath as he stepped into the Jujidi dynasty. Damn it, are you toying with me? In the Beichen dynasty, within the Lin family residence, Lin Zhe emerged from a series of breakthroughs, his eyes now radiating a dazzling and captivating divine light. This divine glow seemed capable of piercing through endless voids and perceiving the transient nature of the mortal realm. His entire demeanor had undergone a profound metamorphosis, transcending the mundane world. Pure as white jade, bright as amber, and commanding as gold and stone, every movement exuded an insurmountable weight of existence. He had reached the true body realm. The innate beings are classified into 6 realms: Yuan, divine veins, true body, divine sea, celestial origin, and life's mystery. With the enhancement of the true fire sacred demon art at level 10, Lin Zhe had broken through 3 realms, advancing from Yuan to divine veins, and finally achieving the true body. He had traversed half the journey of the innate beings and attained the 3rd realm of the true body realm. Moreover, this was no ordinary true body. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, Lin Zhe clenched his fist, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment surging through him. At this moment, a mere flick of his hand could potentially reshape the entire Beichen. No, that was an understatement. A true body practitioner brimming with vitality was far from trivial. To be precise, it encompasses the entire eastern domain of the 7 nations of Tsangjian Mountain. At present, Lin Zhe merely needs to lift a finger, and the entire eastern domain will be reduced to a pile of ruins. Yet, when unleashing his full potential, Lin Zhe remains uncertain. After all, he possesses a collection of several hundred martial arts techniques, setting him apart from the ordinary. He has mastered each aspect a little bit. Moreover, his breakthrough to the core technique of the innate realm, the unheard of 10th layer of the true fire sacred demon technique, possesses power that is incomparable to that of a typical true body. Chapter 53, God-Level Comprehension LV3, Technique Fusion. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe is confident that as a superlative true body realm powerhouse, he is invincible in the vicinity of Tsangjian Mountain at this very moment. And this is not the end. In this breakthrough, Lin Zhe not only pushed his life realm to the limits of the 3rd stage of innate, but also finally elevated his extraordinary talent of God-level comprehension to LV3. God-level comprehension LV2, 185-100, you have perused a multitude of texts and gained new insights, achieving a deeper understanding of the essence of God-level comprehension. You have unlocked a new ability of God-level comprehension. God-level comprehension has upgraded to LV3, 85-1000. From now on, you can contemplate and fuse the techniques you have learned, extracting the strengths and discarding the weaknesses to forge new, powerful techniques, thus attaining an elevation in rank. Upon observing the new ability of God-level comprehension LV3, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement within. This ability is splendid. Since Lin Yu embarked on his cultivation journey, he has acquired no less than 800 martial techniques. It can be said that his repertoire is quite eclectic. Moreover, the general quality of these techniques is rather mediocre. Aside from the exceptional 8 Desolations battle method, there is not a single skill capable of standing on its own as a trump card. At present, with a divine level comprehension at level 3, Lin Yu is perfectly poised to refine and amalgamate all his acquired knowledge, thereby forging a series of unparalleled techniques. Thus, he embarked on a new round of refinement. You perceive the heavens and the earth, gaining new insights into your learned techniques. You integrate your acquired mental methods. The primary mental method is centered on the 8 Desolations battle method, supplemented by a total of 109 tomes. The 8 Desolations battle method has achieved a rank breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earth-level inferior technique 8 Desolations heart-slaughtering art. You perceive the heavens and the earth. The body refinement method is primarily based on the true fire holy demon technique, supplemented by a total of 127 tomes. You have comprehended the Earth-level medium technique burning holy demon skill. After this round of refinement and reconstruction, Lin Yu's technique configuration is as follows. Mental method, Earth-level inferior, 8 Desolations heart-slaughtering art. Body refinement, Earth-level medium, burning holy demon skill. Movement technique, human-level exceptional, heavenly feather surprising swan. Eye technique, human-level exceptional, amber eye. Finger technique, human-level exceptional, 7 mysterious sword finger. Palm technique, human-level exceptional, heartless divine palm. Fist technique. Among these, the body refinement method did not achieve a rank breakthrough, which did not surprise Lin Yu. After all, the disparity between acquired and innate skills is vast, akin to a chasm. It is indeed unrealistic to expect a mere 100 human-level techniques to shake the foundation of the innate medium true fire holy demon technique. The fact that it could absorb and amalgamate, resulting in the burning holy demon skill, is already a considerable achievement. The realm of mental cultivation truly surprised Lin Yu. With merely over 100 fusion materials, it remarkably transformed the 8 Desolations battle technique from a peak human grade to a low-grade Earth-level skill. It seems that the Lin family's ancestral 8 Desolations battle technique is among the foremost of peak human-grade techniques, already tantalizingly close to the innate level. As for the other methods, there were no surprises. After a round of fusion and enhancement, they all ascended to peak human grade. Under the refinement and metamorphosis of these techniques, Lin Yu's entire aura grew increasingly unfathomable, deep as an abyss, exuding a formidable pressure akin to that of superior beings. He resembled a colossal humanoid dragon shrouded in mist. Once the fog was lifted, he would unleash his indomitable and immortal form, capable of wreaking cataclysmic havoc. Lin Yu now appeared to have reached an enigmatic domain, transcending the mere notion of strength. Even a casual release of his aura would send ripples through the world, like a tranquil lake suddenly struck by a meteor, stirring waves of annihilation. A mere glance from his divine gaze could create celestial pillars piercing the void, akin to shattering a mirror, leaving no creature reflected upon it unscathed. What is an innate divine being? This is the embodiment of an innate divine being. With a deep exhalation, Lin Yu expressed the emotions swelling within him, brimming with vigor. Rising to his feet, the brilliance in his eyes had never shone so luminously as it did at this moment. Having attained his innate true form, he pondered the vastness of the world. Where could he not venture? Gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, Lin Yu stood in contemplation for a long while before finally redirecting his focus to the Phantom Moon 7-star record. Although the blood characters left by Lu Changfeng interpreted the incompleteness and resulted in a new innate middle-grade cultivation method, this does not imply that the old one has become obsolete. With divine-level comprehension, he shall continue to reap the benefits. After 21 days, Another innate middle-grade cultivation method was recorded. A full 100 points of progress. If a few more were to come, Lindsay would ascend directly from level 3 to level 4. What a delightful existence! Having secured the Phantom Moon's 7-star record, Lindsay stepped out of his room. At that moment, the fragrance of flowers filled the air, the grass was lush, and the breeze was refreshing. However, the members of the Lin family were not enjoying such comfort. They had just been shaken to their core by Lindsay's breakthrough and were now engulfed in suspicion and paranoia. Upon seeing Lindsay emerge, they hastily surrounded him, shielding him in their midst. Lord, there is danger. Lindsay was speechless. This was indeed his fault. He had not anticipated that the commotion from breaking through to the innate stage would be so extreme. Thus, he reassured the crowd, it's all right now. It has passed. He glanced around. Where's the young lady? She is in the pharmacy, preparing the luminous grass root. Ah, understood. With that, Lindsay vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he had silently materialized within the pharmacy. At that moment, Lu Hanyin had already recovered from her shock and was documenting the reaction of the goo worm that Lindsay had extracted from Xiao Chui's body by tossing it into the luminous grass soup. There was no need to study the luminous grass root any further. Lu Hanyin trembled slightly. Lindsay's innate might had left her with lingering fears. Upon raising her head and seeing Lindsay, she finally sighed in relief. You've come, yet you made no sound at all. Having spoken, Lu Hanyin inquired further. What do you mean by saying that there is no need to study the Ying Xiao root? Lindsay replied. The efficacy of the Ying Xiao root when steeped in water is painfully slow. As of now, we are uncertain when the wolves will respond and activate the goo poison. We must act with utmost urgency. At the very least, the Lin family must expedite our efforts. After saying this, Lindsay asked, How much Shizhong do we have left in the pharmacy? Shizhong? Lu Hanyin frowned. Did not the ancestor Chanfeng leave a message forbidding its use? This is precisely the content of those blood-inked messages you were eager to understand, Lindsay responded. With that, he formed a blade with his fingers and gently sliced open his palm, causing a copious amount of crimson blood to coalesce in the air. Lu Hanyin was taken aback and hurried over, exclaiming, What are you doing? Lindsay explained, If we are to utilize Shizhong to counter the goo insects, it must be complemented with blood as a medicinal catalyst, the blood of one who has cultivated the true fire sacred demon technique. Chapter 54, Is That Not Me? After mastering the true fire sacred demon technique, Lindsay had also deciphered the messages left by Lu Chanfeng. The prohibition against Shizhong was not an outright ban. Rather, it necessitated the infusion of true blood forged by the true fire sacred demon technique. Otherwise, should Shizhong be ingested, it would instantly provoke the goo insects, leading the afflicted into immediate agony or, in severe cases, resulting in death on the spot. Similarly, the Ying Xiao root is not a definitive antidote to the goo. It merely serves to temporarily suppress the toxicity of the goo insects, diminishing their power but failing to eradicate them completely. Thus, both Shizhong and Ying Xiao root are nothing more than deceptive messages left by Lu Chanfeng for certain individuals. The true method for dispelling the curse has always been solely the sacred fire demon technique. Only those who have cultivated the sacred fire demon technique to the 3rd level, capable of condensing the sacred demon true blood, can use their blood as a conduit to unravel this deadly curse. As for why the sacred fire demon technique possesses the power to dispel the curse, Lindsay is uncertain. It is likely because this technique originates from the holy sect, while the blood poison old demon is coincidentally a member of that sect. Ultimately, what matters is its efficacy in detoxification. Lindsay harbors no interest in the associations with the holy sect or the Lu family narratives. After releasing approximately a bowl of blood, Lindsay staunched the wound. Moments later, the injury healed rapidly, vanishing without a trace. He poured the blood that had coalesced in the void into a large bowl, which should suffice for the Lin family's needs in dispelling the curse. With Lindsay's mastery of the sacred fire demon technique at level 10, a single drop of his blood is far more precious than that of a 3rd level practitioner. Given his cultivation level, just one drop could save thousands. Nonetheless, to be prudent, Lindsay opted to provide a bit more, as the Lin family comprises his kin, and he felt more at ease with a larger quantity. Once he had filled the bowl with blood, Lu Hanyin turned to search for restorative elixirs. She reproached, Really, if you needed blood, you should have mentioned it earlier. Why the haste and why so much? The Lin family is not solely comprised of you. Lindsay waved his hand dismissively. No need to search. At my level, this amount of blood poses no harm to me. First, use the medicine to dispel the curse for my family. Lindsay has attained the innate true body, with vitality coursing like a dragon. His blood flows like mercury, surging forth like a spring, ceaseless and vibrant. Do not speak of this bowl of blood. Even if rivers of blood were to flood the entire North Star dynasty, it would inflict no substantial harm upon Lin Zai, although such a claim may seem somewhat absurd. This is the essence of a great innate deity. The innate and the acquired exist on entirely different planes of existence. Upon hearing Lin Zai's declaration, Lu Hanyin sought out the remaining Shijiang in the apothecary. She opened the cabinet containing Shijiang and glanced inside. There appeared to be approximately 3 or 2 ounces left. Would this suffice? Shijiang is not a commonly used remedy. Its applications are scarce, and the Lin family's apothecary does not hold a significant stock. 3 or 2 ounces. That should be sufficient for the core members of the Lin family. Lu Hanyin extracted a gray stone of Shijiang with a surge of force. She shattered it into fine powder. Subsequently, she combined the Shijiang powder with Lin Zai's blood. As she mixed, she instructed Xiaozie, currently apart from our Lin family. Others remain unaware of Shijiang's properties, so it should be quite easy to procure. Yes, miss. Xiaozie swiftly departed the apothecary, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. She even reassigned the Lin guards stationed outside. The two exchanged silent glances. That's Xiaozie. She has sent everyone away. Who shall test the medicine? Lin Wu. Come to me. Lin Zai called out to Lin Wu telepathically. In the next moment, feathers began to drift in the void. Lin Wu's figure materialized amidst the ethereal light. My lord. Lin Zai gestured towards the antidote that Lu Hanyin had prepared. You shall test this remedy. Lin Wu exhibited no hesitation regarding Lin Zai's request, responding promptly, yes, my lord. He lifted a small cup of blood medicine, diluted with water, prepared by Lu Hanyin, and drank it in one swift motion, subsequently channeling his energy to accelerate the absorption of the potion. In less than a few breaths, Lin Wu completed his meditation. The gazes of Lin Zai and Lu Hanyin immediately fixed upon him. How do you feel? Lin Wu carefully attuned his senses, uncertainly responding, it seems. I feel nothing? Let me take a look. Lin Wu approached Lin Zai, whose eyes transformed into a striking amber hue in an instant. Having achieved the innate true body, Lin Zai no longer needed the magical heart restriction to directly lock onto the existence of the goo worm with his ocular prowess. Within Lin Zai's amber gaze, the goo worm within Lin Wu was dissolving and disintegrating, gradually melting into a pool of blood. Clearly, the medicine was effective. It's all right. This medicine is usable, Lin Zai declared. Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is it really that simple? My lord, you haven't even examined it yet. He then heard Lin Zai instruct. Lin Wu, summon all members of the Lin family and have them take the medicine. After saying this, Lin Zai turned to Lu Hanyin and added, additionally, Xia Chui has gone to procure more medicine. We can add more if Shijiang is insufficient. However, the blood must come from me. At this point, Lu Hanyin comprehended that the crimson inscriptions undoubtedly concealed further secrets. It was not merely a matter of using blood to dispel the goo. Yet, she refrained from probing further. Despite her disdain for the family that treated her as a mere commodity, she could not deny that the teachings of the Lu family were indeed valid. A wise girl ought not to pry into matters a man is reluctant to discuss, for when he is ready to speak, he will do so of his own accord. Thus, Lu Hanyin merely retained Lin Zai's words, and I understand. Well, I shall pay a visit to my grandfather and the others. As he spoke, Lin Zai had already vanished from the pharmacy, arriving silently at the main residence where Lin Ao resided. Similarly, Lin Zai's arrival went unnoticed by both Lin Ao and Lin Mo grandfather. Lin Ao exclaimed, his body trembling slightly as he turned to raise an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin Zai. You rascal, when did you arrive? I had no inkling whatsoever. Lin Mo was equally astonished. Had Lin Zai not spoken, he would have remained oblivious to his presence. Young master, your cultivation has grown increasingly profound. Even I failed to perceive it. Lin Zai smiled enigmatically and remarked, now? Why don't you two take another look? With that, he quietly unleashed a powerful aura of innate life force. Whoosh! A tempest arose within the Lin residence. The violent gusts of wind swept across the earthly realm in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled fiercely in the ears of Lin Ao and Lin Mo. The world trembled within their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared furiously across the heavens. Lin Mo, in disbelief, felt as though his eyes were about to pop out. Lin Ao's pupils constricted sharply as he blurted out, You old rascal. It's you. Lin Zai retracted his overwhelming pressure and nodded. Indeed, it is I. Chapter 55, Strengthening the Lin Family. You. This. Lin Ao and Lin Mo were left speechless, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost, unable to utter a single word for a while. "Old Imo, have you awakened?" After a moment of silence, Lin Yu suggested, "Why don't you slap me awake?" Such absurdity. Truly outrageous. Lin Zaman is merely 18 years old. At such a tender age, achieving the pinnacle of acquired prowess is already a remarkable feat, worthy of being recorded in the annals of Beichen. Yet now, he has astonishingly attained the status of a congenital divine being at the age of 18. My goodness, is it that my perspective is too narrow, or has the world transformed in unimaginable ways? At 18, a youth has ascended to the realm of congenital divinity. How will those so-called geniuses, who are centuries old yet remain trapped at the pinnacle of acquired prowess, reconcile with this? They have lived long enough to be considered ancient. Haven't they? Even Lin Yu and Lin Yu, despite their years of high standing, could not help but feel tumultuous waves surging within them. They began to survey Lin Zhe with keen interest. "You young lad." TSK. TSK. After a prolonged silence, no further words emerged. At this moment, their emotions were beyond description. If one were to call it surprise, joy undoubtedly accompanied it, for their family had indeed produced an extraordinary congenital divine being, bringing glory to their lineage. However, in comparison to this joy, astonishment prevailed. A sense of surrealism enveloped them. Lin Zhe could likely comprehend their feelings. After all, congenital divine beings are exceedingly rare and transcendent in this world. If a family were to produce even one such being, it would be as if they had reached enlightenment, elevating their entire household to greatness, with their legacy enduring for millennia. He tried to reassure them, urging, "You too. Perhaps it would be best to take a seat and rest for a moment." "Rest? What nonsense!" Lin Zhe elucidated. "My realm is inherently close to the innate level. With this recent excursion, I have gained some insights, and thus, the attainment of the innate realm is but a natural progression." "A natural progression?" Lin Yu pondered, bewildered. Can one truly attain the innate realm so effortlessly? After years of diligent practice, why have I not reached such a state? He found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was the chasm that lay between a genius and an extraordinary prodigy. Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. "Oh, how wonderful it would be to possess such talent. If only I were gifted, I too would revel in such accomplishments." "Young master, truly exceptional talent," Lin Yu exclaimed, followed by a hearty laughter. Lin Yu, after calming his astonishment, resumed his meditation with the prayer beads, chuckling with immense satisfaction. As he laughed, tears of joy streamed down the corners of his eyes. Good, good. How fortunate I am. With a grandson like this, heaven has not been unkind to Lin Yu." Before Lin Zhe's rise, Lin Yu had spent his days in deep sorrow, fearing that the sins he had accumulated throughout his life would manifest as misfortunes upon his descendants, leaving him to face a lonely demise without heirs or companions. Thus, after the downfall of the Lin family's two outstanding figures and the unexpected death of Lin Yu amidst the turmoil, the lifelong skeptic of deities, Lin Yu, ultimately laid down his weapons and took up the prayer beads. Even though he believed his actions were justified and that he fought to protect his homeland, he was resolute that as long as his only grandson, Lin Zhe, could navigate through life safely and soundly, for the sake of this hope, Lin Yu was willing to accept it all. Yet he never anticipated that fate would play such a cruel jest upon him. The last scion, Lin Zhe, turned out to be the most profound dragon concealed within the Lin family. What a twist of destiny. Old master, Lin Mo's eyes glistened with tears. The hardships and grievances endured by the Lin family and Lin Yu over the years were known only to him, the old steward. But fortunately, all of that is now behind us. It has finally come to an end. Congratulations, old master. Congratulations, young master. Within the Lin family estate, a warm atmosphere enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, Lin Yu remarked, "You, my boy, should have informed your grandfather of such momentous news in advance." Lin Zhe chuckled. "That is precisely why I have come to share this joyous tidings with you at once. As for that Ping Yong, he has become inconsequential. What matters now is..." Lin Zhe casually picked up a piece of blue brick from the ground. With a mere thought, he inscribed a multitude of small characters upon it. The inscription read, "Human Level Supreme, Tian Yu Jing Hong." After engraving Tian Yu Jing Hong, Lin Zhe took another brick and etched another Human Level Supreme technique, Qi Xian Jian Ji. He presented the two Human Level Supreme martial arts, one pertaining to movement and the other to finger techniques, to Lin Yu. "Grandfather, these two tomes are the result of my insights achieved upon reaching the innate stage, refined based on our Lin family's 2 human-level superior arts. Please accept them. From now on, these 2 techniques and the Ba Huang battle technique will serve as essential doctrines for the Lin family's martial forces. With the presence of these 3 human-level supreme techniques, I am confident that our Lin family's strength will soar to new heights, rendering us invincible and attracting many capable allies. Lin Ao received 2 azure bricks inscribed with exceptionally profound human-level martial arts. With just a fleeting glance, he could ascertain that the intricacies and might of these 2 techniques were on par with the esteemed Lin family's ancestral art, the 8 Desolations battle technique. Indeed, they were authentic human-level supreme martial arts, a rarity in the world. Thus, Lin Ao was compelled to speak. This is truly a human-level supreme art. It is exceedingly rare. Zer, understanding the significance, cast Lin Ao a reassuring glance. Subsequently, he unfastened the ancient jade of sheep fat from his waist and, with a single thought, infused it with the will imprint of the earth-level inferior technique, the 8 Desolations heart-killing art. As for the Burning Saint Demon technique, its origins remain shrouded in mystery. Intertwined with the enigmatic Holy Sect, though Lin Zhe was unperturbed, Lin Ao would be the innocent man bearing the consequences of possessing such treasures. Therefore, until he could ascertain the true nature of the Burning Saint Demon technique, Lin Zhe preferred to shield Lin Ao from these unsettling matters. He presented the ancient jade inscribed with the 8 Desolations heart-killing art. This technique was derived from the Lin family's esteemed 8 Desolations battle technique, representing an earth-level inferior martial art. You must keep this safe. The intent behind keeping it safe was, of course, to ensure Lin Ao would cultivate it privately, without imparting it to the Lin family army. This was not due to a lack of trust in the Lin family army. Rather, it was precisely because of that trust that Lin Zhe would bestow upon them human-level supreme techniques while withholding inferior earth-level arts out of self-respect. It was akin to the principle that only the direct descendants of the Lin family could practice the original 8 Desolations battle technique. Upon receiving the ancient jade from Lin Zhe, Lin Ao paused for a moment, then broke into a joyful smile, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure. His grandson possesses a clarity that surpasses even his expectations. Rest assured, grandfather is aware of this. Chapter 56. Not a single wolf remains with that. Lin Ao inquired about another matter. By the way, have you discovered a remedy for the poison of the gu before your visit to the Liu family? In comparison to the Lin family's promising future, which includes the possession of 3 exceptional martial arts techniques of the human rank and 1 inferior technique of the earth rank, the immediate threat of this gu poison takes precedence. If the gu poison remains unresolved, the Lin family army will perpetually linger in a vortex of peril, susceptible to sudden outbreaks. Discussing the future seems rather premature. Lin Zhe continued, rest assured, I have already instructed Xiao Chui to procure medicinal stones, and I have directed Lin Wu to gather all members of the Lin family to take the antidote and dispel the gu. This remedy acts swiftly. Merely consuming it and channeling the medicinal energy will dissolve the gu worms in no time, ensuring safety. Lin Ao's worries dissipated. That is indeed reassuring. He then posed another question. What are your thoughts on the situation in Beichen? Beichen. Lin Zhe gazed toward the distant sky. There is no rush. Let them stew for a while. Sooner or later, someone will lose their composure and give themselves away. For the next few days, our Lin family shall remain secluded under the pretext of preventing gu infections, while we discreetly monitor the major checkpoints in the imperial capital. Lin Ao nodded. Old Mo. Did you hear that? Understood. In the ensuing days, Beichen seemed to have been injected with a catalyst, spiraling into madness. Amidst the plight of untreated gu poison and the scarcity of antidotes, someone spearheaded a dreadful idea to unleash gu throughout the entire city. In essence, regardless of whether one has been afflicted by the curse, everyone is to be sprinkled with the venom once more, ensuring that all fall under its spell. After all, with no antidote available, the majority shall ultimately meet their demise. Given this grim reality, why not embrace sheer madness? Let all be cursed. Be they from Beichen or traitorous wolves, none shall be spared. As the final hour approaches, the upper echelons of Beichen unite to invoke the Heart of Darkness. If I am to perish, then all shall perish with me. If we are to survive, let everyone spring into action, monitoring each individual around them until the traitorous wolves are unearthed, compelling them to reveal the antidote. Thus, a wave of panic engulfed the imperial capital of Beichen. Every soul found themselves ensnared in the throes of a deadly crisis, vigilantly scrutinizing those nearby for the lurking traitors, which incited widespread chaos and shrouded the entire capital in turmoil. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this strategy proved effective. On the very night the city was poisoned, some could no longer contain themselves, attempting to incite the populace of Beichin to breach the city's defenses and escape. However, under the Beichin military's resolute stance that any such breach was tantamount to treason, leading to immediate execution, the populace's repeated attempts were forcefully suppressed, leaving the instigators to seek alternative means. They feigned food transport, fabricated family visits, and addressed the southern flood, exhausting every conceivable ruse. Following their trails, the Beichin military successfully apprehended several of the traitorous wolves hiding within, albeit they were merely insignificant pawns. The true masterminds remained concealed behind the scenes, biding their time and eagerly awaiting their opportunity. Thus, the stalemate persisted. 1 day, 2 days. On the 3rd day, as the situation appeared poised to reach a boiling point, approaching the final showdown, an unexpected guest arrived at the North Star dynasty, instantly shattering the stalemate that had persisted for days. The envoy from the New Moon dynasty has arrived. What did you say? An envoy from the New Moon dynasty? The North Star Emperor furrowed his brow. The North Star dynasty had no ties with the New Moon dynasty. You walk your own path, and I shall traverse mine. Our wells do not interfere with each other. There are neither grievances nor friendships. Why, at this critical juncture, would the New Moon dynasty send someone? The guard reported. The visitor is the Duke of Xiang from the New Moon dynasty, who claims to bear news of paramount importance concerning the fate of both kingdoms. A matter that endangers the very existence of the New Moon and North Star dynasties. Endangering the survival of North Star? Is the current turmoil not enough? A chill crept into the North Star Emperor's heart. Summon him. Yes. Your Majesty commands the Duke of Xiang from the New Moon dynasty to an audience. A few moments later, a purple flame wafted into the imperial palace. A middle-aged scholar in purple garments emerged from the fire, bowing slightly. Xiang of the New Moon pays homage to the North Star Emperor. There is no need for excessive formalities, Duke Xiang. The North Star Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, displayed the dignity befitting the sovereign of a founding dynasty, even amidst adversity. I have heard that you bear news that threatens the survival of both our kingdoms. Duke Xiang wasted no time, directly addressing the matter at hand with words that left everyone astounded. A great war is imminent. The Zhuli dynasty harbors insatiable ambitions, seeking to annex the 7 kingdoms of Songjin Mountain. The North Star Emperor narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to alarm me with baseless claims? When did the Zhuji dynasty acquire such formidable strength capable of sweeping across the 7 nations? Could it be that you, from the New Moon, are exaggerating the situation to draw my Northern Star into the fray? The Xiang Marquis shook his head, asserting that it was not exaggeration but rather the undeniable truth. The Zhuji dynasty has indeed commenced its campaign. Just yesterday, we received confidential reports that the Zhuji dynasty has systematically vanquished the neighboring nations of Dongyue, Dao, and Lingshan one by one. Presently, within the territory of Songjin Mountain, only our New Moon and Northern Star remain. Moreover, upon my departure, the forces of the Zhuji dynasty were already at the gates of our first frontier stronghold. At their current pace, they have likely breached the second line of defense. If you, Emperor of Northern Star, do not join hands with us to resist the enemy, it may soon be too late. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's gaze sharpened. The Zhuji dynasty possesses such might, having subdued Dong, Dongwei, and Lingshan? How can this be possible? The strength of the 7 nations in the eastern region has always been relatively stable. Although there are disparities in power, they have maintained a balance that has preserved the status quo. Otherwise, the 7 nations would have unified long ago. Yet now, the Zhuji dynasty has silently dismantled 3 nations, aiming to unify the eastern region. This is indeed absolutely true. If the Northern Star Emperor harbors doubts, you may dispatch your swiftest expert to verify this matter, and the truth shall be revealed. No, wait. The Northern Star Emperor suddenly interjected. You claim that only we, the Northern Star, and your New Moon remain? What about the Wolf City? Speaking of the Wolf City, the expression of Prince Zhang suddenly turned bitter, even tinged with a hint of horror. The Wolf capital lies closest to our New Moon, and as soon as I received the news, I journeyed to the Wolf capital. However, there was not a single soul in the Wolf capital. I cannot assert this applies to the entire nation. But at least along the route I hastened from the Wolf capital, not a single person could be found, not even a corpse in sight. It was utterly silent. It was as if the entire country had suddenly evaporated from existence. What did you say? Chapter 57, The Sword Concealment Palace. Emperor Beichin abruptly rose, his eyes filled with disbelief. The entire populace of the wolf capital had vanished. How could this be possible? He had not received any intelligence from the wolf capital whatsoever. As a relentless adversary of the wolf capital, he had been closely monitoring the situation there, having placed numerous spies within their ranks. Even though the recent poison incident had unsettled Beichin, the emperor had never relaxed his vigilance over the wolf capital. The moment there was any disturbance from that direction, he would be immediately informed. How could a nation of such stature simply disappear without a trace? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Prince Xiang sighed. I understand your feelings, Emperor Beichin. Were it not for what I witnessed on this journey, I too would find it hard to believe. But this matter is undeniably true. The truth of such matters can be discerned upon inquiry. Why would I resort to deceit? Upon hearing the words of the Duke of Xiang, Emperor Beichin furrowed his brow tightly. He paced before the dragon table, utterly perplexed. It makes no sense. How could this be possible? Shadow Guards. The Shadow Guards are a clandestine battalion, meticulously cultivated by Emperor Beichin to serve exclusively his interests, holding sway over the most profound currents of Beichin's clandestine affairs. Their existence has always been shrouded from outsiders. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, the emperor could not afford to ponder excessively. Should the wolf capital vanish without a trace, and the threat from the Jiujing dynasty loom ever larger, the implications would be dire. Shortly after the emperor summoned the Shadow Guards, a figure materialized from the shadows behind the screen in his study. Your Majesty, came a muted and somber voice. Is there any news from the wolf capital today? None has been received. A heavy weight settled upon Emperor Beichin's heart. Withdraw, he commanded. Yes. After the Shadow Guards retreated, the Duke of Xiang spoke again. Your Majesty, our time is running short. The impending war between the two nations would greatly hinge on high-level combat capabilities. As one of the foremost warriors of the new moon, the Duke had been urgently reassigned to expedite the call for aid. His stay in Beichin would not be prolonged. He continued to counsel. If our two nations were to unite, we might yet possess the strength to contend. However, should we fall one by one, it would be too late. I implore you to contemplate this gravely. Emperor Beichin furrowed his brow in deep thought for a considerable time, acknowledging that knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Even if I were to deploy troops, I ought to familiarize myself with the fundamental circumstances of my adversary, should I not? I wish to comprehend how the Nine Extremes dynasty possesses the virtue and capability to vanquish the three kingdoms consecutively. The answer was succinctly provided by Lord Xiang. Goo poison. At that moment, the heart of Emperor Beichin turned to ice. Goo poison. The tremor in his pupils spoke volumes. The Nine Extremes dynasty, having triumphed over the three kingdoms, sought to sweep through the eastern domain with the aid of goo poison. Reflecting upon the sudden disappearance of the wolf capital, which had administered poison to Beichin just as the Nine Extremes dynasty launched its offensive against the Six Nations, an unsettling thought crossed Emperor Beichin's mind. Lord Xiang continued, stating that according to confidential reports received by our new moon, the Nine Extremes dynasty seemed to have employed a rare and peculiar goo insect to erode the Great Wu and the Three Kingdoms, leaving them exhausted and disorganized. This enabled them to seize the capitals of the Three Kingdoms and advance towards our new moon. As Lord Xiang articulated this, he noticed Emperor Beichin's countenance growing increasingly grim, his expression dark and brooding. Emperor Beichin, what troubles you? Lord Xiang inquired. Emperor Beichin shot a glance at him. And if the Nine Extremes dynasty indeed triumphed over the Three Kingdoms through goo poison, then it would seem that Beichin would be powerless to assist New Moon. Before Lord Xiang could pose further questions, Emperor Beichin declared, for we in Beichin are also ensnared in the chaos of goo poison. Upon hearing this, Lord Xiang was taken aback. Between Beichin and the Nine Extremes lies our new moon. We have yet to fall prey to such an affliction. How could you? The source of the goo poison afflicting Beichin was not the Nine Extremes, but rather the wolf capital, which had mysteriously vanished at such a critical juncture. They are still utilizing the venomous goo poison that has seeped from the Celestial Gate. The Celestial Gate's goo poison. After a prolonged silence, Lord Xiang bitterly remarked, it seems I have come to an understanding. He recalled that just a few days prior, a terrifying innate deity had suddenly descended upon the Seven Kingdoms of the Eastern region. This matter is likely inextricably linked to him. With his words, Lord Xiang fell silent, and the Emperor of Beichin remained quiet for a long time. Presently, various signs indicate that all these occurrences are being influenced by incomprehensible forces that transcend the mundane realm. After what felt like an eternity, Lord Xiang suddenly declared, we must report to Sangjian Mountain. as a celestial entity that transcends this region. Sanjian Mountain has always maintained a stance of detachment from worldly affairs. Naturally, they show no interest in the disputes of mortals, regardless of who prevails in the human empires. It merely results in a change of tribute bearer. This has been the case for countless years. However, when other innate deities intervene, Sanjian Mountain will take action. Such interference is a provocation to Sanjian Mountain's dignity, a daring attempt to touch the tiger's whiskers. Reporting to Sanjian Mountain is indeed the only solution at this juncture. Yet the Emperor of Baichen shook his head. It is too late. By the time we reach Sanjian Mountain, the 7 kingdoms will have already perished. Moreover, with the 9 extremes advancing from the west, whether we can breach their blockade remains uncertain. Should we then resign ourselves to fate? The Emperor of Baichen pondered for a moment. Let us go to the Lin family. This is our only hope. The Lin family? I have heard of Lin Ao from your Baichen Lin clan, but at this moment, I am not referring to Lin Ao, but rather to my grandson, Lin Zhe. Your grandson? The Duke of Xiang wore an expression that suggested disbelief. Lin Ao could hardly endure such a spectacle. How could your grandson manage it? Even if I were to boldly wager that he is barely 50 years old, what can a mere youth of 50 accomplish? The Emperor Baichen shot him a glance, then cast a complex look towards the Lin family's direction. You will understand once you meet him. With that, the Emperor rose and in a single stride vanished from the palace. The Duke of Xiang, his mind swirling with questions, hurriedly followed suit. Amidst the endless mountain ranges, perpetually shrouded in ethereal clouds and mist, a solitary, majestic peak stood like a divine sword piercing the heavens, overlooking the ebb and flow of humanity. Atop this extraordinary peak, a grand palace emerged amidst the clouds, inscribed with 3 formidable characters, Sanjian Palace. Each character exuded a fierce and indomitable spirit, every stroke embodying an ancient, everlasting sword intent. A glance at the palace conjured the image of countless sharp blades rushing forth, piercing through the heart, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 58. My sword trembled at this moment, within the magnificent and imposing Sanjian Palace. A swordsman clad in green concealed his blade, nurturing both sword and spirit. Though the appearance of this swordsman suggested youth, it was merely a fade. In reality, he had surpassed 78,000 years of age. He had witnessed countless cycles of spring and autumn, observed the rise and fall of many in the human realm. Yet, he had long since grown accustomed to it, for no matter how the world changed, he lived by the sword, accompanied by it. The past 70,000 years and the countless years to come, with a single sword, he could endure until the end of time. Buzz, clang. Suddenly, the sword that had accompanied him for countless years emitted a faint, resonant sound. His sword quivered. The swordsman in azure garments abruptly opened his piercing eyes, which harbored the essence of a sword's world. An immeasurable surge of sword energy erupted forth, soaring from the sword concealment palace, forming a towering pillar of sword light that swept across the vast azure sky. Crack, crack, crack. The ripples of sword energy unleashed by the awakened swordsman swept across the realm. The mountains and rivers, spanning tens of thousands of miles and centered around the sword concealment palace, trembled and let out mournful wails. Some of the less stable mountains even crumbled under the onslaught of the sword energy, leaving behind immense gashes reminiscent of sword marks. Yet, upon witnessing this monumental upheaval, the people of Sword Concealment Mountain were not filled with fury, but rather with joy. The Mountain Lord has awakened. Would they finally behold the Mountain Lord once more? If the Mountain Lord were to break through, with such formidable strength, how could Sword Concealment Mountain ever fear the elusive sect again? Come, let us greet the Mountain Lord. The gathered crowd of Sword Concealment Mountain congregated beneath the towering sword peak, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the Mountain Lord from the palace, poised to absorb the wisdom imparted by him. At that moment, the chilling voice of the azure-clad Mountain Lord resonated from the peak. Song Feng, come forth to meet me. Within Sword Concealment Mountain, a colossal silhouette of sword light cleaved through the skies, descending gracefully into the Sword Concealment Palace. Inside, the radiant figure transformed into a middle-aged man, who knelt before the young swordsman. Brother, the swordsman in azure replied, my sword has trembled. Upon hearing this, the man named Song Feng's expression shifted. His elder brother, the master of Sanjian Mountain, possesses a natural sword body, with a heart that resonates with the essence of the sword, granting him an acute perception of the invisible perils that lurk within the vast expanse of the world. Whenever his sword trembles, it signifies an impending crisis of such magnitude that even his brother would find it formidable. The tranquil swordsman, Songjian, inquired, has anything of great significance transpired in the vicinity of Sanjian Mountain recently? Sanfeng replied. In terms of significant events, a few days ago, a formidable warrior, whose vitality was akin to that of a dragon, visited our Tsongjin mountain. Vitality akin to a dragon. At the utterance of these words, a flicker of intrigue danced in Songjin's eyes. Sanfeng continued, however, it seems he was merely passing through. For since that day, I have sensed no trace of his presence. He must have departed from our Songjin mountain. Songjin pressed further. Is there more? Sanfeng pondered carefully. No, there truly is nothing else. And the human realm? The human realm. As an innate divine being, who would take the trouble to concern themselves with mere mortals? They are but a swarm of ants. What storm could they possibly stir? Sanfeng candidly admitted, beyond that, I am unaware. Songjian cast a sidelong glance at Sanfeng. You should venture into the human realm yourself. Sanfeng wore a pained expression. Brother, must it be so? You fail to comprehend. This tremor. Songjian narrowed his eyes. A flicker of concealed trepidation glimmering within his sword-bright gaze, reminiscent of the malevolent Blood Poison Elder from the Fire Demon sect. Blood Poison Elder? At the mention of this name, Sanfeng's body instinctively shuddered. The Blood Poison Old Demon, a shadow that once stirred their peace. My brother surprisingly remarked that this tremor bears a striking resemblance to that of the Blood Poison Old Demon. Zhang Feng tightened his teeth and promptly declared, Brother, rest assured. I shall personally venture into the mortal realm to investigate. Go, but exercise caution. Understood. With that, Zhang Feng transformed once more into a radiant sword of light, dashing towards the vast expanse of the mortal world. In the North Star Empire, the Lin family welcomed an unexpected visit from the Emperor and the Duke of Xiang. The absence of prior notice from grandfather left Lin Zhe at a loss for a proper reception. The Emperor chuckled, stating, I have come for a matter of great urgency, one not suitable for the ears of outsiders. After this, the Emperor turned his gaze towards Lin Ao, a glimmer of nostalgia evident in his eyes. Old brother, it has been quite some time since we last met. Your Majesty, I fully comprehend your busy schedule, Lin Ao replied, to which the Emperor waved his hand in dismissal. Ah, brother, what are you saying? Between us, there exists only brotherhood, not a lord-subject relationship. Over the years in the palace, I often reminisce about you. I frequently recall our days of resisting the tyranny of Wuan, fighting side by side as comrades. Had I not been encumbered by official duties, I would have visited you long ago to indulge in nostalgia and revelry. Ahem. While the Emperor reminisced, the Duke of Xiang coughed, signaling that it was time to discuss the matter at hand. I almost forgot to introduce him. This esteemed gentleman is the Duke of Xiang from the Crescent Moon dynasty. He brings with him crucial intelligence. My younger brother has come specifically to deliberate on this matter. Lin Zhe and his grandfather turned their attention towards the Duke of Xiang. The Duke of Xiang promptly recounted the events discussed earlier at the North Star Imperial Palace. Upon hearing the Duke's account, Lin Zhe and his grandson exchanged a glance. Did everyone from the Wolf clan truly vanish mysteriously? Had the Nine Extremes dynasty suddenly erupted with aspirations to unify the 7 kingdoms of the Eastern Domain? At that moment, the Duke continued, I trust you both have sensed the terrifying innate divine being from a few days ago. We now suspect that the recent upheaval in the 7 kingdoms is connected to this innate divine entity. Lin Ao, Lin Zhe, how could calamity descend upon a person sitting comfortably at home? The Duke further elaborated thus. We intend to seek the intervention of Songjian Mountain in the affairs of the 7 kingdoms. With that, the Duke directed his gaze toward the North Star Emperor. It is your turn. The North Star Emperor understood and took up the conversation, stating, however, with the 9 Extremes army positioned to the west, if we are to enlist Songjian Mountain's assistance, we must ensure a way through their blockade. And we must also ensure that the emissaries from Songjian Mountain arrive before the conclusion of the war. The only one capable of achieving this. Zaire, after much contemplation, I believe that only you in the entire North Star can accomplish it. Chapter 59. Did you slay the 2 prodigies of the Lin family? The North Star Emperor further clarified, long ago, during the Golden Autumn Banquet, I discerned your exceptional abilities. Your strength is far beyond that of an ordinary peak postnatal practitioner. Later, you decisively defeated Zhang Tong, a seasoned peak postnatal practitioner, which only solidified my suspicions. If I am not mistaken, you are but a mere step away from the innate realm. The North Star Emperor spoke with a tone of admiration and reassurance. He continued, in this predicament, the entire Northern Star has but one option. Upon hearing this, Duke Xiang gazed at the young Lin Zhe, his head suddenly buzzing. Wait, what did you say? This is your grandson? Half-step to innate perfection? The Emperor of Northern Star cast a fleeting glance at him, disregarding his words, and continued. I am aware that this course of action poses great danger, yet Northern Star has reached such a juncture that we have no alternative but to tread this path. However, both Lin Zhe and Lin Ao remained utterly composed, displaying no awareness of the impending doom that loomed over their nation, particularly Lin Zhe, who even wore a serene smile upon his face. The Emperor of Northern Star, perplexed, was about to inquire further when Lin Zhe spoke. There is no need for such complications. With my current strength, a mere flick of my hand would render the 7 kingdoms of the Eastern Domain into mere ruins. The forces of the 9 Extremes dynasty would be but a trifling matter. Yet, what does this imply? The implication is, Lin Zhe turned his gaze toward the Emperor, his starry eyes shimmering with an amber glow. Buzz. The sun and moon lost their luster, and the heavens dimmed. A veil of gray light enveloped the world, robbing it of all color. In the air, a cascade of gray leaves hung suspended. The autumn trees stood still, their leaves rustling in the wind. The world had come to a standstill. Time and space froze at that moment. In this still continuum, Lin Zhe leisurely approached the suspended leaves, gently plucking one from its place. Standing with his back to the Emperor, hands clasped behind him, the Emperor of Northern Star was left in a state of bewilderment. For a long, long time, he gazed at the gray stone statue of the Duke of Xiang, then turned his attention to the immobile Lin Ao. Suddenly, he comprehended many things. He opened his mouth, a myriad of emotions welling up within him, yearning to be expressed. Yet, as the words hung on the tip of his tongue, they ultimately crystallized into a mere exclamation. How remarkable! With his back to the North Star Emperor, Lin Zhe toyed with the fallen leaf in his hand. The leaf gently rippled, sending waves through the world. It drifted into the heart of the North Star Emperor, incessantly eroding the barriers of his heart with an enigmatic force. The North Star Emperor had already discerned what Lin Zhe wished to inquire. You wish to know whether it was I who orchestrated the demise of the Lin family across 2 generations, do you not? Then, was it you? Initially, Lin Zhe had intended to wait for the cunning rats to reveal themselves. However, given the current circumstances, he decided to confront the matter directly. He no longer felt the need for restraint. The land of North Star was, to him, merely a fleeting encounter. Regardless of the schemes lurking in the shadows, they amounted to nothing in the face of such overwhelming innate power. Before achieving the innate, he treaded cautiously. After attaining it, he continued to proceed with caution. Wouldn't that render his innate achievement meaningless? Turning around, Lin Zhe's amber eyes fixed intently on the North Star Emperor. The shimmering golden light seemed capable of piercing through all the darkness within the Emperor's heart. Under the gaze of this luminous brilliance, the North Star Emperor fell into a prolonged silence before finally responding with a complex expression. What if it were indeed I who committed such acts? If it were you? Lin Zhe replied, You are my grandfather. Half of my bloodline flows from you. Without you, there would be no Lin Zhe. I shall not do anything against you. But regarding the Li family, I hope you can truly comprehend the anguish of an elderly man who has lost both his beloved son and grandson. Very well. You have laid your cards on the table, and thus I shall unburden my heart to you. His dragon-like eyes slightly widened, embodying the regal demeanor of the founding emperor of Beichen. I am the emperor. How can I allow others to slumber beside my throne? This is a grave offense for a sovereign. The influence of the Lin family is exceedingly vast. I must diminish their power, otherwise. How could the name of Li endure in Beichen? It is said that we must learn from history. The fall of Wuhan was sufficient, and I shall never permit such a calamity to befall us a second time. The emperor of Beichen snorted coldly. Hence I have supported the Wei family to counterbalance your Lin family's power, while also allowing various clans to suppress you. When your father and second uncle went to battle, I often wished that the worthless wolves would be clever enough to keep them forever on the battlefield. But hope is merely hope. It ultimately succumbs to reality. Even though I fervently wish for the demise of the Lin family, that sentiment cannot alter one thing. The Emperor of Beichen cast a glance at the motionless Lin Ao. He, Lin Ao, is the uncrowned king of the Beichen army. At the mere sound of his command, it is likely that at least 60% of the Beichen army would rebel. Furthermore, given his unparalleled combat prowess, I cannot even guarantee victory in a one-on-one confrontation with him, let alone against him leading a 1,000,000-strong army. As for the demise of the Lin family's 2 prodigies and Lin Jia, I can only say that heaven has aided me. Thus, over the years, Lin Ao's relentless search yielded not a shred of evidence, for it was not I who brought ruin upon the Lin family, but rather the heavens themselves. The heavens. Suddenly, The entire world began to tremble. The sun and moon regained their hues, and the cosmos was redraped in vibrant colors. Everything seemed to flow backward through the corridors of time. Lin Yu's voice gently resonated anew within the restored continuum. The implication was clear. The Nine Extreme dynasty could be extinguished with but a snap of my fingers. The North Star Emperor emerged from the stillness of time, his pupils abruptly constricting. Was that an illusion? No, it felt far too vivid. Yet, how could I possibly articulate such thoughts? The North Star Emperor cast a furtive glance at Lin Yu, then at the Purple Sun Marquis. They appeared oblivious to the extraordinary events that had just transpired, seemingly unaware of the Emperor's utterances. In an instant, a chill coursed through the North Star Emperor. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his back, saturating his dragon robe. He cast a wary glance toward Lin Yu, who returned a mysterious smile. In his eyes, streams of amber light were gradually fading away. Chapter 60. A single word can repel 10,000 troops. At that moment, the North Star Emperor found himself bereft of words, standing as if carved from wood. Only the chilling sensations ascending from his soles surged throughout his being, causing his very soul to shudder. The North Star Emperor was rendered speechless. While the Purple Sun Marquis remained in a daze, the Nine Extreme dynasty could be extinguished with but a snap of my fingers? Even if you are indeed a half-step into the realm of the innate, you will never truly attain the status of the innate. There remains an insurmountable distance between you and those celestial beings of innate origin. To claim the ability to obliterate the Nine Extremes dynasty with a mere snap of your fingers, I believe it would be wise for you to consider adopting a new name, perhaps Lin Yu. While these thoughts linger in his mind, the Duke of Xiang outwardly expresses admiration for Lin Yu, for he relies on Lin Yu to turn the tide of calamity. The demeanor of this young noble truly exemplifies the heroism of youth. However, prudence dictates that we prioritize safety above all else. Lin Yu paid no heed to the Duke of Xiang. He merely cast his gaze skyward, toward the direction of the Nine Extremes dynasty. Then, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. A magnificent blood-red dragon, stretching across the entire eastern domain of the Sword Concealment Mountain, suddenly materialized in the sky. Boom! The terrifying aura of the dragon surged forth, enveloping the entirety of the Eastern realm. The oppressive presence of this apex predator descended heavily upon all who resided in the Eastern domain. Simultaneously, Song Feng arrived in the Eastern realm, the land of wolves. He had heard whispers of the impending conflict within the Nine Extremes dynasty, aiming to unify the seven nations. But it mattered little to him. Song Feng had never concerned himself with the trivial disputes of mortals. Yet, the unfolding war piqued his interest, particularly the land of wolves. A prominent nation among the seven in the Eastern domain, with a population in the hundreds of millions, had inexplicably vanished without a trace or sound. Clearly, an entity of innate caliber had intervened here, and the power of this being was undoubtedly formidable. It is not difficult to annihilate a nation, but to do so without leaving a trace, to make an entire city vanish silently, presents a considerable challenge. At the very least, even a figure of the divine vein realm cannot accomplish such a feat. The individual responsible must undoubtedly be above the divine vein realm. This thought instantly reminded Zhang Feng of the peril sensed by his brother, Zhang Jian. The source of the trepidation that made his brother's sword tremble was likely the city of Longdu. Thus, Zhang Feng made his way to Longdu to investigate the root of the city's unsettling changes. He soared through every household, searching for traces of the mysteriously vanished inhabitants. Before long, Zhang Feng detected a faint yet peculiar aura. This is a blood sacrifice? His expression shifted dramatically. Someone has conducted a blood sacrifice over the entire city of Longdu, sacrificing billions of lives. Such ruthlessness. Zhang Feng's heart grew heavy. He could now ascertain that the menace his brother Zhang Jian had sensed was indeed the work of the demon sect. For such a frenzied blood sacrifice is typically the domain of the madmen within the ranks of the demon sect. Cursed demon sect. Zhang Feng's countenance darkened. This was bound to escalate into a dire situation. Just then, a colossal blood-red dragon materialized in the sky. Startled, Zhang Feng plummeted from midair, crashing heavily onto a mountain, shattering it to pieces. Amidst the swirling dust and rubble, Zhang Feng stared in shock at the blood-colored dragon above. The aura of a dragon-like vitality. This is disastrous. My Zhangjian mountain cannot withstand such a formidable presence. He realized that since this powerful being of dragon-like vitality had arrived at Zhangjian mountain, The disturbances in the vicinity had commenced. Instinctively, Zhang Feng concluded that this formidable entity was responsible for the blood sacrifice in Longdu, affiliated with the demon sect. Thus, a bitter pang struck Zhang Feng's heart. The existence of a being possessing the realm of dragon-like vitality could manifest a dragon of vitality with a mere flick of its tail, effortlessly obliterating not only the sword concealment mountain, but also its lord. It was unimaginable that the demonic sect still harbored a formidable entity alive in the realm of dragon-like vitality. Could it be that some great power of the demonic sect had been resurrected through blood sacrifice and had only just regained its strength in the realm of dragon-like vitality? This spelled disaster. At that moment, the blood-colored dragon stirred. It soared into the Nine Extremes Empire, its colossal head towering over the Imperial Army. A surge of immense vitality instantly flooded into the forces of the Nine Extremes. All soldiers felt as if they were frozen in time, halting their siege actions. Paralyzed with fear, at the forefront of the army, the valiant king of the Nine Extremes Empire, Liang Wang, stifled his terror. Dismounting, he knelt respectfully before the blood-colored dragon, performing the most profound act of reverence. Noble and esteemed divine being, I am Liang Wang of the Nine Extremes Empire. This campaign against the new moon is undertaken at the behest of His Imperial Majesty to unify the seven nations. If this action disrupts your divine tranquility, I beseech you to forgive us. Liang Wang displayed utmost humility. Before a primordial divine being, mere ants are but ants, and mortals remain mortals. One must never overstep their bounds, for to do so would jeopardize not only one's own life but could also lead to the annihilation of an entire nation. The divine right of kings is not mere rhetoric. Thus, upon witnessing the descent of a primordial divine being, even a figure of immense power such as Liang Wang, commanding the formidable Nine Extremes army and brimming with confidence, was instantly reduced to a posture of deep reverence and humility. Others need not be mentioned. They had long buried their heads, their bodies trembling incessantly, struggling to utter a coherent sentence. What was once an unstoppable force of countless troops had thus lost all its destructive power, transforming one by one into mere quails. At that moment, a voice of authority reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. I am the North Star's divine martial marquis. What? North Star. A divine being. Indeed, the divine martial marquis of the North Star. In an instant, both the Nine Extremes dynasty and the Crescent Moon dynasty stood frozen in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, the Radiant Sun King finally regained his composure. He swiftly declared, Understood. The young king comprehends. Mounting his steed, the Radiant Sun King summoned all his strength, striving to project his voice far and wide. All forces, retreat. From this day forth, no one under the banner of the Nine Extremes dynasty shall dare to invade the territory of the North Star. Retreat. There was no need for further words. No requirement for elaborate justifications about the hardships of the Nine Extremes or the inevitable trend towards unification. One word sufficed, retreat. Without a trace of hesitation, the Radiant Sun King decisively ordered the withdrawal of his troops. If a divine being claims to be the divine martial marquis of the North Star, and he fails to grasp the implications of what may follow, then he might as well resign himself to oblivion. In the face of a primordial divine being, mere mortals could hold no chance whatsoever. This was fundamentally a clash of two distinct forms of existence. Thus, the vast army of the Nine Extremes dynasty fled in great haste. There was no bloodshed, nor any debate. It was merely a statement from a primordial divine being that had sealed their fate. One command sent a myriad of troops into retreat. Chapter 61. Summoning a divine being. Witnessing the troops of the Nine Extremes dynasty retreat in a state of sheer panic was akin to witnessing a ghostly apparition. The people of the New Moon dynasty, finally roused from their stupor, could only express their astonishment. Regardless of the passage of years or the frequency of occurrences, the mundane world remains perpetually awestruck by the formidable power of the innate celestial beings. He had steeled himself for a desperate battle, prepared to sacrifice his life for his nation, yet he never anticipated that a celestial being from Beichin would descend from the heavens and call for peace. "O Xiang, lamented the king of the New Moon dynasty, I entrusted you with seeking aid from Beichin, and you have summoned such a divine entity." At this moment, the Marquis of Jingbian inquired, "Your Majesty, now that a celestial being has appeared in Beichin, what shall we do?" The emergence of an innate celestial being from a mundane dynasty is a matter of utmost significance, one that concerns the very existence of all nations. Before the innate celestial being, all states must submit unconditionally, Otherwise, the annihilation of the entire nation is inevitable, leaving no survivors, a brutal and undeniable truth. After a moment of contemplation, the King of the New Moon replied, I am unaware of the true identity of that divine martial marquis for now. Let us observe the situation. For several millennia, the sword-hidden mountain region has witnessed the rise of innate celestial beings. Yet their presence did not significantly alter the political landscape of the Eastern Domain. This was because those celestial beings were not of royal blood from their respective nations. Thus, the fate of the state bore no relevance to them. At most, they would intervene once, out of nostalgia for their homeland. Ultimately, these celestial beings chose to lead their families into the realm of innate celestial beings, forever bidding farewell to the mortal world, creating an insurmountable chasm between the celestial and the mundane. There was even a divine figure who harbored a deep-seated vendetta against his own nation. The first act he undertook upon achieving innate mastery was the annihilation of his homeland, ruthlessly slaughtering nearly 1 billion souls. Therefore, whether the attainment of innate mastery by individuals within secular dynasties is significant or not is contingent upon the specific identity of that divine being, pondered King Xinyue. However, since he is the divine martial marquis of Beichen, it is likely he is not of the Beichen royal lineage, nor connected to the Li family. Before that divine figure bids farewell to the mortal realm, we must exercise patience towards Beichen. Having said that, King Xinyue cast a profound gaze upon the panicked retreat of the Jijidi army. At present, the paramount concern remains the Jijidi dynasty. While the divine figure was present, Jijidi dared not cause turmoil, yet once he departs, the inevitable turmoil shall ensue. In the days to follow, you must maintain your vigilance. Continue to investigate, continue to scrutinize. Yes, we understand. Meanwhile, atop a towering mountain, a mysterious figure in a black robe felt a surge of irritation. Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. How could a warrior of the Blood Dragon realm be merely a divine martial marquis of a trivial mortal dynasty? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You might deceive these ignorant mortals, but it is preposterous. The Blood Dragon realm represents an existence merely a step away from entering the sea of divinity, capable of becoming a sovereign master of a realm. Such beings, even during the pinnacle of their sacred sect's glorious era, would be considered elite figures, unattainable by ordinary, innate masters. How could such a person reside in this desolate mortal dynasty? I have fallen for your deception. The figure in the black robe speculated that within the Northern Star dynasty, there was likely some connection to a certain faction associated with this entity, who had merely come for a casual visit. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for the collection of vitality and fear had nearly reached its desired threshold. The cloaked figure caressed the blood-red crystal orb in hand. Within the orb, a viscous blood, pulsating with layers of crimson light, undulated in waves, exuding a sinister and foreboding aura. It was time to depart. The figure in the black robe did not linger, decisively opting for a change of venue. Only a fool would dare to wreak havoc within the territory of a formidable opponent with the power of a dragon's vitality. Casting a glance at the 9 Extremes army, a flicker of intrigue sparked in the dark figure's eyes. The treasures of our holy sect are not easily wielded. In an instant, the figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng wore a puzzled expression. The Northern Star dynasty? The divine martial marquis? He scratched his head, pondering had he come merely for a familial visit? Like the figure in the black robe, Zhang Feng also doubted that Lin Zhe was a native of their sword-concealing mountain. After all, they had governed this region for countless years. Surely they would be aware of any formidable beings with the vitality of a dragon. As for the notion that Lin Zhe was akin to other mortals who believed he had recently broken through to the innate level, I have lived for tens of thousands of years and would never dare to dream such a dream. However, this realization implied that the blood sacrifice of the wolf capital was likely unrelated to him. Those from the demonic sect would eagerly seek to claim countless lives to gather the essence of beings. How could they possibly hinder the assault of the 9 Extremes dynasty? Zhang Feng contemplated this and resolved to meet this individual, coincidentally allowing him to ascertain whether the happenings in the wolf capital were indeed orchestrated by the flame-worshipping demonic sect. If indeed the fire-worship sect has resurfaced in the world, then a formidable warrior of dragon-like vitality would possess sufficient authority and influence to alert the various sects of the Huaguang realm to investigate and remain vigilant against the traces of the demonic cult. Contemplating this, Songfeng made his way directly to Beichen. In the Beichen dynasty, within the Lin family, after Lin Zhe had repelled the formidable 9 Extremes army with a mere word, he retracted his overwhelming presence. dissipating the energy that had crossed the vast expanse of the eastern region. The colossal dragon of vitality finally faded away. As that immense and oppressive aura dissipated, the burden weighing heavily on the hearts of the onlookers was lifted, granting them a moment to breathe. Duke Xiang gasped for breath, utterly flabbergasted by fear. A celestial being. My goodness, he had just conversed with a celestial being. Moreover, he had even harbored doubts about him. Overcome with trepidation, Duke Xiang's legs weakened, and he knelt before Lin Zhe, exclaiming, No, mere mortal Zhang pays his respects to the esteemed celestial. A commoner knows not to address a celestial in such a manner. If my coarse words have inadvertently offended your exalted presence, I humbly beseech your forgiveness. Lin Zhe gestured dismissively. No harm done. Rise. Duke Xiang repeatedly insisted. Nay, I dare not. I shall remain kneeling to listen. Very well, as you wish. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed throughout the Lin residence. The Lin family soldiers cautiously approached the main estate, casting reverent and fervent gazes upon Lin Zhe. They had all clearly heard the proclamation, I am the divine Marshal Duke of Beichin. Without a doubt. Their exceptionally gifted young master was the celestial being who had unleashed the dragon of vitality and instilled awe across the entire eastern region. Young master. Congratulations to the young master on achieving innate mastery. The voices of the Lin family echoed powerfully. Waves of resounding applause surged through the Lin family estate, reverberating outward like a mighty tide, resonating throughout the entire Lin clan. Congratulations to the young master for attaining innate mastery. Subsequently, the entire Northchen region collectively paid the utmost respect to Lin Zhe, this living deity. This embodiment of legend. Congratulations to the divine martial marquis for achieving innate mastery. Chapter 62. Sacred Demonic True Fire. Congratulations to the divine martial marquis. In the secular realm, the attainment of innate mastery by any individual is a monumental honor capable of shaking the world. At this moment, all of Northchen turned towards the imperial capital, towards the Lin family's domain, offering their most sincere congratulations to Lin Zhe, who had completed the evolution of life, becoming a celestial being. Simultaneously, they silently prayed and hoped, making wishes to this new god for favorable weather and a prosperous nation in the coming year. Amidst the jubilant and fervent congratulations, within the Lin family estate, Lin Zhe smiled gently at the crowd and raised his hand to quell their enthusiastic fervor. I have received your congratulations. This evening, indulge in a few more drinks. As for other matters, we shall discuss them later. For now, please withdraw. Yes. The response was unprecedentedly fervent, displaying an unwavering reverence akin to that of fervent devotees. After the Lin family members withdrew, Lin Zhe extended his hand, and drops of blood coalesced in the void. He condensed this essence into a resplendent blood crystal, which he then placed into the hands of the Emperor of Northchen. The blood crystal, when combined with the Shizhong powder, is sufficient to expel all the poison from the capital. The Emperor of Beichin cast a steady glance at Lin Zhe, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He opened his mouth, a torrent of feelings welling up within, yet ultimately, it materialized only as a sigh imbued with profound complexity. With the blood crystal in hand, the Emperor departed from the Lin family estate, his retreating figure a poignant blend of desolation, reluctance, or perhaps liberation. Lin Ao shot a glance at the Emperor, finding his reaction rather excessive. Upon hearing this, the kneeling Duke Zhang hastily took his leave, with the Emperor gone. There was no reason for him to linger. The bond between the grandfather and grandson was evidently laden with unspoken words. As a mere mortal, Duke Xiang dared not intrude, and thus withdrew. Once Duke Xiang had departed, Lin Zhe spoke. Grandfather, if the deaths of my father and second uncle are indeed unrelated to the Emperor, it would explain his demeanor upon leaving. Lin Ao sighed. The exhalation perhaps a release of long-held anger or a moment of newfound clarity. Was it merely an accident then? Lin Ao furrowed his brow. Recalling that battle against the Wolf State, it had been a mere skirmish, with neither side deploying their main forces, coupled with the protection of numerous Lin family soldiers. He found it hard to believe they could be utterly defeated by the Wolf State's army. At that moment, Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. What is it? Nothing. Someone seeks me out. I shall attend to him, Lin Zhe replied, and with that, his figure faded from the Lin residence. Above the heights of Beichin, the hidden sharpness had long awaited its moment. Upon his arrival at Beichin, he subtly emanated an aura unique to primordial beings. a presence discernible only to those of the same essence. Upon encountering Lin Zhe, Song Feng promptly clasped his hands in respect, introducing himself as Song Feng of Sanjin Mountain, and paying his respects to the elder. Among primordial beings, strength is the sole criterion, and thus, as a practitioner at the Divine Pulse realm, it was only fitting for Song Feng to address Lin Zhe as an elder. Song Feng elucidated his lineage, indicating that his elder brother is the master of Sanjin Mountain, and he, as a younger disciple, conveyed greetings on behalf of his brother. However, Lin Zhe's response left Song Feng momentarily bewildered. I am Beichen's divine martial marquis. Oh, what brings this matter to light? Song Feng, with a grave expression, uttered a name that cast a shadow over all present, the cult of the Fire Devil. A gust of wind swept through the high heavens, leaving both parties in silence. Lin Zhe remained composed, while Song Feng appeared utterly perplexed. No, it's the cult of the Fire Devil. Brother, it is indeed the cult of the Fire Devil. Could you not muster even a semblance of a reaction? Is my articulation unclear, elder? Please, continue. Song Feng's lips twitched slightly, noting Lin Zhe's remarkable calmness. The situation arose when my elder brother, Song Jian, sensed an inexplicable and terrifying crisis, reminiscent of the foreboding associated with the blood-poison old demon from years past. The blood-poison old demon. Upon hearing this familiar name, Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes, realizing yet again the imminent threat posed by the blood-poison old demon. Upon witnessing this, Song Feng assumed that Lin Zhe had finally taken heed of the name of a prominent figure from the demonic sect. He continued, thus, my elder brother dispatched the younger generation to descend the mountain and investigate the anomalies. Ultimately, I discovered that the entire realm of Wolf City had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace of its inhabitants. Upon further scrutiny of the disturbances in Wolf City, I uncovered signs of blood sacrifices. The disappearance of the populace was not a mere whim of fate. They were all subjected to a blood ritual by the demons. I humbly beseech you, esteemed elder, to accompany me to Wolf City. I am certain that the machinations of the demonic sect will not elude your discerning gaze. Lin Zhe nodded, and in a swift motion, he arrived at Wolf City alongside Song Feng. Esteemed elder, look over there. Song Feng gestured. It was from that very spot that I sensed the aura of the blood sacrifice. At these words, Lin Zhe's eyes transformed into a shimmering golden amber. The divine light of amber penetrated the myriad phenomena of the world, reaching the very essence of things. In an instant, the world became vividly clear to Lin Zhe. Within this fresh and lucid realm, he recognized familiar traces and detected a familiar scent. Threads of crimson flames danced in the skies above Wolf City. A sinister aura, steeped in blood and malevolence, swirled ominously around the entirety of Wolf City. Lin Zhe could not mistake this essence in flame. After all, he himself was the embodiment of the true fire sacred demon technique at level 10, and he could hardly mistake this uniquely demonic power. However, it seemed to differ slightly from the pure sacred demon true fire. It resembled a flawed lower-tier substitute. Lin Zhe felt a peculiar sense of control over it. Possessing the authentic holy demon true fire, he seemingly commanded the fragmented lower-level true flames with effortless ease. Congeal. The amber golden light flickered in Lin Zhe's eyes. Upon uttering the word, the holy demon true fire, along with the pervasive stench of blood hovering above the wolves, responded to the summons of this genuine holy demon, coalescing into a unique form of demonic energy. The moment this energy made contact with Lin Zhe, it was mercilessly devoured by the pure holy demon true fire within him. Boom. The inferno inside Lin Zhe surged with heightened intensity. Chapter 63. Is Lin Zhe a saint? As the holy demon true fire blazed fiercely, Lin Zhe, whose cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the dragon-like vitality, felt a subtle loosening of his boundaries. The holy demon true fire, through its consumption of those inferior demonic flames and blood essence, transformed them into the most pristine innate source, thereby nourishing itself and propelling his cultivation. With the impetus provided by the holy demon true fire, Lin Zhe's realm was unmistakably advancing towards the fourth innate realm, the Sea of Divine. At this momentum, he found that there was no need to seek other techniques. By merely slaying a few more nations and absorbing additional lower-level demonic energy, attaining the Sea of Divine would become a natural inevitability. Demonic arts truly are remarkable. Now, Lin Zhe could somewhat comprehend why Song Feng of Sword Concealing Mountain treated the name fire worship demon sect with such gravity and seriousness. just for the sake of the true fire holy demon art. And considering that the practitioners of the sect would not hesitate to bloodily sacrifice an entire pack of wolves over a disagreement, the fire worship demon sect certainly warranted such respect. While Lin Yu marveled at the wonders of demonic arts and sects, Zhang Feng was left utterly bewildered by Lin Yu's abrupt display of power. He gazed at Lin Yu, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Is it possible that I have misunderstood? This individual just absorbed all the demonic and blood energy. This is disastrous. Have I inadvertently reported this to the very source? The moment this thought flickered through my mind, I fled. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng transformed into a beam of sword light and turned to escape. He exerted every ounce of strength, expelling several mouthfuls of essence blood to ignite his retreat, fleeing thousands of miles away. It's over. It's truly over. I was careless. Zhang Feng never anticipated that Lin Yu, a person exuding pure and pristine energy, would be associated with the demonic cult. Aren't those typically affiliated with the demonic cult secretive and burdened with malevolent energy? Indeed, the machinations of demonic entities are endlessly devious. A look of despair etched itself upon Zhang Feng's face. He unleashed a crimson sword light, directing it straight toward Songjin Mountain. Brother, you must escape swiftly. Zhang Feng fled for thousands of miles. Yet ahead of him, a figure stood resolutely like an ancient pine, defying the heavens. Zhang Feng felt a sense of utter desolation. Drawing his longsword, he braced himself to fight for time against Songjin Mountain. In the face of Zhang Feng's vigilance, Lin Yu, clad in snowy garments, began to speak. Why the urgency, when my words remain unspoken? The demonic entities are succinct in their discourse. If you wish to kill or maim, feel free to proceed. Lin Yu remained silent. Had I truly been a member of the demonic cult, you would have already perished in this land of wolves. Such a rarity to see. Zhang Feng paused, casting a dubious glance at Lin Yu. Are you truly not a member of the demonic cult? Lin Yu replied. From the very beginning, I proclaim that I am the divine martial marquis of the North Star dynasty. This statement, I wish to utter not a third time. Zhang Feng remained momentarily stunned, assessing Lin Yu with a discerning gaze. After a brief pause, he spoke. If that is the case, esteemed elder, please allow me a moment. There are certain matters that I wish to confirm first. Feel free, came the reply. Following this, Zhang Feng observed Lin Yu as he closed his eyes in meditation, exhibiting no intention of engaging in conflict, nor did any trace of demonic energy emanate from him. Noticing this, Zhang Feng settled into a cross-legged position in the void. His formidable innate divine sense sweeping across the entirety of the North Star dynasty instantaneously. In a breath, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. In 2 breaths, an expression of disbelief crossed his features. In 3 breaths, his body began to tremble slightly. Ultimately, Zhang Feng's form quaked violently. A sensation of indescribable chill coursing through his bones, compelling him to shudder uncontrollably. You. Zhang Feng suddenly perceived that the world had transformed into a realm of profound terror, with the youth clad in white before him. He is the divine martial marquis of the North Star, Lin Yu, a terrifying powerhouse of the 3rd innate realm, a true embodiment of strength. And he is but 18 years old. 18. Zhang Feng found himself unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. An 18-year-old innate being. Very well. I can force myself to comprehend this. You may be a descendant of some ancient lineage with primal divine blood. But how on earth is this possible? Even the master of Songjin Mountain, Songjin, one of the most gifted prodigies in the region over the past tens of thousands of years, only attained the true body realm at nearly 60,000 years of age. Yet you, at merely 18, you must be an innate divine being, born as a deity, destined to become an immortal. This is indeed beyond comprehension, far surpassing Zhang Feng's understanding. Zhang Feng wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What? Do I not appear to be 18? Lin Yu jested. No. That is not what I meant, esteemed elder. I meant to say that your age does not seem advanced. I meant to say you. Zhang Feng stammered, utterly perplexed. At that moment, a voice as cold and sharp as a blade resonated throughout the heavens and earth. My younger brother is lacking in insight, causing the sage to be amused. With a clang, an unparalleled divine blade unleashed its brilliance. In the atmosphere, invisible sword energy sliced through the air, transforming into a tempest of sword chi that surged forth. Streams of sword energy converged from all directions into a singular point. They intertwined and coalesced, ultimately morphing into a figure clad in azure, sharp and solitary as a sword. His arrival rendered the very air of the world tinged with the chill of a hidden blade, becoming notably more frigid and piercing. The master of Songjian Mountain, Songjian, has encountered a sage. Hey, sage! Upon hearing Songjian's words, Song Feng felt as if he might shatter. What kind of being can be called a sage? Only those above the innate sixth realm, the supreme and formidable beings of the sage realm, can be deemed as such. They are the most exalted, paramount existences of the entire Tianlan, governing the ebb and flow of countless tides for generations. Such entities have always been elusive, appearing like a dragon that reveals only its head and never its tail. It is said that even a mere practitioner at the divine vein realm cannot hope to witness their presence, not even those of the fifth innate realm. The esteemed sovereigns of Tia Yuan are deemed worthy of a glance. Yet now, before him stands such a transcendent being. Song Feng felt as if he might faint. Throughout his journey, he had encountered the likes of the blood dragon ancestor, the fiends of the demon sect, and now, the supreme sage. His heart raced repeatedly. The sensations within him indescribable. You call me sage? Lin Zhe squinted, pondering the reason. Song Jian replied, I have been fortunate enough to hear of the esteemed sage. For they are formless and without shape. They embody myriad manifestations and dream of 3,000 realms in a single thought. Anyone we encounter in this world may very well be an incarnation of the sage traversing among us. These incarnations may reflect a fleeting thought of the sage, a wisp of their will, or even a dream crafted by the sage. Chapter 64. The origins of the demon sect among these. Thoughts and will are the easiest to discern, as they are often deliberate manifestations of the sage, imbued with their wisdom and insight. As for dreams, Song Jian's gaze locked onto Lin Zhe, seemingly searching his face for some revelation. Dreams are the most enigmatic, the most profound. Lin Zhe understood. The existence of a sage transcends the boundaries of reality, blurring the lines between Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly and a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou, elevating the discourse to a philosophical realm of truth and illusion. Song Jian continued, nevertheless, the existence of a sage is always exceptional, even within the dreams of a sage. Where he yearns to be but an ordinary person, the will of the sage manifests in extraordinary ways. For instance, it is inconceivable for a mere mortal to ascend to the third innate realm at the tender age of 18. Yet, in the realm of the sage's dreams, all things are possible. Clearly, in the perception of Song Jian, Lin Zhe is but a dream conjured by the sage. To him, there exists no other explanation for the 18-year-old's attainment of the third innate realm, save for the existence of a being as unfathomable as the sage. Thus, if you are not the embodiment of the sage's dream, could there truly be a sage in this world? Such words resonate with a certain familiarity. He is no sage, merely a reincarnated traveler. Moreover, while the sage possesses formidable prowess, he cannot comprehend the existence of divine-level enlightenment. However, this is a matter too delicate to share with outsiders. This divine-level enlightenment is the very foundation of Lin Zhe's existence in this life, and he would never divulge it to anyone. If Song Jian wishes to consider himself a sage, so be it. Perhaps such an identity might even bestow some additional advantages upon him. Thus, Lin Zhe merely smiled gently and replied calmly, perhaps. I do not concern myself with whether I am the incarnation of a sage. What I seek to understand now is the origin of the fire-worshipping demon sect. Upon hearing this, Song Jian's gaze flickered slightly. Do you harbor a grudge against the fire-worshipping demon sect? They even assisted me with a small favor. Assisted you with a small favor? Song Jian inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Song Feng interjected, brother, what the sage referred to was the matter of the wolf blood sacrifice. The dream of the saint has descended upon the Lin family, whose enmity with the wolf capital runs deep, as their direct lineage has perished at the hands of the people from that very place. Song Feng believed that the blood sacrifice to the wolf capital was the origin and assistance that Lin Zhe spoke of. However, in truth, while this could indeed be considered assistance, Lin Zhe was primarily referring to the true Fire Saint Demon technique. Were it not for the true Fire Saint Demon technique, Lin Zhe would still be awaiting the illusory Moon's 7-star record, with no chance of accessing innate powers. Song Jian understood, realizing the implications. Nevertheless, the saint need not dwell on such thoughts, for the followers of the demon sect are notoriously unruly and capricious, as evidenced by their willingness to conduct a blood sacrifice on the entire wolf capital. The fire-worshipping demon sect is certainly not comprised of benevolent individuals. Having said this, Song Jian began to recount the origins of the fire-worshipping demon sect. To speak of this sect is to delve back 8,000 years into history. Approximately 8 millennia ago, the fire-worshipping demon sect arose with astonishing rapidity under the leadership of its master, expanding its influence with remarkable speed and strength that left onlookers in awe. Within a mere century, the sect's power had spread across the entire Qing domain, reaching its zenith. Its prominence even eclipsed that of the 9 sects of the Qing domain, rendering it unparalleled in its time. At the core of this phenomenon lies a technique known as the True Fire Saint Demon technique. The brilliance in Lin Yu's eyes momentarily intensified as he contemplated this profoundly sinister technique. It possesses the extraordinary ability to absorb the essence of all living beings, along with the fears and angers of myriad souls, transforming them into the most pristine innate energy, thereby facilitating the ascension of practitioners of demonic arts at an astonishing pace. It is said that one such practitioner ascended from the pinnacle of acquired realms to the second stage of innate divine veins within a mere decade, through the slaughter of cities and an endless spree of killings. The rapidity of this elevation chills the heart, Song Jian mused. Furthermore, the sacred fiery demonic art is divided within the demonic sect into 2 distinct versions. The first is the lesser sacred fiery demonic art, a lower-grade technique designed for the ordinary adherents of the sect. The second is the true sacred fiery demonic art, a mid-grade technique reserved exclusively for those of the rank of Hall Master and above. The practitioners of the true sacred fiery demonic art wield absolute control and devouring power over the ordinary adherents. In other words, when the moment is ripe, a Hall Master can consume those of their followers practicing the lesser sacred fiery demonic art, stripping them of their cultivation for their own gain. This is akin to raising sheep for slaughter. Once the sheep have matured, they can be harvested at will. The hard-earned cultivation and demonic flames of the ordinary adherents become mere garments for the Hall Masters. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu comprehended why he had reacted to the residual demonic flames and essence in the Wolf City. It seems that the one who acted in the Wolf City was merely an ordinary adherent of the demonic sect. Song Jian continued, "It sounds like a most unwise endeavor. Yet, even so, for the sake of an innate cultivation technique and the opportunity to ascend to the position of Hall Master, countless individuals have bravely marched towards the infernal sect, undeterred. The number of deaths is incalculable." At this juncture, Song Jian felt utterly helpless. Those years marked the darkest era for Song Jian Mountain. Did the 9 sects of the Qing domain remain indifferent? Song Jian asserted, indeed, the 9 sects did intervene. However, beyond the lower ranks of the infernal sect, there existed 4 great guardians and 2 sect leaders. They constituted the true elite core of the infernal sect, wielding demonic arts more profound than the sacred fire demon technique, with unfathomable power. The formidable experts of the 9 sects of the Qing domain had repeatedly attempted to besiege them, yet they managed to break through and escape. Ultimately, it was only when the situation escalated beyond measure that the Chang'e Sword sect of the 9 sects, at great cost, awakened their slumbering semi-holy ancestor, decisively altering the course of events, annihilating the upper echelons of the infernal sect, and suppressing its influence. Otherwise, allowing the infernal sect to continue its expansion would yield unimaginable consequences. Chapter 65, the Cangjian Mountains Library Pavilion. Following this, the infernal sect vanished overnight, and all records of the sacred fire demon technique were collectively obliterated by the 9 sects of the Qing domain. Thus, the calamity instigated by the fire-worshipping infernal sect was finally buried beneath the sands of time. A fierce glint flickered in Song Jian's eyes, yet to his astonishment, nearly 8,000 years had passed when the fire-worshipping infernal sect made a dramatic resurgence. Had the 9 sects of the Qing domain truly failed to eradicate all remnants of the sacred fire demon technique? With the capabilities of the 9 sects of the Azure domain, it should not be so, Zhang Feng remarked. Perhaps there were a tome or 2 overlooked back in the day that were taken away. Zhang Jian shook his head, indicating that the matter was far from simple. The emergence of the demon sect was not solely attributable to a single volume of the true fire sacred demon scripture. It was primarily due to the enigmatic leader who provided substantial support from the shadows. Moreover, the peril he sensed was not something that could be instigated by merely one scripture. However, now was not the time for deep contemplation. The pressing concern was to unearth the members of the demon sect. Zhang Feng, you must swiftly inform the various sects and the realm lords to remain vigilant. Understood. I shall proceed at once. Saint, Zhang Feng takes his leave. With that, Zhang Feng departed with resolute speed, transforming into a streak of sword light that vanished miles away. Watching Zhang Feng's departure, Zhang Jian turned to Lin Zhe and said, "The arrival of the saint at Zhangjian Mountain, shrouded in past ignorance, must surely pose numerous challenges to the realm of innate beings." Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue flashed in Lin Zhe's eyes. As the sole celestial gate governing over 20-odd nations, Zhangjian Mountain was undeniably regarded as sacred and mysterious by the populace. Over the years, countless individuals have strained themselves to gain entry into Zhangjian Mountain, flocking towards it like moths to a flame. During the triennial recruitment of disciples, Zhangjian Mountain was particularly bustling, with seekers of immortality streaming in endlessly. Had it not been for the absence of a celestial fate decree, and the existence of the true fire sacred demon scripture and the illusory moon 7-star record, Lin Zhe would likely have been among those aspirants. However, times have changed. Lin Zhe had already attained the third realm of innate being, his identity and status surpassing even that of the mountain lord, Zhangjian. In Lin Zhe's eyes, the Zhangjian Mountain had naturally lost its mystique and necessity. To him, the only allure remaining was that of the library pavilion. As the supreme sect ruling over the North Star dynasty and more than 20 other nations, the treasures within Zhangjian Mountain were certainly beyond the comparison of the mere North Star royalty. Should Lin Zhe visit Zhangjian Mountain, even with the repetition of numerous high-level techniques, he could effortlessly amass several hundred points of progress, and it was not inconceivable for him to ascend directly to level 4. Thus, he immediately smiled and said, "I shall impose upon you. Zhangjian Mountain, a sanctum long coveted by many in North Star." The sage jested. Zhangjian replied with a gesture of invitation. Lin Zhe left a message for Lin Ao and accompanied Zhangjian to the long-desired immortal sect, Zhangjian Mountain. Upon arriving, Zhangjian promptly instructed his disciples to mobilize urgently, sealing off the entire area of Zhangjian Mountain and investigating the whereabouts of the demonic sect's followers. Upon any discovery, signal immediately. All disciples above the innate realm must act at once. This matter is of great significance, and you must not let your guard down. Do you understand? Yes. We shall faithfully obey the Mountain Master's decree. After briefing the disciples of Zhangjian Mountain, Zhangjian added, "All disciples of the postnatal 8th stage and above shall join the operation. You will be responsible for gathering intelligence across the nations. Xianhua, you have always been meticulous in your work, so I entrust the team of postnatal disciples to you." He cast a glance at the direction where the postnatal disciples were located. "Where is Xianhua?" In 2 days, the disciples exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, an elderly man with graying hair stepped forward and spoke. "I humbly report to the Mountain Lord. Are you referring to Brother Jin Xianhua?" "Indeed," came the reply. Upon hearing this, the elder hesitated, realizing that he had forgotten it had been 3,000 years since his last awakening. What a pity. He had once held high hopes for Jin Xianhua. The lad was clever, meticulous in his endeavors, and possessed commendable talent. Had he been able to advance to the innate stage, he would have been an exceptional asset to assist in the development and growth of Zhangjian Mountain. Thus, 3,000 years ago, Zhangjian had specially granted Jin Xianhua a baptism of sword energy, aiding him in refining his meridians, extending his lifespan, and enhancing his chances of breaking through to the innate level. However, the path to the innate stage had ensnared countless individuals. To attain the innate state, one must possess opportunity, insight, and talent. Each is indispensable. Zhangjian Mountain had always selected the finest disciples from various nations, accepting thousands of the most exceptional candidates. Yet even so, over the course of 30,000 years since its founding, the number of those who broke through to the innate stage had barely reached 300. Such is the difficulty of the innate realm. Zhangjian was not overly surprised. He merely nodded slightly and moved past the matter without delving deeper. The world of the innate is ever thus. Old practitioners depart, while new ones arrive. One must simply grow accustomed to it. In that case, you shall be responsible for leading the team. The elderly man bowed reverently before the young Mountain Lord. The disciples shall faithfully adhere to the Mountain Lord's decree. After instructing the disciples to seal off the entire area and pursue the demonic sect, the disciples dispersed. Only then did Zhangjian turn to Lin Zhe and say, "The matter concerning the demonic sect is urgent. We must not delay the saints." "No worries. The essential matters take precedence." Zhangjian nodded thoughtfully, then got straight to the point. As was his nature as a swordsman, direct and forthright, preferring honesty over pleasantries. To be frank, the invitation extended to the sage to visit Zhangjian Mountain was motivated by a specific request. Before Lin Zhe could respond, Sangjian, with fervent eyes, declared, I seek the sage's guidance on the profound secrets of the second step of true body cultivation, blood like the great sun. Having ascended to the realm of true body's blood smoke nearly 20,000 years ago, I have refined my essence to its utmost limit. Yet I find myself but a mere half-step away from achieving blood like the great sun. Alas, this elusive half-step has ensnared me for millennia. Each time I glimpse enlightenment, it slips away like a fleeting shadow, leaving me perpetually at a loss, just a breath away from success. If only I had the guidance of a distinguished mentor, I am certain I could break through to the second step of blood like the great sun. Sangjian spoke earnestly, adding, for this endeavor, I am willing to offer everything. All that Sangjian Mountain possesses is at your disposal. I wish to spend 3 days in your esteemed library. What say you? With a swift motion, a sword-shaped token radiating sharp, sword energy hovered before Lin Zhe. It is settled. Chapter 66. The demon sect's plans have changed good. Lin Zhe said, pleased as he accepted Sangjian's token. Engaging in conversation with a swordsman like Sangjian was a refreshing experience. There were no convoluted exchanges, only straightforwardness, allowing both parties to fulfill their desires with mutual joy. After securing the token, Lin Zhe began to elucidate the intricate nuances of blood like the great sun to Sangjian. Lin Zhe spoke, and Sangjian listened. Before long, the exceptionally gifted Sangjian comprehended Lin Zhe's intentions. The fog that had shrouded his mind for millennia dissipated as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. He immediately closed his eyes, and his vital energy surged within him. Observing this, Lin Zhe quietly departed for the library hall of Sangjian Mountain. In the North Star Dynasty, Wu Tong and Xia Qinghe strolled down the bustling streets. Xia Qinghe listened with great interest to the effusive praises and admiration from passers-by regarding Lin Zhe, their words flowing like an unstoppable river. Meanwhile, Wu Tong appeared somewhat troubled, her brow furrowed, reflecting her deep concerns. He's doomed. This fellow conceals himself too deeply. He is, after all, an existence at the third level of the innate true body realm. How unfortunate. I wonder if he discerned anything during his time at the Mianshu building. Surely he must have. With his dragon-like vitality, even unconsciously, he would sense something at such proximity. But if he sensed it and understood, why does he appear oblivious? It makes no sense. How could anyone be so? Wu Tong pondered, perplexed and confounded. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not always align. While others extolled Lin Zhe's unparalleled prowess, Wu Tong's sole concern was whether her own identity had been revealed. Tong Tong? Tong Tong? Huh? What is it? Xia Qinghe inquired, noticing her persistent frown. Isn't everything settled now? Oh, I'm fine. It's just... Wu Tong deflected, evading the question. After a series of fluctuating expressions, Wudong made her decision. My stomach hurts. Returning to her room, Wudong began to gather her essential belongings. Indeed, she planned to flee. Her previous choice to remain in Beichen stemmed from the region's desolate terrain, which was not under the critical surveillance of the Sangjian Mountain, making it unlikely for any innate divine beings to emerge, allowing her to live freely. However, the emergence of such an outrageous innate third-realm figure in Beichen changed everything. In such a wretched place, even dogs would not linger. Alas, it was a pity for Xiaohe. After finally finding a confidant in her sister, it was unfortunate. Wudong contemplated for a moment and left a farewell letter for Xia Qinghe, informing her of her impending journey. If fate allows, they may meet again. Subsequently, Wudong concealed her belongings and slipped into the shadows, departing Beichen under the cover of night, while everyone else reveled in the joy of Xinwu Marquis Lin Zhe's innate achievement. She ventured towards an unknown land. In the Jijidi dynasty, within the palace, the young Jijidi emperor seethed with rage. Innate. Where did this new innate being in Beichen come from? He had been on the brink of unifying the seven kingdoms, poised to establish an unparalleled legacy. Damn it. All of you are useless. How dare they confidently claim they could achieve greatness and unify the seven kingdoms? The young emperor, always fiery and impatient, was currently in a fit of fury within the palace, and in his wrath, he executed several palace maids and eunuchs, instilling fear in all who surrounded him. At that moment, in the emptiness of the chamber, a gentle sound of footsteps echoed. What was this? Listening to His Majesty the Emperor. It seems you are attributing the blame to me for the inefficacy of my actions? The enigmatic figure cloaked in black silently infiltrated the imperial palace. Upon seeing the arrival of the dark-robed individual, the flames of fury within the Nine Extremes Emperor blazed even more fiercely. Humph, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Did you not claim that the Northern Star was entirely under your control through your sinister poison? And from whence has this accursed General Shenwu emerged? I demand an explanation. Explanation? Ha ha ha, the black-robed figure chuckled. Ah, young Emperor, it appears you have misconstrued a matter. How audacious. Just as the Nine Extremes Emperor was about to erupt in rage, the figure slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red demonic eyes. In an instant, two terrifying beams of divine light shot forth from those eyes, and the overwhelming innate pressure left the Nine Extremes Emperor trembling in fear. His pupils quivered uncontrollably. You are. The black-robed figure casually stretched. Do not be so astonished. Is this not something you could have anticipated from the outset? You, too, are an emperor, yet you pale in comparison to that fellow named Peng Yong. At least he was aware of my true identity from the very beginning, although he was still foolish enough to believe that one of innate prowess would aid him in restoring his kingdom. TSK. It is precisely because of his folly that I could so effortlessly exploit the blood curse to sacrifice his entire pack. It is a pity for the Northern Star. Having laid such a strategic move, it was yet to be employed when that General Shenwu made his appearance. This situation has caused me great concern, compelling me to hasten all processes. I no longer dare to approach the vicinity of Beichen. My absolute life-controlling poison is indeed a rare treasure, but my supply is limited. The Emperor of the Nine Extremes twitched his face in confusion. What does this mean? It signifies the appearance of the figure in the black robe behind the Emperor of the Nine Extremes. A terrifying blood claw seized the Emperor's head, declaring, "You know too much. I shall not inquire further." With a resounding crunch, the figure in the black robe crushed the Emperor's skull. Instantly, the Emperor's blood was absorbed into the black-robed figure's body in a peculiar manner. Apologies. However, you have already heard what I said. Take heed in your next life. With a dull thud, only a desiccated corpse remained upon the dragon throne. The black-robed figure kicked the lifeless body aside and reclined comfortably upon the throne. Before the realm of true essence, he displayed deference. Before mortals, he struck with a heavy fist. After reclining for a moment, the black-robed figure suddenly changed countenance. He hastily knelt upon the ground. A wisp of scarlet demonic energy surged from within him, coalescing into a skeletal visage devoid of flesh. Master, your subordinate is diligently striving to realize the revival of our sacred order without a moment's respite. Currently, I have completed the harvesting plan at Sangjin Mountain and am about to proceed to the location of the Dunyi sect. The skeletal face intoned, however, there has been a change in plans. All under the banner of our sacred order shall remain inactive for the time being, concealing themselves and awaiting the opportune moment. The black-robed figure was perplexed. Has the 9 sects of the Qing domain already taken notice? The skeletal face shook its head. This was a directive issued to us by the master. All you need to do is obey. Chapter 67. Scouring the Mountain of Tomes, growing stronger once again. The master. It is indeed a command directly from the master. The cloaked figure felt a jolt of surprise and dared not inquire further, repeatedly affirming compliance. The Lord of the Holy Sect, the origin of the Holy Order, the embodiment of faith, a mysterious presence standing atop the pinnacle of the Azure Domain. Although no one within the Holy Sect had ever laid eyes upon him, save for the 4 great guardians and the deputy leader in the hearts of all followers, he was an unequivocal deity. A command from the divine need not be questioned. It must simply be followed. Yes, revered master. Your subordinate shall adhere to the master's decree. The skeletal visage dissipated. The cloaked figure cast a glance at the desiccated corpse on the ground before transforming into a wisp of demonic energy, vanishing into the 9 Extremes dynasty. Sword Hidden Mountain. The Library Pavilion. Lin Yu stood before the library pavilion of Sword Hidden Mountain, momentarily taken aback. For the library pavilion of Sword Hidden Mountain was not merely a pavilion, it was a mountain. A mountain hollowed out entirely to form a grand library. The size of the mountain mirrored the vastness of the library. The mountain's height corresponded to the elevation of the library. Compared to this mountain of tomes, the largest library of the Northern Chun royal family that Lin Yu had previously encountered seemed insignificant. How could it be anything less than a celestial gate? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yu, holding the token of the hidden sword, stepped into this expansive and magnificent library. Before his eyes lay ancient books, meticulously arranged and pristine. There were areas for restricted texts, miscellaneous discussions, martial arts for mortals, innate secrets, and blessings of the Azure domain. As he lifted his gaze once more, in the heart of the vast mountain, a series of suspended bookshelves and stone platforms quietly floated in the air, enigmatic and profound. The innate light enveloped several of these stone platforms, evoking a sense of wonder in all who beheld them. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement as he gazed upon the numerous stone platforms, contemplating the immense experience points they represented. Coupled with the plethora of other miscellaneous texts, the ascension of his divine comprehension to level 4 seemed imminent. Without hesitation, Lin Yu soared into the air and landed upon the stone platforms that contained the Earth-level martial arts. The first tome to catch his eye was titled Xianguang Heart Sutra, a lower-grade Earth-level technique. For many years, Songjin Mountain had established itself as a sect, producing numerous innate deities. Aside from the Songjin technique, personally crafted and passed down by Songjin himself, there existed other gifted innate deities who had condensed their understanding of the world into unique martial arts. Although most were created by those at the initial stages of innate mastery, they still possessed an esoteric quality unattainable by mere postnatal practitioners. Together with the Songjin technique, these martial arts formed the foundational essence of Songjin Mountain as a celestial gate. These techniques were safeguarded upon the floating stone platforms by specialized prohibitions, and disciples of Songjin Mountain were required to accumulate contributions through assessments and tasks to exchange for them. However, wielding the Songjin insignia, Lin Yu possessed the highest authority within Songjin Mountain, thereby exempting him from the constraints of contribution requirements. At this moment, the entire array of Earth-level techniques was at his disposal for selection. He picked up the Xianguang Heart Sutra and casually flipped through a couple of pages. An influx of information from his divine comprehension coursing through him. You have perused the Xianguang Heart Sutra. Xianguang Heart Sutra Level 10, Great Perfection. Godly Comprehension LV3, 105-1000. He picked up another volume, The 9 Transformations of the Sky. You perused the 9 Transformations of the Sky. Lin Yu immersed himself in the vast ocean of innate knowledge. After a thorough exploration, Lin Yu completed his study of all the Earth-level techniques, including the renowned sword concealment technique from Songjin Mountain. In total, he had amassed an impressive 11 volumes, all categorized as inferior Earth-level methods, which collectively bestowed upon Lin Yu a remarkable 220 points of progress. His Godly Comprehension Sword to 305-1000. The progress provided by these 11 techniques alone exceeded the total he had painstakingly gathered in Beichun by a factor of 2. Indeed, the realm of innate divinities is extraordinarily transcendent. With a sigh of admiration, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the shelves of books suspended in the air. He casually selected a few more volumes and embarked on a new round of exploration. From dawn to dusk, and then from dusk to dawn, an entire day swiftly passed. By midday the following day, Lin Yu finally completed his study of this colossal repository of knowledge. All the wisdom within the mountain had been thoroughly absorbed by him. The upgrade progress brought forth by this entire library was astonishing. Godly Comprehension LV3, 850-1000. The talent progress had surged to an impressive 850, leaving just 150 points needed to ascend once more to LV4. And after subtracting the 100 points from the 7 stars of the illusory moon, only 50 points remained. With more than a month remaining until the commencement of the Immortal Fate trial, Lin Yu found himself confident that he could effortlessly gather the requisite 50 points within this time frame. His expedition to the Sword-Hidden Mountain had proven to be exceedingly fruitful. This led him to ponder the colossal sects that stood at the pinnacle of the Azure domain. The 9 sects of the Azure domain. If even a modest sect like the Sword-Hidden Mountain, governed by a mere first-step true body realm cultivator, could provide such substantial rewards, one could only imagine the wealth amassed by the 9 sects. It was likely that they would bestow a guaranteed level 5 reward. Lin Yu's anticipation for the forthcoming 9 sects of the Azure domain swelled within him. Setting aside the book in his hands, he took his time and did not rush to leave. Instead, he sought a secluded corner within the library mountain, where he settled into a meditative posture. Activating his divine level insight at level 3, he endeavored to integrate the multitude of martial arts he had acquired, which notably included 11 techniques of the Earth grade, inferior quality. It was imperative for Lin Yu to thoroughly refine and meld these techniques. Aspiring to establish a core foundation with the 11 inferior quality Earth grade techniques and subsequently forge a few from the mid-grade tier. After all, His current realm of cultivation and the quality of his techniques were glaringly mismatched. Aside from the mid-grade earth technique, the Burning Saint Demon art, he could only present the inferior grade technique, the 8 Desolation Heart slaying method. The rest of his techniques languished at the level of postnatal human grade, rendering them insignificant compared to the ancient beings that had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. You perceive the universe with newfound understanding, leading to fresh insights regarding your learned techniques. You have merged your acquired mental techniques. The primary technique is the 8 Desolation Heart slaying method. With a total of 367 auxiliary texts, the 8 Desolation Heart slaying method has achieved a breakthrough in quality. You have comprehended the mid-grade earth technique, Great Desolation Falling Heaven record. In the silent embrace of the cosmos, Lin Yu found himself deeply inspired. Contemplating anew the martial arts he had mastered, he adeptly synthesized his skills, primarily focusing on the 9 transformations of Skyward Surprise, with a comprehensive collection totaling 425 texts. This endeavor led to a remarkable breakthrough in his mastery of the 9 transformations, culminating in the profound comprehension of the mid-tier earth-level technique, crossing the surging swallow. Without a sound, Lin Yu meticulously refined and integrated his extensive knowledge, resulting in a qualitative metamorphosis that propelled his abilities to the innate realm. At this pivotal moment, Lin Yu emerged as a formidable 6-dimensional warrior, his prowess now aligned harmoniously with his newfound rank. As he stood amidst the illustrious talents of the 3rd step of the true body realm, all brimming with vitality akin to a dragon, Lin Yu distinguished himself as an unparalleled entity within the entire Qingyu domain. The forthcoming trials of the 9 sects on the path of calamity at Mount Dejia appeared to be firmly within his grasp. With a deep exhale, he released the lingering impurities from within, and after this transformation, Lin Yu's spirit and demeanor ascended to a new pinnacle. The starlight within his gaze coalesced into a vast celestial ocean, dazzling in its brilliance. Beneath this resplendent light, the mysteries of the universe unfolded, eloquently illustrating the profound wonders of the Tao. A wondrous power, neither wholly divine nor entirely demonic, lies dormant within him, accumulating strength. Should anyone dare to touch his hidden scales, they would witness the unparalleled might forged beneath the resplendent light of this grand path. At this moment, Sanjian remains in meditation, striving to comprehend the profound mysteries of blood akin to the great sun. His vital energy coalesces, at times ethereal, at others dense, occasionally manifesting as the visage of the sun, yet dispersing like mist and cloud. It seems he shall not awaken any time soon. Observing this, Lin Yu departed from Songjian Mountain. After a thorough exploration of the Library Mountain, Lin Yu had gleaned all necessary knowledge of this primal realm. Thus, there was no further purpose in remaining at Songjian Mountain. In a moment of resolve, Lin Yu stepped beyond the mountain and returned to the North Star Dynasty. In the days that followed, Songjian Mountain scoured the entire territory, seeking to uncover the covert intelligence of various nations. Yet for several consecutive days, they could find no trace of the demonic sect's members. It appeared that these individuals had silently vacated Songjian Mountain, vanishing without a trace. Ultimately, the intelligence pointed to 2 major culprits, a youthful emperor of the 9 extremes and a fervently ambitious Pingyong. One had been drained to the point of desiccation, while the other had sacrificed the entire Wolf City. Naturally, there was no one left to hold accountable. In the end, Songjian Mountain could only impose minor penalties on the 9 Extremes dynasty, thus bringing a resolution to the incident involving the demonic sect's interference. As for Wolf City and Pingyong, they would no longer exist. The once illustrious Wuan dynasty would ultimately be consigned to the dust of history, never to be remembered again. Upon learning of the minor incident that transpired at Songjian Mountain, the various sects of Huaguang realm became increasingly vigilant. They meticulously scrutinized their respective territories, remaining wary of potential schemes and treachery from the demonic sect. However, after several days, there appeared to be no signs of abnormality throughout the Huaguang realm. The manifestation of the demonic sect at Songjian Mountain seemed merely a vestige of past struggles, ephemeral like a fleeting flower, vanishing in a single night. With the demonic sect's silence, the Huaguang realm returned to its former tranquility. One day, within the North Star Imperial Palace, Emperor Baichen bid farewell to the envoy from Songjian Mountain. "Farewell, esteemed immortal," the envoy replied with a smile. "I am but an insignificant figure at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. I hardly deserve the title of immortal. Your Majesty, please refrain from such comments. If my fellow disciples were to hear, it would only lead to ridicule," he continued. "Your Majesty Baichen, May we meet again by fate in the future." As he spoke, the envoy cast a meaningful glance towards the direction of the Lin family before departing the imperial palace with a knowing smile. Watching the envoy's departure, Emperor Baichen let out a soft sigh. Upon hearing this, Grand Eunuch Guang hurriedly approached. "Your Majesty, the acknowledgement from Songjin Mountain of our North Star as the legitimate authority to govern the eastern region is indeed a tremendous fortune." The Emperor's expression shifted to one of profound contemplation. "Why do you think Songjin Mountain would take such a step?" The Grand Eunuch quickly responded, "I understand, Your Majesty. However, regardless of his whereabouts or identity, the Marquis of Divine Valor is ultimately your beloved grandson. With such a grandson, Your Majesty can rest easy and enjoy lasting peace and happiness. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Your Majesty." The Emperor Baichen halted the Grand Duke. "You do not understand." He sighed. "The mortal realm has indeed witnessed the emergence of innate divine beings, such as the True Valley Kingdom in the Southern Domain, whose royal lineage has once produced an innate divine entity. Nevertheless, even so, the True Valley Kingdom has not received the orthodox recognition from the Songjian Mountain, despite claims of their representation to unify the Southern Domain. Yet now, I, Baichen, have achieved this. Moreover, the one who attained this innate status is not even of my direct royal lineage. Pray tell, what does this signify?" The Grand Duke was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed that the actions of Songjian Mountain had been somewhat excessive. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor Baichen suddenly instructed, "Little Guangzi, draft the edict." "As you command." The Grand Duke promptly emerged from his reverie to compose the decree. The Emperor remarked he should write. However, halfway through, the Grand Duke suddenly grasped something significant. Could an ordinary innate being truly summon a blood-colored dragon? Historical accounts suggest that none had achieved such a feat. "Little Guangzi, have you noted this?" The Grand Duke, upon deep reflection, was struck by a chilling realization. He swiftly inscribed 3 characters upon the decree: Divine Martial King. In the presence of such a transcendent and unique existence as an innate divine being, the ever-unyielding Baichen had indeed conferred a title of kingship. And this extraordinary Divine Martial King, aside from Lin Zhe, would not have a second. After penning the imperial edict, the Grand Duke, still in a daze, proceeded to announce the decree. Subsequently, Lin Zhe was bestowed the title of king. The title of king, bestowed upon the martial king, is hereditary. However, this did not stir significant waves within the Lin family. The mortal realm of kingship has long diverged from the realm of the innate divine beings. The coronation of the Northern Star Emperor merely stirred a fleeting excitement among the populace of Northern Star. Once that fervor dissipated, the winter of Northern Star arrived as it always does, cloaking the world in a silvery shroud and freezing the slumber of all living things. Chapter 69. I unearthed his grave. Time flies. Another year has passed, marking the day of the first snowfall. Delicate snowflakes drifted down from the heavens like ethereal feathers. The snowfall was light, with only a few shimmering flakes descending gently, reminiscent of celestial fireworks cascading from a divine realm. They settled upon the bare branches of trees, which became adorned with a delicate layer of frost. Occasionally, a biting cold wind would sweep through, unable to stir the branches. Yet it whispered past the walls of the Lin family courtyard, producing a soft, haunting sound. Lin Zhe sat in the solitary courtyard of the Lin family, brewing a pot of fragrant tea and listening to the whispers of the wind and snow. Ever since the demon sect had vanished and he had concealed himself in the Sword Concealment Mountain, life had gradually become serene and uneventful. No one dared to provoke a family of innate divine beings, and the intricate plots and schemes that once plagued the Lin family had ceased. The Northern Star Emperor had elevated the Lin family to great heights, rendering them untouchable. Upon learning of the existence of Lin Zhe, the martial king of Northern Star, neighboring nations surrendered without the need for the Sword Concealment Mountain's decree or the smoke of war. They yielded their imperial authority. Thus, the Eastern Domain was unified. The Lin family's stature transitioned from that of a minor king of Northern Star to that of the supreme emperor of the entire Eastern Domain of the Sword Concealment Mountain, attracting emissaries from various nations and welcoming dignitaries from afar. They had heard of Lin Zhe's penchant for collecting and studying martial arts from across the world. Seizing the opportunity while he still lingered in the realm of the living, he presented his family's cultivation techniques, hoping to forge a favorable relationship with the Lin family. If he could glean even a modicum of innate wisdom from Lin Zhe, a living deity, it would be nothing short of fortuitous. Lin Zhe graciously accepted the offerings. He had never been one to turn down such knowledge, for he always found himself in need of it. However, he was not inclined to accept gifts without reciprocation. Lin Yu was wary of owing anyone, as in this world, all debts can be repaid, yet the debt of human kindness is the most arduous to settle. Thus, he regarded their offering of techniques as a mere transaction, whether purchased with spirit crystals or exchanged for other methods, resolving the matter on the very same day. It is noteworthy that, having perused the extensive collection of tomes at Songjin Mountain, Lin Yu discovered that among the techniques presented, 7 out of 10 were merely repetitions. Many could only lament their unfulfilled aspirations, leaving empty-handed. This scenario persisted for several days before gradually returning to a state of normalcy. In the ensuing tranquility, the Lin family diligently practiced the 3 exceptional human-grade techniques imparted by Lin Yu, flourishing steadily, with little to occupy his time. Lin Ao had long entrusted all family matters to Lin Yu a fortnight prior and retreated into seclusion, striving earnestly to break through to the innate realm. As for whether he would succeed, that remained in the hands of fate. The path to innate existence is an evolution of life, a transformative leap akin to the carp ascending the Dragon Gate, an arduous step indeed. Songjin Mountain had received the most gifted individuals from over 20 nations, meticulously selecting from hundreds of billions across generations, nurturing the CR Mi de las Armi through the methods of the immortal sect. After 30,000 years, only 300 had emerged as innate beings. Whether Lin Ao could become the next is a matter shrouded in uncertainty. However, Lin Yu remained unperturbed. The days of the Lin family stretched long ahead. Sipping a cup of fragrant tea, he heard the voice of Xiao Chui. "Young master, Miss Yi Xiaoran from the Shura Manor requests an audience." Initially, Xiao Chui preferred to address Lin Yu as Lord or Prince, but after some contemplation, she felt that calling him young master was more fitting, given his innate divine status. "Yi Xiaoran?" Lin Yu recalled having previously sent someone to inquire about the Lu family through Yi Xiaoran. Nevertheless, he had recently gleaned the origins of the fire-worshipping demon sect and the true fire sacred demon technique from the hidden sword. As for Yi Xiaoran, well, it would be worthwhile to listen. Perhaps he could uncover where Lu Changfeng procured the illusory Moon 7-star record. Let her in. Yes. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xiaoran, the enigmatic lone wolf lurking in the shadows, appeared behind Lin Yu. "I have met the second young master," she exclaimed. "Congratulations on your ascension to the realm of innate divinity. You have arrived rather late." Reporting to the second young master, "The intelligence regarding Lu Changfeng and the previous head of the Lu family is rather antiquated, intertwined with the matters of the 9 Extremes dynasty. It has taken considerable time for our manor to unearth some information." "Speak." Yi Xiaoran promptly presented a sealed letter. Lin Yu took the missive and perused it. "Our extensive inquiries have revealed that Lu Changfeng was, over 170 years ago, a somewhat renowned prodigy in the ruins of the Lu family. At the age of 29, he had already ascended to the 6th layer of postnatal realm, and his medical skills had reached the level of a first-class physician at the 9 Extremes medical office. The local populace believed that the Lu family was on the verge of welcoming another unparalleled physician, perhaps even a transcendent healer of celestial origin. However, this reputation did not endure for long. The reasons for this are twofold. One suggests that the prolonged wait for the next recruitment of disciples at the Songjin Mountain led Lu Changfeng to abandon the area, seeking his destiny at the Dunyaizong and Wangxindo sections. Another theory posits that Lu Changfeng felt his medical skills could not advance while remaining in the Lu household, prompting him to wander the world, practicing medicine and honing both his craft and cultivation. Ultimately, after that period, Lu Changfeng vanished from public view, obscuring his existence. It was not until he reached the age of 90, precisely 110 years ago, that he concluded his travels and lingered for a while at the Lu residence. During this time, he persistently urged the previous head of the family, Lu Hongxin, to embrace a certain celestial sect known as the Holy Teachings. Lu Hong, however, staunchly opposed this notion, even expressing vehement resistance to the sect's name. As for the identity of this Holy Teachings, Yi Xiaoran shuddered at this juncture, his voice tinged with an unsettling chill. Those who were privy to this matter had indeed once heard the name of the sect, yet curiously, it had slipped from everyone's memory. Clearly, a mysterious force was at play, distorting the truth of the past. With that said, Yi Xiaoran's gaze flickered, akin to a lone wolf in the night, awakening from its slumber. Nevertheless, our Shura Manor shall not falter in its mission, having unearthed some hidden secrets. "Oh, in the Shura Mountain Manor." A mere mortal faction possesses such formidable abilities? Lindsay cast a slightly astonished glance at Yi Shaoran. He then heard Yi Shaoran proclaim, "We have excavated Lu Hong's tomb." Lindsay was taken aback. According to the information we gathered, Lu Hong had evidently been aware of the holy sect's secrets from the very beginning, vehemently opposing Lu Chanfeng's association with him. In fact, he had quarreled with Lu Chanfeng on numerous occasions regarding this matter. Soon after Lu Chanfeng completely departed from the Lu family and vanished without a trace, Lu Hong, a formidable expert at the late stage of the acquired realm, suddenly met an inexplicable demise. Yi Shaoran confidently asserted that Lu Hong must have known some crucial details. Thus, I pried open his tomb and indeed uncovered some clues. Chapter 70. The escaped one. Within Lu Hong's tomb, we discovered a specially crafted blood cloth concealed within the flesh of Lu Hong's chest. It was not until Lu Hong's remains had decayed into mere bones that this blood cloth finally emerged into the light once more. As she spoke, Yi Shaoran produced an item wrapped meticulously from her bosom. Upon unwrapping the layers, a vivid crimson hue was revealed. Inside lay the blood cloth, inscribed with a multitude of densely packed characters. Yi Shaoran remarked, "This contains information about the holy sect. Young master, please take a look." Lindsay examined the blood cloth, noting that its contents were largely consistent with the information he had previously acquired regarding the fire-worshipping demonic cult from Songjian. However, it concluded with a cryptic warning: "Beware of the celestial sect of all things." The celestial sect of all things? This is no insignificant sect or minor faction. Lindsay had encountered information regarding the 10,000 Things Celestial Sect in the library of Songjian Mountain. The 10,000 Things Celestial Sect is the sovereign of the Xuanwu realm, boasting a lineage that spans over 700,000 years. The sect leader is the master of the Xuanwu realm and the foremost innate cultivator within it, having attained the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Divine Sea realm. This cultivator commands great respect throughout the entire Qing domain, renowned for their formidable prowess and considerable influence. Moreover, the sect is home to 2 venerable elders in the Divine Sea realm and 10 elders in the True Body realm, thereby establishing itself as a prominent and distinguished sect within the Qing domain, one that is largely inaccessible to the average individual. Additionally, the Huaguang realm, where Songjian Mountain is situated, is separated from the Xuanwu realm by several million miles. How could Lu Hong, residing in Huaguang's Songjian Mountain, have come upon knowledge of its existence and cryptically warned about the 10,000 Things Celestial Sect? It is truly perplexing. Lu Hong, even in death, seems to retain secrets that remain unspoken. Lindsay sighed and tucked away the blood-stained silk. He had previously expressed his disinterest in the tales of the Lu family and the demonic cult. His sole desire lay in uncovering the origins of the cultivation techniques. As for the ambitions of the demonic cult, they were of no concern to him, provided they did not provoke him or encroach upon his interests. After securing the silk, Lindsay turned his gaze towards Yi Shaoran, commending her for her commendable work. "Are you interested in continuing to serve my Lin family?" Yi Shaoran was reliable and astute, adept at discerning opportunities, a quality that inspired confidence. Although Lindsay had already ascended to the innate realm and would soon venture to the 9 sects of the Qing domain, his need for Yi Shaoran might diminish. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to retain her services. It was merely a matter of a few words. One could never know when she might prove useful in the future. Upon hearing his proposal, Yi Shaoran immediately agreed without hesitation. To be able to work alongside an 18-year-old innate deity is a dream that many would yearn for in vain. The potential of such a prodigious individual is boundless, illuminating the future with promise. Even a mere trickle of fortune from such a being would suffice to satiate both Yi Shaoran and the Shura Villa to their heart's content. It is indeed a stroke of immense fortune for you to serve young Master Lin. Yi Shaoran, on behalf of the entire Shura Villa, pays homage to the sovereign. Yi Shaoran performed a gesture of submission and reverence before Lin Zixing. Lin Zixing nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. Rise." "Thank you, sovereign." "Master Mo." Lin Zixing called upon the elderly steward. "Lin Mo, young master. This is Yi Shaoran. You should have heard of him." Lin Mo nodded towards Yi Shaoran. "Yi Villa Master. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." "General Lin, the honor is mine." After their introductions, Lin Zixing declared, "Master Mo, from now on, the Shura Villa shall fall under the aegis of the Lin family. Please make the necessary arrangements." Lin Mo did not inquire further, promptly acquiescing. In times past, a killer like Yi Shaoran seeking to join the Lin family would have warranted some caution and thorough investigation. However, With Lin Zixing now elevated to the esteemed status of an innate deity, mere mortals were utterly incapable of transcending the chasm that separated the celestial from the mundane. Villa Master Yi, please follow this old man. Thank you, Steward Lin. After Yi Xiaoran's departure, Lin Zixing glanced at the still-repairing Phantom Moon 7 stars record. Divine Level Comprehension LV3, 905-1000. 7 days remain until completion. Just 7 days. The attainment of Divine Level Comprehension LV4 is within reach. Setting aside the Phantom Moon 7-star record, Lin Zhe continued to sip his tea, quietly listening to the whispers of the wind and the snow. It was yet another tranquil day. A few days later, outside the Sword Concealment Mountain, a resounding laugh echoed throughout the entire mountain. Ha ha, fellow of Sword Concealment. I have arrived. Upon hearing this voice, the innate beings of Sword Concealment Mountain revealed expressions of discomfort, akin to that of Sima. They were all too familiar with this insufferable tone. It could only belong to the old rascal from the neighboring Dunyi sect. That old rascal had previously made off with their fourth spiritual sword, the White Snow. The White Snow, a divine weapon nurtured for 4,000 years by their mountain lord. Sword Concealment, using the essence of Qiyang iron, had not yet been bestowed upon the disciples of Sword Concealment, and yet had been stealthily taken away by that old scoundrel. This had incited a feud between Sword Concealment Mountain and Dunyi sect that had lasted for millennia. What scheme could he possibly have this time? In the Sword Concealment Palace, where he was comprehending the final mysteries of blood like the great sun, the Sword Concealment awakened. A sharp sword energy flickered in his eyes, unleashing astonishing momentum. Boom! Countless strands of sword energy descended upon the world, stirring the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. Raising his hand, he commanded, "Sword, come forth." Bang! The earth trembled and the heavens roared. Whoosh! With a resounding clang, the proud Sword Concealment Palace split open, revealing its true form. A colossal sword towering 1,000 feet high. Snowflakes fell upon its surface, reflecting a dazzling, frigid light. Its sword radiance seemed capable of cleaving through the chaos of heaven and earth. Buzz! With a crisp chime of the sword, the towering giant sword instantly shrank to a 3-foot azure edge, landing gracefully in the hands of Sword Concealment. In an instant, a person wielding a sword became one with it, unleashing an unparalleled aura that seemed to cleave open the gates of heaven. With a resonant clang, the sword of Tsangjian pierced through the air. This strike shone like a magnificent sun, an unstoppable force. This was the foremost spirit sword of Tsangjian Mountain, the Radiant Sun. 8,000 years ago, it was with this very sword that Tsangjian carved out its illustrious reputation, slaying myriad demons and establishing the renown of Tsangjian Mountain. Now, this sword had re-emerged, radiating its indomitable brilliance. Within this light, an aura that had glimpsed the profound essence of blood like the great sun reached its zenith. A bone-chilling sense of crisis instantly tightened the features of the young Taoist. Damn it! Tsangjian has already unraveled the secrets of blood like the great sun. This is bad. Wait, fellow Taoist, please hold. I did not come here to fight. With a resonant clang, myriad sword energies transformed into countless shadows of Tsangjian, encircling the Taoist of Dunyi from all directions. The sky was filled with sharp glimmers. Return my Bai Shui. Return it. I must have it back. The Taoist of Dunyi forced a smile. I am here solely to return Bai Shui. The edge of the Radiant Sun's sword still pointed at the Taoist of Dunyi. Well, Tsangjian friend, might we first sheath the Radiant Sun? Let us find a suitable place to converse. Chapter 71. The Half-Saint is about to ascend. Converse? What could we possibly discuss? The old dog of Dunyi is known for not visiting without cause. His arrival at Tsangjian Mountain surely heralds trouble. Reflecting on the recent events at Tsangjian Mountain, a fleeting glimmer of inexplicable sword light flashed in Tsangjian's eyes. Could it be that the news from that saint of Beichen has reached the old dog of Dunyi? It is not accurate. If that were the case, he could simply seek out that individual in Beichen. Why come to my Tsangjian Mountain? The Taoist Dunyi glanced around, realizing that this was not an appropriate place for conversation. Tsangjian remained unaffected. Dunyi, feeling helpless, then transmitted 3 words directly into Tsangjian's ear. Daojia Mountain. Daojia Mountain. The ancient site of the trials of the 9 sects of the Qing domain. It resides within the enigmatic virtual realm of the Qing domain, unknown to outsiders. Historically, only the holders of the celestial fate token of each generation could enter Daojia Mountain, guided by the token itself. The sudden mention of Daojia Mountain by the old dog, Dunyi, caused Tsangjian's gaze to sharpen. He fixed his eyes on Du Yi for a moment, gradually lowering the Huangri sword, which he then positioned behind him, leading Du Yi deeper into the grand hall of the sect within Songjian Mountain. The grand hall was deserted. The silhouettes of the two slowly materialized. Only then did Songjian inquire, "What of Daojia Mountain?" Du Yi did not keep him in suspense. He replied straightforwardly, "On the 12th of next month, the trials at Daojia Mountain will commence." Songjian paused in surprise. He then turned to Du Yi, a hint of gravity evident in his gaze. The timing of the Daojia Mountain trials had always been known solely to the holders of the Celestial Fate token. "How did you come to know this?" Du Yi chuckled. "How did I come to know? Did you not just reveal it yourself? You possess a Celestial Fate token." Songjian was taken aback. The legend of the Celestial Fate token had long been circulated throughout the vast expanse of the Qing domain, yet the Qing domain is immense. In this boundless realm, countless races coexist, originally comprising 4,981 realms. Although only 3,980 realms remain, there are merely a paltry 1,000 Immortal Fate tokens available. When distributed evenly, each realm would receive less than a single token. The vastness of each realm and the multitude of its inhabitants is evident when one considers the Huaguang realm, where the Zongjin Mountain is located. Currently, there are 49 registered sects of considerable scale in the Huaguang realm. These 49 sects reign over their respective territories, with Zongjin Mountain being one of them, governing 27 nations and hosting a population of several billion. Just imagine the enormity of these 49 sects. This does not even account for certain impoverished lands that are often disregarded. The expanse of the Huaguang realm, along with its countless living beings, is beyond measure, reaching into the trillions. The entire Qing domain is even more unfathomable. To divide 1,000 Immortal Fate tokens among such a colossal population is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Those fortunate enough to obtain an Immortal Fate token are undoubtedly the most exceptional prodigies favored by destiny in this era. Hence, many individuals pass their entire lives without ever catching a glimpse of an Immortal Fate token, let alone daring to hope for its existence. In summary, Zongjian had never contemplated the notion of the Immortal Fate token. Yet now, the old dog Duni unexpectedly possesses one. Zongjian furrowed his brow and scrutinized the Taoist Duni for a long while, unable to discern even a trace of the aura of a favored prodigy of this age upon him. "Stop looking. The one with the Immortal Fate token is not me. It is my disciple." Your disciple will inform you about the Immortal Fate token? Is he not afraid of your coveting it? Do you think I am that kind of person? You don't resemble one, yet you are. Never mind. The Taoist Duni shook his head, letting out a helpless sigh. He truly had no choice but to reveal this to me, and I, too, had no alternative but to seek you out. What does it mean? The Taoist of the escape rose and took a few steps within the grand hall of the sect. This time, the trial of the Celestial Fate token bears uncertainty. Uncertainty? You still recall that semi-holy from the Changhe Sword sect, don't you? Who could forget the semi-holy of the Changhe Sword sect? The might of the semi-holy swept across the Azure domain. Why has the Azure domain diminished from the original 4,981 realms to merely 3,980? Was it not due to the awakening of the semi-holy, who engaged in a climactic battle with the leader of the demon sect, obliterating other realms in the process? This is something that Songjian cannot forget, nor can the entire Azure domain. Just as Songjian was about to speak, the next words of the Taoist of the escape caused him to stand up abruptly. That semi-holy is about to undergo ascension. Impossible. The semi-holy has already attained longevity equal to that of the heavens. As long as the universe endures, the semi-holy shall endure. How could he possibly ascend? The Taoist of the escape shrugged, stating that it is not merely the words of this humble monk, but rather the semi-holy himself conveyed this through the Celestial Fate token. The leader of the demon sect possesses profound understanding of the cosmic laws. During that fateful battle years ago, the semi-holy sustained severe injuries to his Tao. This injury has persisted for 8,000 years, and now he has reached a point of utter exhaustion, unable to endure any longer. Therefore, the semi-holy has resolved to seek out the most formidable successor, one who embodies the fate of the Azure domain, to inherit his legacy before his ascension. The method of selecting this successor will be through the upcoming trial of the Celestial Fate token among the 9 sects of the Azure domain. The Taoist of the escape cast a glance at Songjian, indicating that the significance of this trial will be entirely different from those of the past. Previously, the selection of fortunate individuals to join the 9 sects of the Qing domain was a mere routine. However, this time, the significance is profound. as it pertains to the selection of a semi-saint heir that could reverberate throughout the entire Qing domain. Song Jian fell into a deep silence upon hearing this. What could possibly be the nature of the trials set forth by the semi-saint that compelled you to take such risks and divulge the monumental matter of the immortal destiny token to me? The Taoist of the escape sighed softly. In previous trials associated with the immortal destiny token, once the time arrived, the token would autonomously draw the trial participants into the ethereal realm of the Tao Tribulation Mountain, where the trials would commence. Yet this time, the 9 sects of the Qing domain have proclaimed to the world that the semi-saint has established a shadow of the Tao Tribulation Mountain in every realm. As long as the bearer of the immortal destiny token ascends this shadow before the official trials begin, they shall reach the true Tao Tribulation Mountain. This time, they have laid the Tao Tribulation Mountain bare for all to see. Anyone can observe it and hear of it. This will undoubtedly stoke the flames of contention. The Taoist of the escape lamented, for the implication of the 9 sects of the Qing domain is clear. They seek to incite a fierce struggle throughout the realm, testing everyone within it. Just imagine, once this announcement is made, all sects within the Huaguang realm will surely be in an uproar. They will vigilantly guard the shadow of the Tao Tribulation Mountain, striving to discern who among them possesses the immortal destiny token, in hopes of usurping their position. Moreover, the holders of the immortal destiny token must endure trials of courage and wit, finding ways to conceal their identities and step into the shadow of the Tao Tribulation Mountain amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. This conflict resembles an immense game of cat and mouse. Only those who emerge victorious from this grand contest will truly be the ultimate winners. In Chapter 72, titled Cooperative Destiny, the Taoist of the Dunyi sect contemplated the formidable strength of his sect. He realized the necessity of finding a trustworthy individual to alleviate the burdens faced by Dunyi. Furthermore, this person's capabilities must be commensurate with his own. A candidate too weak would prove ineffectual, while one too powerful might harbor ambitions of usurping the coveted celestial opportunities. Thus, Song Jian emerged as the most suitable choice. As the long-standing rival of Song Jian, the Dunyi Taoist possessed profound insights into his character. Song Jian, endowed with an innate sword physique and a clarity of purpose, epitomized the purest form of sword cultivation. What he declared was unwaveringly true. Collaborating with Song Jian offered the Dunyi Taoist a considerable degree of assurance. Moreover, Song Jian's prowess was universally acknowledged. His attacks were unparalleled, delivering overwhelming force that rendered opponents utterly defenseless against his relentless swordplay, seemingly disregarding the principles of body refinement and innate physicality. Previously, the Dunyi Taoist had been able to suppress Song Jian solely due to his higher realm, relying on prolonged endurance to maintain a slight advantage. Hence, there was no cause for concern regarding Song Jian's strength in matters of breach and defense. Song Jian was undoubtedly more adept. However, the Dunyi Taoist was taken aback to discover that Song Jian was on the verge of comprehending the essence of the blood like the great sun. Ah, how one envied those possessing innate physiques and bloodlines. Having expressed his thoughts at length, the Dunyi Taoist discerned that Song Jian understood his intentions. Song Jian calmly replied, "Do you not favor a gradual approach? Time is ample for you to devise your strategies." The Dunyi Taoist hurriedly retorted, "Indeed, I would prefer to take my time. But the current circumstances do not permit such indulgence." From the moment the 9 sects of the Qing domain proclaimed to the world, the trial for selecting the successor to the semi-holy title had commenced. Across the entire Qing domain, the first individual to reach the Path Tribulation Mountain shall be awarded with 1,000 units of Tribulation Qi, the second will receive 999, the third, and so on, until there is but a mere sliver left for the 1,000th. The gap created is immense, and regardless of one's talent or comprehension, it becomes exceedingly difficult to bridge such a chasm. I surmise that some have already embarked on the path toward the shadow of the Path Tribulation Mountain. We cannot afford to wait. Is that why you sought me out? Song Jian gazed intently at the Taoist of Dunyaizong and remarked, "Have you forgotten a crucial detail? My Songjian Mountain has enmity with your Dunyaizong." "Ah, merely a small misunderstanding," the Taoist of Dunyaizong replied smoothly. "Songjian, in this world, there are no eternal enemies. Only perpetual interests." "Ah, and what price can you offer?" Song Jian retorted. The Taoist of Dunyaizong stated plainly, "I am willing to have my disciple join your Songjian sect, becoming our mutual apprentice. A gentleman's promise is never empty," he declared. "Both he and I shall vow with our hearts of Tao, should he become the successor to the semi-holy." The Taoist of Dunyaizong began to weave grand visions. You dare to dream so boldly. Very well, as long as he can achieve success among the 9 sects of the Qing domain, and subsequently impart our profound martial heritage, we shall at least catch a glimpse of the magnificent vistas of the great cultivators of the divine sea realm. This is far superior to our futile attempts at grasping the truth while blindfolded in the Huaguang realm. The Taoist of Dunyaizong earnestly implored. Songjian, you have risen from humble beginnings, accumulating your accomplishments over the course of 70,000 arduous years. You should possess a deeper understanding than others of the struggle that comes from a lack of inheritance, where everything relies solely on one's own toil. To speak a truth you may find unpalatable, had you not been devoid of lineage, with your innate talent for the sword. Why did it take you 6,000 years to attain the true form? Now, the pinnacle of inheritance from the 9 sects of the Azure domain lies before you. Can you truly bear to let it slip away? Song Jian fell into silence, his gaze flickering as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. Tell me about your disciple. The Taoist of Escape was elated. Song Jian's words indicated that a deal was half made. However, Song Jian cautioned. Do not rejoice too soon. If your disciple fails to meet my standards, do not blame me if I take matters into my own hands. Old grievances and new grudges will be settled then. The Taoist of Escape hastily assured. Rest assured, my disciple is exceptional. Otherwise, I would not have gone to such lengths to seek you out. With that, the Taoist began to extol the virtues of his esteemed pupil. Let me put it succinctly. My disciple hails from the Crimson Spirit lineage, having just reached the age of 1200 this year, with an innate cultivation of the first element. Upon hearing this, Song Jian's eyes widened in surprise. The Crimson Spirit lineage. Indeed, it is a name of repute. Song Jian had nothing further to contest. The bloodline of the Crimson Spirit stands as a distinguished heritage among the many, surpassing even his innate sword body by a considerable margin. In terms of lineage, a disciple of the path of evasion is indeed worthy of an investment in a sword. Moreover, he is still in his youth, at a time when he can forge ahead with vigor. Song Jian agreed, requesting a moment to prepare. All settled. Let us embark immediately, striving to secure a position among the top 500, seeking a favorable rank for my disciple. Indeed, the path of evasion departed, but not before leaving behind a remark. Oh, by the way, I have already gifted your disciple the White Snow Sword. As a master, you wouldn't be hesitant to part with such a treasure for a welcoming gift, would you? Song Jian's expression darkened. That rascal, Zhang Feng. A beam of sword light swiftly approached. Brother, hand me the Han Feng. The Han Feng sword, the second spirit sword of Zongjin Mountain, was entrusted to Zhang Feng. Huh? Han Feng? Zhang Feng paused, a shadow of concern crossing his face. Brother, is that old dog from the path of evasion challenging us? Zhang Jian shook his head, his demeanor serious. For now, do not inquire further. I must undertake a journey far away in the coming months. Keep a vigilant watch over Zongjin Mountain and be wary of other factions. Understood. Zhang Feng relinquished the Han Feng to Zhang Jian, who absorbed it into his body alongside the Huang Ri sword, one in his left hand, the other in his right. Subsequently, Zhang Jian made his way to the forbidden sword tomb of Zongjin Mountain, where the third spirit sword, the Jimmy, lay. Observing this, Zhang Feng felt a profound anxiety. What could possibly be amiss? His brother was taking all 3 of the spirit swords with him. 3 swords concealed upon one's person. Such was the turbulence of the demonic sect's chaos in days of yore. In the North Star dynasty, the Lin family sensed the trial information emanating from the celestial fate order. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow slightly. The 9 sects of the Azure domain were truly extravagant this time. They had ignited conflict throughout the realm. How intriguing. Let us see who possesses the superior skill. Stowing away the celestial fate order, Lin Zhe resumed his study of the Phantom Moon's 7 stars record. With the passage of 7 days, the record had been fully completed. As it reached completion, Lin Zhe's Divine Level Comprehension Level 3 could finally be upgraded to Level 4. Chapter 73, Divine Level Comprehension LV4. Bloodline Physique. You peruse the Phantom Moon's 7 stars record. Under your nearly transcendental comprehension, the Phantom Moon's 7 stars record has been thoroughly deciphered. Advancing to the 10th layer. Phantom Moon's 7 stars record LV10. Achieved perfection. You have grasped a mid-grade Earth-level cultivation technique, gaining a profound understanding of the power of Divine Level Comprehension. Divine Level Comprehension LV3, 1010-1000. You have surveyed numerous texts and finally attained insight, deepening your understanding of the essence of Divine Level Comprehension. You have unlocked a new ability of Divine Level Comprehension. Divine Level Comprehension upgraded to LV4-10. From this moment forth, you will possess the ability to enhance your bloodline and physique in accordance with the specific nature of particular cultivation techniques. The ability to enhance bloodline and physique according to the specific nature of cultivation techniques? Does this statement imply that Lin Yu, upon encountering any martial arts that necessitate a specific bloodline, could forcibly practice it and even acquire the corresponding physique and bloodline without cost? Such an ability is indeed formidable. In any realm, bloodlines and physiques have consistently been extraordinary and often beyond comprehension, particularly in a vast world like Tianlan continent, teeming with myriad races. Furthermore, they can unleash the heavenly cold spiritual light within them during combat, continuously eroding their foes with frigidness, resulting in their enemies being encased in ice and their combat efficacy plummeting. In moments of peril, they can fully manifest the heavenly cold spiritual light, allowing them to enter an ice spirit state, forming icy armor to withstand their opponent's assaults while simultaneously undermining the adversary's fighting spirit due to the chilling effect. In gaming terms, this translates to a 30 increase in damage reduction and a 30 decrease in the opponent's attack speed. This truly resembles the privileges granted to VIP players. Fortunately, with a godly comprehension level of 4 in hand, Lin Yu merely needs to procure a martial art that is bound by bloodline and physique limitations to eventually enjoy such celestial benefits. As for the present, it seems rather unlikely. In the vicinity of Zhanjian Mountain, there appears to be no individuals with extraordinary bloodlines or physiques. If one were to consider, only the innate sword body of Zhanjian could barely qualify, yet regrettably, he lacks a corresponding specialized martial art. Contemplating this, Lin Yu felt a shift in his realm. With the arrival of the Phantom Moon's 7-star record, a mid-tier local martial art, a spark of enlightenment blossomed within Lin Yu's consciousness. In this moment of clarity, he beheld an ethereal sea. Within this ocean, the resounding voices of countless beings ebbed and flowed, accompanied by the unchanging spectacle of the sun's descent and the star's ascent throughout the ages. There exists a transformation of the historical tides, a profound metamorphosis of time and space. This ocean embodies the essence of human existence. It represents the vast expanse of the universe. It is the ocean of heaven and earth. Lin Yu aspires to navigate this celestial sea, seeking the path that leads from the earthly realm to the celestial shores, in pursuit of his own radiant destiny. Guided by the brilliance of this celestial essence, he seeks to comprehend the intricate mysteries of fate, thereby liberating himself from the sufferings of the mortal realm, unlocking the gates of heaven and earth, and embarking towards the celestial beyond. This is the divine ocean. Only upon standing at the earthly edge, gazing upon this ethereal expanse of the celestial sea, does Lin Yu grasp why the primordial realm speaks of those who dwell on the ground, in the mountains, upon the seas, and in the heavens. In the primordial realm, the 3 stages of existence, postnatal, prenatal, and sacred realms, are whimsically referred to as the ascent of humanity from the earth towards the heavens. The postnatal mortals, lacking the insights of the prenatal, remain bound to the earth, spending their lives gazing up at the lofty mountains, thus becoming the earth dwellers. Conversely, the prenatal beings have glimpsed the wonders of heaven and earth, breaking free from the confines of the earth, scaling the heights of mountains, yearning to approach the unattainable heavens. When a mortal ascends a mountain, they transcend, becoming a celestial being, a dweller of the mountains. However, the mountain dwellers soon discover that no mountain can bridge the heavens and the earth, leading to the emergence of the sea dwellers. Recognizing that no mountain can reach the heavens, they forsake the mountains, traversing the vast ocean of heaven and earth, ever soaring towards the skies. Should the sea dwellers reach the shore, ascend to the heavens, and become sacred beings, they would then attain the ultimate status of the heavenly beings. Indeed, it is a vivid depiction. Standing at the threshold of the divine ocean, Lin Yu rises and gazes at the delicate snowflakes in the sky. His gaze seems to penetrate the snowy veil, piercing through to discover the gateway that leads to the celestial beyond. In merely a month, Lin Yu has progressed from an ordinary post-heaven triple to a half-step divine C. One wonders how long it will take him to ascend from the half-step divine C to the revered realm of the celestial beings. Not long. Lin Yu murmured to the sky, "Xiao Chui, young master, I am here." Xiao Chui entered. Lin Yu declared, "I must embark on a journey. With Master Mo overseeing matters here in the Lin family, there should be no concerns. Should grandfather emerge from his seclusion, Inform him that I have gone to fulfill a 2-month engagement. He will understand. Xiao Chui nodded. Oh, I comprehend, young master. How long will you be gone? Allow me to prepare your belongings for the journey. There's no need for that. You may go now. Yes. Departing now. Xiao Chui exited. Lin Zhe then soared into the air, leaving Beichen behind as he embarked on his journey to the shadow of Daojia Mountain. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, a captivating figure gazed silently at Lin Zhe's departing silhouette for an extended period. She stared at the sky, lost in contemplation. In the realm of Huaguang, amidst the cloud-covered and mist-laden Tianyan Mountains, a towering giant mountain, exuding an ancient and profound aura, had mysteriously settled within. It occasionally emanated a mystical energy of the great Tao, where countless creations and vitality evolved, nurturing the wonders of heaven and earth. At other times, it released an exceedingly terrifying aura of destruction, unleashing boundless calamities that erupted from within the mountain, as if it were the calamity of the great Tao, annihilating the vastness of the universe and obliterating all manifestations. Every being within the Tianyan Mountains was awestruck by this colossal mountain. Silence reigned, and all was still. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. A few figures appeared to sense the enigmatic aura of the colossal mountain. They rushed into the Tianyan mountain range, arriving at the foot of the great mountain. The Tao Tribulation Mountain. The Tao Tribulation Mountain. Goodness. I never imagined I would have the fortune in this lifetime to witness the legendary Tao Tribulation Mountain of the Qingyu realm. It's worth it. It is said that merely stepping onto the Tao Tribulation Mountain grants one the chance to become a disciple of the 9 sects of Qingyu. Let me give it a try. A wandering cultivator spoke thus. Suddenly, an immense hand tore through the clouds and mist, reaching for him. Try? Could it be that young friend possesses a celestial fate token? Allow me to borrow it for a moment. Chapter 74, Gathering at Tianyan. The wandering cultivator's expression changed dramatically. Senior, I do not possess a celestial fate token. I am merely curious about the Tao Tribulation Mountain. That colossal hand seized the wandering cultivator within its grasp, exclaiming that one without a celestial fate token dared to intrude. Humph. Bang. Blood blossomed in the air, swirling about. The elder loathed individuals devoid of self-awareness such as you. A waste of time. The surrounding wandering cultivators, upon witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines. They looked up at the towering mountains and rolling mist around them. The celestial sect masters arrived with remarkable swiftness. It is likely that, at this very moment, the vicinity of the Tao Tribulation Mountain is already surrounded by a pack of wolves lying in ambush, waiting for the bearer of the celestial fate token to arrive. The group of wandering cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with various emotions as they retreated to the outer edges of the mountain range, blocking the major pathways, anticipating the arrival of the fated one. An invisible battle had already commenced, deep within the Tianyan mountain range, upon towering mountains that pierced the heavens, shrouded in thick mist. The great celestial sects resided amidst the clouds. The bloodstained sword master extended his divine perception, encompassing a vast expanse of 100,000 miles around the shadow of the path Tribulation Mountain. Any entity of suspicious demeanor, presumably a possessor of the celestial destiny token, entering this realm would instantly be sensed by him. As the bloodstained sword master diligently sought the holders of the celestial destiny token, an elderly figure, with hair as white as snow yet youthful countenance, descended gracefully upon the clouds before him. Those who possess the celestial destiny token are no ordinary beings. Thus, your search will yield naught, he remarked. The bloodstained sword master opened his eyes, filled with an overwhelming bloodlust, casting a fleeting glance at the elder. Speak plainly. If you have something to say. The elder chuckled heartily, saying, if I were the holder of the celestial destiny token, I would undoubtedly disguise myself as a member of the hunters, engaging in the very act of thievery while appearing to seek out the thieves, thereby deceiving all. The bloodstained sword master's blood-red gaze sharpened. Are you insinuating that I possess the celestial destiny token? The elder smiled. I made no such claim. However, since you have brought it up, I must inquire. In my lifetime, I have yet to behold the true visage of the celestial destiny token. If you indeed possess it, dear bloodstained comrade, might you present it for my perusal? A subtle grin graced the corners of the bloodstained sword master's lips, a fleeting glimmer of murderous madness flashing in his eyes. With a resonant sound, a sort of unparalleled ferocity, radiating an aura of overwhelming malevolence, floated beside him. The sword scabbard, bound by a myriad of blood-red chains, revealed a narrow opening, exposing the chilling, crimson blade within. A terrifying aura of slaughter abruptly surged throughout the entire Tianyun mountain range. The bloodstained sword master fixed his gaze intently on the elder, beckoning him closer. Indeed, I possess the celestial fate order nestled within my bosom. Come forth, and I shall reveal it to you. A heavy word hung in the air. Across the cloud sea, a malevolent energy began to manifest. Crimson fissures, reminiscent of rifts in the very fabric of the heavens, swiftly spread across the entirety of the cloud sea. Slaughter! Slaughter! The frenzied breath of carnage engulfed the entire Tianyun mountain range. The faces of all present turned pale with dread. Such a frenzied, sanguine aura. In all of Huaguang realm, aside from the madman bloodstained sword master, there exists no other. The bloodstained sword master had made his move. Could it be that the celestial fate order had finally emerged into the world? All eyes turned towards the summit of the clouds. Yet, amidst this tumultuous surge of slaughter, the elder, with his white hair and youthful visage, remained unfazed, as steadfast as a mountain. As one of the 5 titans of Huaguang realm, both were practitioners at the threshold of the divine sea. Who would dare to fear the other? I merely inquired casually. Yet Bloodstain, my friend, appears rather irritable. Could it be that I have hit the mark? A smirk graced his lips. The bloodstained sword master gripped the hilt of the ferocious sword at his side, the chains binding it teetering on the brink of collapse. As if they were poised to shatter at any moment, liberating this unparalleled weapon of slaughter. You shall soon find out. The elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the bloodstained sword master closely. At that moment, another voice, laced with a hint of allure, emerged from the other side. I must say, gentlemen, now is not the time for us to engage in petty squabbles. Should you commence battle? The true holder of the celestial fate order may very well seize the opportunity to make their escape. Above the clouds, a woman adorned in scant attire, with a graceful figure and flowing hair, treads upon the billowing clouds, her bare feet gliding through the void. An aura of irresistible allure envelopes her. Every inch of her skin, every sinew, every bone exudes an enchanting magnetism that is unparalleled. She appears as if the goddess of desire herself has descended upon the mortal realm, capable of stirring the most primal instincts within every heart. Upon her arrival, the elder's eyes flicker with a hint of apprehension. Even the bloodstained sword master, known for his madness, instinctively tightens his grip on his blade in her presence. The elder chuckles, inquiring, "What wind has brought the enchanting mistress of desire to us?" Mistress of Desire is one of the 5 titans of Huaguang. Yet her heavenly desire sutra is such that even the bloodstained sword master and the elder, not to mention the foremost of Huaguang's titans, the sovereign of the divine sea, must tread carefully. She seems to possess a transcendent background that surpasses Huaguang, rendering her inscrutable and untouchable. With a mere glance at the elder, she exudes an effortless charm that halts time and dazzles the youth. How could I possibly miss such a significant event as the selection of a successor by a semi-saint? I am eager to witness which extraordinary child of destiny in Huaguang will receive the celestial fate token. The elder, stroking his grizzled beard, replies with a smile. I fear the celestial maiden may find her visit in vain. There are only 1,000 celestial fate tokens, while the Qingyu boasts 3,980 realms. Competing for such a coveted spot against those favored by the fortunes of Qingyu, I suspect Huaguang may lack the fortune for such an opportunity. Are you suggesting that you wish to send me away, my dear friend? The venerable elder, with his hair as white as snow yet possessing the visage of youth, chuckled heartily. How could I dare? I merely fear to squander the precious time of the celestial maiden. With nothing pressing at hand, he decided to indulge in the spectacle unfolding below. Look, a commotion has erupted once more. The two turned their gazes towards the captivating scene. They beheld a clash among the wandering cultivators at the foot of the mountain, spurred by suspicions that each possessed a fateful celestial decree. Such was the nature of the Tianyun mountain range, where any dweller might be in possession of such a decree. Conflict could ignite at any moment. Meanwhile, outside the Tianyun mountain range, the sword concealer and the escape one, accompanied by their disciple Luo Wuchen, had arrived at the periphery. From a distance, they sensed the lurking shadows and impending dangers within the mountains. The escape one glanced at the sword concealer and remarked, "Here, the true trial commences. Whether we can remain undetected depends on our fortune." Chapter 75. This young master is in a hurry. Let us join forces. The sword concealer nodded. His concealed weapons, bright sun and cold edge, primed for action. The aura of demise and desolation emanated from within him. Let us adhere to the original plan. We should first create an opportunity for others to incite chaos. If that fails, I shall reveal myself with a counterfeit celestial decree to draw everyone's attention, allowing you to escort Wuchen into the Dao Tribulation Mountain. The escape one nodded in agreement, adapting to the circumstances as fate would dictate. At that moment, Luo Wuchen expressed his concern, Masters, even if this plan succeeds, what will happen to you both? The sword concealer and the escape one exchanged reassuring smiles. Do not worry. As long as you can enter the Dao Robbery Mountain, both I and your sword master shall be assured of our safety. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. Those individuals above are cunning old foxes who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. How could they not grasp this truth? Once you step into the Dao Robbery Mountain, from that moment forth, you shall become a disciple of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain. Backed by such a formidable power, in the presence of the transcendent 9 sects of the Azure Domain, even the Lord of the Huaguang realm must kneel and submit. If they dare to harm me or your sword master, it would be tantamount to seeking their own demise, willingly sacrificing their hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and achievements. Rest assured and proceed confidently. Luo Wuchen nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He vowed not to disappoint the high expectations of his 2 masters. Should they dare to lay a finger on either master, the disciple would exhaust every resource to summon an elder from the 9 sects to annihilate that Huaguang realm. Ha ha ha, you young rascal. Well, there will be plenty of opportunities to converse later. For now, the trial of the immortal fate order is of utmost importance, so prepare yourself. The Taoist Duni spoke, ready to commence their actions. Just before departing, the Taoist Duni suddenly added, Remember, once you embark on this journey, I shall not be by your side. You must remember the words I have imparted to you. Luo Wuchen and Taoist Duni spoke in unison. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. Ha ha. Good, just remember that. Old Sword, do you have any final instructions? Old Jian. Song Jian, my friend. The Taoist Duni was at a loss for words. How could Song Jian be distracted at such a critical moment? What could possibly capture your attention? His eyes reflected an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. It seems our plans may need to be altered. He has arrived. He? Who? Duni was taken aback, his heart heavy with unease. He had never witnessed Song Jian displaying such solemnity. Who exactly is this he? Song Jian spoke with astonishment. A being who may very well be the incarnation of a sage. Upon hearing this, both Duni and Luo Wuchen were rendered speechless. An incarnation of a sage. What kind of jest is this? Sages are celestial beings, elusive as a dragon, their presence rarely seen or heard. For nearly 100 million years, the Qingyu realm has not glimpsed the shadow of a sage. Are you truly suggesting that there is an incarnation of a sage among us? Friend, this jest is far from amusing. I am not jesting, Song Jian asserted earnestly. He gestured towards the handsome youth soaring through the snow-laden sky, traversing the void towards Daojia Mountain. 18 years old. Darn. Dunyi and Luo Wuchen gazed at Lin Zhe in the sky, enveloped in silence for a protracted moment. Suddenly, Song Jian's body trembled, an instinctive intuition, inherent to his born sword body, surged through him. His sword quivered once more, just as it had when he sensed the impending threat of the demonic sect days prior. Unlike before, this tremor signifies not a crisis, but an opportunity. His sword spirit instinctively urged him. Keep up. What? The concealed sword reiterated. Keep up. My sword spirit instinct tells me to pursue him. This may be the sole chance for Wuchen to infiltrate the mountain of tribulation. The two followed closely behind Lin Zhe, ever vigilant of their surroundings, ready to adapt as necessary. At that moment, Lin Zhe gazed upon the colossal mountain, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. The talisman of celestial affinity in his embrace grew fervently warm, resonating with the shadow of the mountain of tribulation, yearning to unveil the gateway to the true mountain of tribulation. As the talisman heated, Lin Zhe drew ever nearer to the mountain. Within the Tianyan mountain range, serpentine shadows, akin to venomous snakes, fixated upon Lin Zhe. They lurked in the shadows, silently observing as he approached the mountain of tribulation, poised to strike with lethal intent. Another one approaches, daring to draw near the mountain of tribulation. Does he possess the celestial talisman? Atop Tianyan Mountain, the bloodstained sword master and others turned their attention to Lin Zhe. He was the first to arrive at the mountain of tribulation without restraint, boldly and unabashedly stepping forth. Such abnormality must harbor a mystery. Even in the absence of malevolence, to approach the mountain of tribulation is to invite peril. Young man, your brilliance shines too brightly. The elder of heavenly mechanisms leaned forward slightly, utterly unreserved. The bloodstained sword master cast a glance at the elder. Isn't this precisely to your liking? As he spoke, the ominous sword hovering beside the bloodstained sword master emitted a faint crimson glow. Yet, the ever-curious Miao Yu fell silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Zhe, her eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion, lost in her thoughts. Amidst the diverse stares of the onlookers, Lin Zhe continued his approach towards the Dao Tribulation Mountain. Halfway there, just as he was nearing its base, he came to a halt. At that moment, a chilling wind howled, and snowflakes danced gently through the air. His figure remained still, gradually elongated against the backdrop of the swirling storm. What was he up to? Something felt amiss. Many emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming like wolves and serpents, fixated on Lin Zhe. Observing this, a subtle smirk graced Lin Zhe's lips. A time-worn token inscribed with the character for immortal ascended from his palm, radiating an enigmatic celestial light, hovering above his hand. Thank you for your patience. The immortal fate token is here. Those who dare, come and seize it. Lin Zhe's voice, cool yet imbued with unrestrained audacity, echoed throughout the entire Tianyun mountain range. I suggest you all join forces. Because a brilliant starlight shimmered in Lin Zhe's eyes, eager to unleash its might, dominating the world. I am pressed for time. As Lin Zhe's words fell, a sudden rush of energy surged through the Tianyun mountain range. All present, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, showcased their unique skills, rushing towards the immortal fate token in Lin Zhe's grasp. The immortal fate token. This impudent brat. How dare you, audacious youth, come to your end. Amidst a myriad of attacks, shadows surged simultaneously towards Lin Zhe. Chapter 76. You three, come together. In an instant, the entire Tianyun mountain range was thrown into chaos. Radiant beams of spiritual light threatened to turn the mountains into rivers of blood. Yet, in the face of such onslaughts, Lin Zhe remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of impatience. I have already stated that I am pressed for time. You insignificant creatures ought not to embarrass yourselves in my presence. With a casual strike, he unleashed a blow. Bang! Accompanied by Lin Zhe's fist. Unparalleled will soared to the heavens, enveloping the entire Tianyun mountain range. The force of his punch descended from above, sweeping away legions. Boom! This strike resembled a celestial star plummeting, crashing into the tranquil surface of a lake, creating tumultuous waves. Buzzing. The mountains crumbled, and the earth trembled. A visible shockwave radiated from Lin Zhe, spreading in all directions. The wave carried countless boulders, shattering the vast forests with a cataclysmic force. In its wake, all towering peaks were obliterated by the onslaught of his punch. Boom! With a single strike. 1,000 miles of smoke and clouds. 10,000 miles of tumultuous waves. Once the smoke settled and the roar of waves subsided, surveying the surroundings revealed no mountains, no trees, no majestic peaks, nor the undulating ridges of the distant shores. A clear expanse lay before him, utterly desolate. The Tianyun mountain range had vanished without a trace. In its stead was a chaotic plain of shattered stones. Save for the imposing silhouette of the ancient Taoist Jia mountain, standing tall and unyielding. The entire Tianyun mountain range, spanning thousands of miles, crumbled and disintegrated under the casual might of Lin Zhe's fist. Prior to this moment, the various practitioners who had previously showcased their extraordinary abilities were long ago lost. Forever entombed beneath the rubble of the plains, their remains perhaps obliterated. With a single strike, the heavens trembled. At this juncture, an ethereal blood-red dragon coiled majestically above the illusory sea, emitting a resonant dragon's roar, traversing the 4 seas. An overwhelming pressure emanated unabashedly from Lin Zhe, casting him in a light that rendered him both divine and demonic. This was the power of the half-step divine sea. Continuing onward, Lin Zhe had dispatched all lesser beings. The celestial token in his grasp floated gently, still captivating the attention of all around him. A profound silence enveloped the space. Every gaze was fixated on Lin Zhe, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that he was a half-step divine sea powerhouse? There were only 4 such figures in the entire Huaguang realm. Each of those 4 were esteemed leaders of the major sects, renowned throughout Huaguang, all of whom were familiar with one another. Yet, who was this unfamiliar half-step divine sea stronghold that had suddenly emerged? On a small hill of shattered stones, a figure cloaked in mystery and Luo Wuchen exchanged glances, then turned to look at Song Jian. Song Jian's eyelids twitched, realizing that Lin Zhe had achieved yet another breakthrough. High above in the heavens, The venerable elder Tianji and the formidable bloodstained sword master exchanged solemn looks. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as a spectacle, yet, to those well-versed in the ways of the world, it was evident. While others may have overlooked the combined efforts of the scattered cultivators in the face of Lin Zai's singular strike that obliterated thousands of miles around the Tianyan mountain range, these two, being fellow half-step divine sea practitioners, discerned the profound depth of Lin Zai's prowess through that very punch. The intent behind that blow surged mightily, akin to the roaring waves of a boundless ocean, piercing through the extremes of the Tao. The caliber and mastery of his martial arts are undoubtedly impressive. Such a formidable figure at the threshold of the divine sea. When did our illustrious Huaguang realm produce such a personage? The bloodstained sword master and the elder of celestial mechanisms exchanged glances. As two of the 5 titans of the Huaguang realm, they possessed an intimate knowledge of its characters. They were well aware of anyone with the potential to ascend to the divine sea from the blood dragon realm. Yet despite their contemplation of all potential candidates, none bore resemblance to the one before them. Their gaze then shifted to the ever-enigmatic Miaoyu, who wore a serene expression, her face adorned with a mysterious smile. She appeared unfazed by Lin Zai's outburst. Could it be that she was acquainted with him? Such thoughts danced in their minds. At that moment, Lin Zai's voice, tinged with disappointment, resounded once more. Is there truly no one else? The disciples below averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. However, to snatch something from the hands of one at the brink of the divine sea. Surely, they were courting disaster. Silence enveloped the crowd. Lin Zai's gaze shifted towards the heavens, landing on the 3 conspicuous figures. What about you? I have no time to waste with you all. Arrogance. The bloodstained sword master's eyes narrowed. Renowned in the outside world for his ferocity, he would never indulge anyone. With a swift motion, he grasped the unparalleled sword at his side, shattering several chains that bound it. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of crimson smoke, materializing before Lin Zai, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. You are indeed audacious, but I wonder if your skills are as boisterous as your words. With that, the bloodstained sword master shattered all the chains binding the sword with a single strike. The air was filled with a dark and sinister resonance of the blade. In an instant, the sky bore witness to the emergence of a vast sea of blood, coalescing from countless malevolent energies. Within this crimson expanse, the weight of karma was palpable. Countless streams of blood and innumerable bones surged amidst the sanguine waves. A sword of unparalleled ferocity, having absorbed the grievances of countless souls, rose from the blood-soaked depths, exuding an aura of overwhelming slaughter. It wielded a power of unparalleled wickedness, rampaging across the land, and firmly settled into the hands of the bloodstained sword master. With the fearsome blade in hand, the aura of the bloodstained sword master transformed dramatically. He became a harbinger of despair, a deity of slaughter, unleashing an infinite torrent of bloodthirsty energy. Under the influence of this sanguinary aura, the trees, flowers, and grasses buried within the stony plains were instantaneously drained of vitality, losing their verdant hues, becoming parched and decayed. The life force of the myriad cultivators was continuously consumed by this extraordinary sword, transforming into sustenance for its insatiable flames of carnage. Once this blood sea sword is unsheathed, it cannot be sheathed again. The bloodstained sword master donned a crimson robe of demonic energy, with mysterious blood-red markings creeping across his visage, rendering him a figure of madness. He pointed his sword at Lin Zai. The flames of slaughter erupted like a tangible force, engulfing the entire world in a sea of crimson. Do you have any last words? This phrase sounded vaguely familiar. A smirk crept across Lin Zai's lips. This was the formidable opponent he had long desired. Having mastered astonishing powers, Lin Zai had yet to find an opportunity to truly showcase his strength. He had crushed Zhang Tong effortlessly. When confronting the 9 Extremes army, they had retreated without hesitation. He had sought to confront his sworn enemy, the Wolf Clan, only to discover that they had been annihilated by the blood cult's sacrificial rites. It left Lin Zai yearning to strike, yet without a suitable target. He had long been eager for action, yearning to engage in a truly exhilarating high-stakes battle. And now, the bloodstained sword master had arrived just in time. Parting words? Lin Zai chuckled, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He gestured towards the elder of heavenly mechanisms and the enigmatic desire. Let the 3 of you come at me together. In an instant, a tempestuous surge of unrestrained fury erupted. The bloodstained sword master was fierce, yet Lin Zai's audacity surpassed his own. Chapter 77, Bloodstained Sword Master, death. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Yu's audacious demeanor. It must be noted that the Bloodstained Sword Master was one of the 5 titans ruling the Huaguang realm. His esteemed position was not merely a product of empty accolades but was firmly established through remarkable achievements that secured his status among the 5 titans of the Huaguang realm, sitting alongside the lords of the Divine Sea realm. In his earlier days, when the Bloodstained Sword Master was still at the realm of dragon-like vitality, he single-handedly wielded his sword to annihilate an entire sect of a half-step Divine Sea powerhouse, leaving the ground awash in blood. This act forged his formidable reputation. Subsequently, the Bloodstained Sword Master ascended to the half-step Divine Sea. From that day forth, his Blood Sea sword remained shrouded in seclusion, for despite the vastness of the Huaguang realm, no one had emerged capable of compelling him to draw upon the Blood Sea sword. Yet today, the Blood Sea sword was unsheathed once more. The Bloodstained Sword Master was poised to replicate the legendary feat of single-handedly vanquishing an entire sect. He now posed a formidable threat to this enigmatic half-step Divine Sea powerhouse. Yet, astonishingly, he exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, he challenged 3 mighty titans to confront him simultaneously. The Bloodstained Sword Master was powerful, and the other 2 titans, who shared his esteemed status among the 5 giants, were equally formidable. He audaciously invited all 3 titans to join forces against him. Such audacity. Truly, it was beyond mere recklessness. Ah, we, the sons of men, must indeed be like this. What nonsense is this? As if one-on-one were not enough, he dares to summon the 3 titans together, courting his own demise. The battle of the half-step Divine Sea has thus proven worthwhile today. The crowd eagerly anticipates the arrival of an extraordinary clash of titanic proportions. High above in the heavens, the countenance of the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, pointed out by Lin Yu, darkened instantaneously. Humph, youth is indeed brimming with fervor. I shall see what prowess you possess to utter such audacious words. With a cold snort, the Elder unleashed a formidable surge of heavenly secrets. He straightened his posture, a flicker of profound mystery passing through his eyes, his robes billowing dramatically in the air. Streams of enigmatic energy converged. A proud young man clad in white, hands clasped behind him, descended gracefully from the void, positioning himself beside the Bloodstained Sword Master, standing in opposition to Lin Yu. Excellent. Lin Yu then turned his gaze towards the final figure, Miao Yu. In an unexpected turn, Miao Yu broke into a smile. With that smile, an enchanting allure blossomed, and the atmosphere brimmed with desire, rising like the dawn sun. But this does not concern me. I merely came out of boredom to witness the spectacle. Please, continue, young master. With that, Miao Yu produced a swing suspended high in the clouds from seemingly nowhere. Swaying her smooth, shapely legs, seated upon the swing, quietly observing the impending battle among the 3. Her actions caused both the Bloodstained Sword Master and the Elder of Heavenly Secrets to furrow their brows in unison. Miao Yu is not a woman of gentle temperament. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor and playful disposition, appearances can be deceiving. In truth, this woman is more formidable than anyone else and will not be easily trifled with. Should anyone dare to act recklessly in her presence, she could instantly transform into a malevolent witch, exterminating that individual's entire lineage. The current events are utterly amiss. The Bloodstained Sword Master and the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms simply cannot comprehend. Furthermore, recalling Miao Yu's earlier expression that seemed to recognize Lin Yu, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms. He quietly summoned the art of celestial divination, only to be met with a blank void. Such an ominous sign. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms was inwardly alarmed. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "We are all formidable cultivators at the threshold of the Divine Sea. Should a conflict arise, it would inevitably lead to devastation for the creatures of Tianyan, leaving not a blade of grass to grow. Young man, your fortune has led you to the celestial destiny token, marking you as the most auspicious individual of our Huaguang lineage. It is rare for our impoverished sect to produce a person of such caliber, which is truly lamentable. As for me, I shall not impose too harshly upon you. We shall cease our discourse here. If you possess true merit worthy of a celestial destiny token, I shall grant it to you. What say you, bloodstained friend?" "Huh." The Bloodstained Sword Master scoffed derisively. After all these years of acquaintance, he knew precisely what kind of person the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms was. As soon as he spoke, the Bloodstained Sword Master discerned. He is faltering. Humph. While you may fear him, I am unafraid. The blood-red sword stood before him as the Bloodstained Sword Master declared sternly, "If you lack the courage to fight, then step aside." With that, he pointed his sword at Lin Yu. If a battle is to ensue, let us engage without further ado. Following his declaration, the bloodstained sword master was the first to summon the extreme malevolence of heaven and earth. The frenzied, bloodthirsty aura of slaughter instantaneously enveloped the azure sky. The bloodstained sword master unleashed a horizontal strike, his blade radiating a fierce brilliance that illuminated the 19 prefectures. A sword chi, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens and heralding the world's ultimate demise, surged forth at an imperceptible speed, swift as the wind, fierce as thunder. This single strike conjured a chilling, blood-soaked hellscape, invoking spine-tingling dread. Countless souls wailed in torment beneath the rampant bloodlight, their cries tearing at the very fabric of existence. Flash! Whoosh! As the gale swept through, the condensed sword aura raced towards Lin Yu, poised to rend him apart. Yet, in the next instant, he declared, I too possess swordsmanship. Whoosh! A blade, even more terrifying and ferocious than that of the bloodstained sword master, tore through the spatial barriers, transcending time from the ancient era. Mid-tier Earth level, concealed blade. Hidden light, level 10. Lin Yu finally unleashed his unparalleled sword chi without reservation. The unprecedented 10th realm of the concealed blade, hidden light, was activated in an instant. A decade of concealment remained untested, but today, the sword shall reveal itself. In that moment, Lin Yu transformed into a primordial divine sword, his sword aura slicing through the cosmos with resolute clarity. Flash! Whoosh! A myriad of sword energies converged into a vast river of sword chi. In a flash, it breached the bloodstained swordmaster's sea of blood, delivering a lethal strike that pierced through malevolence, arriving before the bloodstained swordmaster with the swiftness of the tempest. With a sudden constriction of his pupils, the bloodstained swordmaster instinctively activated his sword escape to distance himself. However, the frost blade of the concealed blade, hidden light, moved even faster. More ferocious than he anticipated. A concealed, astonishing light erupted within the river of sword chi. This is the essence of the concealed blade, hidden light. Alas, the bloodstained swordmaster had no time to react. Boom! The storm of sword energy concealed its blade, unleashing a radiance of destruction. Bang! The bloodstained swordmaster was torn apart by the tempest of sword energy, his body soaring backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a bottomless pit in the rubble-strewn plain. Silence ensued for a prolonged moment. It was only when the onlookers employed their spiritual perception that they discovered the grim truth. Within that singular strike, the bloodstained swordmaster had been reduced to mere fragments, devoid of life. Furthermore, the malevolent sword, which had absorbed the blood and malice of countless souls, shattered in the clash, losing its divine glow. Then, turning to Lin Yu, with a single stroke, he had already retracted all his sword energy, concealing the blade's radiance as if nothing had transpired. In the wake of that solitary strike, the disparity was unmistakable. The bloodstained swordmaster of the 5 great leaders of Huaguang met his demise today. Chapter 78. A feeble strike gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply, utterly unable to believe their eyes. The bloodstained swordmaster had perished just like that? With one sword, merely one sword. One strike had slain the notorious bloodstained swordmaster, who had dominated the Huaguang realm for 100,000 years. What a jest! Surely, even that sovereign of the divine sea realm could not achieve such a feat. Who exactly was this enigmatic powerhouse? The crowd below was astonished, but Song Jian was even more shocked. If he was not mistaken, that singular strike seemed reminiscent of his own secret technique from Tsongjian Mountain, the Tsongjianju. Though this strike possessed greater depth and power compared to the basic Tsongjianju, the essence of the concealed sword intention was unmistakable. This was indeed a refined technique stemming from the Tsongjianju. Having confirmed this, Song Jian began to question his own life. How long had it been since he had witnessed the Tsongjianju? Had it been 20 days? Surely not. In a span of less than 20 days. This individual not only comprehended the profound essence of the hidden sword technique, but also reformed and innovated upon it. He devoted a staggering 70,000 years to the hidden sword technique. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Even an incarnation of a sage would not be so preposterous. The hidden sword found itself lost in profound contemplation. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, the enigmatic Miao Yu, who had been perched nonchalantly on a swing, wore a subtly complex expression. Her demeanor oscillated between a smile and a smirk, exuding an allure that was both enticing and inscrutable, enveloped in a mood that eluded comprehension. The atmosphere was thick with silence, a hush that blanketed the gathering. After a prolonged pause, the gaze of the onlookers shifted to another formidable figure, the elder Tianji, who had entered the fray for the coveted immortal destiny token. Upon this observation, all were momentarily taken aback. At an unknown juncture, the once proud and spirited elder Tianji, who had radiated youthful vigor, had reverted to an elderly visage, his hair white yet his face youthful. He sat cross-legged in the void, distanced from the clash between Lin Yu and the master of Bloodstained Sword, nearly beyond the visible reach of Daojia Mountain. Truly, Elder Tianji is indeed worthy of his title. They found themselves at a loss for words. Haha, young friend, your prowess is unparalleled. I am deeply impressed. It is a blessing for our Huaguang realm that the immortal destiny token shines in your hands. With your entry into the mountains, you shall undoubtedly claim the top spot among the 9 sects and inherit the position of semi-saint. Here, I wish you smooth sailing and swift success. On the surface, Elder Tianji exhibited no reaction, maintaining a cheerful fade as he lavished praise. Yet his heart was already pounding like thunder, beating with fervor. Cold sweat the size of beans drenched his back. As the longtime rival and old friend of the bloodstained sword master, his understanding of the prowess of the celestial mechanism elder was unparalleled. The two were nearly equals, making it difficult to determine a clear victor. A battle between them could persist for decades, if not centuries, without resolution. And now, the bloodstained sword had simply ceased to exist. With a single stroke, it was gone. This meant that he had vanished, as well. The celestial mechanism elder could not help but feel relieved at his own vigilance. Had he not sensed the impending danger in advance and acted to mitigate his losses, following the bloodstained sword in a foolish 2-on-1, he might well have found himself in dire straits. A fortunate escape indeed. Lin Yu, in silent exasperation, smirked and mused. No need for the immortal fate token? Very well. Young friend, your unparalleled skills leave me in awe. Truly impressive. That old tortoise. He has only just begun to warm up. Lin Yu then directed his gaze towards one of the individuals from the various minor sects below. And you? Are you impressed? This unexpected remark caused all present to raise their eyebrows in curiosity. What is happening? Could there be someone among us who has caught the attention of this esteemed individual? The crowd's eyes followed Lin Yu, converging on an unremarkable young cultivator clad in black. Observing this, the black-clad cultivator shook his head in resignation and shed his disguise. He soared into the air, his formidable presence radiating outward in an instant. A wondrous sea of mortal phenomena surged and ebbed behind him. Amidst the vastness of the ocean, the seemingly unremarkable young monk clad in black gradually evolved into a formidable and imposing middle-aged figure, exuding an air of authority befitting a high-ranking individual. The newcomer was a Grand Master of the Divine Sea Realm, a title held solely by one in the Huaguang realm, the Lord of Huaguang. Upon the arrival of the Lord of Huaguang, all present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Despite being present, he concealed himself among the crowd, masquerading as an ordinary monk. Was he hoping to spectate the ensuing conflict and ultimately reap the benefits? Such cunning for a Grand Master of the Divine Sea Realm was truly insidious. The Lord of Huaguang radiated divine light as he sat cross-legged above the divine sea, inquiring, "How did you discern my presence?" Lin Yu replied calmly, by observing, "If he failed to perceive the immense and conspicuous life force, then all those years dedicated to mastering his myriad techniques would have been in vain." A keen eye indeed. The Lord of Huaguang found himself momentarily speechless. Lin Yu continued, "Shall we proceed with the fight? Do not waste my time." Fight? What nonsense! The Lord of Huaguang cursed inwardly. Although he was a master of the Divine Sea, his combat prowess was only marginally superior to Xuan. Had Xuan not perished from that earlier strike, but merely sustained light injuries, he could have employed some trickery and put forth a struggle. However, Xuan had been utterly vanquished. His blood sea sword shattered. With such monstrous strength, how could he possibly contend? Should he offer himself as a target? It was utterly futile. The importance of the immortal fate token outweighed even the life he had cultivated over countless years. "My young friend, you jest," the Lord of Huaguang remarked with a smile. "I hold a profound respect for your extraordinary skills, akin to the reverence I have for the secrets of the heavens. The celestial destiny token rests in the hands of the young friend, a fated blessing. How could we, mere mortals, dare to defy the will of heaven? Please, young friend." Lin Yu, with a resigned shrug, thought to himself that the people of Huaguang realm were not worth the trouble. He decided it was better to seek a fight with the disciples of the 9 sects of Qingyu instead. As he turned to leave, he raised the celestial destiny token, and the grand gates of the Path Tribulation Mountain swung open. With a flash of profound divine light, Lin Zhe's figure vanished from sight. As Lin Zhe departed, the onlookers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, I was on the verge of suffocation. Where did this formidable figure emerge from? I have no idea. I've never heard of him. Could he have crossed realms from another world? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their chatter incessant. At that moment, the shadow of the path Tribulation Mountain shifted once more, and another beam of mystical light shot up into the heavens. The crowd immediately lifted their gazes, only to witness Song Jian and the Taoist of Escape stealthily following Lin Zhe. Taking advantage of the momentary relaxation of the crowd to escort Luo Wuchen into the path Tribulation Mountain. You've got to be kidding me, damn it. In such circumstances, it became abundantly clear to the crowd what had transpired. They erupted in curses, pounding their chests in frustration, feeling as though they had missed an astronomical opportunity. Especially upon sensing the cultivation levels of Song Jian and the Taoist of Escape, their eyes turned green with envy, and their bodies trembled with rage. A mere flicker of vitality and a drop of blood, yet they brazenly ushered individuals into peril right beneath the very noses of all present. Cursed be it. You are far more insidious than that old scoundrel, the Realm Master, by a magnitude of 10,000. You truly deserve to perish. Is it possible that our Wagwang realm possesses not one but two celestial tokens? I was unprepared, utterly unprepared. Who could have foreseen that, following that esteemed individual, there would still exist celestial tokens? A chorus of despair echoed as all present clutched their chests in frustration, their hearts heavy with melancholy. Casting glances at Duni and Songjian, they wished they could rend the two asunder. Yet, all that remained was the fruitless contemplation of vengeance. From the moment they sent individuals into the trial mountain, all had been irrevocably decided. No amount of regret or lamentation could alter the fact that they had emerged victorious. Thus, the crowd merely exchanged a few glances before sighing and shifting their gaze away, subsequently offering their congratulations to Duni and Songjian as if nothing had transpired. High above in the heavens, compared to these two who had successfully executed their scheme, their attention was evidently drawn more towards Lin Zhe's presence. Tianji, did your divination reveal anything? The venerable Tianji shook his head, his mind a void. This individual is akin to a shrouded mist, completely inscrutable. With that, the elder's gaze fell upon Miao Yu, who was lost in contemplation of the trial mountain. Fair Miao Yu, if my intuition serves me correctly, you must be acquainted with this enigmatic powerhouse, am I not mistaken? Based on Miao Yu's earlier reactions, the elder was certain that she undoubtedly recognized him. Subsequently, she cast a final glance at the Tao Tribulation Mountain before turning away, stepping into the void. With her back to the mountain, the pink hue in Miao Yu's eyes deepened, and she gently parted her soft lips. The wind carried her whispered words, soon. We shall meet again. I can hardly wait. In the enigmatic void, a towering ancient mountain stood majestically. Upon its summit, a divine radiance descended, and Lin Zhe's figure materialized at the foot of the Tao Tribulation Mountain. 9th place. Awarded 992 strands of Tao Tribulation energy. As Lin Zhe arrived, he beheld a young man clad in plain garments, a green sword slung over his back, with a crimson leaf insignia marked on his brow, recording his arrival. Immediately, the immortal fate token in Lin Zhe's hand began to levitate. In an instant, an intricate blend of vitality and annihilation, the Tao Tribulation energy, flooded into the token. On the token, 3 large ancient characters came into view, indicating Lin Zhe's accumulated tribulation energy of 992 strands. After documenting Lin Zhe's achievement, the young man in plain attire did not spare him a glance, maintaining a placid demeanor as he departed. However, before a breath could pass, another divine light materialized beside Lin Zhe. Only then did a flicker of confusion cross the young man's face. These two, are they from the same realm? And their entry times are not far apart. What are their kind doing? Sleeping? Despite his puzzlement, his hands did not cease their movements. 10th place, awarded 991 strands of Tao Tribulation energy. Thereafter, the young man in plain attire repeated the previous process and gracefully departed. At this moment, Luo Wuchen, who had just undergone a thrilling escapade, finally came to his senses. His face flushed with excitement. 10th place? I actually ranked 10th? Luo Wuchen had never imagined he could be among the elite in a pool of 1,000 fortunate cultivators. After all, the world was vast and filled with wonders. In the Huawang realm, he might be considered an unparalleled genius, but in the expansive Qingyu, there were always greater skies and more remarkable individuals beyond. Especially among those in the core regions of Qingyu, where superior natural conditions, profound legacies, and extraordinary masters thrived. Why should others not surpass a talent from his modest locality? Thus, he had set his expectations low, deeming it a high achievement to place anywhere between 400 and 600. Yet, here he was, astonishingly at 10th place. This was several hundred ranks higher than his anticipated 400 to 600. The surge of emotions overwhelmed him. However, amidst his elation, Luo Wuchen did not forget the support that had enabled him to reach the Dao Gem Mountain and achieve such a rank. He bowed deeply to Lin Zhe, expressing his gratitude to the esteemed king of war. Lin Zhe replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for thanks. Your ability to seize the opportunity and keep pace is your own merit. Rather than expressing gratitude here, it would be more prudent to contemplate your next steps." "Indeed. Esteemed senior, your wisdom is invaluable." Luo Wuchen endeavored to calm his racing heart. He glanced around, observing the top 8 who had arrived earlier, now curiously scrutinizing the two of them. Upon witnessing the presence of these 8 individuals, Luo Wuchen's initial elation dissipated entirely, replaced by a sudden gravity in his heart. "Senior, these 8 are remarkably swifter than you." To be fair, the speed of the esteemed God Martial King had reached astonishing levels. In terms of velocity, there truly seemed to be no other that could surpass his, unless they too entered with an overwhelming stance, effortlessly crushing the boundaries of their realm. But could that be possible? These 8 did not appear to embody the essence of unparalleled power capable of dominating their realm. Contemplating this, Luo Wuchen resolved to discreetly gather intelligence on his adversaries. Yet, before he could make a move, an unremarkable and plump young Taoist approached, exuding a familiar demeanor. Upon speaking, he left Lin Zhe and the others momentarily speechless. "Did you two also awaken to find yourselves here?" "Awakened? Here?" Luo Wuchen's lips twitched, while Lin Zhe remained at a loss for words. The chubby Taoist scratched his head and continued, "Indeed, those of us who arrived early happened to be within the shadow of the Dao Tribulation Mountain when it manifested. I merely turned over in my sleep and found myself here. Oh, except for that first fellow." Luo Wuchen endeavored to maintain his composure. What happened to him? He was directly struck in the face by the Dao Tribulation Mountain. Chapter 80, Consumed by Despair. The words of the plump Taoist stirred a tempest within Luo Wuchen. He recalled the frantic efforts made by his master and himself in pursuit of the celestial opportunity, leaving no stone unturned in their anxious endeavors. Once again, the Union of the Hidden Sword Mountain employs the strategy of feigned movements and cunning maneuvers, driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf. Yet, despite this, entry into the path of Tribulation Mountain remains uncertain. As for the previous 8 individuals, without having taken any action, path of Tribulation Mountain inexplicably descended upon them. This truly leaves one astounded. A strong expletive surged within Luo Wuchen's mind. Nevertheless, with the mystery surrounding the arrival of these 8 individuals resolved, a sense of relief washed over him. He had initially feared that these 8 were as extraordinary as the seemingly transcendent Wang Xinwu, a possible incarnation of a saint. If that were the case, what chance would the rest of them have? The trial at Path of Tribulation Mountain would merely become a stage for their performance. Fortunately, however, what a fortunate matter this is. But does this not pose an even greater problem? If they can reach such heights solely through fortune, who knows what further absurdities lie ahead? Contemplating this, Luo Wuchen grew increasingly cautious. He cast a subtle glance at Lin Zhe and, upon noticing Lin Zhe's lack of response, took on the role of a vanguard. With a chuckle, Luo Wuchen remarked, "I see. Our situation is quite similar to yours, fellow Taoist, as we are also in close proximity to Path of Tribulation Mountain. You see, I told you so." The plump Taoist boy, exuding an air of triumph, boasted to the other 7. Observing this, Luo Wuchen narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Since you arrived first, do you have any knowledge of what we are to do next? Given that this is a selection of successors by a semi-saint, it bears significant importance. Might there be any additional developments?" The plump Taoist boy replied, "As for that, I am uncertain. The senior brother responsible for the records did not mention anything. It seems that the official announcement will be made only after everyone is gathered." At this moment, another youth clad in red stepped forward and remarked that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first trial would indeed involve ascending the staircase. After all, the procedure of this ancient mountain trial has remained unchanged for countless millennia. As he spoke, the crimson-haired boy gestured towards the foot of the mountain, indicating the winding, weathered ancient stone steps, which served as the sole pathway upward. "There it is," he declared. Lin Zhe and Luo Wuchen glanced in that direction. Yet apart from the air of decay and antiquity, They found nothing particularly extraordinary about the dilapidated stone staircase. Luo Wuchen then inquired, "Is there something special about these steps?" The young man in red chuckled. "You have indeed asked the right person. It is said that the ancient stone staircase of the first trial serves to test one's willpower. With each step you take, illusions from the ancient era will assail your thoughts and challenge your resolve. If one lacks sufficient determination, they will find it nearly impossible to advance. Often, they may barely manage 2 steps before being overwhelmed by the ancient phantoms, unable to extricate themselves, and in severe cases, they may be left with lifelong shadows of despair." Upon hearing this, Luo Wuchen's expression grew serious. "So, the first trial is essentially a selection of those with unwavering will? Those who cannot navigate the staircase will be eliminated?" At this, the red-clad youth erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, completing the staircase?" Luo Wuchen was puzzled by the boy's amusement. The chubby Taoist explained that since the establishment of the Tao Tribulation Mountain trial, over the span of countless years, only 13 individuals have successfully traversed the stone steps. Thus, it is not the case that failing to complete the stone steps results in elimination. Otherwise, the subsequent trials beyond Tao Tribulation Mountain would be rendered unnecessary. Within this mountain, each stage stands independently, devoid of any notion of elimination. Progression through each stage grants corresponding tribulation energy, and ultimately, the cumulative total of all tribulation energy determines the final ranking. This serves as the standard for disciple selection by the 9 sects of the Qing domain. In their perspective, some disciples are inherently fortunate, achieving remarkable progress solely through luck. Conversely, others possess unwavering determination, persevering through challenges to achieve greatness in due time. Additionally, there are those endowed with extraordinary talent and insight, who navigate the celestial realm for countless years due to their innate abilities. All these variations are possible. Hence, the 9 sects of the Qing domain do not employ a one-size-fits-all approach in selecting disciples. They assess the performance and latent talents of each individual holistically, tailoring their education accordingly. "Now I understand. Thank you for clarifying, fellow Taoist," Luo Wuchen remarked, unable to suppress his awe. After all, how else could the 9 sects of the Qing domain maintain their absolute dominance over the region for millions of years? Given the selection model of the Tao Tribulation Mountain trial, the 9 sects should undoubtedly be the eternal sovereigns. The thought of being able to step into such a sacred sect filled Luo Wuchen with a certain excitement. It is of no concern. The majority of individuals are only aware of the trials associated with the calamity at Dejia Mountain, remaining largely ignorant of the intricate details. The portly Taoist child continued, suggesting that the fellow practitioner should first take a seat and cultivate their energy, adjusting their mental state to its optimal condition in preparation for the ancient stone steps. Many have previously suffered due to their lack of focus, consequently forfeiting opportunities to acquire greater calamity energy. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuchen cast a peculiar glance at the portly Taoist child, inquiring, "My friend, are you not afraid of divulging such matters?" The portly Taoist child chuckled. "You worry too much, my brother. As my father often says, if everyone clings to their own interests, competing against one another and refusing to accommodate others, there will be no future for the Azure domain. Moreover, my father also stated that consistently comparing oneself to the mediocre will only lead one to become mediocre. A true opponent is what genuinely inspires personal growth. A golden domain should be vibrant and teeming with exceptional talents. Engaging in lowly and despicable tactics will spell doom for the Azure domain." Luo Wuchen found himself at a loss for words. The portly Taoist child's father must indeed be a great sage or powerful figure within the Azure domain. "Thank you, my friend," Luo Wuchen expressed sincerely. The portly Taoist child waved dismissively. "No need for thanks. Focus on your cultivation. Time is of the essence." Before Luo Wuchen could pose another question, the portly Taoist child added, "Dejia Mountain resides within the void realm, where the passage of time differs significantly from the outside world and is also quite unstable. In a span as brief as a few hours or as lengthy as 2 days, and at times even just several fleeting moments. The external celestial opportunities dictate the conclusion of the trial period. Hence, the time allocated for our adjustment is rather limited. Look, another has arrived so swiftly." As the words were spoken, a radiant beam of divine light flashed. A new challenger materialized within the Tao Tribulation Mountain, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. Clutching a bloodied, severed head in his grasp, it was evident that he had endured a fierce and grueling battle to gain entry into the Tao Tribulation Mountain. Chapter 81. The withered and flourishing venerable, the heavenly sword monarch, the newcomer was a burly man with a fierce beard, radiating an overwhelming aura of vitality. Enveloped in a crimson robe soaked in blood, projecting an intimidating and malevolent presence. Upon catching the gaze of the bearded giant, the expressions of those present turned icy. Even the usually affable and sociable plump Taoist boy furrowed his brow in discontent. Has no one informed you that your gaze is rather impolite? The previously mentioned young man in crimson attire sneered, an unmistakable edge to his voice. Humph, do keep your local bravado to yourself. The Tao Tribulation Mountain is not a domain for you to flaunt your power. No sooner had the red-clad youth spoken than the burly man's sinister eyes shifted towards him like a venomous serpent locking onto its prey. Is that so? He retorted, ruthlessly tearing the head in his grasp into fragments. Witnessing this, the red-clad youth could only shake his head in resignation, exclaiming, "Tsk, it is futile to offer sound advice to the damned." At that moment, the figures clad in azure garments from the 9 sects made their reappearance. Faced with the tense atmosphere, he calmly declared, "The Jia Mountain is a sacred ground of the Qing domain. Prior to the official commencement of the trial, all forms of conflict are strictly prohibited here. Should anyone contravene this decree," the man in plain attire cast a fleeting glance at the burly figure, a glimmer of sword light flashing in his eyes. "Sever." The utterance of that single word, so effortlessly spoken, allowed the man in plain attire to resume his duties. The 11th place receives 990 strands of Daoja energy. With that, the man turned and departed. In his stead, the once imposing and ferocious burly man now stood subdued. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his countenance a portrait of fear. No one could fathom what had transpired in that fleeting moment of swordlight that had so drastically transformed his demeanor. That seemingly innocuous word, sever, appeared to have cleaved away all his arrogance. Observing the burly man's disarray, the young man in red clicked his tongue. "Fool, you didn't believe me when I warned you." With that, he and his companions turned away, disregarding the foolish man, preoccupied with their own affairs. Only Lin Yu and a seemingly languid young man in blue exchanged contemplative glances with the burly figure. In that moment, the young man in blue took note of Lin Yu, appraising him with a glint of interest in his eyes. Yet, this spark of curiosity was fleeting. He soon appeared to lose interest, reverting to his previous lethargic demeanor, resuming his seated slumber. Lin Yu, too, regarded the young man in blue. This seemingly drowsy figure, exuding an air of indolence, was none other than the first-place contender spoken of by the chubby Taoist boy. The individual struck in the face by the celestial tribulation of Daoja Mountain was indeed no ordinary person. For those who could enter this hallowed ground in advance were exceptional in their own right. This trial, gathering the finest heroes of the Qingyu realm, was truly fortuitous. As Lin Yu's anticipation grew, time seemed to fly. Within Daoja Mountain, divine light descended continuously, and increasingly more individuals crowded at the foot of the mountain. Among them were the fortunate ones who had entered by mere chance, the formidable warriors who had fought tooth and nail to break through, and the sagacious strategists who had meticulously planned to reap the rewards. Their presence added to the lively atmosphere of Daoja Mountain. At the mountain's base, a multitude gathered, exchanging viewpoints and insights regarding the trial and their cultivation experiences. It was not until a figure of great significance arrived that the mountains fell momentarily silent. As divine light enveloped the area, a frail old man, seemingly on the brink of death and as delicate as a leaf in the wind, materialized. The arrival of this elder caused quite a stir among the young prodigies from the central domain. The revered Elder Ku Rong, even he has graced us with his presence. Indeed, as the undisputed foremost celestial being of the southern Zhuo realm, how could Elder Ku Rong possibly overlook the existence of an opportunity presented by the celestial tribulation? The presence of such a venerable figure only hinted at the formidable challenges that lay ahead in this trial. As discussions ensued, many of the young elites familiar with Elder Ku Rong immediately approached to pay their respects. "We have encountered Elder Ku Rong." A faint, wooden smile stretched across the gaunt visage of Elder Ku Rong as he remarked, "Ah, it is indeed you young ones who arrive so swiftly. I dare not presume, for I am but a mere mortal compared to the esteemed one." The venerable Master Qiroyong shook his head with a wry smile, his hoarse voice flowing softly. "I have lived for millions of years, nearly buried in the earth. The future of the Azure Domain rests upon your shoulders. My presence here is merely to seize this final moment, to strive earnestly one last time. Perhaps heaven will show mercy, and I might comprehend the profound mysteries of fate before my demise. You need not concern yourselves with my affairs. Focus on your own endeavors. Though Master Kuroyong spoke thus, who would truly dare to heed his words? The exalted beings of the fifth realm, particularly those honored as venerables in the human Tao, are the pinnacle of power within the Azure domain, each commanding respect for millions of years. They have each carved their own legacies. Yet, despite having entered the 9 sects of the Azure domain, whether they could attain the celestial origin remains a matter of speculation, let alone the distant and unattainable human Tao celestial origin. In terms of potential or strength, they fall immensely short of this venerable figure. At this moment, the figure clad in azure robes reappeared. Upon seeing Master Kuroyong, a flicker of emotion danced in his eyes. Master Kuroyong, he addressed. The emaciated Master Kuroyong hastily waved his hand. The realm of the Sword Emperor far surpasses that of an old man like me. I cannot accept such a title. Upon hearing the title of Sword Emperor from Master Kuroyong, a chill ran down the spines of all present. The Sword Emperor, the fifth realm celestial origin, revered in the human Tao, sovereign in the earth Tao. Those who bear the title of Emperor are the unparalleled prodigies who have condensed the earth Tao celestial origin. The most formidable of beings. The majesty and divine power of such figures are as grand as their name, Emperor, the sovereign of cultivators. No need for excessive words. These 4 characters epitomize the essence of their existence. Such beings are akin to dragons soaring in the celestial realm, entities that ordinary cultivators may never encounter in their lifetimes. Yet today, amidst the trials of Daojia Mountain, they have the unprecedented fortune of meeting a legendary monarch, a sovereign personally presiding over the Daojia Mountain trials. The 9 sects of the Azure domain are truly remarkable. They are indeed witnessing something extraordinary. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Sword Emperor. The man clad in white, known as the Heavenly Sword Emperor, merely nodded lightly at the crowd before addressing the venerable Master Kuroi with a hint of resignation. Here you are again. You are an old friend of my master, and in my youth, I was fortunate to receive your guidance on numerous occasions. I, a mere disciple, would not dare to act arrogantly before you, even if I were to become a fate-transcending sage. As he spoke, the Heavenly Sword Emperor recorded the rankings from Master Kuroi, replenishing the celestial tokens with the essence of the Daojia. You are the 397th. That places you relatively high. Chapter 82. The trials commence. Given your abilities, there is indeed a significant chance for success in this trial. Master Kuroi chuckled, shaking his head. I am but an old man nearing the end of his days. How could I possess such remarkable talents? If I could merely have the opportunity to meet the esteemed half-saint and receive a few words of genuine guidance, I would have no regrets. As their conversation unfolded, several beams of divine light descended upon Daojia Mountain. Now, do not concern yourself with me. Go on with your affairs. The Heavenly Sword Emperor bid farewell to Master Kuroi. Very well, I shall return to pay my respects later. We shall reminisce then. It has been nearly 300,000 years since we last met during your prolonged seclusion. Not long ago, the Venerable Master was reminiscing about you, mentioning that you still owe him a jar of the exquisite Drunken Dream elixir. He has been patiently awaiting your emergence to partake in a drink. Haha. That old wine enthusiast actually remembers. The esteemed Master Kurong found himself both amused and exasperated. Very well, once my journey to Daojia Mountain concludes, I shall bring the divine brew and indulge in a fine drinking session with you too. With that, the junior respectfully took his leave. Afterward, the Emperor of the Celestial Sword attended to his official duties, while Master Kurong engaged in conversation with several young disciples present, exuding an aura of warmth and approachability. This demeanor drew many to approach him, eager to forge a connection and receive his invaluable guidance. Amidst the lively atmosphere, time slipped away once more. As individuals continued to arrive, the foot of Daojia Mountain gradually became bustling with activity. Concurrently, a shroud of calamity-laden clouds enveloped the summit. The majestic figures of the 9 sovereigns, standing proudly atop the Azure Realm, stepped forth from the fabric of the void. Casting their gaze upon the fortunate souls gathered at the mountain's base, all participants in the ongoing contest for the title of Semi-Saint Heir. At the very center of this assembly, an ancient figure draped in azure robes, his hair a flowing cascade of gray, sat with closed eyes. His frail form suspended in midair. Strands of his long, serpentine hair cascaded like clouds descending upon the earth, resembling a vast net that enveloped the world. The ends of his hair seemed to vanish into the unseen void, yet faint glimmers of luminous energy flowed along the strands, suggesting that some form of power was being drawn from the boundless emptiness beyond. Yet, in the eyes of those 9 majestic figures, the elder's gray hair was not mere strands. nor was the flowing luster a mere manifestation of absorbed energy. What they beheld was chains, shackles, countless imprisonments established by this realm out of trepidation towards the gray-haired elder. In the perspective of this world, the elder's existence constituted a tremendous calamity. This elder was none other than the true sovereign of the Azure domain, the foremost individual beneath the saint, and the architect of this trial of celestial fate, Qinghe the semi-saint. He had personally graced Daojia Mountain, ready to witness and meticulously select his successor step by step. Consequently, the standards for this trial at Daojia Mountain were exceedingly elevated. Typically, the emissaries responsible for welcoming and recruiting disciples from the 9 sects were elder figures, and only during particularly remarkable trials would the vice sect leader deign to descend in person. However, with the arrival of Qinghe the semi-saint, all the supreme leaders of the 9 sects had gathered. Moreover, the initially designated Tianjuan cultivator overseeing the trial process had been promoted to a royal level. The entire trial process was personally monitored and recorded by a prodigious Tianjuan monarch, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality, thus revealing the truest essence of each disciple for evaluation. After all, the successor to a semi-saint was of no trivial significance, and they could not afford to be negligent. They observed each participant in silence. Time, imperceptibly, slipped away. Soon, a voice resonated through the void. The time has come. Only 812 have entered. Nearly 200 individuals were unable to gain entry. A shortfall of 200 is rather substantial. Wait a moment. No. It has been stated that the time is fixed, and it must be adhered to. Those who cannot enter can only be deemed lacking in capability, fated to miss this trial. Indeed, it should be so. I second that. Let us commence. The 9 exalted beings spoke, directing their gaze towards the gray-haired figure of the semi-saint of Qinghe, who stood 3,000 zhang tall. The semi-saint paid no heed to the assembly. He merely closed his eyes, hunched his form, remaining silent and still, as though he had succumbed to a deep slumber. Noticing the semi-saint's lack of reaction, the 9 entities promptly informed the Sword Emperor of Heaven to announce that the time had elapsed, and the trial was to begin immediately. Time is up. Let the trial commence. Stringent measures must be upheld. The venerable semi-saint of Qinghe is observing. The Sword Emperor of Heaven received the directive from the summit of Daojia Mountain. He cast a glance at the sky shrouded in tribulation, seemingly attempting to glimpse the saintly visage through the dense clouds of calamity. Turning around, the Sword Emperor appeared at the foot of Daojia Mountain, beside the stone steps. He unleashed a piercing sword cry that cleaved through the clouds. Time is up. The trial begins. As the Sword Emperor's voice resonated, all passages of Daojia Mountain were sealed. Simultaneously, the shadows of Daojia Mountain across various realms vanished into the ether. Outside, all those poised for a final struggle were filled with despair, their eyes filled with rage. The anguished cries of frustration pierced the heavens. No. So close. Just a fraction more. Damn it. Just one more hour. If only I had one more hour, I could have slipped in successfully. Yet. These anguished cries could not be heard within Daojia Mountain. In the heart of the Dao Catastrophe Mountain, the long-awaited trial has commenced. The Heavenly Sword Emperor stands at the ancient stone steps leading up the mountain, casting a sweeping gaze over the multitude gathered at its base. Waves of calamity energy surge forth, enveloping the entire Dao Catastrophe Mountain, as if it has emerged from the cycle of life and death, rejuvenated with vitality. Beside him, the ancient stone steps emanate an enigmatic and mystical glow, possessing an almost soul-snatching allure that captivates the attention of all, immersing them in boundless reverie. The first trial. The ancient heavenly ladder. The Heavenly Sword Emperor declares with gravity. This ladder, a relic of antiquity, has the power to awaken the deepest desires of your hearts: greed, anger, ignorance, and lust. It will unveil the most extreme evils, beauties, virtues, truths, and deceptions of the world. The more steps you ascend, the more harrowing the sights you shall behold. In this myriad of manifestations, you must tread with caution, utmost caution. Should any of you become ensnared in an illusion from which you cannot extricate yourselves, you must immediately activate your immortal fate token to halt your participation in this trial. The token will guide you out of the mirage and into the second trial. Do not overestimate your capabilities, lest you incur a lifetime of regret. With that, I conclude my words. The first trial shall commence forthwith. The duration of the trial shall persist until the 1,000 strands of calamity energy are entirely consumed. In due time, regardless of how far you progress, the trial will automatically conclude, ushering you into the second trial. With those final words, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's figure vanished, leaving behind only the swirling calamity energy that continued to burn quietly. Chapter 83. The first trial. In the next moment, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shadows surged forward like ravenous tigers pouncing on sheep, racing up the ancient celestial ladder. They galloped upon the rungs, taking 2 steps at once, each eager to outpace the other, striving to present their finest selves before the eminent figures at the summit. With an air of spirited confidence and pride, they proclaimed, "Is the trial of the celestial ladder truly formidable? It is but a mere illusion. Such illusions could not deter my progress. Fellow seekers, I shall ascend ahead and await your arrival at the peak." Haraha. Is this too simple? Could there be an underlying challenge? Indeed. Let them revel in their triumph for a moment. The arduous path lies yet ahead. Amidst their banter, their pace remained undeterred. Each took 2 strides in one, moving with the grace of dragons and the power of tigers, having already traversed dozens of rungs as they drew closer to the mountaintop. It appeared that this selection event for the heirs of the semi-saint would proceed smoothly under the guidance of these elite individuals. However, the reality was starkly contrary. Within the ancient celestial ladder, while most engaged in light-hearted conversation about the ease of their ascent, their feet remained firmly planted, having made no progress. A scant few managed to take a few steps, and only a rare few maintained their resolute gaze towards the summit. From the outset, this race for supremacy had revealed a severe polarization. Yet, they had all unwittingly fallen into a mirage, oblivious to their plight. This scene sent chills down Luo Wuchen's spine. He never anticipated that such caution would unveil a profound truth. Is this the illusion of Deijishan? The chubby Taoist boy beside Luo Wuchen wore a solemn expression. Indeed, this was the most terrifying aspect of the first trial of Deijishan. You may think you are ascending the mountain, compared to those sudden appearances of beautiful maidens, divine skills, and fortuitous encounters. This is what truly catches one off guard. For deep down, you understand that the beautiful maidens and divine skills might be illusory, while the ascent blurs the line between reality and illusion, making it what you desire most at this moment. Just then, a red-haired youth approached with a mischievous grin, adding, "Not only that, it is even possible that everything we are saying, everything you see, is already part of the illusion. You have descended the mountain, wishing for others to scout ahead, to comprehend Deijishan, and the illusion has granted you that. True and false, false and true." With a hearty laugh, the red-haired youth declared, "Well, I have seen enough of the spectacle. Farewell, Luo Daoist." Luo Wuchen fell silent. After a while, he felt an unexpected chill enveloping him. He glanced at the already departing red-haired youth and chubby Taoist boy. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he acknowledged, "You were indeed right. I have truly entered the illusion." With that, he cast another look at Lin Zhe, who remained motionless, seemingly transformed into a stone statue. Even the illusion cannot penetrate the presence of the esteemed Shenwu Wang, truly deserving of the suspicion of being an incarnation of a sage. Luo Wuchen sighed. He understood that he had indeed entered the illusion. The reason was simple. Luo Daoist. The red-haired youth's words jolted the dreamer from his slumber. He had never claimed his surname to be Luo. With a thunderous crash, the illusion shattered. Upon returning to reality, he found himself inexplicably far from the foot of the mountain, having traversed dozens of levels of the heavenly ladder. Luo Wuchen finally exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The trials of Daojia Mountain were indeed as formidable as rumored. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wuchen lifted his gaze once more, only to quickly turn away, wordlessly ascending the ladder. Witnessing this, Luo Wuchen was drenched in a cold sweat once again. Could it be? Another round? Did I mistakenly believe I had escaped, only to remain ensnared in the illusion? Doubt began to seep into Luo Wuchen's thoughts. Meanwhile, atop Daojia Mountain, among the 9 illustrious beings, one let out a soft chuckle, observing 2 members of the Qi Ling tribe. How intriguing. In recent millennia, the Qi Ling tribe had indeed flourished rapidly. It appeared fortune was beginning to favor them. What shall we do? Expel them, or let it be as it is? The Qi Ling tribe's mutual sensing was a talent inherent to their lineage, a testament to their individual abilities. However, more pressing was the matter of the current leader, this young man. The 9 beings swiftly brushed aside this triviality, redirecting their focus toward the current first place on the ancient heavenly ladder. At this moment, that first place belonged to Lin Zhe. From the very onset of the trials, Lin Zhe had embarked upon the heavenly ladder. His intentions were crystal clear. He He sought to join the Qingyu 9 sects and secure a core position within their ranks. With his future at stake, he was determined to claim what was rightfully his, to seize every opportunity, and to showcase his prowess. The subtlety of low-key behavior is ill-suited for a place like Daojia Mountain. Thus, Lin Zhe surged forth with unstoppable momentum, ascending the mountain with determination. His extensive accumulation of myriad martial arts techniques encompassed various methods to refine one's mindset and willpower. Such a remarkable display inevitably drew the attention of 9 notable entities. This young man, having reached the 597th level, he exhibited not a trace of hesitation. "Old Jiang, at what level did you begin to waver?" The being referred to as Old Jiang replied calmly, "The 536th level. He surpasses me." Interesting. It seems the 14th individual from the Qing domain to traverse the illusory ladder is about to emerge. As this was said, Lin Zhe had already ascended to the 669th step of the ladder. His speed and progress astonished all those struggling on the ladder. The chubby Taoist and the red-haired youth were left in bewilderment. "So fast. I suspect I've fallen into an illusion. This person must be a figment of my imagination. Why don't you pinch the immortal fate token? Get lost." At the foot of Daojia Mountain, the individual who had previously been struck by the mountain remained, the only one yet to embark on the journey. He appeared lethargic, half asleep and half awake. Chapter 84. First. Clearly, even the monumental task of selecting an heir by a half-saint during the Daojia Mountain trial could not rouse him from his indolence. It seemed that all in this world had lost their charm in his eyes, rendering everything dull and monotonous. He remained in this state until most others had ascended the mountain. He merely yawned, stretched lazily, and stood up, preparing to ascend the mountain. At that moment, he noticed Lin Zhe, who stood at the forefront of the heavenly ladder. He glanced at the others who were overshadowed by Lin Zhe's imposing stature. The usual dullness in his eyes flickered with a hint of interest. "It's you. Finally, something intriguing." With this thought, the languid youth stepped onto the path of the heavenly ladder. As he traversed, the mysterious aura of calamity in the ladder dissipated significantly, becoming insipid and uninspiring, causing the illusory halos to fade into obscurity. Thus, the youth ascended the ladder step by step. His pace was unhurried, yet devoid of any hesitation. As he followed the tempestuous winds of the mountain, swiftly overtaking many and keeping pace with Lin Zhe. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, who had been leading, reached the 799th step. He stood at the threshold of the final and most arduous 200 steps. This moment could awaken the deepest recesses of one's soul. Among the many prodigies who reached this stage in the first trial, a staggering 90% had faltered here. Yet, he remained undeterred. With a resolute step forward, calamity surged forth. The innermost essence of Lin Zhe was finally awakened. Accompanied by this awakening, Lin Zhe, who had never paused, finally came to a halt. The illusion of the path of calamity vanished. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhe found himself in a different realm. Here, towering skyscrapers stood tall. The bustling streets were alive with the flow of traffic, adorned with vibrant lights and lively indulgence. Lin Zhe stood within the familiar residential complex, his white robes replaced by modern casual attire that he hadn't worn in 18 years. Lin Zhe remained silent, his fingers brushing against the keys in his bag. He ascended the stairs, opened the door, and in one fluid motion, entered. A sound both familiar and foreign echoed in his ears, causing Lin Zhe's lips to quiver. A wave of recognition washed over him. He plopped down at the dining table. Waiting. Clang. Outside the door, Lin Zhe accepted the wine, uncorking both bottles and placing them before his father. Then, he retreated to the kitchen to assist his mother in bringing out several sumptuous dishes. At last, the three gathered together, partaking in the meal, sharing anecdotes from the day, and celebrating Lin Zhe's passage into another year of life. Throughout this entire process, Lin Zhe remained mute, not lifting a single chopstick. His parents inquired, "Why the long face? Did something happen outside?" Lin Zhe forced a faint smile and shook his head. At last, he spoke, "It's nothing. I merely wish to take one last look at the two of you. 18 years is a considerable span. The countless millennia ahead will be even longer. In the expanse of time, the only constants will be the past and oblivion. I fear that once I emerge from this illusion, I may forget." From the very beginning, Lin Zhe had been aware that this was an illusion of the Taoist mountain. After all, Lin Zhe was not like others. While they concealed untold secrets deep within their hearts, what Lin Zhe harbored was never about entering the 9 sects of the Azure domain. Nor was it a yearning for celestial-level techniques or the quest for immortality. What lay at the core of his being was something far more profound. the experience of reincarnation. This was Lin Zhe's most closely guarded secret, one he had never divulged to anyone since the awakening of his memories. In the entire Tianlan continent, he was utterly unique. Thus, as the phenomenon of reincarnation emerged, Lin Zhe instinctively recognized its falsity. Yet, even in the face of this deception, he found himself willing to linger for the fleeting moment of illusion. He gazed deeply at his parents, Lin Fu and Lin Mu, who seemed to understand something profound in that instant. They smiled, cataclysmic destruction ensued. The familiar earth was obliterated amidst chaos. Atop the peak of tribulation, the 9 exalted beings observed Lin Zhe finally come to a halt, their expressions tinged with confusion. Although the 800th level posed a challenge, his performance should not have rendered him incapable of taking a single step. The trials of the path of tribulation did not escalate abruptly. Rather, they incrementally eroded one's will and spirit. If someone faltered, it was merely a manifestation of a gradual decline, unlike Lin Zhe, who stood immobile. This left only one possibility. It appeared that the profound secret within him compelled him to linger, despite knowing the truth of the illusion. Oh, who does not possess a dream from which they are reluctant to awaken? Youth, how splendid! The 9 beings conversed, and their attention shifted to an anomaly. Below the celestial ladder, there was an individual approaching at a leisurely pace. Observing his demeanor, he, like Lin Zhe, remained unfazed by the illusions of the ladder. Another remarkably resolute contender had emerged. Had he evaded the calamity? Each step he took landed upon the ladder's most vulnerable points. No, the calamity had suddenly become tumultuous. Even the winds of disaster within the mountain aligned with his stride. Had he seized control of the path of tribulation? It is not so. I discern no energy fluctuations, nor any peculiar aura. Rather than asserting that he has dominion over the path tribulation mountain, it appears that the mountain itself is aiding him. The 9 individuals exchanged glances. As the paramount rulers of the Azure domain, they had encountered myriad scenarios, yet the current situation eluded even their seasoned comprehension. There was an absence of energy, no aura fluctuations, nor any spiritual consciousness exerting control, yet the calamity's energy dissipated inexplicably, and the winds of tribulation seemed to yield to his rhythm. It was indeed as if even the path tribulation mountain was proactively assisting him. But the notion that the mountain would assist him, could that truly be? The path tribulation mountain harbored the greatest secret left by the supreme sage Qing Sheng, who had forged the Azure domain. Since Qing Sheng's departure, no one had managed to decipher and command the mountain. Even Qing He, the half-saint and a direct descendant of Qing Sheng, could only wield a modicum of control through the power of his bloodline. For others to attempt to dominate the path tribulation mountain was nothing short of a delusion. The 9 were engulfed in confusion. At this juncture, one known as Old Jiang, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly entertained a legendary possibility. Could it be? What could it be? Old Jiang furrowed his brow and remarked, I cannot ascertain yet. Let us observe his subsequent performance. Just as he spoke, Lin Zhe finally resumed his steps. This time, he did not pause nor grant the languid youth a sliver of opportunity. With an undeniable display, he traversed the entire celestial ladder with almost blinding speed, securing a resounding first place. Chapter 85, The Return to the Wolf Capital. Lin Zhe reached the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, having observed everyone from the shadows. The Sword Emperor, who oversaw the proceedings, finally appeared beside Lin Zhe. His gaze upon Lin Zhe was notably peculiar. Although this was his inaugural experience presiding over the trials of Daojia Mountain as a member of the 9 sects, the Sword Emperor had heard numerous accounts regarding the sacred grounds of Daojia Mountain. In fact, one of his fellow disciples had even emerged from Daojia Mountain, securing a position among the top 10. The Sword Emperor possessed an intimate understanding of the intricacies surrounding the Daojia Mountain trials. Since the inception of the ancient heavenly ladder, only 13 individuals had successfully traversed its entirety throughout the Qing domain. Moreover, those 13 had faced tremendous challenges, at least during the final stages. They too had struggled and hesitated, lingering on the ladder for an extended period. Yet, here stood Lin Zhe, who merely paused briefly at the last 200 levels, before ascending the pinnacle of the ladder as though he were indifferent to its illusions, as if it were a mere game. Had the Sword Emperor not been discreetly monitoring the proceedings, he might have believed that the trial's formidable energies had faltered. Is there truly someone in this world with such unwavering resolve and indomitable will? With such reflections, the Sword Emperor announced Lin Zhe's final achievements. He had successfully passed the first trial, completing 999 steps, and was awarded 1,000 strands of Daojia energy. for traversing the entire ladder. An additional reward of calamity energy was bestowed based on the time taken. The first place time. The Sword Emperor cast another incredulous glance at Lin Yu. Truly outrageous. The fastest record ever achieved in traversing the path of Tribulation Mountain was a mere 359 strands of Tribulation energy. Yet, the individual before us has attained an astonishing 57 strands of Tribulation energy, along with an additional infusion of 943 strands from the path of Tribulation. Upon this revelation, Lin Yu's celestial fate token surged with an immense influx of Tribulation energy. The figure above transitioned from 992 to 2,935. This colossal number surged forth, propelling Lin Yu from 9th place to an unequivocal first, establishing a terrifying gap between him and the others. After all, the swiftest among them had only just reached the halfway point, and as one ascends the heavenly ladder, the pace inevitably slows. Even if they possessed the capability to reach the summit, by the time they arrived, they would have consumed several hundred strands of Tribulation energy. The disparity between them and Lin Yu is incomprehensibly vast. In this moment, even the usually reserved and businesslike Sword Emperor, who was not fond of excessive speech, felt compelled to speak. Congratulations, first place. The Sword Emperor is not a person ignorant of worldly matters. His indifference towards others stems from the fact that they are but fleeting shadows in his long life, not individuals of his world. However, Lin Yu. In the eyes of the Sword Emperor, Lin Yu has ascended to their echelon, belonging to the same realm. After all, the previous individual to complete the heavenly ladder and set the historical record of the path of Tribulation Mountain has risen to become the exalted master of the 9 sects, wielding dominion over the fluctuations of the Azure domain. As for this new record, as long as his innate talent and comprehension are not lacking, he is destined to become another figure of the caliber of a 9-sect master. And regarding innate talent and comprehension, can a victor emerging from the ranks of the remarkable heroes of the first realm be an ordinary individual? Thus, in the eyes of the Sword Emperor, the resplendent Lin Yu had already been indelibly marked with the conspicuous title of Master of the 9 sects. Thank you, esteemed Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor smiled and shook his head, saying, let us forego the title of esteemed. In the near future, I may very well need to address you as Shishor, even Shizu. The implication was clear. Lin Yu had either entered the fold of the Master of the 9 sects or had directly become the heir of a semi-holy. In that case, Lin Yu's status would ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 sects. I am Shui Jianqing, a true denizen of Tianyuan, known as the Sword Emperor. I am Lin Yu, of the Northern Divine Martial King. Northern? Shui Jianqing raised an eyebrow. Merely a small, mundane nation. My maternal grandfather is its emperor. That is not my intent, Shui Jianqing clarified. It's just that the name Northern sounds somewhat familiar. He continued to inquire. Are you referring to the Northern dynasty under the jurisdiction of the Tsangjian Mountain in Huaguang realm? Lin Yu was taken aback. It was one thing for such a prominent figure as the Sword Emperor to know of the Tsangjian Mountain, but it was astonishing that he was aware of a mortal nation called Northern beneath its aegis. Had this relatively young nation, established merely a few decades ago, gained such renown? The Sword Emperor chuckled. Indeed, it is true. What a serendipitous fate this is. The concept of fate is truly ineffable. What do you mean by that? Lin Yu inquired. Shui Jianqing explained, I have an inept junior disciple who, a few years ago, took on a young apprentice from the Huaguang realm. This young apprentice hails from the Wang dynasty, possessing a trace of royal blood akin to yours. However, it is said that the Wang dynasty was overthrown by rebels, fracturing into the Northern Star and the Wolf capital. It was from him that I first heard the name of the Northern Star dynasty. With that, Shui Jianqing continued, but rest assured, my young brother, although this apprentice bears the royal lineage of Wang'an, he is not closely tied to the dynasty and has severed all ties long ago. The mention of the royal bloodline of Wang'an stirred a flicker of interest in Lin Yu's eyes. Oh, the Huaguang realm is a great distance from the 9 sects, and he resides within the celestial gates, detached from worldly affairs. How then did he come to hear of this? After a moment's thought, Shui Jianqing recalled that it was a distant relative from the Wolf capital who had written to seek his assistance. A distant relative from the Wolf capital seeking help. Lin Yu immediately grasped the implications. Thank you, Sword Emperor. No need for such formality. With that, the Sword Emperor cast a glance at the individuals on the heavenly ladder. At that moment, the once languid youth who had claimed the first position had now surpassed the others, reclaiming his lead. Observing this, the Sword Emperor expressed mild astonishment, remarking on the exceptional talents emerging this time. He then turned to Lin Zhe and said, "Brother Lin, I must preside over the trials at Dijia Mountain. Once this matter is concluded, we shall reconvene in the 9 sects." With that, the Sword Emperor's figure vanished from sight. Lin Zhe gazed into the void where the Sword Emperor had departed, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. In the realm of the Wolf City, Lin Zhe had once believed that after the blood sacrifice, the royal lineage of Wuan had been eradicated, with all remnants submerged in the Crimson Tide, dissipating into the vast ocean. Yet now, in the land of the 9 sects, he has unexpectedly heard news of the Wolf City. Furthermore, according to the revelations from the Heavenly Sword Emperor, it appears that there exists a connection between that individual and the Wolf City. This revelation casts a new light on certain previously established conclusions. Lin Zhe had once assumed that Peng Yong, a deposed monarch usurped by Beichen, could only join the immortal sect due to an alliance with the demonic cult. However, upon deeper reflection, it became apparent that Peng Yong had abruptly perished merely a few years after founding the Wolf City, while the demonic cult did not emerge and take action until 2 decades later. Given the nature of the demonic cult, it is unlikely they would have waited such an extensive period. It seems that the immortal sect with which Peng Yong was associated at that time may not have been the demonic cult, but rather the disciple of Xue Jianxing mentioned previously. Thus, it can be inferred that the matters between Lin Zhe and the Wolf City are far from resolved. Lin Zhe stood tall at the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder. Upon witnessing his solitary and proud figure at the summit, the plump Taoist boy and the red-haired youth exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their understanding. Meanwhile, the languid figure in azure robes observed Lin Zhe ascend effortlessly to the peak, his initial surprise giving way to an intensified interest. He has reached the summit? Haraha! How intriguing, truly fascinating. After all these years, you are the first individual who has managed to surpass me in at least one aspect. The young man clad in azure stood tall, as if he had suddenly discovered a purpose worth striving for, or perhaps stumbled upon an intriguing toy. At last, he adopted a serious demeanor. His face radiated vitality and an intense competitive spirit. "Excellent. I look forward to your performance in the second round." With that, the azure-clad youth cast a glance at the crowd behind him, casually crumpling the heavenly fate token, vanishing from the celestial ladder. This signified that the hopeful candidate for becoming the second person to reach the summit voluntarily relinquished the rare opportunity presented by the celestial ladder, choosing to halt his ascent here. For him, there was only ever the notion of being first. If the first was taken away, then the endeavor lost its significance. Moreover, in his perspective, everything in this world could be reduced to mere desire or lack thereof. There was no room for ability or inability. What others regarded as a trial of life and death on the path of tribulation held little weight in his eyes. The azure youth vanished from the celestial ladder, transported to its terminus. Upon witnessing this, the Heavenly Sword Emperor and the 9 beings atop the peak were momentarily taken aback. He actually chose to forego the celestial ladder? What could be the reason for this? He certainly did not appear incapable of descending. The crowd remained bewildered, with only the figure known as Old Jiang casting a contemplative glance at the azure youth. His eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be, on the celestial ladder, the esteemed Kuroi, the strongest among the participants in this trial, observed Lin Zhe's rapid ascent and the indifference of the azure youth. He chuckled and shook his head. These young people. Alas, how old we are becoming. As Kuroi spoke, he too reached the limits of his capability. At the 533rd mark, he pressed the celestial token and appeared at the end of the heavenly ladder. At that moment, the Sword Emperor Xue Jianxing was announcing the record achievements of the young man in blue. The award was 816 strands of tribulation energy. The young man in blue paid no heed to Xue Jianxing, the esteemed emperor of the celestial origin. His gaze was solely fixated on Lin Zhe. Xue Jianxing subtly furrowed his brow, for he held a disdain for those who were arrogant due to their talents. Such individuals were difficult to engage with, and often quite loathsome, especially when he himself stood as a paragon atop the peaks of the Azure Domain. To disregard the celestial origin emperor with such audacity was unprecedented, even among the most haughty scions of the great sections. After all these years, it was the first time Xue Jianxing encountered someone so lacking in respect for the sovereign. Casting a fleeting glance at the young man in blue, a glimmer of coldness inevitably flickered in Xue Jianxing's eyes. Yet, as this chill emerged, he was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable dread that descended upon him like a tempest. In this vast cosmos, amidst the eternal obscurity, a sense of repulsion and pressure seemed to resonate, as if the very fabric of existence was forsaking Xue Jianxing. The world around him faded into a monochrome haze. Simultaneously, within Xue Jianqing's being, the celestial origin stirred with an unsettling tremor. In the wake of this tremor, his spiritual essence and physical form began to spiral into a discordant cycle, spiraling out of control. Energy diverged, and the sword veered off its intended path. All of this chaos arose merely from a fleeting spark of ire he felt towards the young man in blue. Just a mere flicker of anger. And yet the esteemed celestial origin emperor found himself abandoned by the cosmos, his essence in turmoil. Xue Jianqing grappled with the incomprehensible nature of this power, the indescribable pressure. That feeling of being forsaken by the heavens is truly despairing. Xue Jianqing hurriedly suppressed all emotions within him. He diverted his gaze from the young man in green. The terrifying sensation of abandonment finally dissipated, and the tumultuous spiritual energy within him gradually settled. Xue Jianqing's heart trembled. This individual before him could not possibly be an ordinary trial taker. Who on earth is he? At that moment, the young man in green finally addressed Lin Yu, stating, "This time, you have won, but next time, I shall take it seriously. Therefore, I hope you do not underestimate me. Continue to maintain this momentum." Lin Yu glanced at the person before him, speechless. Great. He had triggered the protagonist plot. It was evident that this individual had never tasted defeat, a true prodigy. Following the usual script, the prodigy would now confront him, leading to a classic narrative where the young would challenge the old, and the old would find themselves bested by their ancestors. One event after another. A relentless series of challenges. Madness. Lin Yu had no desire to engage with him. Yet, the young man in green appeared even more exhilarated. Not speaking? Very well. My name is Hong Tian, your greatest adversary in the second trial. Just remember that. With that, Hong Tian stepped aside, eagerly awaiting the unfolding events. Under the influence of Hong Tian's anticipation, time within the Tao Tribulation Mountain seemed to subtly shift. Down below, the 1,000 strands of calamity energy burned silently and more rapidly than before. No one noticed except for the 3,000 zhang of gray hair that confined the half-saint, which rippled slightly. It ripples in the void. The long-slumbering half-saint has finally opened his eyes. As the half-saint awakens, the entire world seems to transform from the depths of night into the brilliance of day, dispelling the darkness that enveloped the path of Tribulation Mountain. The resonating ripples in the void grow increasingly tumultuous. Clang, clang. At last, the 3,000 zhang strands of gray hair, amidst the swirling chaos, shed their gray rust to reveal their true form. These are divine chains forged from the very laws of heaven and earth. They have long harbored trepidation, binding this being's existence, fearing that he might erupt and impose an unbearable weight upon this realm. The tremors of the chains resonate. And the other 9 understand that the half-saint has finally glimpsed a promising seed during his trials. The true spirit awakens from slumber. Ancestor, half-saint. The ancient gaze of the Qinghe half-saint, shaped by the vicissitudes of time, rests squarely upon the one who calls himself Hong Tian. He observes for a long moment, then shifts his gaze to Lin Yu. A subtle ache stirs within him, a remnant of his past injuries. Chapter 87. Ethereal celestial body under the scrutiny of the half-saint. Nothing remains concealed. Yet, he utters not a word, merely observing with his eyes gently closed, awaiting the passage of time. The others, witnessing this, dare not disturb the half-saint. Thus, the summit of the path of Tribulation Mountain fell into a serene silence. Time flowing steadily. Soon, amid the struggles and anticipation of those on the heavenly ladder, 1,000 strands of tribulation energy were consumed. All those still grappling upon the ladder were forcibly extracted from the illusion, transported to the end of the ladder. Many stood in a daze. Is it over? So soon? I sensed at least 200 strands of time remaining. Did I not? Could it be that an illusion is distorting our perception? Or are we still ensnared within a mirage? A mere fabrication. All of it is but a deception. How could such a trifling illusion disturb my mind? The crowd, having failed to complete the heavenly ladder, engaged in fervent discussions. A few individuals, evidently affected, recklessly attempted to ascend to higher tiers, uttering nonsensical words, unable to regain their composure. Meanwhile, the red-haired youth and the plump Taoist boy remained relatively calm, awaiting the commencement of the next trial. Rather than ponder the trials of the past, it would be wiser to contemplate how to confront the challenges ahead. At that moment, Luo Wuchen approached the red-haired youth, his gaze laden with complexity and a hint of confusion. "Why did you assist me just now?" he inquired, perplexed. After all, this trial of calamity was a brutal struggle for survival. Why would the red-haired youth extend his hand without cause? Wasn't that tantamount to aiding an adversary? Luo Wuchen was at a loss. The red-haired youth smiled, not leaving any room for ambiguity, and replied, "Because you are of the Crimson Spirit clan." A chill ran through Luo Wuchen's heart, for the bloodline of the Crimson Spirit clan was his most guarded secret, known only to his two masters. He had never disclosed it to anyone else. In the heat of battle, unless pushed to the brink of despair, Luo Wuchen would never reveal his true identity as a Crimson Spirit. Those who had forced him to such extremes, having witnessed his true form, had long since been reduced to ashes in the inferno. How could this red-haired youth possibly know? Luo Wuchen instinctively distanced himself from the youth. In this realm teeming with myriad races, a bloodline's essence is of utmost value. If the world were to discover the existence of its master, none would refrain from desiring to transform him into a source of medicinal sustenance, coveting even a fraction of the enigmatic bloodline essence. Particularly, the bloodline of the Scarlet Spirit clan, renowned among the myriad races, is a coveted treasure, sought after by many. Thus, this bloodline serves as Luo Wuchen's hidden talent. Yet it also embodies the original sin of a common man bearing the guilt of possessing something precious. He must remain vigilant. Observing Luo Wuchen's reaction, the red-haired youth sighed. "Do not be so anxious. In terms of kinship, you ought to refer to me as your third great-uncle. Indeed, it should be correct. Our Scarlet Spirit clan has a tradition of intermarriage, resulting in newborns with perfected blood spirits. A half-blood spirit like you, who is yet to awaken, could only be the product of my inept young nephew. Third great-uncle?" Luo Wuchen grasped the implication. You are also of the Scarlet Spirit clan? The red-haired youth nodded. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so idle as to kindly introduce an unfamiliar first-tier novice to the trials of the Tao Tribulation Mountain. At that point, you need not conceal your identity. Our Scarlet Spirit clan still holds a modicum of influence in this azure domain. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuchen found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. Following the gaze of the red-haired youth, he beheld Lin Yu, standing tall and proud like an ancient pine. "You, my friend, have even acquainted yourself with the first prodigy of the Tao Tribulation Mountain trials." Luo Wuchen scratched his head. "Well, it isn't as if we are particularly close. It's merely that my second master knows him. I don't know much beyond that." "Oh, do enlighten me." The red-haired youth's interest was piqued. Luo Wuchen then spoke. "It is like this." He leaned closer to the red-haired youth, imparting all the knowledge he possessed regarding Lin Yu. Upon hearing Luo Wuchen's words, the red-haired youth furrowed his brow. He shook his head in denial. "It is highly improbable. Although it is said that saints can manifest in myriad forms and that every individual we encounter may be a manifestation of a saint, such notions remain mere possibilities, lacking even a fraction of likelihood, especially in our Qingyu region, which has not witnessed a saint for countless eons. Then what do you believe he is?" Luo Wuchen was unaware of the elevated perspective and insight of the higher-ups. In their eyes, Lin Yu could only be speculated as a manifestation of a saint. The red-haired youth remained silent, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Lin Yu, occasionally lowering and raising his head, lost in thought for a considerable time. At that moment, the chubby Taoist boy suddenly uttered 4 words: "Ethereal, immortal body." As soon as these words escaped his lips, the red-haired youth's pupils constricted sharply. Ethereal, immortal body. The red-haired youth and the chubby Taoist exchanged glances, an infinite tide of emotions surging in their eyes, rendering them speechless for a while. In the distance, the venerable Ku Rong, who had been stroking his beard, also paused. With his level of cultivation and keen attention, the red-haired youth's remarkable expressions and words could not escape his notice. Yet, he preferred to remain oblivious. Ethereal, immortal body. I am already of advanced age. I cannot withstand such turmoil. Luo Wuchen, perplexed, wondered about the nature of their reaction. What exactly is the ethereal immortal body? The red-haired youth took a considerable time to calm his turbulent emotions, and he furtively cast several glances at Lin Yu. The profound mysteries of the Tao and the wonders of the universe are ever present. In this world, there exist certain extraordinary phenomena, born of nature, that transcend all things. The ethereal celestial physique, representative of a unique bloodline, is one such marvel. Beyond the bloodlines of our Tianlan myriad races, there exists a select group of miraculous wonders that are impossible to replicate. They are known as the 33 imperial bodies, the 17 sacred bodies, and the 9 celestial bodies. Among these, the existence of the 33 imperial bodies demands ancient divine bloodlines that rank among the top 100 of all races to be even comparable. As for the 17 sacred bodies, the very use of the term sacred signifies the profound implications of their existence. Regarding the 9 celestial bodies, a flicker of deep trepidation and astonishment crossed the red-haired youth's eyes. They represent a grand jest played by the creation bestowed upon humanity. Chapter 88. All of intermediate earth level. Upon hearing the red-haired youth speak with such gravity, Luo Wuchen could not help but feel a surge of alarm within. The youth continued, "The Tao's 9 celestial bodies, there is but one in each generation. They cannot be claimed, stolen, or touched by others." Upon hearing this, Luo Wuchen's heart trembled. The implication was, the red-haired youth spoke with a weighty tone. Take the ethereal celestial physique as an example. Once an ethereal celestial physique emerges, no new one will be born until its current bearer has perished. If the ethereal celestial body were to remain immortal, the emergence of new ethereal celestial bodies would cease to exist. Even its progeny would not inherit even a fraction of its celestial might. Those who aspire to usurp the ethereal celestial body are destined for futility. The red-haired youth sighed in resignation. It cannot be stolen or possessed. Aside from its recognized original master, others not only cannot obtain it but cannot even come into contact with it. Those who dare to covet the ethereal celestial body will inevitably face retribution and the wrath of the heavens. In other words, the existence of the 9 celestial bodies can only be envied by others. They cannot entertain any ulterior motives. This, indeed, is the most domineering aspect of the 9 celestial bodies. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuchen took a deep breath. The 9 celestial bodies are such that others cannot even touch them, let alone contemplate them. How astonishingly tyrannical. At that moment, the red-haired youth continued. This is merely a manifestation of the celestial body's dominance, its true power. Just look at this individual, and you will understand. 18 years old. Standing at the threshold of the divine sea. Such a feat is utterly unattainable for others, yet for the ethereal celestial body, it is as effortless as breathing. This is because the power of the ethereal celestial body is rooted in the principle of transcendence, with a heart that perceives the heavens. The possessor of the ethereal celestial body inherently faces no bottleneck in their cultivation. They do not need to comprehend laws, nor do they need to ponder the so-called Tao. They merely need to continuously accumulate spiritual energy and foundation. As long as their spiritual energy is sufficient, their realm shall naturally ascend. The red-haired youth contemplated this further. If one were to describe it specifically, it would be that the ethereal celestial body is inherently an invincible being standing at the pinnacle of cultivators, positioned at the very end of the great path. However, it has merely lost all its spiritual power and is in the process of gradual restoration. Upon hearing the crimson-haired youth's elaborate description of the ethereal celestial body, Luo Wuchen gasped in astonishment. This is utterly absurd. He cast a glance at Lin Yu, his eyes brimming with indescribable dread. Had he known, he would have refrained from inquiring. The notion of the ethereal celestial body is so preposterous. It would be more reasonable to envision it as the embodiment of a sage. Wait a moment. Luo Wuchen suddenly recalled. You mentioned the 9 celestial bodies. 1 per generation. Shouldn't an existence like the ethereal celestial body be impervious to the annihilation of the heavens and earth? Is it conceivable for such an entity to perish and give rise to a second? It would be more plausible to speculate it as the embodiment of a sage. The crimson-haired youth shook his head, affirming that the 9 celestial bodies are indeed unparalleled and exist solely in legend. However, as for the embodiment of a sage, I previously mentioned that the Qin realm has not witnessed a sage in 100 million years. In this regard, the plump Taoist boy interjected. It is impossible for the Qin realm to harbor an embodiment of a sage. This does not imply that the Qin is weak. Rather, the environmental conditions of heaven and earth do not support it. On the contrary, the Qin realm ranks among the finest in the Tianlan regions, centrally located and immensely powerful. Luo Wuchen appeared to grasp the concept, glancing once more at Lin Yu, realizing that this implies. Luo Wuchen inhaled sharply. I can think of no other possibilities. After uttering these words, the plump Taoist boy and the crimson-haired youth fell into silence. Meanwhile, atop the towering Daijie mountain, the 9 supreme beings remained enveloped in silence. Their gazes occasionally wandered, exchanging glances, before settling on the semi-saint at the center. The semi-saint kept his eyes gently closed, indifferent to the tumult of the world, uttering not a single word, rendering his thoughts inscrutable and elusive. Observing this, the others could only exchange brief looks before muttering, "Let us wait and see." The figure of Shui Jianqing, the heavenly sword emperor, emerged at the terminus of the heavenly staircase, within a grove of ancient stone tablets shrouded in mist, where only the faint outlines of the tablets were discernible. Shui Jianxing then emitted a piercing sword cry, announcing the commencement of the second trial, the ancient heavenly tablets. Before you lies a grove wherein lie buried the 9 ancient martial arts. These techniques exist in fragments, embedded within each ancient tablet. Your task is to piece together these fragments to comprehend the complete ancient martial arts. Within the designated time frame, the one who grasps the most techniques with the greatest completeness shall harvest the most calamity energy. With a sweeping gesture, Shui Jianxing dispelled the mist surrounding the grove, revealing its true form. Before the eyes, ancient stone tablets were interred in the obsidian earth, some shattered and others damaged, with debris scattered across the ground, painting a scene of desolation and ruin. Suddenly, wisps of calamity energy danced through the air, coalescing into a blazing orb. The duration of this trial is 5,000 strands of calamity energy. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own fortune. With that, Shui Jianxing cast a glance at Lin Zhe and Hong Tian, and then his figure vanished once more. The second trial was about to commence. As soon as the words fell, the young man clad in green, known as Hong Tian, instantaneously appeared within the steel forest. Simultaneously, a phrase danced with the wind and reached Lin Zhe's ears. This time, I shall not yield to you. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Lin Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Hong Tian, a playful expression gracing his features. It would be one thing to surpass others, but to outdo in terms of comprehension. You may not realize whose domain this truly is. The steel forest, concealing ancient martial arts, is nothing less than an alternative repository of knowledge. No one understands this repository better than Lin Zhe. With that thought, he entered the steel forest, brimming with expectation. The ancient martial arts concealed within the 9 gates of Dao Jie Mountain were at least of the earth level, if not higher. Upon entering the forest, Lin Zhe's unparalleled comprehension at level 4 activated automatically. You have discovered a fragment of an earth-level mid-tier martial art, Long He Luo Ri sword technique. You have discovered a fragment of an earth-level mid-tier martial art, Tai Xian divine art. You have discovered a fragment of an earth-level mid-tier martial art, Rising Moon over the sea. You have discovered a fragment of an earth-level mid-tier martial art, Yin Yang mysterious transformation. You have discovered Xiao Wuxing true art. At this moment, no further words were necessary. Lin Zhe was utterly immersed in the steel forest. His mind consumed by but 2 words, take off. Chapter 89, Enlightenment, Total Enlightenment. Gratitude to nature for its bountiful gifts. Guided by his extraordinary comprehension, Lin Zhe swiftly pieced together the complete martial art within the steel forest. Meanwhile, others, after a moment of contemplation, also began to unravel the mysteries of this steel forest, each uttering exclamations of astonishment. This is actually an earth-level mid-tier martial art. The 9 sects of the Azure domain are indeed extravagantly affluent. The mid-tier earth-level inheritance is regarded as a treasure even by the sovereigns of various realms, and only the true core disciples are permitted to practice it. Yet, the 9 sects of the Azure domain have carelessly cast it into the Dao Tribulation Mountain, allowing trial takers to observe at will. Remarkable. Furthermore, take a look at this fragment, the River Sunset Sword Technique. It is derived from the core technique of the River Sword sect, River Sunset Circle. Its grade is already infinitely close to that of the upper earth level. The River Sunset Sword Technique is exceptional, and the other 8 techniques are likely of similar caliber, each a standout among the mid-tier earth level. The 9 sects of the Azure domain truly live up to their reputation. Let us not squander time. It is imperative to comprehend this, for opportunities like this are rare. Upon discovering the essence of these 9 ancient techniques, everyone became engrossed, plunging into the steel forest. Casting aside all distractions in their minds, solely focused on swiftly mastering these supreme techniques. In an instant, the steel forest fell into a profound silence. Only the sound of their continuous movements attested to their presence. Before a grand stone tablet, Hong Tian closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the rhythm of the heavens and earth, receiving their guidance. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, lifting a corner of several shattered stone fragments. A smile crept upon Hong Tian's lips. He had found the Tai Xian divine art. With that, Hong Tian swiftly noted down the contents of the fragments, piecing them together into the complete Tai Xian divine art. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged, preparing to immerse himself fully in the comprehension of the Tai Xian divine art. Before doing so, Hong Tian cast a glance at Lin Zhe. This time, you cannot possibly outpace me. Having spoken, Hong Tian closed his five senses. Around him, wisps of mysterious and profound energy gradually rose, creating the optimal environment for his comprehension. At that moment, Lin Yu had gathered all fragments of the 9 martial arts techniques. The process of enlightenment commenced. You peruse the river and sunset sword technique with your near transcendental comprehension. The river and sunset sword technique has been completely unraveled and progressed to the 10th level. River and sunset sword technique level 10, perfected. You have comprehended a terrestrial grade intermediate technique, and you are now aware of the power of divine level comprehension. Divine level comprehension level 4, 110, you peruse the Tai Xian divine art. After a session of enlightenment, Lin Yu had mastered all 9 martial arts techniques within the stone forest. Simultaneously, his talent progress surged by a remarkable 900 points. Divine level comprehension level 4, 910. Raising his gaze to observe the remaining time of the calamity energy, he noted that only 9 strands had been consumed. 9 strands. The challenge of comprehension had not even begun before it had concluded. With the arrival of these 9 terrestrial-grade intermediate techniques, Lin Yu felt as though he could glimpse the birth of a fusion with terrestrial-grade advanced techniques. Once he completed this trial, he would be ready to embark on the fusion and formally break through to a higher realm. However, it was evidently not the time for submission. The duration of the 9 strands of calamity energy was astonishing, transcending the boundaries of human comprehension. Even if Lin Yu wished to display his prowess, it could not manifest in such a manner. Thus, he settled into meditation, awaiting the performances of others, estimating their results based on their timings. As time gradually slipped away, after 100 strands of tribulation energy, Hong Tian awoke. He first glanced at the time and then murmured to himself, "After 100 strands, I have comprehended it to a satisfactory extent. I can barely manage the trial." With a nod of contentment, Hong Tian turned his gaze towards Lin Yu. Noticing that Lin Yu remained absorbed in meditation, he could not help but smile faintly. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of disappointment washed over him. "Is this all you are capable of?" He sighed. The long road ahead seemed devoid of worthy opponents. This world felt excessively desolate. With a soft exhale, Hong Tian closed his eyes, continuing to attune himself to the rhythms of the universe in search of the second volume of the technique. Moments later, he located the second volume. Settling into a cross-legged position, he was about to delve deeper into his understanding when he glanced again at Lin Yu. Observing that Lin Yu was still immersed in his insights, Hong Tian felt a wave of ennui wash over him. He sought to grasp these techniques merely to contend with Lin Yu. Now, witnessing Lin Yu's performance, even the prospect of a mid-tier Earth-grade technique seemed to lose its allure. How tiresome. Just as Hong Tian lamented the lack of interest, Lin Yu awakened. "Oh, he's awake." A smile crept across Hong Tian's lips. Lin Yu's enlightenment brought him greater joy than his own. Checking the time, he noted that only 10 strands had passed since his own awakening. Excellent. There is still room for competition. Hong Tian felt a surge of happiness. However, to his astonishment, the next moment, Lin Yu rose and walked towards the testing stone at the end of the stone forest. This implied that Lin Yu had chosen to assess his progress and was ready to conclude this phase of the trial. In that instant, Hong Tian's joy evaporated entirely. He stood frozen, as did Shui Jianqing and the others on the mountaintop. Lin Yu placed his hands upon the towering black detection stone, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. A resonant hum echoed as ripples spread through the mountains, a torrential river descending from the heavens towards the setting sun. A resplendent crimson sun radiated above the flowing river, embodying the essence of the Longhe Luori sword technique. Atop the mountain, the sect leader of the Longhe sword sect narrowed his eyes, the Longhe Luori, in merely a little over 100 strands of tribulation energy. Its quality had already surpassed that of numerous novices, nearing the level of mastery. It appeared that his affinity with the Longhe Luori sword technique was exceedingly high. This young man was indeed destined to be connected with my Longhe sword sect. Others merely smirked, thinking, destined? Nonsense. He merely happened to select the Longhe Luori sword technique. Before they could voice their thoughts, the vision of the Longhe Luori faded away, giving rise to a vast ocean, ebbing and flowing under the night sky. A luminous full moon gradually ascended from the horizon. The bright moon rises over the sea. The leader of the Xinyue manor sat up abruptly, unable to believe her eyes. The bright moon over the sea? In just over 100 strands of time, he had comprehended 2 techniques. The Xinyue manor leader was astonished, while Hong Tian below was also at a loss for words. Two techniques? He glanced at the time again, confirming that only 10 strands had passed. He had not lost focus. Indeed, it had only been 10 strands. How had he grasped 2 techniques in that brief moment? I had only just comprehended one myself. But this was not the end. Following the extraordinary vision of the bright moon over the sea, in the void, 2 contrasting forces of yin and yang intertwine, embodying the transformation of the universe's duality. This is the essence of the profound changes of yin and yang. Chapter 90. The celestial body of all laws. The transformation of yin and yang. At this moment, even the typically taciturn master of the yin-yang mystical gate could not contain himself. He rose abruptly. For the path of his sect is the grand path of yin and yang in the cosmos. Yin and yang, heaven and earth, light and darkness. Life and death. Yin and yang represent the 2 extremes of existence. Thus, among the 9 sects, the yin-yang mystical gate possesses the most rigorous standards for its martial arts, demanding the highest levels of comprehension and innate talent. Historically, during the trials of Tao Robbery Mountain, the number of insights into the transformation of yin and yang consistently ranked last, with the instances of comprehension being countable on one's fingers. Moreover, those rare prodigies who do grasp the transformation of yin and yang often appear to be naive youths. Due to the demanding nature of this transformation, the time and energy they devote to it could easily suffice for mastering at least 2 other techniques. The cost outweighs the benefit, underscoring the severity of the yin and yang transformation. Yet now, before him stands an individual who not only has comprehended the transformation of yin and yang in a remarkably short span, but has also simultaneously grasped the long river-setting sun sword technique and the rising moon over the sea. The master of the yin-yang gate found this astonishing. What a prodigy! Just as he spoke, his expression suddenly froze. On the testing stone, the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth replaced the 2 energies of yin and yang, revealing a wondrous spectacle of the 5 elements creation. The true art of the 5 elements. The 4th door. The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Even the enigmatic and extraordinary Hong Tian was left in a state of stunned silence, rendered speechless for an extended period. The others, too, were profoundly affected by Lin Yu's manifestation of insight. They gazed at him as if he were a creature of myth, a terrifying deity. How could this be? I have yet to comprehend a single technique, and he has already mastered 4. Is this still a mere mortal? Clearly not. Silence reigned. An oppressive stillness enveloping the gathering. At that moment, words failed everyone. The world was serene, save for Lin Yu's vision, which soared through the heavens, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. After a brief moment, the aura of the small 5 elements' true art dissipated, and the light upon the detection stone gradually settled into tranquility. Observing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Finally, it was over. Let it not return. That was far too terrifying. Yet, before they could fully catch their breath, another radiant glow ascended from the detection stone. The heavenly profound elegance, the Tao descends upon the world. Good heavens! He. The 5th gate. The onlookers stood transfixed, their expressions dazed, as if caught in a dream. Even the most extraordinary talents of the Qing domain, rarely seen throughout the ages, could not possibly reach such heights. Atop the mountain, the 9 eminent sages of the present era twitched in disbelief. Their faces a tableau of incredulity. 5 gates. At this rate, it seems likely that, given Lin Yu's premature cessation of comprehension and the astonishing results he displayed, he may have already grasped all 9 techniques within the monument forest. As expected, following the manifestation of the heavenly profound divine art, the 6th technique began to unveil its splendor. In a profound silence, the 7th, 8th, and 9th gates made their appearances in succession. Thus, Lin Yu's second trial came to a conclusion, with all 9 gates present. Atop the mountain peak, the 9 venerable sages remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, one spoke, questioning whether the essence of the ethereal celestial body truly lay in its comprehension. The ethereal celestial body, were it called the myriad laws celestial body, I would wholeheartedly believe it. The myriad laws celestial body, one of the 9 celestial bodies of the great Tao, is renowned for its profound understanding of all laws. It is said that those who possess the myriad laws celestial body have an understanding that approaches the Tao, grasping the principles of heaven and earth. Specifically speaking, an individual endowed with the myriad laws celestial body, even in idle contemplation of the heavens, can perceive the shifting laws of the sky, thereby comprehending the great Tao. Digging into the earth, they can unravel its mysteries, discerning the essence of the mountain. Even a simple act such as drinking water can unveil transcendent pathways of understanding. The possessor of the myriad law's celestial body requires no external technique, for they themselves embody the very essence of the law. Every word and action of theirs possesses immense power. Remarkable skills are summoned effortlessly. Is it not rather extraordinary? And the performance of Lin Yu in terms of comprehension appears to align closely with the legendary descriptions of the myriad law's celestial body, does it not? But how does one explain his 18 years of age and his half-step divine sea realm? The absence of a bottleneck in his realm is indeed a manifestation of the ethereal celestial body's might. Might there be a possibility that two celestial bodies could coexist within a single individual? Strange glances were cast among the group, as if I had said nothing. Another moment of silence ensued. At last, they could no longer endure the suspense and turned their eager gazes towards the semi-holy Qinghe. The situation before them was indeed beyond their expectations. The semi-holy Qinghe sensed their stares but remained silent. His eyes gently closed as if he had once again succumbed to slumber. The onlookers dared not disturb him, and thus, the summit of Daojia Mountain fell into a profound silence. At the end of the steel forest, the figure of Xue Jianqing materialized. He regarded Lin Yu with a look akin to seeing a ghost. Sword Emperor, Xue Jianqing sighed deeply. Brother Lin, your innate understanding is truly extraordinary. In my many years traversing the Qing domain, I have never encountered anyone with such prodigious talent as yours. With your gifts, it is likely that within a mere 100,000 years, the entire Qing domain will hold you in the highest esteem. Lin Yu smiled modestly. You flatter me, Sword Emperor. Such flattery is not unfounded, Xue Jianqing countered, shaking his head. Given Lin Yu's remarkable performance in will and comprehension, even if he faltered in the third trial, he would undoubtedly be recognized as the successor of a semi-holy. With the dedicated cultivation of a semi-holy and Lin Yu's inherent talents, Xue Jianqing deemed his estimate of 100,000 years to be quite conservative. First place, comprehending the complete technique of the 9 doors, awarded 1,000 strands of calamity energy. Xue Jianqing announced Lin Yu's achievement loudly, subsequently infusing an additional 1,000 strands of calamity energy into his celestial fate token. This propelled Lin Yu's calamity energy to an unparalleled zenith, one that no one could surpass. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hong Tian's expression was inscrutable. He had lost once again, and this time, despite exerting his utmost effort. Hong Tian smacked his lips, his expression a curious blend of mirth, anger, and a fiery competitive spirit, tempered by the caution one exhibits when facing a lifelong adversary. In an instant, he appeared beside Lin Yu. You have triumphed once more. What else could it be? A smirk tugged at the corner of Hong Tian's mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. He then turned his gaze towards Xue Jianqing. Having assessed both will and perception, it is time for the next stage, an actual combat. I demand another match against him. I refuse to believe you can surpass me in real combat. As he spoke of actual combat, an undeniable fervor radiated from Hong Tian, fearless and resolute. Clearly, he considered practical engagement to be his forte, far surpassing the trials of will and perception. Xue Jianqing frowned at his words. In the next moment, a sense of abandonment swept over them once more. The next challenge is indeed a battle of magic. Very well. Hong Tian beamed, a mysterious aura enveloping him. Now that I have completed the trial with him, why not arrange for our duel? Xue Jianqing shook his head. That would be against the rules. After speaking, the feeling of abandonment returned. Enough already. Xue Jianqing sighed in exasperation. If both of you are adamant, I can consult with the semi-saint and the sect leader to allow you to proceed to the third trial ahead of schedule. With that, Xue Jianqing turned his attention to Lin Yu, who cast a sidelong glance at Hong Tian, their eyes meeting with mutual understanding. Just like him. At the threshold of the divine sea. What significance does that hold? I have no interest in a fight if it lacks substance. Lin Yu's objective in combat has always remained singular, his gaze fixated upon the venerable Ku Rong. Among those present, there was no doubt that Ku Rong possessed the highest realm, that of the human Tao's heavenly origin. When a cultivator of the heavenly origin descends into battle, it is an unequivocal and overwhelming dominance. Even a moment's hesitation would constitute a profound disrespect towards the notion of the heavenly origin. The disparity in realms is far too vast, even for Lin Yu in his current state. The gap between half-step divine sea and heavenly origin is a chasm marked by a complete divine sea realm. Moreover, Ku Rong, adorned with the title of a venerable, embodies the essence of the human Tao's heavenly origin. The innate 5 realms of the heavenly origin can be subdivided into spiritual light heavenly origin, human Tao heavenly origin, earthly Tao heavenly origin, and celestial Tao heavenly origin, each step representing a higher celestial tier. Most individuals in this world cultivate the spiritual light heavenly origin. Those who attain the human Tao heavenly origin are deemed exceptional, hence the title human Tao. With Ku Rong's mastery of the human Tao's heavenly origin, defeating Lin Zhe, an extraordinary half-step divine C, poses no challenge whatsoever. Yet, alas soon, Lin Zhe shall no longer be a half-step divine C. Following the fusion of his techniques, he is now capable of contending with the human Tao's heavenly origin. With this thought, Lin Zhe's lips curled into a smile. The long-awaited grand battle is finally upon him. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Hong Tian's momentum faltered momentarily. Wasn't this his typical rhetoric? How infuriating! As Hong Tian contemplated his next words, he noticed Lin Zhe had already stepped aside, closing his eyes in meditation, evidently preparing for the forthcoming clash. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to transform into an entirely different Hong Tian. Observing this, Hong Tian fell silent, realizing he had indeed been quite vexatious previously. Did he underestimate me? Humph. Soon you shall realize just how egregiously mistaken you are. With that, Hong Tian retreated to a corner to meditate. Atop the Daojia mountain, the 9 great sages could not help but chuckle. These 2 young ones, if they truly wished to engage in combat prematurely, I would be inclined to permit it. To witness what remarkable sparks might ignite from their clash. Indeed, Hong Tian is no ordinary talent. Grasping a martial art in merely 100 strands of time is a rarity that emerges once in millennia. So, have you discerned the true nature of this Hong Tian? Old Jiang, do share. You seem to have some inkling previously. Upon hearing this, old Jiang replied, I have long been speculating that Hong Tian may very well possess an immortal physique. Even if he does not, he is at least one among the 17 sacred physiques. At the mention of this, the expressions of those present shifted significantly. Sacred physique? Immortal physique. Lin Zhe has yet to distinguish which immortal physique he possesses. And now another one appears. Do you think the legendary immortal physiques and sacred physiques are as common as cabbages, found everywhere? And all manifesting in my Qing domain? Have we inadvertently stirred the nest of immortal physiques today? Is it that the hidden immortal and sacred physiques have all been drawn out by a single grand selection in the Qing domain? Do not interrupt, old Jiang. Please continue. Old Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. He fixed his gaze upon Hong Tian and said, Since earlier, I have been observing this Hong Tian closely. Whether ascending the heavenly ladder or piecing together fragments of martial arts, there is a mysterious force aiding him. When he ascends the heavenly ladder, it dims, guiding his every step to where the calamity's aura is at its weakest. He sought a powerful technique, and the winds of fortune stirred those fragments. With the winds at his back and everything aligning in his favor, it seemed as though the world adored him. Old Jiang remarked that this extraordinary favor from heaven and earth bore a striking resemblance to certain revered bodies. Upon his words, the assembly immediately thought of 2 names, the Fortune Sacred Body and the Destiny Celestial Body. The Fortune Sacred Body, an embodiment of luck among the 17 sacred bodies, bestows upon its possessor unparalleled fortune in every aspect. This luck manifests in myriad ways, finding an extraordinary technique while venturing forth. Surviving a leap from a precipice to inherit the legacy of a powerful being, casually acquiring a sword of unrivaled caliber, or having a formidable foe suddenly struck down by divine lightning. Such occurrences are merely commonplace. As for the Destiny Celestial Body, its very name evokes the essence of fate. If the Fortune Sacred Body embodies worldly luck, then the Destiny Celestial Body represents the culmination of destiny. The most widely circulated saying regarding the Destiny Celestial Body is, all actions and thoughts become reality. All heart's desires resonate with the world. Destiny is mine. The interpretation of this phrase is subjective, open to individual understanding. In essence, the existence of the Destiny Celestial Body parallels that of the Ethereal Celestial Body and the All-Method Celestial Body, as they all represent the pinnacle of a certain path, possessing the extraordinary mysteries of the great Tao. At the summit of Tao tribulation, the mention of the Destiny Celestial Body and the Fortune Sacred Body stirred unease among the 9 contemporary sages. They glanced at Lin Zhe, then at Hong Tian, hesitating to speak. After a prolonged silence, the 9 sages sighed deeply. Indeed, talents emerge in every generation. 2 seemingly celestial prodigies, reminiscent of sacred bodies. This current trial at Dejia Mountain is truly exhilarating. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the sparks that will ignite from their clashes. That old fellow Ku Rong is also present, which will undoubtedly add fuel to this contest. Is it too much for Ku Rong to serve as a sharpening stone? No matter, with us watching, we shall witness the limits of what may very well be an immortal physique. In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a living immortal body. As the 9 great sages deliberated, time flowed swiftly. Lin Yu, in a state of serene contemplation, harmonized his newly acquired mid-tier earth-level techniques with all that he had previously learned. You perceive the world and gain insights, yielding new ideas regarding your practice techniques. You have merged your learned mental methods. The primary technique is based on Great Desolation's cataclysmic record, supplemented by a total of 2 auxiliary texts. The Great Desolation's cataclysmic record has achieved a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the superior earth-level technique true art of the dual extremes of heaven and desolation. You observe the world and gain insights. You have integrated your learned body refinement methods. The primary method is based on fires of the sacred true demonic art, supplemented by a total of 2 auxiliary texts. The fires of the sacred true demonic art has achieved a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the superior earth-level technique true body of the fiery demon. Chapter 92, Ascension of Realms with the arrival of the 9 superior quality mid-tier earth-level techniques. Lin Yu's knowledge has finally merged and ascended to the superior earth level. Mental method, superior earth level, true art of the dual extremes of heaven and desolation LV10. Body refinement method, superior earth level, true body of the fiery demon LV10. Body technique, earth grade superior, feather transformation true, art level 10. Sword technique, earth grade superior. 10,000 rivers concealing blade invocation level 10. Fist technique. With the formidable impetus of these earth grade superior skills, Lin Yu's aura instantaneously ascended to the pinnacle. Boom. The illusory sea descended into the realm of reality. Lin Yu ventured into the depths of the ocean, exploring the vastness of the heavens. The divine sea realm was swiftly attained. Buzz. The formless waves washed over Lin Yu's body, purging the mundane essence and impacting his divine sea. The energy within Lin Yu's divine sea grew increasingly robust. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In but a fleeting moment, Lin Yu had already reached the zenith of the divine sea realm. Shortly thereafter, the waves surged. The formless tide swayed, causing Lin Yu's divine sea to tremble. They gathered tumultuous waves, striving to cleanse the sky above, parting the resplendent heavenly origin that guides the path of destiny. Splash! The wrath of the high heavens loomed, intent on obliterating the divine sea that dared to defile the celestial domain. The entire world quaked. Trembling. Particles of luminescence began to manifest in the sky. The resplendent heavenly origin belonging to Lin Yu had begun to reveal its brilliance, guiding the direction of the surging waves. Witnessing the emergence of the heavenly origin light, the divine sea surged with tumultuous tides. Within the divine sea, a colossal dragon sword, a blood-red dragon, embodying Lin Yu's true form, suddenly opened its eyes. It unleashed a roar that echoed through the heavens, seeking to carry forth the tides of its existence and break through the thick clouds to achieve the heavenly origin. Yet, in the next moment, the waves gradually calmed, settling the fury. Lin Yu chose to halt here, for beyond the pinnacle of the divine sea, the next step was to solidify the heavenly origin. The celestial origin represents the culmination of a practitioner's lifelong quest for enlightenment and serves as the highest acknowledgement from the heavens, a unique license from the divine bestowed upon them. There exist 4 types of celestial origins, each offering distinct opportunities. Once manifested, there is no possibility for alteration or a second chance. The process of crystallizing a celestial origin demands utmost caution, necessitating the harmonious alignment of time, place, and people. None can be overlooked. Given Lin Yu's current circumstances, the crystallization of an earthly origin should pose no obstacles. However, what he seeks is not merely an earthly origin, but a celestial one. With his extraordinary level of comprehension akin to a divine cheat, failing to manifest a supreme celestial origin would be a disservice to such a gift. If one is to pursue a celestial origin, it must be the finest. Thus, Lin Yu chooses to pause momentarily, awaiting the opportunity to delve deeper into the profound realms of the 9 sects of the Azure domain, whereupon he shall possess better conditions to advance. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Yu exhaled deeply. Having reached the pinnacle of the divine sea realm, His techniques had ascended to the superior tier of Earth-level skills. This phase should present little difficulty. Glancing at the time, he realized that while he fused his techniques to break through, the clock had silently ticked past 2,000 strands. Some individuals present began to exhibit signs of distress and concern. The current trial was nearing its conclusion. Lin Yu felt an increasing anticipation for the forthcoming third trial, eagerly awaiting a thrilling and exhilarating battle he had longed for. He silently hoped for favorable outcomes. Meanwhile, the 9 eminent sages atop the mountain were left in a state of shock. Witnessing an 18-year-old at the brink of the divine sea was one thing. But witnessing an 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the divine sea, this was a reality unfolding right before their very eyes. They observed in astonishment as Lin Yu propelled himself from the brink to the pinnacle of the divine sea in a mere instant. It was as if he had simply vanished. The 9 esteemed leaders of the great sage sect were utterly astonished. After living for several tens of millions of years, they had never witnessed an individual breaking through to a new realm with such astonishing swiftness. They remained in silence for quite some time until one of them finally broke the stillness, exclaiming, "It must be the ethereal celestial body. If it isn't, I shall consume the entire Mount Dao tribulation." But what of his remarkable comprehension? It cannot be a dual celestial physique, surely. It must be a sacred body combined with a celestial body? Or perhaps he possesses an extraordinary ancient bloodline of incredible insight, coupled with the ethereal celestial body. It seems plausible. What utter nonsense. I truly question the value of my existence over these past tens of millions of years. The 9 venerable leaders began to converse animatedly. However, the semi-holy Qinghe kept his eyes firmly shut, remaining utterly silent. Before long, 5,000 threads of time had passed. The second trial concluded, with Lin Yu undoubtedly taking first place, achieving a complete comprehension of all 9 gates. He became the first individual in the history of the Mount Dao tribulation trials to attain such a record. Others managed to grasp 2 to 3 gates to varying extents. This time, the semi-holy election attracted the pinnacle of talent from the Qing domain, resulting in trial performances that were significantly superior to previous occasions. Among them were the portly Taoist boy, the crimson-haired youth of the Qiling tribe, and an unexpectedly formidable bearded man who comprehended 4 gates before time expired. Under normal circumstances, the 9 esteemed leaders would have exchanged a few words of admiration and then begun to wager or vie for disciples. However, in the presence of Lin Yu and Hong Tian, 2 seemingly celestial beings of unparalleled existence, the brilliance of others has been utterly overshadowed, rendering them mere commoners beneath their radiance of little significance. Their sole concern now lies in what astonishing feats Lin Yu and Hong Tian shall unveil next. Thus, as soon as the second trial concluded, Xue Jianxing received the highest directive from the 9 esteemed sect leaders to promptly commence the third trial. With a grand gesture, Xue Jianxing dismissed the customary praise and directly unveiled the mist at the end of the steel forest. Within that mist, a winding mountain path ascended toward the summit of the robbery mountain. At the peak, an ancient battlefield stood majestically. Xue Jianxing, standing before the serpentine path, proclaimed, "The third trial, the ancient battlefield. This round shall test your innate potential." Before he could finish, his brow furrowed slightly. "Are you ever at peace?" He cast a glance at Hong Tian and, with a resigned sigh, swiftly appended the subsequent words, "Along with your combat prowess. Our 9 sects of the Azure domain have always held that a person's innate qualities encompass numerous aspects. Mere assessments cannot reveal their latent potential. Only in the face of life and death crises, when confronted with insurmountable deadlocks, can your innate potentials be fully developed and displayed. Therefore, our 9 sects of the Azure domain shall amalgamate the tests of innate potential and compatibility. This ancient battlefield shall record your innate qualities during combat, culminating in a final evaluation. As for your combat results, they shall be determined by your respective rankings. Follow me." Having spoken, Xue Jianxing led everyone reverently along the path that ascended to the ancient battlefield atop the mountain, arriving at the vast expanse of the summit. What lay before their eyes was a scene of utter desolation. A sense of ancient wildness and the somber grandeur of autumn winds surged within the hearts of all present. Chapter 93. An unexpected figure at the terminus of the ancient battlefield. High in the heavens, 10 formidable figures of unparalleled might towered majestically, their presence shaking the very heavens and earth. Among them, one was enshrouded in chains of divine law, his existence stirring the very fabric of this world. Undoubtedly, These 10 were the most exalted semi-saints of the Qing domain and the 9 grand sect masters. After enduring trials, the crowd finally beheld these legendary beings. They immediately paid their respects, exclaiming, "We greet the semi-saint. We greet the 9 sect masters." The semi-saint remained silent, his gaze seemingly drifting, as if observing someone, or perhaps no one at all. The other 9 spoke, "Pay us no heed. Focus on your trials. Jianqing, commence." Understood. Shui Jianqing turned, casting a cold glance over everyone. The third trial, the ancient battlefield. This trial will be conducted without rules or restrictions. Hidden weapons, techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, deadly poisons. All forms of combat you can conceive may be employed in this trial. Such is the nature of actual combat, in a true life and death struggle. No one will adhere to rules. Survival is your only choice. With that, Shui Jianqing waved his hand, and all participants' celestial tokens were summoned into the air, where they began to whirl rapidly amidst a tempest of void. A tempest brews, obscuring the truth within. The ancient battlefield is divided into 2 segments. The first segment, a chaotic melee, will see all participants divided into 10 groups, engaging in an unstructured skirmish. The top 10 from each group shall earn an additional opportunity for a designated challenge. The second segment, a specified challenge, will follow. Upon the conclusion of the melee, your innate qualities will be recorded by the battlefield, amalgamating the total calamity points from your 3 trials for a comprehensive ranking. Should you find your ranking unsatisfactory, you will have the chance to challenge any individual within the rankings. Ultimately, your final standing will reflect your practical capabilities in the 4th trial. The assembled crowd comprehended that the initial melee served merely as a warm-up exhibition, the assessment of innate potential for some, and reliance on explosive prowess for others. Engage if capable. But if not, it matters little. The subsequent segment will truly determine the outcome. With that, the time has come to draw lots for combat groupings. As the words echoed, the storm trembled. Celestial tokens transformed into radiant lights, shooting forth from the tempest, each corresponding to its rightful master, who materialized across the battlefield. Shui Jianqing's voice resonated throughout. The groupings are set, and the melee commences. No sooner had Shui Jianqing's words faded than the chaos erupted. Whistles and roars filled the air as combatants clashed, fire ignited, stone shattered. Divine radiance surged forth, and sword marks tore through the heavens and the earth. Each participant displayed their extraordinary abilities, plunging into a tumultuous and frenzied battle. Lin Yu found himself placed in the 7th group. In this group, there were neither the stout Taoist nor the crimson-haired youth from the Qi clan, nor the venerable Ku Rong or Hong Tian. Only some inconspicuous minor characters remained. Meanwhile, Hong Tian found himself equally disappointed, as he too had not encountered any noteworthy formidable opponents. Casting a glance towards Lin Yu's direction, he sighed in regret. Alas, throughout the trials of Daojia Mountain, only Lin Yu warranted a glance of esteem, deserving of anticipation. As for the others, they were all well aware of Hong Tian's formidable prowess and planned to unite against him first. A look of disdain flickered across Hong Tian's face. A mere swarm of ants. All shall perish. With a thunderous stomp, a devastating shockwave erupted from beneath his feet, rippling across the battlefield. His half-step divine sea cultivation erupted in full force. Half-step divine sea? Nothing remarkable. Those of profound cultivation sensed Hong Tian's true level of power and exhaled in relief. Just as one prepared to eliminate this pressing threat with a mere gesture, suddenly, the world dimmed. The realm before his eyes was engulfed in a grim shade of gray. An aura of destruction and decay permeated the air, as if the entire world stood on the brink of annihilation. Panic-stricken, he sought to resist, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of movement. His body trembled involuntarily. In the next moment, a colossal sword qi surged towards him from behind. It appeared to have originated from a different battlefield, having spiraled out of control. Following closely was a seemingly inconspicuous stone, propelled by the storm of battle, hurtling towards him with an uncanny force. Astonishingly, this unremarkable pebble prompted a profound sense of impending doom within him, a lofty cultivator of the divine sea realm. It was over. At that moment, a figure clad in blue swooped in and swiftly took him away. It was Shui Jianqing, who sensed something amiss and intervened to rescue the individual. Once saved, the man immediately addressed Shui Jianqing, exclaiming, "Sword Emperor, I sense something strange." I understand." As he spoke, Shui Jianqing waved his hand once more, saving several others who were on the brink of demise due to unforeseen circumstances. In a breath, and then another Xue Jianxing continued to wave his hand repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single soul left on the battlefield of Hongtian. Hongtian emerged as the sole victor. Have we truly lost? Did we even engage in battle? The crowd was left in utter shock, as if they had encountered a specter. What is happening? Is there truly such a method of combat? In stark contrast, Hongtian appeared as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task, with an expression devoid of emotion. He exited the battlefield, awaiting the commencement of the next round. Sword Emperor, is this not a bit? Xue Jianxing simply replied, you have been eliminated. There can only be one victor in this round. Prepare well for the designated challenge in the next round. With that, Xue Jianxing continued to inspect the entire battlefield. The 9 esteemed sect leaders remained unfazed. It would indeed be peculiar if the seemingly celestial Hongtian were to falter. After Hongtian's match concluded, their gaze shifted towards Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu also effortlessly ended the chaotic skirmish with a single punch. The entire process was devoid of peril, lacking in any significant spectacle. One punch determined the outcome. The esteemed Xuanzhang, the apparent champion, was no exception. The trio of group battles had concluded even before they had truly begun. The other groups performed rather mediocrely. After all, this chaotic battle served merely as a warm-up to gauge one's potential. It determines nothing. Revealing one's cards and capabilities too early could be detrimental to the upcoming contests. Consequently, everyone played with a degree of restraint, with few genuinely exerting themselves. As the melee concluded, the ancient battlefield assessed the potential of all participants, amalgamating the results from previous trials of fortitude to deliver the final rankings. Without question, the first position belonged to Lin Yu, who triumphed over his opponents with overwhelming dominance in each match. The second place, however, was awarded to a rather unexpected individual, as Hongtian had languished without a trace in the top 100. This surprising contender was none other than the burly man with a fierce beard, who had entered just behind Lin Yu and Luo Wuchen, clutching a head in his grasp. Chapter 94. The final battle of decay and prosperity. The sudden rise of the bearded giant astonished everyone, save for Lin Yu and Hongtian. They had recognized the man's peculiarity from the very beginning. Who, after all, could rush into Dao Jie Mountain at the outset without possessing remarkable prowess? His ostentatious demeanor merely masked his true self, designed to mislead others into underestimating him, branding him a fool and thereby lowering their guard. Nevertheless, neither Lin Yu nor Hongtian regarded this bearded giant as a significant threat. In their eyes, their sole adversary had always been the esteemed master of decay and prosperity, Lin Yu himself. To think that he claimed the second spot. We have all been deceived by this fellow. Those who made it into this semi-holy selection are the Crme de la Crme from various realms. There are none who are genuinely foolish. He is undoubtedly second. His innate understanding has emerged remarkably, having comprehended 4.5 gates. It seems he also ranks highly in the heavenly ladder, and his position upon entering the path Tribulation Mountain is among the foremost. Considering this aspect of his root bone, his potential is certainly not to be underestimated, making his second place standing quite reasonable. The crowd engaged in lively discussion about the burly man, while Xue Jianxing and the 9 esteemed sect masters merely cast him a fleeting glance. As stated previously, under ordinary circumstances, he might be seen as an exceptional individual. However, in this instance, their focus was solely on Lin Yu and Hongtian, the 2 most resplendent suns in their midst. The radiance of the sun is capable of eclipsing all. To compete alongside these 2 prodigies in a single trial may indeed be their greatest misfortune. As the second round of designated challenges commenced, it was announced that from this moment forth, should there be any disputes regarding rankings, one may challenge any participant. A successful challenge results in a swap of standings, while a failed attempt leaves one without further opportunity to contest, thus relegated to accepting challenges from others. Time. Xue Jianxing unleashed a surge of calamity energy once more, which would continue until the 5,000 strands of calamity energy were entirely consumed. Having spoken, Xue Jianxing fell silent, directing his gaze toward Hongtian. Predictably, he was the first to step forward. Indeed, as soon as Xue Jianxing's words left his lips, Hongtian could no longer contain himself. I wish to challenge the first place. I, an old man, seek to challenge the first. 2 voices resonated simultaneously. One was Hongtian, and the other belonged to the aged and venerable Kurong. Both contenders issued their challenges to Lin Yu. Upon witnessing the situation, Xue Jianxing remarked that although both individuals were challenging for the top spot, the esteemed elder Kurong held a higher rank and thus had the privilege of first challenge. In response, Hong Tian let out a resigned sigh. He glanced at the venerable Qing and said, "Old man, at your age, are you not afraid of shattering your bones by engaging in combat?" The venerable Qing chuckled as he stroked his grizzled beard, replying, "I am but a frail old man, half buried in the earth, and have little fear of such matters. While I still possess a modicum of strength, I wish to witness the young talents of this generation in the Azure domain, to illuminate the final chapters of my long journey through life." He continued, "Moreover, by challenging first, I can pave the way for you, my young friend, allowing you two prodigies to perform at your best. Would it not be so?" Hong Tian scoffed. "Who needs your guidance?" "Well, if you wish to court disaster, I shan't stop you. Hurry up and fight. The next challenger awaits." In his tone, Hong Tian seemed to have already concluded that the venerable Qirong, a distinguished figure of the human Dao Tian Yuan, was destined to lose. Shui Jianqing and the 9 esteemed sect leaders were equally taken aback. To cross the chasm of realms from the pinnacle of the divine sea to challenge a Tian Yuan was an arduous endeavor, particularly against a figure of Qirong's caliber. Steeped in tradition and experience, the disparity between him and the pinnacle of the divine sea was unfathomable. Even if Lin Zhe possessed the ethereal celestial body, it was merely that of a pinnacle divine sea practitioner, not yet invincible. This impending battle left even the 9 esteemed sect leaders in uncertainty. One cannot help but ponder the source of Hong Tian's immense confidence in Lin Zhe. Could it be that, after suffering defeat at Lin Zhe's hands, he believes him to be unrivaled in this world? These celestial bodies, one after another, do they truly regard the disparity in cultivation levels as trivial? Such thoughts coursed through his mind as Lin Zhe reached the heart of the battlefield. He had awaited the arrival of Elder Ku Rong for quite some time. "Come forth, Elder Ku Rong, I implore you." The two took their positions, and a grand battle was on the verge of commencing. Others could hardly afford to challenge one another at this moment, for time was abundant, and there would always be opportunities to duel. However, a clash between the foremost and Elder Ku Rong was a rare event indeed. "I wager 108 pills that Elder Ku Rong shall emerge victorious." Elder Ku Rong was a seasoned powerhouse, and for the first to claim victory, it seemed unlikely. Yet, one could not dismiss the undeniable prowess that the first had consistently demonstrated. "Enough talk, let the battle commence." As these words were spoken, both Lin Zhe and Elder Ku Rong unleashed their astonishing auras, their overwhelming presences filling the arena. In preparation for the confrontation with Elder Ku Rong, Lin Zhe refrained from probing or holding back. With the mastery of 3 top-tier Earth-level techniques, at level 10, Tianhuang's dual extremes true art, Yinma's true body, and Yuhua's true formula, Lin Zhe unleashed his full might. In a remarkable display of power, his aura seemed to rival that of a human Taoist master, equal to that of Elder Ku Rong. Before the gasps of the onlookers could fully escape their lips, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Boom! Elder Ku Rong employed his renowned technique, the Ku Rong life and death art, manifesting the essence of decay and regeneration with a mere thought. To the left, his form rejuvenated, appearing youthful once more, with hair of a deep azure, imbued with boundless vitality. On the right side, the body entered a state of decay, with hair as white as snow, exuding an inexhaustible aura of desolation and death. The vast expanse was shrouded in a melancholy hue, signaling the decline of countless lives. In an instant, the ancient battlefield was divided into 2 distinct realms of life and death. The revered one of decay and prosperity stood proudly at the boundary of existence, akin to a deity presiding over life and death. With a subtle gesture of his hands, the power of decay and prosperity illuminated the world around him. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with determination. This was an opportune moment. In the desolate heavens, the forces of yin and yang were reversed. Lin Zhe conjured the dual energies of yin and yang, one hand grasping the white, the other the black. Within his gaze, 2 swirling fish of yin and yang danced in a mysterious rhythm, as the enigmatic energy of the desolation permeated the air, flowing through the ages. Soon after, a vast river appeared behind Lin Zhe, seemingly descending from the heavens. Within this river lay countless concealed swords. A blazing sun hung above, casting a piercing light upon the myriad blades, evoking a chilling sensation that ran deep into one's bones. The river of 10,000 swords, concealed sharpness at level 10. The true art of the desolate heavens at level 10. With a decisive strike, the black and white energies penetrated the celestial river. The myriad swords rose majestically, imbued with the dual colors of black and white. One represented death, the other life. The river of 10,000 swords surged forth with a furious roar, challenging the aura of decay and prosperity wielded by the revered one, creating a fierce stalemate. Continuous clashes ensued, leading to inevitable annihilation. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the face of the revered one. Although he had not exerted his full strength in this strike, the power of humanity's origin was undeniably overwhelming against the realm of the divine sea. For Lin Yu to withstand a blow from the revered one with his divine sea form was indeed remarkable. Given this, he decided to approach the matter with greater seriousness. A hint of gravity adorned the youthful visage of the revered one. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The heavens trembled, and the sun and moon lost their luster. The elder of withering and flourishing continuously extended his power of life and death, creating a realm of cyclical seasons within the Tao Calamity Mountain. He traversed the void, standing proudly in the domain of decay and growth, with his left hand grasping desolation and his right hand pinching vitality. In his eyes, stars fell from the sky. Suddenly, a divine spear, forged from countless essences of life and death, materialized in midair. Infused with the power of humanity's origin, the spear's tip pointed menacingly at Lin Yu, shimmering with a chilling light. "Be cautious, my friend." Sensing the formidable threat emanating from the spear, Lin Yu felt not anger but exhilaration. His combative spirit blazed fiercely. The blood coursing through him surged with fervor. After traversing through time, a grand battle was finally igniting his passion. "Come forth." The chaotic energies of the unyielding void surged even more violently in Lin Yu's eyes. A bizarre inferno began to blaze intensely within his gaze. The flames of magic intertwined with the dual energies of yin and yang, unleashing an overwhelming ferocity that shook the very heavens. Subsequently, ethereal feathers began to drift around Lin Yu, rendering his form indistinct, enveloped in a haze of divine light. As if caught in a dream, he appeared nebulous and elusive. A transcendent dragon surged forth from the depths of the sea, descending upon the world. The true body of the blazing demon, flames stretching across the sky. The authentic skill of the void's extremes, the cycles of yin and yang. The true technique of ascension, a single feather soaring through the air. Concentrate. Lin Yu simultaneously activated several profound techniques, honing their lethal strikes to their utmost limit. Boom. The shadow of an unparalleled deity and demon transcended the boundaries of time and space, reviving from the distant primordial era. The divine and demonic descended upon the world, heralding universal calamity, destruction. With a single stroke, the shadow of the divine and demonic unleashed a devastating blow towards the lofty celestial origin, seeking to shatter the invincible myth surrounding it. The grandeur of the supreme profound divine art loomed over the world. The audacity of the sunset river sword technique cascaded like a setting sun over a vast river. The peculiarities of the minor five elements true art distorted the very essence of the elements. Moreover, the yin-yang profound transformation epitomized the audacity of the extremes of heaven and earth. Witnessing this, the 9 esteemed sect leaders were struck with profound astonishment. Is this the pinnacle of the sunset river sword technique? No, it transcends that. It appears he has synthesized other elements, elevating and refining the sword technique. How long has he been practicing? And what of our sect's yin-yang profound transformation? The supreme profound divine art as well. The 9 leaders exchanged silent glances, each equally bewildered. Yet, these techniques stemmed from the pinnacle of earthly-grade arts, achieving an intermediate level of earthly-grade mastery, embodying subtleties that surpass ordinary methods. Even among their 9 sects, only the most gifted could attain perfection within a millennium. Yet this Lin Yu, how long has he truly been practicing? He has only just begun, and he has already mastered it, even enhanced it? How is this reasonable? It is utterly absurd. But then, an even greater disturbance arose among them. This is the true fire sacred demon art. No, it bears the semblance of the true fire sacred demon art, yet seems to be of a higher caliber. Can you believe it? He has even improved upon that wretched technique. The myriad arts of the immortal body. This is not the celestial body of all laws. I could devour the path tribulation mountain on the spot. Does such an absurd entity as the dual celestial body truly exist in this world? Wait, where did he acquire the sacred fire demon technique? Oh no, the 9 venerable sect leaders, standing tall at the pinnacle of the azure domain, could no longer maintain their composure. Their inquisitive gazes turned towards the semi-saint Qinghe. Semi-saint, ancestor, What do you see here? The expression of the semi-saint Qinghe remained indifferent. He had already discerned Lin Zai's mastery of the sacred fire demon technique. Stay calm. Continue observing. The semi-saint spoke, and the crowd could only relent, stifling their multitude of questions as they continued to watch. The divine spear and the shadow of the demon clashed in a fierce symphony. They were locked in a stalemate. Waves of energy erupted from the point of contact between the spear's tip and the fist shadow, sending tremors through the void and igniting countless spatial fissures. Sweeping across the entire virtual realm, the mountains resonated with a hum. The realms wept in sorrow. Amidst the intense confrontation, the body of the withering sage accelerated in its aging, his essence rapidly depleting. Lin Zai, concealed within the ethereal haze of his ascended form, was also struck. His skin fragmented, revealing bloody flesh that dripped onto the path Tribulation Mountain. However, under the formidable regenerative capability of Lin Zai's demonic body, new skin quickly grew back, restoring him to his peak condition. It seemed that the withering sage was on the verge of defeat due to exhaustion. This revelation sent a shiver of astonishment through all present. The withering sage, the two of them. Unbelievable. The first has actually fought the sage to a standstill with his sea of divine consciousness. Not merely a stalemate. Observe how the consumption of the venerable Kuro Yong is evidently far greater, while this first contender remains unfazed, as if nothing were amiss. My goodness, a dignified elder, even in the twilight of his years, should not be outmatched in endurance by a mere divine sea practitioner, should he? Who exactly is this first contender? How vast must his innate essence be? Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, none noticed the few drops of blood that fell from Lin Zai's corporeal form, which were absorbed by the mountain of tribulation with an eerie swiftness, vanishing without a trace. At the base of the mountain of tribulation, within a mysterious dark expanse, a pair of crimson eyes quietly opened. They flickered momentarily, betraying a sense of weariness. The 8 desolations. Blood? Upon uttering this phrase, he seemed utterly exhausted, his weakness compelling him to shut his eyes, enveloped in silence. Time passed, for a long while, before a barely perceptible wave of frailty reached the summit of the mountain. This faint ripple appeared to deplete all his remaining strength. Within the enigmatic space, silence reigned once more, retreating into darkness. Atop the mountain of tribulation, Lin Zai suddenly felt an intense warmth coursing through his body. It was not the heat of overexertion, but rather as if something extraordinary within his very bones and blood had been completely awakened. The ancient essence inscribed within him surged back to life. A profound, mysterious power enveloped Lin Zai entirely. You have awakened the ancient bloodline concealed within your body, revitalizing the primordial 8 desolations blood. With the resurgence of this ancient lineage, your comprehension of the 8 desolations combat techniques has deepened significantly. In Chapter 96, Destiny's Immortal Descends, you revisit the 8 desolations combat techniques and discover that your bloodline possesses an unparalleled capacity for inclusivity, capable of embracing all phenomena in the world. Guided by your bloodline, you endeavor to integrate the essence of the 8 desolations bloodline techniques with the refinement of Qi, the refinement of essence, and the refinement of spirit, striving for a harmonious convergence of the 3 pathways. Although you have yet to possess a spirit refinement technique of the same caliber, you successfully merge the heavenly desolation dual extremes true art with the flame demon true body. From this fusion, you comprehend the ancient, bloodline-specific, high-grade technique known as the Great Desolation True Flame Technique, reaching its pinnacle at level 10, achieving total mastery. Empowered by the exclusive Great Desolation True Flame Technique, Lin Zai's physical form and spiritual energy coalesce seamlessly, becoming one in exquisite harmony. In this moment, a mere thought from Lin Zai can unleash a terrifying force exponentially greater than before. Upon sensing this newfound power, Lin Zai is initially taken aback, then softly murmurs in astonishment, so it truly exists. Lin Zai had harbored doubts about his bloodline heritage for some time, particularly following the incident involving the demonic cult's poison. Despite the Lin family suffering from the effects of the poison, he and his grandfather Lin Ao remained unaffected after consuming the toxic powder. This peculiar circumstance led Lin Zai to suspect the existence of a latent bloodline within the Lin family, prompting him to directly inquire with his grandfather Lin Ao. Regrettably, grandfather Lin Ao, the patriarch of the Lin family, was oblivious to the origins of their bloodline. Consequently, Lin Zai set this matter aside. As he had little interest in lineage at that time, his entire focus directed towards mastering his techniques. However, unexpectedly, this serendipitous encounter led to the awakening of the Lin family's bloodline. How did this awakening occur? Lin Zhe cast a contemplative glance at the venerable Qirong. Could it be that intense battles serve to activate the bloodline factors? Or is it merely a matter of fortune? As he pondered, the venerable Qirong appeared to have reached his limit. He let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the formidable prowess of the younger generation, particularly in his clash with the Tianyuan Venerable. After a moment, the venerable Qirong's expression tightened once more. Come forth. The final strike. Allow this old man to witness the utmost limits of the strongest prodigy of this era. With that, the venerable Qirong ignited his spiritual energy, squeezing out the last remnants of his vitality. Qirong technique, reversing spring and autumn. Boom. The terrifying domain of Qirong expanded once again, unleashing a strike that shattered the void, ushering in an ominous darkness. This was dire. This old fellow was truly serious. It was time to intervene. The earlier display had likely been the young one's zenith, and he would not withstand this blow. The 9 esteemed sect leaders prepared to act, intent on rescuing Lin Zhe. Regardless of Lin Zhe's extraordinary talent or the origins of the true fire sacred demon technique, he absolutely could not come to harm. In the eyes of these 9, Lin Zhe represented the most flawless and exquisite treasure in existence. Just as the leader of the Chang'e sword sect was about to make his move, a resounding explosion erupted at the heart of the battlefield. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Zhe unleashed a formidable sword energy. The sound of the blade resonated through the heavens and earth. The domain of the withered and flourishing elder was effortlessly cleaved apart by Lin Zhe's single stroke, as though slicing through tofu, devoid of resistance. A sword traversed the sky. Bang! The domain shattered, and the elder was rebounded upon, drained of all his strength. He lay in the center of the battlefield, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could you have not exerted your full strength? Lin Zhe shrugged his shoulders, taken aback by the sudden awakening of such an extraordinary bloodline. The ancestors of the Lin family were indeed remarkable. He swiftly approached the elder, assisting him to his feet, and declared, "In this battle, I have thoroughly enjoyed myself." "Thank you, esteemed elder." The elder was momentarily stunned. Then a serene smile spread across his face. "As long as you find joy in it, that is what matters." With that, the elder departed from the battlefield. The outcome was clear. The victor was Lin Zhe. What? No way. He won. A mere God Sea Realm practitioner triumphed. To defeat an elder and emerge victorious. Insanity, utter madness. Lin Zhe's victory sent the crowd into a frenzy. They stood in awe, dazed, as if caught in a dream, except for Hong Tian. Upon witnessing Lin Zhe's triumph, he rushed towards Xue Jianqing, eagerly exclaiming, "It's my turn. I wish to challenge him." Xue Jianqing cast a peculiar and complex glance at Hong Tian. "What are you dawdling for?" "Very well. Let the two of you monsters engage in your own clash." With a grand gesture, Xue Jianqing summoned the battlefield once more. With a smile gracing his face, Hong Tian stepped onto the battlefield, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon that proud figure. The onlookers were rendered speechless. What was this fellow thinking? Even the revered one had succumbed. What business did he have here? Did he truly believe himself superior to the revered one? A mere jester. Yet, Hong Tian paid no heed to the murmurs around him. His focus was solely on Lin Zhe. At last, the moment had arrived. "I demand retribution for what transpired before." Before he could finish his thought, Lin Zhe charged onto the battlefield, unleashing a shockwave that surged toward Hong Tian. A mere half-step into the divine sea. How audacious. Hong Tian promptly evaded, his body maneuvering in a peculiar arc to dodge the strike, perfectly timed, neither a fraction too early nor too late. "You lack martial decorum. At least allow me to finish my sentence." Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. His previous strike had been aimed directly at Hong Tian without any intention of missing. How could a mere half-step into the divine sea evade his attack? Intriguing. No wonder he was so brazen. Once more. This time, Lin Zhe was earnest. His eyes narrowed slightly, emitting twin beams of violet light as swift as the wind and as fierce as thunder. The violet rays soared, surveying the battlefield with disdain. They locked onto Hong Tian. In an instant, the violet light reached Hong Tian. He did not flinch. Instead, he closed his eyes, and the world was engulfed in darkness. The violet beam was consumed by the shadows, vanishing without a trace. On the battlefield, all was calm. It was as if the violet light had never existed. The first attack had been thwarted. What manner of being was this Hong Tian? This iteration of the Daojia Mountain trial was truly a gathering of all manner of fiends and specters. Would we not be allowed to live in peace? The crowd expressed their disbelief, yet Lin Yu, at the heart of the battlefield, merely narrowed his eyes. He was acutely aware that his attack had not been blocked. Rather, it had been utterly repudiated, rejected by the very fabric of existence. Outside the fray, the 9 esteemed sect leaders gazed with astonishment. Destiny. My will is the will of heaven. My heart is the heart of the cosmos. Although they had anticipated this, witnessing the truth of these words firsthand was undeniably shocking. The 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao, each devoid of earthly principles. This young man is indeed the celestial body of destiny. Now, let us see which is more formidable, the celestial body of destiny or the ethereal celestial body, or perhaps the universal celestial body. A singular celestial body is a rarity in a lifetime, yet our Qing domain has produced 2. If this were to reach the ears of people from other domains, they would surely go mad. Chapter 97, Sacred Weapon, the Remnant Sky Sword. Very well, let us observe in peace. It is a rare opportunity to witness the clash of 2 unparalleled celestial bodies and discern whether Lin Yu embodies the ethereal celestial body or the universal celestial body. Surely he cannot possess both, can he? If he truly does possess both, I would even suspect him to be the illegitimate child of the Tao. The 9 conversed. In the arena, Lin Yu and Hong Tian commenced a new round of combat. Twice he had initiated the attack. It is my turn now. With that, Hong Tian focused his energy. He pointed to the heavens and then to the earth. Heaven-s wrath, earth-s annihilation. As his words echoed, Hong Tian transformed into an embodiment of the celestial sovereign, issuing a final decree to the world. The very realm responded to Hong Tian's summons. Thunder, arise. Boom. There was neither wind nor rain. A tumultuous thunderstorm unexpectedly manifested within the enigmatic realm of the void. In an instant, it coalesced into a tempestuous eye. Robust bolts of violet lightning gathered within this vortex. The next moment, boom. A radiant pillar of purple light surged heavenward, crashing down with cataclysmic force towards Lin Yu. Meanwhile, the earth of Daojia Mountain reverberated with a deafening roar. It sought to repel Lin Yu, compressing him within its grasp. The formidable power of the earth formed an ancient, indestructible cage, binding Lin Yu and refusing to allow him to harness its strength. In the skies above, the chaotic violet lightning disrupted the heavens, unleashing divine retribution, rendering Lin Yu incapable of seizing the opportune moment. This was the epitome of despair, calling upon the heavens and being met with silence, invoking the earth and receiving no response. Boom! The lightning engulfed all. The earth consumed all phenomena. The relentless pressure from the earth and the purifying wrath of the thunder struck Lin Yu simultaneously, subjecting him to the grinding forces of nature. The spectators present were left in awe, commanding the heavens and earth. What transpired? I pondered, my eyes unblinking. Yet, a select few, with profound lineage, discerned the essence of Hong Tian. The legend of the 9 immortals' body was, indeed, true. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a new twist unfolded. The towering thunderbolt was astonishingly severed by an unfathomably potent force. The earthly prison was torn asunder. Ancient blood of the 8 desolations ignited. The true flame of the great wilderness surged forth. A shadow of a demon god hurled the earthly prison into the storm's eye. Bang! Both the divine punishment and the dungeon were obliterated. The shadow of the demon god then darted towards Hong Tian with imperceptible speed. The impact of its fist shattered the air. Hong Tian remained unfazed, his expression unchanging. The world was commanded once more. Time seemed to reverse. Lin Yu's shadowy fists unexpectedly retreated. A smirk tugged at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. So, the reversal has come. I act, you act, is that it? Reversal. With another command from Hong Tian, the shadow of the punch surged back towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Whoosh. Lin Yu transformed into myriad phantoms, evading the punch's trajectory, and advanced once more towards Hong Tian. Hong Tian employed the same tactic again, initiating another reversal. Lin Yu retaliated. Hong Tian continued to deny. What an eye-opener. The onlookers were at a loss for words. Having lived for so long, it was the first time they witnessed a battle unfold in such a manner. Absurd. Utterly absurd. The 9 esteemed sages present were thoroughly entertained. Those of lower realms could only perceive their exchanges as mere skirmishes, a playful exchange of blows. Yet, the sages discerned a continuous application of the power of destiny. one who incessantly broke free from the constraints of destiny. They toyed with the rules of fate, tearing them apart only to mend them again. When did the laws of destiny become mere playthings? These beings of celestial bodies truly possess no sense of reason. The conflict among celestial bodies is indeed profound. In this world, perhaps only celestial bodies can triumph over one another. However, how long could they continue this way? At that moment, the silent semi-saint finally spoke. It is over. The nine turned their attention immediately. They beheld Hong Tian and Lin Zhe in a dance of movement. Hong Tian's complexion turned markedly pale. The power of denial dimmed. Lin Zhe's lips curled slightly. It seems you are running out of strength. Hong Tian scoffed. Your skin and fists are remarkably resilient. Even the purple lightning cannot vanquish you. Rejecting you once has cost me several days of my fate. I shall not engage with you any longer. It is a loss. With a sigh, Hong Tian lamented. Yet since my upbringing, I have never tasted defeat. I truly do not wish to concede to you in this manner. The Tao of the Nine Immortals body, a singular entity in a lifetime. Two celestial bodies are unlikely to encounter one another in an entire existence. Yet, I have unfortunately crossed paths with you. Let this be the final move. One strike to determine the victor. After speaking, Hong Tian pointed skyward, warning, you must be cautious now. Summoning lightning again, let it be a formidable bolt. Hong Tian. This time, I do not summon lightning. I intend to negate your very existence. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Not only can he negate attacks, but he also seeks to deny my very being? Am I the one wielding an advantage, or is it you? Then let us see. Sword, come forth. Hong Tian beckoned. The void trembled as chaos erupted. A seemingly unremarkable broken sword materialized in Hong Tian's grasp. Upon sighting this rusted blade, all present, including the 9 great sages, were left dumbfounded. A sacred weapon, the sword of the broken heaven. The gazes of several great sages turned towards the figure known as Old Jiang. Old Jiang, you have been robbed. Old Jiang is the leader of the sect of the broken heaven. That unremarkable broken sword, the sword of the broken heaven, is indeed the sacred weapon passed down by their sect. A sacred weapon, as the name suggests, is a life weapon forged by a saint. It possesses the extraordinary power of the Holy Ones. Certainly, this sacred weapon does not belong to the Azure Domain's Azure Sage. The Azure Sage's true life-bound sacred weapon has long been enshrined in the forbidden grounds of the Changhe Sword sect, suppressing the lifeblood of the Azure Domain. The Tsangtian sword is a trophy captured by the Azure Sage. In ancient times, a great war erupted. The ancient Azure Sage faced 8 adversaries alone, severing the heads of 8 saints. Their sacred weapons were also seized by the Azure Sage, purged of their sacred seals, and bestowed upon the other 8 sects, becoming the sacred weapons of their lineage. The Tsangtian sword is one such sacred weapon. The leader of the Tsangtian Dao sect, Old Jiang, has kept this sword sealed for countless millennia, never once employing it. Even during the chaos of the demon sect uprising, he never summoned the sacred weapon, maintaining it sealed diligently. Yet now, for a mere trial at Daojia Mountain, a selection test, the Tsangtian sword has inexplicably been borrowed by this fated celestial body. Old Jiang's lips twitched in madness. Truly insane. Can you wield a borrowed sacred weapon? Stop him. The sacred weapon is no trifling matter. The Tsangtian sword must not be unsheathed, especially in the sacred grounds of Daojia Mountain. As he spoke, several individuals rushed to prevent Hong Tian from committing a foolish act. However, at that moment, Hong Tian's complexion suddenly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 98. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Gazing at the departing Tsangtian sword, the sacred weapon actually rejected me. Hong Tian was incredulous. With the remnants of his destined power, he could not harness much strength from the sacred weapon. That was his own limitation. But for the summoned sacred weapon to refuse to depart, that was a matter concerning the sacred weapon itself. A mere remnant that fell to the ancient Azure Sage dares to reject my summons. As one of the 9 celestial bodies of the great Tao, the fated celestial body commands even the world itself. How dare a mere remnant weapon defy him? Is this truly an act of rejection? This is a slap in the face of destiny. How could a mere remnant weapon presume to behave so audaciously? Hong Tian was incredulous. He summoned once more, Remnant Heaven's sword. Come. This time, Hong Tian reinforced the celestial decree, explicitly demanding the Remnant Heaven's sword. At his renewed call, the rusted tip of the Remnant Heaven's sword traversed the void once more, reaching out from the ethereal realm. Yet, in the next moment, Hong Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning a brilliant gold. It was evident that he had once again faced the backlash of the sacred weapon's refusal. Hong Tian was bewildered. In all his years, this was the first time his will, as the fated celestial body, had been defied. For the first time, Remnant Heaven Sword, Remnant Heaven Sword, you have gone too far. Lin Zhe, unbeknownst to him, had arrived behind Hong Tian, observing with amusement the void from which the Remnant Heaven Sword had departed. Hearing this, Hong Tian reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instinctively retorting, "This is not my fault." He gritted his teeth. "That sacred weapon has a mind of its own." Lin Zhe remained non-committal, then remarked, "Weren't you just denying my existence? Why then turn around to summon the sword? Isn't this a case of misdirection? Denying a celestial body akin to mine? It seems you have a death wish." In Hong Tian's eyes, Lin Zhe's instantaneous comprehension of the 9 ancient techniques distinctly mirrored that of the 10,000 methods celestial body. It was precisely for this reason that Hong Tian yearned even more to compete with Lin Zhe. In the realm of the 9 celestial bodies, each existence is singular and unparalleled. The likelihood of 2 such celestial beings encountering one another in a lifetime is exceedingly rare. Consequently, the question of which among the 9 celestial bodies possesses greater strength remains unanswered. Now that Hong Tian has come face to face with one, how could he possibly suppress his fervor? Thus, this pursuit is not solely driven by his own past failures, but also by a desire to prove that destiny surpasses all other laws. However, the outcome, all blame rests upon the Tsangtian sword. Hong Tian cast a fierce glare in the direction from which the Tsangtian sword had departed. Such is the disgrace of destiny. One day, he shall rend this wretched object and use it to fill the latrines of the mortal realm. Today, he would not continue the fight, for his spirit was unsteady. Reluctantly, Hong Tian withdrew from the heart of the battlefield, leaving behind a parting remark. "So, consider this a victory for you." With Hong Tian's words echoing in the air, the battlefield was once again left with only Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe ascended to the throne of victory. Witnessing this, the spectators were engulfed in a perplexing mix of emotions, unsure of what to feel. These 2 battles had left them utterly astonished. In one, a being of the divine sea realm triumphed over a Tianyuan elder. In another, the absurdity reached new heights as the sacred weapon, Tsangtian sword, was summoned. Absurd. How did the threshold of the Tao Tribulation Mountain trials rise to such an extent? This left them in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, after these 2 encounters, few remained concerned about the fates of the others. All attention had coalesced around the 2 radiant figures, Lin Zhe and Hong Tian. The second ranked, a burly man with a thick beard, cast a solemn glance at Lin Zhe and Hong Tian. In preparation for the selection of the semi-saint, he exerted considerable effort, aspiring to astonish and earn the admiration of the semi-saint, ultimately becoming the inheritor of their legacy. Yet now, before these 2 prodigies, all his aspirations have dissolved into mere illusions. Sighing deeply, the burly man with a flowing beard resigned himself to fate. Perhaps this was simply destiny. In this situation, acceptance of fate was unavoidable. One had vanquished a revered elder, while the other had summoned a holy weapon. What could he possibly do? The burly man acquiesced. Yet others clearly refused to accept their circumstances.